Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 3133 to Chapter 3180. It didn't take long for Alao to enter his control mode. The four limbs of the mystery object carried the heart space and ran across the sea at high speed. Angor watched the ever-changing scenery outside in silence. Compared to his previous teaching standards, Alao's current operation was like the difference between heaven and earth. Alao was the cloud, while Angor was the mud. He didn't know why, but he always felt that it was difficult to control the four limbs of mystery. He tried his best to stabilize them, but he had to sacrifice his speed in the process. However, other people, including Laplace, her original self, and Alao, all had a much easier time controlling the limbs compared to him. Especially Alao, who was now controlling the external limbs of the heart space as if they were his own limbs. Not only could he move the heart space as if he was walking on flat ground, but he could also run, jump, turn, and even bend the limbs so that his next sprint would receive a powerful boost. It only took Alao less than 15 minutes to go from beginner to master. While he was running, he even found a floating object. It was a piece of zeolite that was about to shatter, so it wasn't worth much. It must be something that escaped from the eye of the sea. However, it also reminded him of Alao's talent in manipulating objects. The speed at which he picked them up was even faster than when Gleipnir was controlling them. After that, Alao continued to control the heart space to explore the area. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything else. However, Alao seemed to be addicted to playing around. Since he couldn't find anything in this area, he decided to go somewhere else and enjoy himself. Of course, what attracted Alao wasn't only the objects that looked like the blind box, but also the people he saw from time to time. These images were like old movies, showing the life of different people in different worlds. Although it wasn't as immersive as the illusion in the video box, this kind of silent mime gave Alao a different feeling. It was a new experience for a 10,000-year-old otaku. Of course, he wouldn't get tired easily. However, for Angor, Alao's experience was a kind of light and shadow pollution. The images changed so fast that he felt a little dizzy. He couldn't stand it anymore. So he left Alao alone and went back to his room to rest. About an hour later, Alao finally noticed that Angor was gone. He put down his collection device and went to the illusion hut to look for Angor. Angor didn't say anything and brought Alao back to reality. In the quiet room, Alao's gaze was still fixed on the unbreakable heart mirror. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "I will place the unbreakable heart mirror here. If you want to enter it in the future, you can do so at any time." Alao's eyes brightened up. He wasn't used to living in the mirror realm, but he liked the heart space better than the object collector. Being able to open the blind box and watch a movie at the same time were two completely different surprises. Angor was going to ask about Alao's opinion, but he already knew the answer when he saw Alao's eager look. After that, Angor didn't restrict Alao's movements. Alao seemed to want to enter the heart space to play, but he had just come out of the heart space, and he was quite interested in the deviant flame pharmacist outside. In the end, he chose to return to the outside world to accompany the little guys. While Alao returned to the illusion of apothecary of strange flame, Angor dragged another kid from the audience into the soundproof room. It was Headland, a void traveler. Of course, Angor was going to contact Wolf. For one thing, he needed to keep in touch with Wolf, which was the foundation of his intelligence network. For another thing, he wanted to know if Dalmatian responded to his message last time. About 2 or 3 minutes later, he cut off the call. This time, he didn't talk to Wolf for long. It was mainly because Wolf was in trouble. It wasn't that something had happened to Wang Wang. Instead, it was a certain void traveler from Wang Wang's family who was being pursued by an unknown void monster. Luckily, the void traveler wasn't being chased by a void whale. As long as he could escape for a while, he would be able to get rid of his pursuer. But how could he escape for a while? Wolf had to figure out a plan. After all, other void travelers were too stupid to listen to Wolf's commands from a distance. Wolf was already used to such situations, which was why he dared to accept Angor's request to log in. Angor didn't want to disturb Wolf at this time, so he quickly logged out of the network so that Wolf wouldn't be distracted. They didn't talk for long, but Angor still learned a lot about Wolf's family in the void. Apart from that, Angor also learned that Dalmatian didn't reply. Last time, he sent Dalmatian a video of his conversation with Rabbit Cha-Cha in the background of Teapot Kingdom, which was about looking for the full text of Singularity Dispersive Meditation. Angor tried to use this method to get more information about Teapot Kingdom and meditation from Dalmatian. Maybe Spotted Puppy noticed Angor's bug. It had been a long time, but Angor did not receive any reply. Angor had no choice but to put it aside for now. After logging out of the network, Angor looked at Heidlin, who was floating in the air while emitting a faint purple glow. "Are you going to watch Apothecary of Strange Flame with Dankros, or do you want to go back to my bracelet and rest?" He noticed that Heidlin was wandering around outside, but the calm aura around it suggested that it was taking a nap instead of watching the movie like the other kids. That was why Angor asked this question. Should Heidlin sleep in the illusion or go back to his bracelet? Angor thought Heidlin would choose to go back to his bracelet, but to his surprise, Heidlin chose to go back to the viewing group. Angor watched Heidlin leave the soundproof room with a hesitant look. Maybe it was just his imagination, but he felt that Heidlin's eyes were sharper than before. Angor spent the rest of his time in the soundproof room, as well as working on the unbreakable heart mirror. Time flew by, and a new morning arrived. Angor estimated that Luigi should have finished performing Night Sparrow Flight Rhapsody yesterday. Angor wondered what Uriel thought about it. Did he pass the test in one go? Or was it another case of nothing happening again? Angor returned to his heart space with curiosity. When Angor saw Luigi, the man had already logged out of the game and was lazily plucking the strings of his instrument. Angor looked at the man's frustrated face and realized that he had failed again. As expected, when Angor asked Luigi about it, Luigi sighed and used the illusion nodes Angor left in his room to show him a row of words. Main Quest 3 of Special Dream, Uriel's Choice, failed. Rating, 13th seat of the Empire Music Group. 21 seats in the Empire Music Group. Main Quest 3 cannot be activated at this time. You will need to wait for the next notification from Fairyland. Challenges available. 4. Last time, Luigi was rated as 14th seat. This time, he got 13th seat, which was only one place higher. According to Broy, Night Sparrow Flight Rhapsody was much better than Young, and Luigi agreed with it. But even so, there were very few promotion spots. Night Sparrow Dance Rhapsody was only one spot higher than Young. No wonder Luigi was so depressed. According to the number of seats that could be promoted, in order to reach the top 3 in the remaining 4 times, the music scores that could be used were probably the kind of shocking and unprecedented songs that could shock the world. But such music was really rare. Also, whether it could touch Uriel's heart was another problem. Angor looked at Luigi's sad face and thought for a moment. Do you remember Uriel's expression when he listened to your performance? Angor couldn't think of any other way to help Luigi, so he had to think of something else. For example, he could analyze Uriel's micro-expressions and see which parts of the performance Uriel liked better, so he could determine Uriel's personal preferences. This way, he would be able to make a specific choice next time. However, Luigi shook his head. No. Uriel never looked at me. He just covered his eyes with the back of his hand and leaned against the sofa like he was sleeping. Also, Luigi didn't pay too much attention to Uriel's performance. Therefore, he wasn't entirely sure if Uriel would reveal any subtle expressions during the performance. Angor considered. Next time, I'll go with you. Luigi focused on the challenge while observing Uriel's expression in his dream state. Of course, Luigi appreciated Angor's encouragement. But I don't know which song I'll perform next time. I'll go look for it. In order to help Luigi pass the test and see the changes in Uriel's dream state, Angor had to do something himself. Under Luigi's grateful gaze, Angor left the heart space. His goal this time was to find Broy in the dream wasteland and check what he had collected. Since he already met Broy, Angor didn't need to contact Leona this time. Instead, he could directly locate Broy's location and log in. Angor logged in and looked around. As expected, he was at the mission center of the new city. There were quite a lot of people in the lobby. For a moment, Angor felt as if he was back at the questing hall in Tree Spirit Garden. However, the screen in Tree Spirit Garden displayed a wide variety of quests, ranging from taking care of livestock to saving the world and exploring otherworldly puzzles. But in the mission center of the new city, most of the quests displayed were exploration, rural development, biographical record, and construction. Most of them were construction quests. Angor didn't spend too much time in the lobby because Broy wasn't there. He was currently in a cubicle on one side of the lobby. When he came to the cubicle, he saw a long line of people waiting outside. The people in the line were either holding music sheets in their hands or mumbling to themselves as if they were reciting something. They were the ones who intercepted the quest. Angor looked around and saw apprentices ranging from level 1 to level 3. Angor could tell that the music sheet quest this time had a wide scope and a large number of people were willing to accept it. This was to be expected. Compared to other quests, Angor's quest offered better rewards and was relatively safe. In fact, even mortals could accept it. If they were lucky enough, they might be able to get the best reward. And the best reward was more than enough for these apprentices to turn their lives around. Angor looked inside the cubicle and saw that it wasn't Broy who was waiting for him. Instead, it was a pretty girl. She was reviewing the manuscript. Or rather, she was the first judge. Broy was in another cubicle next to her, holding the music sheets that she was reviewing and sifting through them. Broy didn't do this yesterday. But today, he arranged for the first and final trials, which showed how important the quest was to him. Angor didn't bother the girl. Instead, he walked through the wall and approached Broy. Broy wasn't too surprised to see Angor. Angor already sent him a voice transmission, so he was prepared for this. "Sir, the manuscripts from yesterday are almost done. I've filtered them out." Angor didn't comment on Broy's words. Instead, he snapped his fingers and showed Luigi's performance of Night Sparrow Rhapsody. Of course, Luigi's face was still blurry, so Angor couldn't tell who he was. When Luigi finished, Angor told Uriel about the number of seats. Compared to Eon the other day, Night Sparrow Rhapsody is only one place higher. Angor looked at Broy again. "As I said, there's no problem with the number of seats. So, I hope you can use his performance and the final selection to choose the music sheet I'm going to give you today. Similarly, I'll choose one." Broy was a little flustered after hearing Angor's explanation. Because among the music scores chosen today, there were indeed some that were better than Night Sparrow Dance Rhapsody, but they were not much better. Personally, he felt that it was impossible to directly rise from the 13th place to the top 3. Besides, the quality of a music sheet was really hard to define. No matter how objectively he chose, he still couldn't help but make some subjective assumptions. It was hard to choose only one. However, Broy's dilemma didn't last long. Angor's next words gave him a new choice. "Tomorrow, I'll show the master's expression when he listens to the music sheet through an illusion. Maybe you can read his preference from his micro-expressions. Of course, it's also possible that he doesn't show any expression when he listens. Anyway, you'll know the details tomorrow." With Angor's words, Broy's choice could be changed appropriately. Some music sheets were like theater performances that mixed many styles at the same time, from great joy to great sorrow, from cheerful to heavy, from classical to new. Such music sheets with many styles and performance forms were obviously more useful for probing micro-expressions. Broy had really found one of these musical scores today, and it happened to be one of the few musical scores he had screened out. If it was before, he might have to think about which music sheet to choose. But now, he didn't have to. End of chapter. Spro's 3 chapters. It's about 3 foreign merchants who were tricked by a local bully in a market called Spro, which led to 3 different endings, Angor explained. Each ending is part of a chapter. Each story is independent, but when you read it, you feel a sense of pressure. You combine absurd theories, laughable cries, and defeated dogs who think they've succeeded. Together, you see different levels of people, but they all share the same characteristics. Angor began to read the background of the Spro's 3 chapters from the book. When he was done, he looked at Luigi. "That's about it. As for how to express the complicated emotions in it, it's up to you." This was the music score Broy chose today. It was one of the most difficult songs he picked out in the past few days. However, it was still not perfect in terms of pleasing to the ears. However, because this music score was a progressive interpretation, it covered a lot of skills and emotions. It might not be moving in its entirety, but there would always be a section or a certain rhythm that resonated with people. Using this music score to detect micro-expressions and extract personal preferences was the most suitable. Luigi accepted the music score and began to study it. He plucked the harp from time to time, but the notes were not consistent like before. Instead, each section carried a different theme: melodious, solemn, mournful, crazy. Luigi's expression also showed different emotions because of the different themes. Sometimes he was thinking, sometimes he was anxious, sometimes he was frowning, and sometimes he was happy. Luigi didn't notice the change in his expression, but Angor saw it clearly. Seeing this, Angor was sure that Broy had made the right choice. The Spro's 3 chapters was definitely the best music score to check the listener's preferences. However, he would have to wait for Luigi's performance to find out if he could really move Uriel's expression. Angor did not disturb Luigi's practice and quietly left his heart space. When he returned to reality, Angor did not stay in the soundproof room. Instead, he headed outside. Several minutes later, he walked out of the inn and arrived at the starry street outside. Compared to when he left the soundproof room, Angor was no longer alone. There was a hand on his shoulder, a miniature puppet in his chest pocket, and a 3-meter-tall gentleman with silver hair and a black suit. Without a doubt, they were Dankros, the Wood Spirit, and Olio. Including Speed Spirit, who was invisible, and Hidland, who was in his bracelet, Angor almost brought his entire family with him on this trip. It was not that Angor wanted to take Olao with him. It was just that Olao sensed his presence when he left. Angor thought it was not a good idea for Olao to stay at home. Since he was going out, he could bring Olao with him. Angor's words attracted the attention of the Wood Spirit again. The Wood Spirit was a timid creature. It stayed outside to watch Apothecary of Strange Flame because of the interesting plot, Olao's company, and the fact that Angor was right next door. That was why it chose not to run away. Now that it knew Angor and Olao were going out together, the Wood Spirit became even more timid. Angor sensed the Wood Spirit's uneasiness and decided to take it with him. It did not seem right to leave Dankros alone in the soundproof room. So, he closed the Apothecary of Strange Flame and brought Dankros out of the soundproof room. As for Speed Spirit, Angor did not need to worry about it. The spirit would follow them on its own. Therefore, this was also the reason why he was dragging his family with him when he went out this time. Fortunately, Wood Spirit and Speed Spirit were both in hiding. Dankros was still thinking about the plot of Apothecary of Deviant Flame, so Angor did not feel like he was taking care of a child. After leaving the inn, Angor headed to the end of the starry street without hesitation. While walking, he asked Olao about what he saw when he went out with Dorcas last time. According to Olao, Angor and Dorcas did not leave the starry street during their last trip. They just wandered around the area. They did not go to many places, but they did experience a lot of things. He ate a lot of interesting snacks. He also experienced a small auction. The theme of the auction was mechanical alchemy, so Olao saw many interesting mechanical items. Under Dorcas' persuasion, Olao bought a mechanical hat with a pair of goggles, an antenna, and a transformation function. However, Olao did not wear the hat after he bought it. When he joined the auction, he thought it looked good. But after he bought it, he felt it was a bit too exaggerated, so he did not want to wear it. When Dorcas learned about Olao's change of mood, he told Olao a lot of nonsense about cutting-edge trends. This was also the reason why Olao had changed his hair color to a myriad of colors. Aside from this, Dorcas also took Olao to a massage service. However, it was not Olao's massage, but Dorcas' sandworm. It was said that the masseuse once went to the Wildlands world for training and could use special massage techniques to stimulate the bloodline potential of monsters. Whether or not it had any effect was another matter, but after Dorcas's sandworms were massaged, their spirits and appearances had indeed changed. Oh right, Dorcas also said that he'll take me to Woody's tea room when we have time. I think it's a private gathering where we can listen to the secrets of wizards. Olao showed an expectant look when he said this. It was obvious that he loved to listen to gossip, regardless of age. However, Angor's expression changed when he heard the name of Woody's tea room. In the southern wizarding region, names like tea room or tea shop usually referred to local tea parties. Tea parties were also known to be witches' gatherings. Was Dorcas planning to change his gender by bringing Olao to the tea party? Could Dorcas become Dorcas, and Allow become Allow? Angor thought about it carefully and realized that it was possible. Dorcas was a shameless man. Last time, he turned into a red-haired woman with a hot body and skimpy clothes to observe aches from a closer distance. He was not reserved at all. He would do anything to achieve his goal. He did not mind attending a tea party as a woman at all. But, did Allow have such self-awareness? Angor did not dare to think too much. Soon, they arrived at the end of Starry Street. Last time, there were many people gathered here to discuss the attack on Billen Tree Garden. After so many days, the number of people gathered around had decreased significantly. However, the few people who remained were still talking about the attack. However, they were not talking about the attack itself. They were more concerned about the aftermath. For example, Billen Tree Garden was heavily guarded, and Supreme Cult members were lurking around the area. The only thing that comforted them was that both the Supreme Cult and the martial law were only active outside the garden. They did not enter Starry Street. At least this place was still a peaceful place. However, this was only their wishful thinking. When Angor and Allow left Starry Street and came out of the small cleaning room, they immediately sensed the change in the atmosphere. There was no one around the cleaning room. However, Angor noticed several new runes on an inconspicuous tree nearby. At first glance, they looked like tree patterns. But as a master alchemist, Angor knew that they were runes. And they were very rare runes used for observation. Someone was using the runes to monitor people entering and leaving Starry Street. It had to be the work of the Belos family. They were the only ones who dared to do such a thing. And they were the only ones who could force Lucia to accept it. After all, the attackers, Aixen and the others, came from the Starry Street. Therefore, the residents of Starry Street thought that they lived in a spotless place, but that was only an illusion. The reason why the Belos family didn't touch the Fanqing Street district was probably because of the evangelist, and the Black Earl still lived in the Fanqing Street district, so they didn't dare to touch him. Angor snapped his fingers and used an illusion to conceal himself and Allow. Then he walked out of the cleaning room. The White-type magewoths outside did not detect their aura at all. When they reached the main street of Billen Tree Garden, Angor removed the illusion and walked toward the center of the garden, the clan tree. The clan tree was not only the center of Billen Tree Garden, but also an important place for the Belos family. Almost every meeting that concerned the future of the Byron Tree Courtyard would be held in the clan tree. Normally speaking, the clan tree garden was a forbidden area that was not open to the public. Now that Billen Tree Garden was attacked, the clan tree garden had yet to be dealt with. No one was allowed to enter except for members of the Belos family. However, Angor's destination was not the clan tree garden, so he did not have to worry about the restriction. Angor and Allow chatted as they walked. Occasionally, they would check out the shops nearby to help Allow learn more about the city. Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was a spire located near the clan tree. The spire was built on top of a branch. To reach the spire, one had to climb up a 20-meter-thick vine. There were 2 rules here. First, the spire could not be closed unless there was an unforeseen danger. Nor could anyone be forbidden from entering for no reason. Second, one had to walk to reach the spire. They could not fly. As for why these rules existed, it had to do with the history and function of the spire. The spire was actually a signal tower. It was built by Floating Mech City for Billen Tree Garden. In order to maintain the signal, as well as maintain the dignity of Floating Mech City set the first rule. The spire could not be closed, nor could anyone be forbidden from using it. Since the signal tower was built by Floating Mech City for free, the Belos family had no choice but to accept this rule. However, to avoid being used by criminals, the Belos family set the second rule. Anyone who wanted to reach the spire had to walk. From the bottom to the top of the vine, the Belos family set up 3 checkpoints. They also asked a runemaster from Floating Mech City to draw a magic array that could detect hostile and malicious intent. This was enough to prevent people from using it. Floating Mech City understood the Belos family's concerns, and they also agreed that the rule could effectively protect the signal tower. Anyone who violated these 2 rules would not only be challenging the Belos family, but also offending Floating Mech City. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble near the signal tower. While climbing the vine, Angor explained to Alao how the signal tower worked and why he came here. Angor came to the signal tower because he received a message from Tree Spirit when he went to get Broy's music score in the morning. According to Tree Spirit, Mushroom Witch Regina had already contacted Portia and put in a good word for Keely. However, Portia did not say anything about Keely's matter. She only said that she wanted to talk to Angor in person. Angor left the mini signal tower to Rain. Portia did not know about the Dream Wasteland, nor did she have a login device for the Dream Wasteland. If Angor wanted to talk to Portia, he had to use the signal tower. Luckily, Billen Tree Garden already had a signal tower, which saved Angor a lot of trouble. Alao listened with great interest. He didn't know who Portia was, but he couldn't help but comment on the good deed Keely and Jibra had done, as well as the subsequent events that followed. Of course, Alao's comment was based on his standpoint. He knew Keely was Angor's friend, so he would speak from Keely's perspective. Judging from his enthusiastic comments, Alao was having a great time listening to Angor's words. They went through 3 checkpoints along the way, and no one dared to stop them. Angor did not conceal his aura, and the magic array set up to detect hostile auras did not detect anything. Therefore, even if they did not know Angor and Alao, they did not stop them. They reached the signal tower without any problems. Normally, signal towers were not very busy because only a few people could afford to use them. However, when Angor came here today, the signal tower was quite busy. He saw a lot of people wearing the same uniform. He reckoned that it was still the aftermath of the attack on the Biluan shooting. Since the outposts of major wizard organizations were destroyed, they had to keep a high number of people in order to contact their headquarters. Moreover, in the eyes of many organizations, the Biluos family had suffered heavy losses this time. It was definitely a good opportunity to get a share of the profits. There were many people who wanted to try to get a share of the profits. Maybe that was why the signal tower was so busy. While waiting, Angor did not stay idle. Using the uniform as an example, he introduced some of the organizations in the southern wizardry region to Alao. End of chapter. Angor waited until the sun was about to set. Moreover, as they waited, even more people came to the signal tower, which was enough to show how popular the signal tower was. There was also a small interlude in between. Some people who didn't follow the rules tried to cut the line. Angor thought he could enjoy a good show, but before he could bully the weak, he was stopped by his peers. Angor didn't know why at first. But he learned from other people's conversations that the Bilos family was keeping an eye on the signal tower. As long as someone caused trouble in the signal tower, such as fighting, cutting in line, destroying public property, and so on, the people of the Bilos family would immediately intervene and expel the troublemakers and their companions for the crime of violating the rules, and they would no longer be allowed to use the signal tower. In the past, the Bilos family wouldn't be so strict, nor would they care about the internal affairs of the signal tower. But now, things were different. The Bilos family was not stupid. They knew that many of the people using the signal tower were trying to contact the forces behind them to get a share of the loot while the Bilos family was weak. According to their agreement with Floating Mech City, they would not stop others from using the signal tower. However, if someone caused trouble in the signal tower, they could reasonably expel the troublemakers and stop them from using the signal tower. And no one from Floating Mech City would say anything even if they told the Bilos family about this. Therefore, the inside of the signal tower was now very safe. People were lining up in an orderly manner, and no one dared to do anything unnecessary. After all, in the eyes of these people, the Biluo clan was now in a state of being a lone wolf that had lost its pack. It was the period of crazily biting in all directions. They wanted a share of the profits, but they absolutely didn't want to be ruthlessly bitten off a piece of meat by a lone wolf that had gone to a dead end. They obeyed the rules now so that they could get more benefits later. Angor could tell that the Bilos family was in a bad situation. They were surrounded by enemies. Will the Bilos family lose power because of this, and be unable to recover from this setback? At this moment, after understanding the situation of the Bilos family, Alao asked curiously. No. Angor shook his head. Alao, why? Aren't they surrounded by wolves now? It is surrounded by wolves, but the wolves only attack animals on the ground at most. They can't do anything to the golden eagle that is not on the same track. Olau didn't understand what he meant. Angor did not explain right away. Their conversation had already attracted other people's attention. Many people looked at Angor curiously. They wouldn't care if it was just a small fry talking. But Angor was a wizard, and he didn't hide his aura at all. Even if he had changed his appearance and no one could recognize him, the judgment of an official magus was still more important than that of others. Olau seemed to have noticed the gazes of the people around him and did not continue asking. Moreover, at this moment, the door in front of them opened. Someone had finished using the signal tower and was preparing to leave. According to the order, it was finally their turn to enter. The other people in the hall all looked disappointed. They thought they were going to hear some secrets. However, not many people believed Angor's words. After all, Angor did not provide any evidence. Besides, wizards were the type who wouldn't act until they saw an opportunity. They wouldn't turn back until they hit the wall themselves. After leaving the noisy hall, Angor and Olau walked to the inner corridor of the signal tower. There were 2 rooms in the corridor. One of them was equipped with a communication device, while the other was a monitoring room. An apprentice from Floating Mech City was in charge of the monitoring room. He could monitor the situation in the room in real time through the machine in the monitoring room. Of course, he wasn't monitoring other people's conversations. Instead, he was monitoring the equipment inside the room. Once someone broke the equipment, the monitoring room would receive an alert and send out the message. This was to prevent people from intentionally sabotaging the equipment. Angor took Olau to the communication room. The inside of the room was simple. There were no machines in sight. There was only a power source that could store large amounts of magic crystals and a digital input port. Once a magic crystal was inserted and the corresponding transmission button was pressed, one would be able to contact the signal tower of a major organization. Different signal towers would require different amounts of magic crystals. For example, if one wanted to contact a signal tower in an affiliated world, the initial cost would be 500 magic crystals, and the connection would last for 5 minutes. After that, the cost would be 100 crystals for each minute. Since an affiliated world was in a different plane from the main world, the price would naturally be higher. If the signal tower was located in the main world, the cost would be much lower. Angor was currently contacting a signal tower in Floating Mech City, which only cost 30 magic crystals. The connection would also last for 5 minutes. After that, he would have to pay 6 crystals for each minute. The price was much lower, but it still cost a lot of money. Angor knew that once the signal tower was installed, it would only cost 3 magic crystals to power it up. Even if it was an affiliated world, it would only cost 50 to 100 crystals. Even if the organizations in the middle wanted to take a cut, it was still quite expensive. After activating the communicator, he undid the transformation spell and returned to his original appearance. As the communicator was activated, a screen appeared in front of him. The screen flickered for a few seconds before a woman wearing the uniform of Floating Mech City appeared on it. It was the operator of Floating Mech City. The operator's pupils changed when she saw Angor. However, she quickly calmed down and asked Angor who he wanted to transfer to in a respectful manner. Angor didn't go to Portia right away. Instead, he asked the operator to contact potion maker Mitra. He wanted to see if Mitra could help him with Keely's matter. Also, he wanted to ask Mitra about Portia's attitude. He had a general idea, and it would be better to contact Portia first. However, it was impossible for him to contact Mitra directly. Even if Angor showed his true face, it could still be a fake. There had to be a verification process, and it had to be done by Antonio. Soon, a white shadow appeared on the screen. Angor couldn't see the face clearly. He could only vaguely make out the shape of a human. It was Antonio, the guardian of the city of Floating Mech, Mr. Pat? Angor nodded. It's me. Long time no see. Antonio still couldn't confirm Angor's identity. Mr. Pat, do you still remember the number of amoeba larvae, white-cheeked realm fiends and black-cheeked realm fiends' eyes in the warehouse? Angor didn't hesitate. The last time I checked, there were 0 amoeba larvae left. They cost 25 points. The white-cheeked realm fiend's eyes cost 30 points. There were 3 left. I got 1, and now there are 2 left. As for the black-cheeked realm fiend's eyes, I don't know. I don't think I saw them in the warehouse. It's been a while, Mr. Pat. Antonio placed a hand on his chest and bowed to Angor. Angor had passed Antonio's test. Angor bowed back. Antonio's figure was much clearer than before. He still couldn't see his face, but Angor could see that he was wearing a standard tuxedo. This meant that Antonio entered the signal tower in his true form, which was a sign of respect for Angor. Mr. Pat, are you looking for a master alchemist? I can contact him for you now. Angor nodded. Yes. I need to talk to Master Mitra and Witch Portia. However, Witch Portia can wait. I would like to have a chat with Master Mitra first. Antonio did not ask any more questions. He nodded and contacted Mitra through his divine will. Knowing that Angor wanted to talk to him, Mitra quickly flew to the signal tower without hesitation. While Mitra was on his way, Angor chatted with Antonio for a while. Most of their talk was about the current situation in the research department, such as whether Mr. Muse had come out of his seclusion. Antonio didn't try to hide anything from Angor. It wasn't long before Antonio sensed Mitra approaching the signal tower. When he was about to leave, Angor stopped him. It's fine. Let's listen together. I want to know your opinion as well. Antonio didn't know what Angor wanted to ask, but as the exclusive customer service for R&D members, he nodded and stayed in the signal tower. On the other side, Mitra also entered the signal tower. When he saw Angor on the other side of the screen, his first reaction was not to greet him. Instead, he asked out of curiosity, "Hey, your destination is Billentree Court. Why did you go to Billentree Garden? Did Mr. Rain send you there?" Angor smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just here to do something, Mr. Mitra. You seem surprised. Is there something wrong with me being in Billentree Garden?" Mitra shook his head. "Nothing. But didn't you hear about the recent night attack at Billentree Garden?" Angor nodded. "I know. I was there." Mitra didn't know what to say. Angor looked at Mitra again. "The attack shouldn't have anything to do with Floating Mech City, right? Why are you so surprised?" "Not really. But all the magazines in the city have been spreading rumors about the incident. I think someone is trying to stir it up." "Stir it up? Is Floating Mech City trying to get a piece of the action too?" Mitra shook his head. "I'm sure that's not what Mr. Lawson is thinking. But you know, Floating Mech City has a lot of vassal forces, and they want to use this chance to cause trouble. Also, I heard that the Belos clan destroyed the Sky Tower registration office in Billentree Garden. That's why they're doing this." Yes, the Sky Tower registration office was destroyed. But it wasn't done by the Belos clan. It was done by the attackers. "I know about that. But it's not a problem for those who are trying to stir up public opinion. If they can turn the living into the dead, they can do the same." Mitra couldn't help but sigh. It's good that Floating Mech City has more magazines. But too much information can cause a lot of trouble in the future. Angor chuckled. Things will change. Everything would change once the Dream Wasteland came online. However, Mitra didn't know what happened in the Dream Wasteland, so he thought Angor was just trying to comfort him. It's too hard to change things. Mitra paused for a moment. Never mind. There's nothing to talk about. I just want to remind you that Billentree Garden is in the eye of the storm. Be careful there. Don't worry, I know. But I don't think it's the eye of the storm. Mitra looked at Angor curiously. Oh? From what you said, you seem to know some insider information? Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Olau. My friend asked me how to deal with the Belos clan. My answer is that the Belos clan will suffer a great loss. But not everyone can do it. Besides, the Belos clan won't fall apart because of this. Why? Mitra asked. Because the Belos family has found a new backer. The Dark Earl. Mitra didn't know about this. I heard that the Dark Earl's main body left the Noah clan not long ago. Angor nodded. That's right. The Dark Earl's main body is in Billentree Garden. As for how the Belos family managed to gain Count Dark's support, Mitra didn't ask. In Mitra's opinion, it was normal for Angor to know about Count Dark since Count Dark was a close friend of Rain. But Mitra didn't think Angor knew about Count Dark's plans, so it was pointless to ask. Mitra, so, the Black Earl is in the Byron Tree Garden. That's interesting. Is he planning to get involved in the three-way war? Mitra didn't think the Dark Earl was interested in Byron Tree Garden. The Dark Earl must have something else up his sleeve. And that something was going on in Goman Kingdom, which was currently in chaos. As one of the strongest wizards in the southern wizardry region, the Dark Earl was only one step away from becoming a legendary wizard. Goman King's action might be the key to his breakthrough. Since Mr. Monkey was keeping an eye on the situation, the Dark Earl was likely to get involved as well. Angor knew how the Dark Earl felt about the Goman Kingdom. If it was before, the Dark Earl might be interested in the Goman King's action. But now, the Dark Earl was no longer interested. After all, even Augustine, who seemed to be a miracle, had clearly told the Black Earl that his legend began in the origin world. Of course, the Dark Earl wouldn't be interested in the chaos in Goman Kingdom. However, Angor wasn't going to tell anyone about this. Angor didn't say anything to Mitra's question. Mitra didn't mind. He was just mumbling to himself and didn't expect Angor to answer. End of chapter. By the way, what do you want from me? Mitra looked at Angor again. So, what do you want from me? Angor was about to say something when Mitra interrupted him. Hold on. Let me guess. Angor stopped talking and looked at Mitra with a confused look. It sounded like Mitra already knew what he was going to say. But how? Did Mitra already know about Keely's incident? Or did Wizard Cantor already talk to Mitra about this? Mitra grinned. You want to know more about East Sea, don't you? Ever since East Sea made that declaration, the entire floating mech city went crazy. Many magazine reporters wanted to find you and hear your response. Yulia was worried that you'd be affected, so I told her that you'd handle it well. But she didn't believe me. Now look at you. You did the right thing. Huh? What did I do? Angor didn't know what Mitra was talking about. Mitra gave Angor an I get it look. You gave her the cold shoulder. You did the right thing. Look at East Sea. People are still talking about it now. But after some time, she's already gone. Those who used to be so arrogant are starting to suffer. Yeah. Now that you think about it, it makes sense. Dong Ying's reputation has never been good. This time, she issued a declaration to stop you. She also tried to stop Regina and Sterling. Look at them now. Every one of them is doing better than Dong Ying. Based on the public's impression of her, her proclamation will only cause a sensation in a short period of time. As long as you treat her coldly and ignore her, when the heat dies down, all her proclamation will become empty words. Then, after a while, you can casually publish something new. When the public accepts it, her slandering words about you seeking fame will also become a laughingstock. Mitra put on an I've seen through you look and spoke with fervor and assurance. At first, Angor didn't understand what Mitra was trying to say. But as Mitra continued to explain, Angor began to understand what he was trying to say. Mitra misunderstood Angor's intention. He thought Angor was going to give East Lion a cold shoulder, which was a perfect way to keep East Lion on the edge of the cliff. When the public opinion caused by the East Sea Declaration began to cool down, those who had calmed down would also begin to think rationally. Considering Dong Yong's past behavior and her various statements, the public would naturally understand that Dong Yong was not carrying out an academic challenge at all. She was just making trouble for no reason. Once everyone calmed down, it would be difficult for Dong Ming to stir up a storm of public opinion. This was the perfect time to contact Mitra. As long as he announced some new theories or alchemy items, he would be able to slap Dong Ming in the face. That was why Mitra was so confident and even praised Angor for choosing the right time to do so. However, he had a general idea of what was going on, but it had nothing to do with him. He heard from Black Earl that Dong Ming made some kind of declaration, but he didn't know the details. You don't know about Dong Ming's declaration? Mitra was surprised. Are you kidding? Me? Angor looked at the man standing beside Mitra. Can you tell me about Dong Ming's declaration, Antonio? Antonio remained silent for a moment. Not long ago, which Dongming sent an alchemy assistant to floating mech city and published a declaration in Complex. The contents of the declaration were, she claimed that Angor's shadow box had no alchemy value, and that Angor's alchemy skills were useless. Dongming also claimed that Angor wouldn't publish anything after joining the research department. Another reason was that Dongming wasn't present when Angor was invited to join the department. Without her vote, Angor wouldn't have been qualified to join the department. Before Angor could say anything, Olao frowned and said, that Dongming which is talking nonsense. Even Master acknowledges your alchemy skills. How can she say anything about it? Olao quickly realized that he was being too impulsive. What if Dongming was really a capable alchemist? He quickly looked at Angor and asked in a low voice, can Dongming make mystery items? I don't know. Olao lowered his voice, but he didn't try to hide it. Both Antonio and Mitra heard what he said. Danya doesn't have the ability to create a mystery item. She doesn't even have the qualifications to touch the mystery level. See? You can't even make a mystery item, so what gives you the right to criticize others? Mr. Angor already made a mystery item. Of course, Olao was referring to the unbreakable heart mirror. However, Antonio and Mitra thought that Olao was talking about Prelude to Rebirth. They weren't too surprised. Mr. Pat, and he's called Olao. Mr. Olao, you don't have to worry too much about Dongming. She's not the only one who can decide whether or not she's a member. You really don't know about Dongming's declaration? Mitra asked hesitantly. I heard about it, but I don't know the details. Mitra remained silent for a moment. So you're not here to ask about Dongming? Angor nodded. No, I'm not. But I do want to know more about Dongming. Did she come back from the Abyss Plane? Angor didn't forget what Dongming did in the Abyss Plane, especially her grudge against Madeline. In order to kill Dongming, Madeline stayed in the Abyss Plane, which left Papaya without a teacher. Also, according to the Stargazing Day prophecy, Dongming and Madeline were in a stalemate. If Dongming came back, did that mean something happened to Madeline, but didn't Mr. Rain send Skyflame Garanea to help Madeline? We don't know if she came back or not, but she hasn't shown up yet. But for now, Dongming hasn't appeared in public. All the speeches are made by her alchemy assistant. But her alchemy assistant is carrying her hand emblem, and Dongming always carries his hand emblem with him. Moreover, there are no records of this alchemy assistant entering or leaving the abyss. So, according to my speculation, Dongming should have returned from the abyss. At this point, Mitra asked curiously, why do I feel that you care more about her position than her declaration? Are you going to do something to her? I won't do it. Garanea's mission was to kill Dongming in addition to helping Madeline. Angor wasn't going to do anything to Dongming. Mitra looked at Angor carefully. I trust you, Mitra. But are you sure you don't mind her declaration at all? You didn't think about how to deal with it? Like you said, I didn't do anything about it. Well, I guess I'll just ignore it. Mitra didn't know what to say. Mitra, it seems that the cold treatment is working for now, but it's only temporary. Dongyue only sent her assistant to deliver the message. What if she comes in person? Besides, if she shows up, she has plenty of ways to make things difficult for you. So, if you want to solve this once and for all, you'd better do something else. What Mitra said was indeed possible. Although Dongying's character and reputation were not good, she was still a member of the Research and Development Department. If she showed up and started a cutting-edge research project or released a general and practical alchemy tool, it would definitely attract a lot of people and cause a sensation in the alchemy circle. If Dongming used this chance to attack Angor, Angor wouldn't be able to solve the problem by ignoring it. Still, he wouldn't care about it even if that was the case. He didn't care about people's opinions anyway. Besides, he had the Dream Wasteland as his trump card. Even if Dongming really released an alchemy item, it wouldn't be better than the Dream Wasteland. Angor didn't really care about Dongming's declaration. However, only Angor and Brute Cavern knew about it. No one else knew about it, which was why Mitra was so worried. Seeing Mitra's concerned look, Angor decided to give Mitra a heads up. Don't worry, Mr. Mitra. Even if Dongming shows up, it won't affect me too much. Besides, I'm going to release an alchemy item that combines many different techniques. He didn't tell Mitra what the item was. However, Angor's words had already made his attitude clear. The easiest way to solve this problem was to release a new item. Regardless of whether this new alchemy product was better than Dong Ming's previous products, if it was, the problem would be solved. Angor would have proven his own ability. Even if he couldn't beat Dong Ming's alchemy item, he could at least keep everyone quiet. Everyone knew that Angor was much older than Dong Ming, so it was normal that he lacked experience. As long as Angor released a new item, he wouldn't lose. Unless Angor's new item was too lame. Mitra didn't think that was possible. He had spent some time with Angor, so he knew Angor's alchemy skills very well. Angor might not be as good at apothecary, but he was definitely better at tooling than Mitra. If you're prepared, then it's fine. When do you plan to release your new item? Antonio spoke up as well. If Mr. Pat wants to release a new item, you can use the name of our department to send out invitations to all major organizations. As for the location, as long as you agree, we'll arrange it for you as well. Angor shook his head. There's no need for that. The tea party is coming soon, and I'll release my new item there. Tea party? Mitra pondered for a moment. That's not a bad idea. Mitra knew Angor wasn't talking about an ordinary tea party. It was a grand tea party. It was a great event in the southern wizarding region, where most of the witches from major organizations would gather. This event was even more important than the Stargazer Day at Starliege Temple. And it just so happened that the tea party was going to be held at Brute Cavern. Angor's new item was going to be released on his own home ground, which was a good choice. The only thing Mitra regretted was that Angor should hold his new item at the tea party's venue, which was only open to witches. Even if Mitra came, he wouldn't be able to witness the new item's release. Of course, he could also choose to disguise himself as a woman. However, there was one thing he didn't know about the tea party: most of the witches seemed to like to expose other men who disguised themselves as women. It was one of their favorite activities. Even if he turned into a woman, he wouldn't be able to escape the eyes of other witches. More importantly, his wife, Xianxia, would be there too. He didn't want to sneak in as a woman in front of Xianxia. Sigh. Mitra felt a headache coming on. Do you have something to say, Master Mitra? Angor noticed Mitra's strange expression. Mitra shook his head. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to release your new item at the tea party. Too bad Antonio won't be able to see it. It's fine. Floating Mech City will know about it, Antonio said calmly. Angor chuckled. I'll give Antonio one of my new alchemy items before the release. It sounded like a casual conversation, but Mitra and Antonio understood that Angor's alchemy item was more than one type. Since Angor could gift the item to Antonio in advance, it meant that Angor's alchemy item was more than just a single type. Was it some kind of universal item? Otherwise, why would Angor give it away? Universal wasn't a bad idea. Being universal didn't mean it was bad. In fact, it was one of the alchemy trends the R&D Institute was pursuing. Specialization and uniqueness were always good. On the other hand, universal and general-purpose items could provide additional benefits. Not only to individuals, but also to the entire R&D Institute. For example, the R&D Institute was responsible for all kinds of tools and specifications used by wizards. There were also some special instruments, such as the one used by Ness to examine Angor's soul, called the Infinite Light Instrument. These were all universal items. Once released, they would not only benefit individuals, but also the reputation of the R&D Institute. Therefore, if a member of the R&D Institute released a universal item, it would be a huge bomb for all wizards in the southern wizarding region. End of chapter. But was Angor really going to release a universal item? Mitra wanted to ask, but he was too embarrassed to do so. They were both members of the research department, after all. Asking about a new item before it was released might arouse suspicion. The reason why he said this was because he had learned from the mistakes of the past. Many years ago, there was a master alchemist who was about to release a new item. His enemies found out about the item and used it to hype it up. It wasn't that they were looking down on him. They just wanted to help him gain popularity. Everyone knew that this was a ploy to kill Angor. If the new product he brought out in the end was the same as the first one, according to the public opinion at that time, it was very likely that the press conference would become a joke. Fortunately, the master alchemist changed his item at the last minute, and it wasn't weak at all. Instead, it helped Mitra. It was a good ending, but it also caused the other members of the research department to become suspicious of other people. Before a new item was released, no one dared to ask too many questions. Of course, this wasn't a strict rule. If they felt they were close friends, they could ask each other. Considering Mitra's relationship with Angor, it wasn't a big deal for Mitra to ask such a question. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. "Mr. Pat, is the item you're going to release going to be a universal item?" Antonio asked. The reason why Antonio dared to ask was because he did not have any psychological burden. Moreover, he was the guardian deity, and Dean Muse was often in seclusion, so he had taken over a part of the city's sovereignty. If someone really wanted to ruin Angor's reputation, he could easily deal with it with his current authority. Besides, if Angor really released a universal item, it wouldn't be a bad thing to promote it. Everyone looked at Angor after hearing Antonio's question. Angor considered and nodded. "It's a universal item, but I can't make it popular yet." Of course it was. Angor already had dozens of loggers in his pocket. If he was willing to spend some time, he could easily make thousands of loggers. If this wasn't a universal item, then what was? However, other universal items all had their corresponding crafting methods. By signing a contract and paying a certain amount of credit points, one could borrow the book from the research department and gain the right to craft the item. In other words, as long as one's alchemy skills were up to standard, anyone could make it. However, Angor was the only one who knew how to make such a device. There was no such thing as crafting such a device. The most difficult part was Nightmare Dream. Other alchemists would never be able to do something like this. Sunders and Sumesh might be able to enter the dream wasteland with Nightmare Illusion, but they couldn't attach the spell to any item. Therefore, the login device was a universal tool, but because of the special refining technology, there was no way to make it popular for the time being. It's universal, but not universal? Antonio and Mitra looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. However, they did not choose to ask. They only needed to know that it was universal or semi-universal. Angor was still too young, and this was his first time launching a new product. He could not make everything popular. But it was fine. As Angor said, the product could not be made popular for now, not forever. This meant that Angor had to solve some problems in mass production. Once he was done with the product launch, he could issue a mission to the research department or ask Dean Muse for help. Leaving these minor issues aside, if Angor said that the product was universal, it was very likely that this product launch would become another historic event. With this in mind, Antonio suggested that they should hold the product launch at the research department. If such a historic event were to take place in the R&D department, it would definitely benefit the department greatly. Antonio even offered 10 credit points in an attempt to persuade Angor to change his mind. But Angor still refused. The tea party was already confirmed to be held in the Dream Wasteland, and Leona had told him many times not to announce the existence of the Dream Wasteland before the party began. In order to hold an unprecedented tea party, in order to pave the way for future tea parties to be held in the Dream Wasteland, and in order to record the other witches' expressions, Leona didn't want the Dream Wasteland to be leaked so soon. Therefore, the login device could only be used at the tea party. Besides, Antonio was looking down on him by asking him to change his mind for only 10 credit points. He also got 10 credit points when he was a judge in the Rising Star competition. Now, he only got 10 credit points to change the product launch at the research department. That was too little. But Angor misunderstood. It was not that Antonio was looking down on him. It was just that Antonio was giving him 10 credit points without completing any mission, which was already the best he could do. The research department's credit points were extremely valuable. 1 credit point could be exchanged for 10,000 magic crystals outside. In other words, 10 credit points could be exchanged for 100,000 magic crystals, which was not cheap at all. So, Mr. Pat, do you need the research department to advertise your new product in advance? Antonio asked. Angor considered for a moment and shook his head. No need. The tea party itself is a way to advertise. Angor meant that the witches would naturally understand the value of the login device when they entered the real tea party. Antonio, on the other hand, believed that Angor was using the tea party as a place to advertise. Both of them had different meanings, but the end result was the same. Antonio did not deny that the tea party was a good place to advertise Angor's new product. Since Angor had no intention of asking the research department for help, Antonio did not say anything else and stepped aside. Mitra gave Angor a thoughtful look. Looks like I have to go to the conference this time. Mitra did not say anything during the conversation between Antonio and Angor, but he could feel his emotions surging in his mind. A universal item. Angor was sure that he could use it on the exhibition stage of the research department. Mitra had created many new potions before, but each one of them took him hundreds of years to develop. Angor was too young to be able to come up with a universal item at such a young age. Mitra could not help but feel a little jealous. But at the same time, Mitra was happy for Angor. At first, Mitra planned to stay outside and wait for Angor's arrival while Xianxia transferred the footage to Angor. But now, Mitra had made up his mind. He had to go inside even if he had to shapeshift and witness this historic moment. Mitra, I'd love to talk about your new product, but I think it's better to leave the suspense until the press conference. Let's get back to business. Since you don't care about the East Sea Declaration, I assume you have something else to discuss with me? Angor nodded. Yes. I'm here because of a friend of mine. Her name is Keely. Mitra cut him off. Keely? You mean Mr. Eventide's student? Angor nodded. Mitra frowned. I think she did something wrong before. Mitra glanced at Antonio, who was standing beside him. Antonio understood what Mitra wanted to ask. During the Rising Star competition, Keely and Child of the Sea Jibra got into a fight in a public area. Many streets were flooded, including Aroma Square. Mitra clapped his hands together as if he had just remembered something. That's right. I thought the name sounded familiar. Last week, or the week before last, Xianxia mentioned her name during dinner. I think she's trying to atone for what she did to Aroma Square. She's been cleaning material storage number 1 every day. Yes, that's her. That's why I'm here, Mr. Mitra. Mitra considered for a moment. You want me to ask for mercy on her behalf? Angor nodded. Mitra considered for a moment. That's a little tricky. I can talk to the aroma wizards in the academy, but I'm not one of them. Even if they're willing to listen to me, I don't think the others will. After all, the statue Keely destroyed represents the spiritual beliefs of the aroma alchemists. Angor already knew this would happen, but he was still disappointed to hear Mitra's confirmation. Don't worry. Material storage number 1 is just a little stinky. It won't kill her. If she can really clean it up, I'm sure the aroma alchemists will forgive her. The problem wasn't that he wasn't anxious, but rather that Cantor was. Angor sighed helplessly. I know a thing or two about material storage number 1. If Keely stays there for 2 or 3 years, her soul will be tainted by the stench. She's a woman, and Angor wanted to tell Mitra that Keely's personality was a bit problematic. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to say it out loud. The issue of personality was something that his family and friends could understand, but outsiders, especially Magi, would not feel pity for him. Yeah. Xianxia feels sorry for her too. She's just a little girl, but she has to face the entire material storage number 1. She's just a target. She and Jibra did this together, and Jibra is the real culprit behind the destruction of Aroma Square. If he doesn't show up, the aroma alchemists will point their fingers at Keely. Mitra understood Keely's situation. But even he didn't think it would be easy for him to solve the problem. They were both alchemists and apothecaries, but they didn't have the same philosophy. It was unrealistic to expect Mitra to solve the aroma alchemist's grudge against Keely by himself. In fact, Mitra believed that Angor was more qualified than him to speak on this matter. After all, they were both apothecaries, but their philosophies differed greatly, which led to fierce internal strife. No one was willing to listen to another's advice. Since Angor was a tooling student, his words might carry more weight. At least tooling and apothecary didn't have too much of a difference in philosophies. I'll help. But don't expect too much, Mitra said. Angor knew how complicated Keely's situation was, and Mitra's help was limited. He decided to talk to Mitra first because he wanted to know more about Portia. Actually, Portia is the one who can help you the most. Do you want me to ask her for you? Mitra spoke up before Angor could think of a way to get more information from Portia. Antonio said, Mr. Pat must have decided to contact which Portia. Not only did he contact you, but he also contacted which Portia. You've contacted Portia as well? Mitra seemed to have realized something after hearing Antonio's words. Oh, I understand now. You're looking for me because you want me to put in a good word for you in front of Portia? Angor shook his head. Not really. I've already contacted Portia through Witch Mushroom, but she didn't say anything. She only asked me to see her. It seems Witch Mushroom wants to talk to me about something. He paused for a second. He didn't know if he should tell Mitra what he was going to say next. Mitra frowned. She wants to talk to you too? Angor nodded. Did Portia talk to you too? Mitra nodded. She asked me to do something for her. But you don't need to know about it yet. How about this? I'll stay here and talk to Portia about Keely. Mitra's reaction told Angor that Mitra knew something about Keely's situation. There was no reason for him to hesitate. Master Mitra, you're worried that Witch Portia will ask for something unreasonable from me, right? Angor asked. Like, studying the Forbidden Zone? Mitra looked up. You know about it? Angor nodded. Yes, I know a little about it. I found some special mushrooms by accident, so I invited Regina to Brute Cavern to study them. When I contacted Regina, she happened to be with Portia. At that time, I had a brief conversation with Portia alone. She asked me for information on some special mageweths. Something to do with life alchemy? Yes, sir. Mitra's expression turned serious. Did you talk to her? Angor shook his head. The runes she asked about are all very rare. I haven't found anything useful yet. End of chapter. Don't. Mitra yelled at Angor. Angor looked at Mitra in confusion. Mitra seemed to realize that he had overreacted. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Since you mentioned the Forbidden Zone of Life, then you should know that the Forbidden Zone of Alchemy is not to be trifled with. Angor nodded. Granny Fingernail told me about them. Mitra remained silent for a moment. I'm sure Granny Fingernail wouldn't omit this topic. You should know something about them. Back then, Eva went missing right in front of Granny Fingernail's eyes, and he was still trapped in the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, Granny Fingernail wouldn't simply ignore the Forbidden Zones when she mentioned them to her juniors. Since Granny Fingernail already told Angor about the dangers of the Forbidden Zones, Mitra knew that there was no point in hiding it anymore. Besides, Angor also mentioned life alchemy, which meant he already knew what Portia was trying to do. Mitra exchanged a look with Antonio. Portia didn't disclose any of her life alchemy research results. However, as long as she's involved in the Forbidden Zones, she's probably using precious materials that can't be bought outside. She can only redeem them from the magic material vault of the R&D department. Yes. Even if Ms. Portia is careful and buys them in batches, she can only delay the possibility of being discovered, Antonio added. Whatever he did, he would leave behind traces. Judging from her credit points and the material she asked people to find, we can be sure that she's secretly doing life alchemy. Does Dean Muse know about this? Antonio nodded. Yes. But Dean Muse didn't stop Ms. Portia from doing it. Mitra sighed. Life alchemy is forbidden, but it's not completely forbidden. As long as it's not forbidden, she can still do it. If Portia is still doing her research in secret, it means she's worried about something. If we point it out, she might really do what Dong Ming did, and we'll become the ones who added fuel to the fire. So, we can only ignore Portia's actions. Whether it was Mitra or the other members of the Research and Development Institute, they all pretended to be confused. Now that you know Portia is involved in life alchemy, I hope you won't interfere. Mitra gave Angor a serious look. Angor nodded. I understand. When Regina told him that Portia was working on life alchemy, he already decided not to get involved in her research. This was why Angor decided to meet with Mitra and Antonio first before meeting with Portia. Not only did he want to express his attitude, but he also hoped that they could give him some suggestions. If Portia continued to ask him to look for special magewefts, how should he deal with it? But now, he needed Portia's help, and he would feel bad if he kept doing so. Mitra and Antonio didn't help Angor to come up with a solution right away. Instead, they looked at Angor in confusion. "Didn't you say Portia didn't find the rune she was looking for?" Mitra asked. "Why does it sound like you know something about the magewef?" "I didn't find the rune Portia asked for, but I think I know where to find it." "I see." Understanding dawned on Mitra and Antonio's faces. They did not pursue the matter any further. Clearly, this was a secret. "If she really wants to use Keely to trade for the rune," Mitra said, "I suggest you don't do it." Keely only had to endure the horrible smell for a while. But if Angor really gave the rune to Portia, he didn't know what would happen to her. It wouldn't be good if Portia ended up going down the path of self-destruction just like Ivo did. As far as Mitra was concerned, Portia's personal value was far greater than Keely's. However, Angor's request was for Keely. If Mitra only suggested that Angor didn't do it, Angor wouldn't listen to them. If Portia really wanted to trade for the rune, they would at least help Angor find a way to solve Keely's problem. Mitra considered for a moment. Portia has a high status among the aroma wizards, which means she has a lot of authority in the aroma circle. If you reject her, you won't be able to find another aroma wizard to help you out. None of the aroma wizards will agree to help you out. However, aroma wizards agreed to let Keely clean up material warehouse number 1. As long as Keely can do it, I'm sure aroma wizards won't make things difficult for you. So, the best way, and the one that won't offend anyone, is to let Keely clean up material warehouse number 1. You might think we're back to square one. No, that's not it. I mean, it'll take Keely a long time to clean up material warehouse number 1 step by step. But what if we don't do it step by step? Don't do it step by step? Angor pondered for a moment and realized what Mitra was trying to say. You want me to hire someone to help? Mitra shook his head. No. You won't be able to find anyone. Besides, no one would want to do the job anyway. Even if Portia didn't mind, other aroma wizards would still make things difficult for Keely if they found out. Considering Portia's status in the aroma circle, she wouldn't be able to find anyone to help her. I mean, we can solve the problem at its root, Mitra said. The reason why Keely has to stay in warehouse number 1 for so long is that she's too slow at extracting the odor factor, Mitra said. If we can speed up the extraction process, we can shorten her time. Speed up the extraction process? Angor frowned. You can speed it up? Odor factor was a kind of energy with a special structure that needed to be stable. Any slight abnormality could cause the structure to break and the extraction process to fail. The method to extract such odor factor was the result of countless years of experience. How could it be done just like that? Mitra seemed to understand Angor's concern. It's not a spell. We'll use an alchemy item. An alchemy item? Odor factor can be extracted with an alchemy item? Angor looked at Mitra in surprise. If Mitra could really use an alchemy item to do so, it would be a great news for aroma wizards. The most troublesome thing for aroma wizards was to extract odor factor, especially from excrement. Most aroma wizards would ask their assistants or apprentices to do it for them. However, if they wanted to make the best perfume, they had to endure the discomfort and personally extract the best odor factor. If an alchemy item could be used to extract odor factor from material warehouse number 1, it would definitely drive aroma wizards crazy. Even if the extracted odor factor could not reach the best quality, it would not be a problem. Aroma wizards had ways to improve the quality of their products. Mitra saw Angor's surprised look and explained, it's not an alchemy item like you think. It was created by a member of the research department by accident. Of course, Angor knew how shocking it was to use an alchemy item to extract odor factor. If someone could really create an alchemy item that could extract odor factor from aroma wizards, every wizard who jumped into the aroma pit would have won. However, it was a pity that no one had ever refined such a universal tool. Instead, an alchemist had unintentionally refined a similar instrument. Sterling abnormal structure molecule stabilizer, Mitra explained, that's the name of the item. Its original purpose was to do microscopic research. However, since it can stabilize the structure of gas, it can be used to extract odor factor for a longer period of time. Once the odor factor is stabilized, the extraction process can be sped up. So far, there's only one of them. Also, there are uncontrollable factors during the creation process. Even if you disassemble the item, it's hard to replicate it. Since the item could not be used everywhere, aroma wizards would never consider using it. Besides, the item itself was extremely valuable. Using it to extract odor factor was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Of course, there was another reason. The owner of the item was a bit difficult to deal with. Sterling. Abnormal structure molecule stabilizer, Angor muttered. Is this Sterling the same Sterling from Punk's theme park? Mitra nodded. Yes, that's him. Angor had never met Sterling before. However, he knew that Sterling lived in Punk's theme park most of the time. Sterling was also a member of the research department, and his field of study was mechanical alchemy. However, Sterling chose a unique path in the field of mechanical alchemy. His main field was mechanical nerves. Using machinery to replace nerves was not a common idea in the southern wizarding world, but Sterling still managed to find a way to do it. He even earned himself a nickname, the Wanderer of Nerves. He had also been specially recruited by Dean Muse because he had opened up the path of mechanical nerves. With his background as a rogue sorcerer, he entered the Research and Development Institute. That was Sterling's background. Angor also heard rumors about Sterling's personality from various sources. He was a wizard who only cared about money. As long as you could pay the price, he would do anything for you. It was even possible for him to sell his body to you. Apart from Light Walker Gandalf, Sterling was the most easygoing person in the research department. Of course, you had to pay the price first. If you can borrow this machine from Sterling and give it to Keely, she'll be able to extract odor factor faster. Normally, it would take 1 or 2 years. But with this machine, the process can be shortened to 1 or 2 months, Mitra said. It was a bit of a waste to use such a high-end machine to extract odor factor. If it wasn't for Portia, Mitra wouldn't have told Angor about it. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Mitra still felt that it was more worth it to borrow this item from Sterling. Also, Mitra knew that Angor's interest in Keely had something to do with Cantor. In his opinion, Cantor would be the one paying the price. Angor only needed to send a message. So far, this was the best way to get the best of both worlds. What do I have to pay if I want to borrow this machine from Sterling? Angor asked. Mitra, Sterling's price depends on the person she wants, so I can't say for sure what she wants. But I remember that Gaziro once asked to borrow this machine from Sterling. Antonio was the middleman. Mitra looked at Antonio, who nodded. That's right. Mr. Gaziro did borrow this machine for half a year. Then, Sterling gave him 2 conditions and asked him to choose between them. First, Gaziro had to pay 20 credit points to Sterling. The second condition is that Cusilluo needs to refine 3 different types of moon silver according to Sterling's recipe. And Gaziro chose the second condition. Angor understood Gaziro's choice without Antonio's explanation. In other words, 20 credit points were worth about 200,000 magic crystals. That was a huge loss for Angor if he could only rent the machine for half a year. Besides, the credit points could be used to exchange for all kinds of rare materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. For this reason, credit points had always been priceless. The first condition was out of the question. The second condition, on the other hand, was something that Sterling had specifically designed for Gaziro. Cusilluo's nickname was Moonlight Silver because no one could surpass him when it came to controlling the alchemy material Moonlight Silver. Moonsilver was one of the basic materials used in mechanical alchemy. Gaziro's talent in Moonsilver was a great contribution to the development of mechanical alchemy in the southern wizardry region. Because of this, Gaziro became a member of the R&D department. Sterling's second condition, to put it bluntly, was to get Gusilo to custom-make 3 different types of Moonsilver. This might take some time for Gaziro, but it wouldn't be too difficult. Therefore, if he had to choose between the two, he would definitely choose the second option. Considering the price Sterling offered to Gazero, Angor would probably get the same result if he went to Sterling himself. However, Keely's machine wouldn't take half a year. Angor estimated that she could finish it in 1 or 2 months. So he only needed 10 credit points? End of chapter. Angor didn't know if Sterling would ask for anything other than credit points. However, if Portia really proposed to exchange knowledge of the life conversion Mageweth with him, he would have no choice but to ask Sterling. Yes, he was going to ask Sterling himself. As for the price, he would be the one paying for it. After all, Mr. Cantor did respond to his summon request back at the Sea of Mist. Angor had to return the favor. If I need to talk to Sterling later, can I ask Antonio to contact him? Antonio nodded. Of course. I'm sure Mr. Sterling will agree. Antonio wasn't trying to boast. In the past several hundred years, Sterling had never refused anyone from the research department who came to him. Taking advantage of other wizards was nothing compared to taking advantage of someone from the research department. If Sterling knew that Angor was looking for him, he would definitely agree. Thank you, Mr. Cantor. Antonio put a hand on his chest. Don't mention it. It's my duty to serve the research department. Angor thanked Mitra again. Mitra's suggestion seemed to be the most feasible one for now. As expected, Mitra was the right person to ask for help. Mitra smiled. Do you want me to help you when you meet with Portia? Actually, Angor was only asking for help. Besides, Portia probably wouldn't mention anything about life alchemy in front of Mitra. It sounded like a good thing, but Mitra's presence might also alert Portia. People who did bad things on the sly were usually more sensitive than others. Portia's actions weren't strictly forbidden, but they were still considered taboo by the general public. Otherwise, Portia wouldn't do it in secret. Angor considered for a moment and decided to decline Mitra's offer. He planned to talk to Portia in person. If Portia didn't agree with him at all, he didn't mind. He already got Sterling's message, so he had other options. Mitra didn't try to stop Angor from meeting Portia alone. As long as he was sure that Angor did not support Portia's decision, he would not mind meeting her alone. If Angor wasn't so young, Mitra would try to set him up with Portia. Maybe Portia would give up on her pursuit of life alchemy under the influence of love. Still, she could try other ways to stop Portia from getting close to Angor, even if it was not a good idea to bring Angor and Portia together. Although he wasn't as good as Dean Muse, he could still give it a try. Mitra said goodbye to Angor and left the signal tower while thinking about how to deal with Portia. He didn't leave right away. Instead, he decided to wait for Portia to leave so that he could contact Angor and see how far she went in the forbidden area. After Mitra left, Antonio left as well. However, before he left, Antonio helped to contact Portia. It just so happened that Portia was in the city of Floating Mech, so it wouldn't take her long to reach the signal tower. Angor looked at the empty screen and waited for Portia's arrival. Can I ask you a question? Olau looked at Angor with a curious look. Olau heard a lot of questions during their conversation, but he didn't want to interrupt them. So he waited until now to ask. Angor glanced at Olau but didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned off the communication function on the screen so that their conversation wouldn't reach the other side. Sure. Angor nodded. Olau quickly moved to Angor's side and bent down. Did you say that life alchemy is a forbidden area? Sort of. Angor took a step back and looked up at Olau. You better stay away from me. I don't like people looking at my head when they talk. The 3-meter-tall Olau was still looking down at Angor even though he was bending down. Angor didn't feel that way earlier because there was some distance between them. But now that they were in the same room, he immediately felt uncomfortable. Olau pressed down on his hat and obediently took a few steps back. Why is life alchemy a forbidden area? Angor gave Olau a puzzled look. You're interested in that? Olau scratched his hair under the brim of his hat. It's not that I'm interested. I just remember that Miss Margaret has been looking for the method of life alchemy for a while now. Everyone in Nether City knows about it. It was exactly because Olau knew this that he was very confused. 10,000 years ago, Margaret could openly search for the method of life alchemy, but how did it become a forbidden area for alchemy now? Angor was surprised by Olao's words. Margaret was looking for a way to make life alchemy? Did you get it wrong? Not life alchemy. It's bioalchemy, right? Bioalchemy was different from life alchemy. Although bioalchemy sounded a little scary, it was actually an extremely rigorous academic closed-loop discipline. Life alchemy, on the other hand, was different. It involved the most basic logic of the world, the forbidden law. Bioalchemy focused on modification, while life alchemy focused on creation. In the words of some religious fanatics, life creation belonged to the domain of gods, and humans who touched it were considered treason. Of course, wizards didn't believe in gods. But according to the experiences of countless predecessors, they were sure that the creation of intelligent life would always come into contact with the law of depth. Everything related to the law of depth was absolutely forbidden. Because of this, Toby's birth was a miracle that could never be replicated. However, wizards didn't dare to touch the forbidden area. Wizards were people who pursued the truth. For the sake of truth, they would turn into moths flying into flames. However, if one wanted to touch the absolute forbidden zone, there were two conditions, which were the entry threshold. Either you were strong enough to deal with the dangers of the law of depth, or you were knowledgeable enough to analyze the secrets of the law of depth. Anyone who failed to meet one of the two conditions and tried to reach the forbidden area would meet with a terrible end. Dying, going mad, mutating, or even disappearing without a trace. These were all the consequences of touching the forbidden area. Back then, Ivo had disappeared without a trace. Angor accidentally found him later and confirmed that Ivo had lost all his memories and turned into a plot NPC in an item out of order. But he had to admit that Ivo didn't end well. Because the research department knew how terrible the forbidden area was, they kept reminding their members to stay away from it. However, it didn't mean that there were no restrictions. Some genius magi would often take the wrong path when they found it difficult to see the path ahead. Whether it was Ivo Sprit back then or Portia now, it was the same. Olao considered for a moment and answered, "I'm sure it's not bioalchemy. It's life alchemy." Angor was surprised for a second, but he quickly calmed himself down. The answer surprised him, but it also made sense. Did something happen to the alchemy circle during the past 10,000 years? Angor considered. The alchemy circle from 10,000 years ago and the current one didn't deviate from each other in terms of research and development. However, the overall background is still a little different. 10,000 years ago, the southern wizarding region wasn't cut off from the other three realms. There were still ways to reach the origin world. At the same time, there were many legendary wizards. Angor paused. Miracle wizards would occasionally show up in the southern wizarding region. Life alchemy is a challenge, but it's not a forbidden area. The existence of legendary wizards and the absence of legendary wizards were two completely different situations. Legendary sorcerers represented powerful strength and an incomparably deep foundation of knowledge. And the threshold for exploring life alchemy just so happened to be strength as the sail and knowledge as the beacon. With such conditions, exploring life alchemy naturally wouldn't be a forbidden area. At most, it was an ordinary forbidden area. People were advised not to enter it, but no one would stop them if they did. Olao seemed to have understood something. I see. So the current alchemy circle isn't as good as it used to be? Different environments will lead to different developments, Angor replied. Angor's words sounded formal, but in fact, he had already stated the key points: environment and development. Environment referred to the overall situation. As for development, it meant a big step forward. Whether it was right or wrong, it was at least a step forward. Angor didn't think too highly of the past. John's enlightening lessons gave him a more rational mind. Comparing the good and the bad was meaningless. Everything was just another template for the development of civilization. He once talked with Frost and learned many secrets. For example, even if the other three realms didn't cut off their connection with the origin world, they still didn't make any decent progress in alchemy. Therefore, the existence of life alchemy wasn't the standard to judge the quality of an alchemy circle. Even in the origin world, life alchemy was a field that very few people would explore. It was the domain of true geniuses. Well, I'm more curious about Margaret's progress in life alchemy. Angor looked at Olao. I don't know about that. But as far as I know, Miss Margaret didn't find the method of life alchemy before the disaster at Nether City. Angor frowned. She didn't find it? She didn't find the substance transmutation magic array? Angor was sure that Margaret was an enchantment alchemist 10,000 years ago. All the alchemy books he found in Margaret's room in Nether City all proved this. Since Margaret was an enchantment alchemist, Angor knew that the life alchemy she was looking for was the substance transmutation magic array. This was also what Portia wanted Angor to help her find. However, Portia didn't know about the magic array. She only wanted Angor to help her find the relevant runes, not the magic array. I'm sure Miss Margaret didn't find it, Olau confirmed again. His words made Angor fall into deep thought. In the alchemy books he found in Nether City, there were records of magic arrays, and there was more than one. Angor knew that when the nightmare realm reflected the real world, many things would change drastically. For example, the wise lord in Nether City was just a greedy three-eyed blue demon without any intelligence. Another example was the moonlit chamber in the real world, which was where Augustine and Margaret met. However, the chamber in the nightmare realm had undergone a terrible change. According to Augustine, he once visited Nether City in the nightmare realm, but he didn't dare to enter the moonlit chamber. He couldn't even get close to it. The nightmare realm reflected reality, but it was much higher than reality. Angor knew that matter and life would be distorted horribly in the nightmare realm. But he didn't know that even knowledge could be changed. Margaret didn't find the method of life alchemy, but Angor already found the relevant substance transmutation magic array in Basics of Alchemy in the nightmare realm. And that was only the basics of alchemy. There was more than just basic alchemy in his memory. The more he learned about the nightmare realm, the more strange it felt to him. Where did this great power that could distort reality come from? Angor even wondered if the nightmare realm was the mystery itself. After all, he had only seen this kind of illogical power in mystery items. But it was unlikely that the entire nightmare realm was a mystery. Angor thought for a long time but couldn't find any reasonable explanation. He shook his head and got rid of these complicated thoughts. He was just a weak wizard. If he tried to think about a world that was way beyond his level, people would only laugh at him. Besides, high-level knowledge always had high-level traps. The best way was to stop thinking about it so that he wouldn't fall into a trap. Several minutes after Angor gave up on thinking about the nightmare realm, the screen suddenly trembled. A witch wearing a witch's veil appeared on the screen. The veil was very thin, and Angor could clearly see the witch's smile under it. "We meet again, little brother Angor." It was a familiar voice and a familiar name. Without a doubt, it was Portia. End of chapter. Long time no see, Miss Portia. Angor gave her a proper greeting. Portia took out a lace folding fan and opened it. The fan was decorated with a poker pattern that was quite popular in floating mech city these days. Portia opened her folding fan and covered her lips with a smile. "Was it long? Why do I feel like the last time we met was just yesterday?" Maybe Miss Portia was too engrossed in her research and forgot the time? Angor put on a serious look. Portia chuckled but didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Olau, who was standing beside Angor. "Hey, is this big boy your new assistant?" "Sort of. His name is Olau, and he'll be working with me on my alchemy research for a long time." But Olau was still a subject for research. Portia raised her eyebrows. "So, little brother Olaf is someone you think can be trusted?" Both Antonio and Mitra had noticed Olau, but they didn't ask him about his identity. Portia, on the other hand, asked about Olau right away, which meant she didn't trust Angor that much. She could try to trust Angor because he was a member of the research department, but she couldn't trust anyone else around Angor. Antonio and Mitra, on the other hand, trusted Angor, so they also trusted Olau. It was easy to tell who was close or distant. Angor didn't mind. He didn't have much contact with Portia anyway, so it was normal for her to be cautious. "Yes, he's someone I can trust. Olau might look young, but he's actually quite old." Angor paused for a moment before continuing, "Olau might look young, but he's quite old." In other words, Olau wasn't a little boy at all. But Portia didn't think so. She chuckled. "Age doesn't matter. It's the soul that matters. His eyes tell me that he's still as naive and ignorant as ever." She wasn't being sarcastic. Olau was indeed old, but he spent most of his time in his poetry room. He couldn't even enter the mirror domain. The past 10,000 years were like a dream to him. His mental age should be calculated in terms of 10,000 years. If that was the case, she might not be older than Portia. Today's theme isn't Olau, is it? Angor considered for a moment and decided not to refute. Portia chuckled. Of course not. Since you're so eager, shall we get to the point? Angor nodded and mumbled, can you remove the suffix behind my name? Portia closed her fan with a smile and nodded elegantly in the direction of the screen. You can't. When your strength surpasses mine, I will change my words. Angor was speechless. Everyone was clearly an alchemist, what was the point of looking at strength? Let's look at their skills. He knew that he was not as good as Portia when it came to alchemy skills. After all, Portia was a bona fide master alchemist, unlike him, who had joined the Research and Development Institute through the back door by refining semi-mystical items. Not to mention that Portia was the most talented master alchemist in the Research and Development Institute other than Muse. In terms of breadth of knowledge, she was definitely better than Portia. But in terms of depth, that was a different story. But there was no point in saying that now. Portia did not want to talk about alchemy skills with Angor. She only wanted to use her own strength to intimidate him. He was weaker than Portia, after all. According to the rules of the Southern Wizarding region, he had no choice but to accept the title. Angor sighed. Fine. Whatever. Seeing Angor's reaction, Portia's smile grew wider. However, it did not last long. When Angor took the initiative to talk about Keeley, Portia's expression slowly returned to normal. That's what happened. Angor explained Keeley's story to Angor. Portia chuckled. It's similar to what Regina said. You seem to care a lot about this Keeley. Angor only smiled and did not say anything. He knew this kind of topic too well. Whenever a senior talked about women, they would most likely talk about their feelings. If it were Rain, he would already be thinking about how to arrange a match. But if it were someone like Portia, who liked to entertain others, she would probably want to hear some gossip. If Portia only heard 30% of the gossip, she would be able to tell 90% of it during a tea party. So it was better to keep his mouth shut. He was willing to listen to other people's gossip, but he did not want to become one of them. Portia did not force Angor. She quickly changed the topic. I already have some ideas about how to help Keeley out of her current predicament. But we'll talk about that later. I want to talk to you about something else. Sure. Angor looked calm on the surface, but he was thinking in his mind. What's going to happen, will happen. Portia had sent a message to him through Regina, saying that she wanted to meet him. She must have something to tell him. Furthermore, it was very likely that they wanted to use Keeley's matter to make a deal with him. Considering Portia's recent actions, it must have something to do with life alchemy. I want to ask you to make a hat for me, Portia said in a small voice. I'm sorry, I haven't. Angor wanted to say that he had not found a rune yet. But halfway through, he stopped. A hat? Angor looked at Portia in confusion. Huh? This was not what he expected. Portia wanted to ask about life alchemy runes. Portia nodded. Yes. I want to ask you to make a hat for me. Why? You look surprised. Angor quickly shook his head. No, I'm not surprised. I just didn't expect you to ask me to make a hat for you, Miss Portia. As far as I know, Master Matthew and Master Cusilo are both in Floating Mech City. If you want a hat, you can go to them. Gold Clairvoyant Matthew and Moonlight Silver Cusilio were both members of the Research and Development Department, and they were both masters of the School of Tooling and Synthesis. In terms of alchemy, they were definitely the best in the southern region. Angor was also a member of the R&D department, but it was impossible to say that his alchemy skills were better than Matthew and Cusilo's. This was the consensus of the entire alchemy circle. How old was Angor? How old were Matthew and Cusilo? In terms of knowledge, Angor was definitely not as good as the latter two. Angor wondered why Portia wanted to ask him for alchemy. Was there something going on between Portia, Matthew, and Cusilo? Portia said, of course I have to consider who I'm looking for. In other words, she did consider Matthew and Kusilo, but she still chose Angor in the end. Angor frowned. Can you tell me why? Why do you want me to make something for you? The reason why he wanted to know the reason was because he wanted to know what Portia valued. Portia must have asked him to make something for her. But what was it? Moreover, not to mention Portia, even if his other close friends asked him to refine a tool, he would ask for the reason. It was a matter of principle. Portia, sure, but the answer I give you might be absurd. Ridiculous? Angor asked, so it's fake? Portia shook her head. No. That's the real reason. But it might sound ridiculous. Angor didn't interrupt her. He looked at Portia and waited for her explanation. Portia tapped her forehead with her fan as if she was sorting out her words. After a while, she said, the hat I asked you to refine is not for me, but for someone else. You should know her. She's called Dorais. Dorais? Angor was a little surprised. A young girl wearing a big hat flashed in his mind. Angor did see Dorais before. In fact, he even talked to her. To be more precise, Dorais came to him first. It was the Rising Star competition. As a referee, Angor didn't go to every match. When he wasn't a referee, he would watch a few matches from time to time. Once, when he, Leon, and Silam were waiting for a match to start, a young girl wearing a very exaggerated Sinan hat came to them. It was Dorais, one of the contestants in the Rising Star competition. Maybe it was because Dorais came from Summerdew Ridge, but her temperament was very contradictory. It was obviously the most innocent expression, the most pure appearance, but it was often the most vicious and cruel words that came out of it. Her eyes were always filled with bloodlust, her cheeks were flushed, and her lips were always curled up in a faint smile as if she was mocking the world. She looked like a sickly woman. She had the same personality as the basket witch from Summerdew Ridge. Dorais came here because Angor mentioned Shadow Swan when talking to Silam. As for Swan, she was from Summerdew Ridge. Dorais looked at Angor with her sweet eyes. Are you curious about Swan, sir? I have some inside information about her. I can give it to you. Of course, Dorais wasn't offering the information for free. She wanted something from Angor. Dorais pointed at the hat Angor was wearing. I only want one of your hats, sir. If my sister were to wear your hat, she would definitely look very pretty. Next, Dorais mentioned something strange, such as her sister's dream to build a hat museum. Her sister's wish was her own wish. Dorais pointed at an empty seat nearby and said she wanted to introduce her sister to Silam. However, there was no one there, not even her sister. It was as if Dorais was living in her own world, and she was imagining a sister who ordered her to search for hats. It wouldn't have been a big deal if she had only looted the hats, but she was used to chopping off her opponents' hats together with their heads. In her opinion, a hat museum needed models to display hats, and a human head was a natural model. Dorais was one of the cruelest contestants in the Rising Star competition. Of course, Angor refused Dorais' request in the end. When he mentioned Shadow Swan, it was purely because he saw that she was also in the audience, so he casually explained to his brother Leon. He didn't want to know more about Swan, so he didn't need to trade with Dorais. After that, he never thought about Dorais again. But he didn't expect to hear Donley's name from Portia's mouth after such a long time. Last time Angor rejected Winterice's offer. But this time it was Portia who wanted to trade with him. You know Dorais, Miss Portia? Angor already knew Dorais' desire for hats. But he didn't understand why Portia would help Dorais. I've only met Dorais a few times. But I'm quite familiar with her teacher. Her teacher? You mean Basket Witch Summerdew? Portia nodded. Yes. You know Dorais, don't you? Dorais once asked me to buy a hat, but I refused. The reason she asked me for the hat is that she hopes to build a hat museum. Ms. Portia said before that the answer you gave would be absurd. Don't tell me that hat museum is the answer? No, but it does have something to do with her sister, Portia said. Her sister? Angor was a little surprised. She really has a sister? Portia shrugged. I don't know. I didn't see her sister. But Dorais and Summerdew both said she has a sister, so let's assume she does. Angor frowned. He wanted to ask something, but he didn't know where to start. He kept looking at Portia and waited for her to continue. It all started with Summerdew, Portia said. Following Portia's explanation, Angor was able to get a general idea of what happened. To put it simply, Portia had something she needed which Summerdew's help with, and which Summerdew's condition was for Portia to prepare a hat for Dunais. Portia didn't think it was that hard to prepare a hat. Moreover, it was to prepare a hat for an apprentice. That was even easier, so he agreed. However, when Portia talked with Dorais, she realized that things were going in a different direction. Summerdew said she was going to prepare a hat for Dorais, but Dorais said the hat was for her sister. Also, Dorais said that her sister wanted Granny Fingernail or Angor to make the hat for her. Well, let's not talk about that for now. What made Portia speechless was that she couldn't see Dorais' sister at all. Even though Dorais said her sister was right next to her, Portia still couldn't see her. Portia thought Dorais was lying, but after using Word of Truth, she realized that Dorais was telling the truth. If Dorais said she wanted the hat, Portia wouldn't mind. But when Dorais insisted that her sister wanted the hat, Portia didn't know what to say. Besides, Dorais also said that she wanted to talk to her sister before making the hat. It was normal to talk to someone before making an alchemy item. However, to refine a hat for an invisible sister and even communicate with her, even Portia felt that this was absurd. But this was the real reason. That's how it is. Portia tapped her forehead with her fan. As you know, Granny Fingernail has left the southern wizardry region. It's impossible to ask her to make the hat for us. So, according to Sister Dorais, you're the only one I can reach out to. At this point, Portia chuckled. I was thinking about how to contact you, but I didn't expect Regina to come to me while I was troubled. You should know what happened after that. Portia was looking for Angor, and Angor happened to be looking for Portia, which led to today's meeting. What a coincidence. Angor raised an eyebrow. Portia waved her fan with a smile. Since it's a coincidence, do you want to accept my request? Angor considered for a moment. Is this a deal? Freeing Keeley in exchange for his help in making the hat? If you want it to be a deal, that's fine too. Well, if you want to solve Keeley's problem, I have two plans. One of them can be used as an exchange. Angor was surprised. What do you mean? Based on what Portia said, one of the plans could be obtained without exchanging any conditions. If that was the case, wouldn't it be better to just choose this option? Portia seemed to have noticed Angor's confusion. You'll understand once you hear my plans. Next, Portia explained her plan to solve Keeley's problem in detail. The first plan didn't require any deal. Portia directly ordered the dean of Ashley Academy's fragrance department to cancel Keeley's mission and revoke the ban on her. This was the plan Angor came up with to solve Keeley's problem in the first place. Back then, Angor thought that Portia might use this plan to make a deal with him. But now, it seemed that Portia wasn't going to use this to threaten him. Angor began to doubt himself. Did he think too much of Portia? Or was Portia doing this for another reason? Portia didn't explain too much about the first plan. Instead, she went straight to the second plan, which could be used as a deal. The second plan is that I won't solve the problem in person, but I can teach Keeley a special extraction method in private. The extraction speed of this extraction method is about the same as the general extraction method, but the amount of extraction is much more than the previous extraction methods. In other words, if Keeley learns this method, she'll be able to clear material storage number 1 much faster. As for this method, it's my own invention. I never taught it to anyone else. I'll give you this method in exchange for a hat for Dorais. What do you think? Angor's expression changed when he heard Portia's second plan. Portia's solution also included the option of accelerated extraction. Sure enough, all master alchemists had the same idea. Portia and Mitra had the same idea. But what's the difference between this plan and asking Angor's help? Borrowing equipment from Sterling would cost him credit points. Asking Portia for the extraction method would cost him an alchemy opportunity. Either way, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Angor decided that the first plan was better. But why did Portia choose the first option and help him unconditionally? while the second option offered a trade. Was this bias because Portia felt that she had sacrificed more for the second plan? Indeed. Giving out a special extraction method would cost a lot. But the first plan didn't cost her anything. All she needed to do was to give an order. No, wait. Angor considered carefully. If Portia chose the first plan, she would have to pay a price as well. She would have to give up her reputation. Or rather, her reputation. She used her reputation as a guarantee to get Keely out of trouble. The people in the fragrance circle were willing to agree because of Portia. Such an intangible sacrifice might cost more than a tangible one. After all, it was hard to build up a reputation, but it was easy to lose it. Besides, Keely destroyed the spiritual faith of the fragrance wizards. Even if Portia could use her reputation to get Keely out of trouble, it would still cause some fragrance wizards to hold grudges against her. Most of the time, the decisive factor that influenced the collapse of a building might not be the cracked earth or a violent disaster, but an inconspicuous breeze. Part of the fragrance wizard's grudges came from such a small gap. At first, nothing would happen. But as time went by, whenever something happened to Portia, the grudges would gather together and become the straw that broke the camel's back. Using one's reputation as a guarantee might cost more than a tangible sacrifice. But why didn't Portia use this plan to make a deal with Angor? Because she could get more out of it if she didn't do it. An intangible sacrifice. How much she would have to pay was an unknown. Naturally, the price she would have to pay was also unknown. There was only one unknown Angor could think of, and that was, a favor. The first plan didn't seem to require anything in return, but Portia's intangible sacrifice was more than enough for Angor to owe her a favor. And a favor was the hardest thing to pay back. Portia didn't ask Angor for the rune for life alchemy. But what if she asked for a favor in the future? The first plan seemed simple, but it was actually a huge trap. The second plan, on the other hand, would have a clear price and everyone would go their separate ways without owing each other anything. Maybe the second plan was better. Angor's mind was starting to change. He preferred the first option at first, but now, he was seriously considering the second option. The second plan seemed slower, but learning the special extraction method would benefit him for the rest of his life. Besides, it was possible to solve the slow problem of the second plan. He needed the special extraction method as well as Sterling's machine. These two methods didn't conflict with each other, so he could use them at the same time. Once they started working together, Keely would probably need less than half a month, or even less than a week to completely clear out Material Warehouse 1. That was definitely not slow. However, to achieve such speed, Angor would have to pay a great price. You seem to have some doubts? Portia suddenly spoke up. Angor didn't deny it. Yes, I do. Portia didn't ask about it. Instead, she asked, do you think it's better for me to remove Keely's punishment, or for Keely to achieve her goal and gain the favor of the fragrance circle? The latter. Portia chuckled and didn't say anything else. But Angor knew what Portia was trying to say. She was reminding Angor that Keely didn't only need to remove the punishment, but also the prejudice against her from the entire fragrance circle. Portia could, in a word, remove Keely's punishment, but it would only remove the punishment, not the prejudice. In fact, it only increased the prejudice. If Keely cleared Material Warehouse 1 with her own effort, at least, in other people's eyes, it would be her own effort. This was the best way to remove both the punishment and prejudice. This was why Portia used this method to negotiate with Angor. Not only would Portia have to use the special extraction method, but it would also solve Keely's problem. At this point, Angor's choice was clear. The second option was definitely better. Apart from the reasons mentioned earlier, Angor also considered Keely's own opinion. The reason why Keely had decided to clean up Material Warehouse number 1 was because she felt that she had implicated the allies of Lilith's house. Also, she didn't want Cantor to help her because she had a psychological problem. If he wanted to solve this problem, he couldn't just deal with the punishment alone. Keely's psychological factor had to be taken into consideration as well. Keely didn't care about the prejudice of the fragrance circle, but she cared about the attitude of Lilith clan's affiliated clans, and those affiliated clans cared about the prejudice of the fragrance circle. In the end, prejudice was definitely one of the factors that affected Keely's mental state. There was only one way to solve this problem. If I have to choose, I'll use the special extraction method. Angor didn't give a definite answer right away. Instead, he added an if because he had other options. He could also use Stirling machines to solve Keely's problem. Of course, it was better to use both methods at the same time. However, the second option involved an unforeseen variable, Donnelly. Angor needed to know more about Donnelly's alchemy before he could decide whether to accept the task or not. In particular, Donnelly's claimed that it was her sister's request that the hat be refined, which made the drama of the hat even more unpredictable. Angor preferred the second option, but he couldn't make a decision without knowing more about Donnelly's alchemy. If you really want to make a hat, you should at least tell me what happened to her sister, Angor said. Miss Portia, do you know anything about Donnelly and her sister? Pondering for a long time, Portia opened her mouth and said, I don't know more about Donnelly's than you do. But her sister is indeed a problem. Dawn Liz has said many times that her elder sister is behind her. But I can't see her sister. According to the results of Word of Truth, Donnelly didn't lie. But I still didn't believe that she had a sister with her. That's because the power word technique can only detect normal people. If a mentally ill person with delusions imagines that her sister is by her side and she believes that her sister is real, then the power word technique won't be able to detect the truth. In other words, when Portia and Donnelly's first met, she treated Donnelly's as a mental patient. It was only after Portia contacted the Summerdew Witch that she changed her mind a little. Witch Summerdew might appear to be crazy, but that's only because her brain works differently from others. As long as you understand her brain, you will be able to understand her thoughts. I've known Summerdew for many years, and we've been doing a lot of business recently. So, I can roughly understand her behavior. Portia said, from the details which Summerdew showed me, I can confirm one thing. She's very supportive of Dorai's decision to make the hat. It doesn't look like she's supporting Donnelly herself. She's supporting an unknown entity. She's Donrat's sister? Portia nodded. Yes. That's what I thought. Witch Summerdew has given her full support for Sister Dorai's decision. Because of this, I'm beginning to doubt my previous judgment. Maybe Donnelly really does have a sister, but we can't see her. Portia sighed and looked at Angor. I know it's a little ridiculous. However, I asked Witch Summerdew about it, and the answer she gave was yes. Witch Summerdew has also acknowledged the existence of Dunai's sister. I don't believe in Donnelly, but I do believe in Summerdew. Portia didn't find any clues about Donnelly's sister so far, but she was inclined to believe that such a person existed. Can the others see Dunai's sister? As far as I know, no one can see her. Even. Portia hesitated, as if she didn't know if she should continue. In the end, she said what she didn't finish, I even think that Summerdew can't see Dorai's sister either. Summerdew can't see Donnelly's sister either? Angor was surprised. Portia nodded. Yes, I've observed Summerdew. Every time she faced Dorai's, her eyes would wander. In the end, her eyes never settled on a single spot, as if she was looking for something, but she couldn't find it. So I think Summerdew used some other method to confirm Donnelly's sister's existence. But just like everyone else, she can't see Donnelly's sister either. If that's the case, why is Summerdew so supportive of Sister Dorai's decision? Portia took out her folding fan and waved it. I don't know. Maybe there's something special about Donnelly's sister that we don't know about? Witch Summerdew happened to discover her uniqueness. Why don't you talk to Sister Donnelly's in person? Is Donnelly in Floating Mech City? Portia nodded. She hasn't left since the Rising Star competition ended. Many apprentices didn't want to leave the Endless Corridor because of it. Not to mention Donnelly, even the contestants from the Rising Star competition didn't want to leave. Even his brother, Leon, was still in Floating Mech City. He couldn't enter the Endless Corridor, but he could still use the Sky Tower to gain experience. Since Donnelly's was still in Floating Mech City, he nodded and decided to talk to her. Portia smiled and said, then I'll inform her now. Angor hadn't agreed yet, but his willingness to meet with Winter Eyes was enough to tell her what he was thinking. As long as Donnelly's sister didn't ask for too much, Angor would probably agree. Portia knew that Angor would owe her a favor if he chose the first option. But right now, she was more interested in getting the material from Summerdew. As long as she could get the material, she would be able to make great progress in her research. Even if Angor couldn't find the rune, her research would continue. Yes, Portia still remembered asking Angor to help her find the rune. However, she didn't ask Angor about it today. The reason was simple. She had been looking for the rune herself, and she knew how difficult it was to do so. She didn't think Angor could find it in such a short time. Also, according to Master the Ran of Breezy Valley, the rune never appeared in the southern wizardry region for nearly 1,000 years. To find it, one had to go to the origin of the runes, the Abyss Plane. Portia already learned from Regina that Angor never left the southern wizardry region recently. If he stayed here for such a short time, he probably couldn't find the rune yet. Therefore, Portia didn't plan to ask Angor about the rune this time. Angor was worried that Portia would use his favor against him, but it was pointless. About half a minute later, Portia looked up and said, "I couldn't reach Dongliz. But I heard from Antonio that she went to the endless corridor for half an hour. According to the time she usually takes to clear the level, she should be out in about 5 to 10 minutes. Should we wait for her?" Angor nodded. 5 to 10 minutes wasn't too long. Moreover, the endless corridor was close to the Sky Tower, and the signal tower wasn't far from the Sky Tower. It wouldn't take long for Donley to arrive. While waiting for Dunai's arrival, Angor and Portia chatted casually. He was worried that Portia would mention runes, and he even thought about what he should say if Portia mentioned runes. However, Portia seemed to have forgotten about the Mageweth and did not mention it at all. They mostly talked about the recent gossip of the research department, as well as how floating Mech City's popular poker games, movie boxes, etc. She also joked about how Angor caused a small cultural revolution. However, Portia's mind was always jumping around. Even when she was talking with Angor, she always ended up with completely different sentences. For example, she just said, "There's a new poker game that allows 22 people to play at the same time. But if you want to get so many players, you'll have to go to Elysium." A 22-person poker game? He remembered talking to Shirley about some poker games, but he didn't remember hearing anything about a 22-person poker game. Was it a new game? While he was thinking about poker, Portia changed the topic again. "Speaking of Elysium, have you heard about it? According to the prophecy from the stargazing sun, the Elysium will be turned upside down by a returnee. That's why Elysium has been shrinking like crazy. That mean Witch Honeybud is now as cautious as a mouse in an underground tunnel. Even the slightest disturbance can scare her. She's always bothering Mr. Lawson, trying to get floating Mech City to deal with the so-called returnee. I think she's crazy. Mr. Lawson won't mess with a top-tier wizard for no reason. She wants to seduce Mr. Lawson with her beauty? Look at Mr. Lawson's body. I think he replaced all his body parts with machines except for his head. He can't even get hard. How can he lust after your beauty? What a joke." Angor was speechless. "I think I just heard something strange. Do you witches really like to gossip so much? Aren't you afraid of Mr. Lawson's retaliation?" Portia continued, but Elysium still saw the opportunity to make money under such circumstances. They even opened their poker house and invited Shirley to perform a magic show. I have to say, some of them have a good sense of smell. They already earned a lot of magic crystals from their poker house in just a few months. Even if other people tried to copy them, they wouldn't be able to do it on such a large scale. Portia sighed and changed the topic. "Oh right, speaking of making money, apart from poker cards, your drama box is also very popular these days. But Elysium dares to touch poker cards, but they don't dare to touch your drama box. Do you know why?" Angor was about to answer when Portia beat him to it. "Because they can't find a good source." Angor swallowed the words he was about to say. He felt that Portia didn't need a conversation partner at all. She only needed someone to listen to her words. Recently, there are more people who can refine stage play boxes than before. But I bought a few, and they can't compare to yours at all. Whether it's in terms of realism, plot, or even the language you used in your classes, they all can't compare to yours. Even if Elysium wants to open a grand theater, they can't get their hands on a quality box that can be recognized by everyone. Unless they can buy a box like yours. But you can't find one on the market anymore. Even if there is one, it'll be snatched up immediately. they can't get their hands on it. As far as I know, they were planning to find you directly. It's just that they couldn't find you. Portia looked at Angor with a teasing smile. You're doing great now, aren't you? A bunch of beautiful witches are eyeing you. Are you happy? Angor didn't know what to say. About the drama box, I have another secret. Portia continued, I heard that Sterling is also working on a drama box, and she's using your name. Angor wasn't going to say anything and just listen to Portia. But when he heard about Sterling and how it was related to him, he couldn't help but ask, my name? He didn't even know Sterling. Portia nodded. That's right, it's your banner. However, he didn't do anything bad. He just used the excuse that he's your colleague. Furthermore, he has a shadow box that you refined and used it to recruit many talents in the illusion department. She's doing this because she wants to find a way to mass-produce drama box, and, she's just trying to make money. That's very Sterling. According to Portia, Sterling probably wanted to duplicate Angor's box and mass-produce it to make a fortune. However, do you think you can recruit an illusionist just by using my name? What kind of logic is that? Angor was a little confused. Was it really that easy to find illusionists? And it didn't make any sense at all. If these illusionists really wanted to join Sterling because of Angor, why didn't they just join Phantom Island? Even if Phantom Island had some requirements, they could have just joined Brute Cavern first. Angor didn't understand. Portia didn't either. Anyway, that's what I heard. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I don't know. If you're really curious, you can go and see Sterling yourself. I'm sure he won't refuse. Angor finally understood what Portia meant. So it was just a rumor. It was normal for rumors to be exaggerated. The truth was that Sterling didn't find illusionists using Angor's name. Sterling must have found them using other methods. Still, using Angor's name was much more attractive, especially when Angor was the center of attention right now. This kind of publicity was even more eye-catching. After chatting for a while, Portia moved on to something more serious. For example, just like Mitra, she also paid attention to Angor's situation after learning that he was in Billen Tree Garden. She also talked about East Igor's matter. Her suggestion was similar to Mitra's. East Igor didn't show up in person. Angor didn't need to respond at all. However, East Igor's declaration was also a landmine. As a member of the research department, Portia's words carried as much weight as Angor's. She also had more connections than Angor. If Angor wanted to secure his current position, he had to find a way to get past East Igor. Portia was worried about Angor's decision at first. However, when she learned that Angor already had a plan and was going to announce his new product at the tea party, she didn't ask about it. She would definitely go to the tea party, and she would know when she saw it. However, Portia still added, it's a good time to announce your new product at the tea party. Brute Cavern is where the party will be held, so it'll be easier for you to control public opinion. But you can't let your guard down because East Igor might be there as well. Even if your new product can't be accepted by East Igor, you should at least try to convince the other witches. Otherwise, if East Igor really shows up to challenge you, your plan might backfire. In other words, Angor's new product couldn't be too weak. He had to rely on the quality of his product to convince the other witches instead of using his identity as the host. Angor understood this, but he wasn't worried about it at all. The Dream Wasteland might not be able to convince everyone right away, but its appearance would definitely become a turning point in the history of the southern wizarding region. It wasn't Angor who said this. It was the Watcher. If even the Watcher thought so, there was no need to mention the other witches. But Portia's reminder reminded Angor of something that he had overlooked before. East Igor might really come to the tea party. Angor thought that East Igor wouldn't come because of Madeline. Now that he thought about it, East Igor was more likely to come. Besides, East Igor was a guest of the tea party and a master alchemist. As the host, Brute Cavern wouldn't dare to do anything to East Igor. They even had to ensure her safety. If Angor confirmed that Garanea tried to kill her in the Abyss Plane, East Igor might use this as an excuse to cause trouble. If that happened, Brute Cavern would be held back. Perhaps Angor needed to tell Leona about this in advance so that East Igor wouldn't cause any trouble. About 15 minutes later, Portia received Antonio's message that Dongli had arrived at the signal tower. Following a series of footsteps, Dongli walked into the range of the light screen. She was wearing a delicate black princess dress and a very pompous Sinan hat on her head. The top of the hat was shaped like a cone with iron wires inside. The brim of the hat was secured by a golden ring, and the front of the hat was covered with dark velvet with silver gauze. Her outfit was already exaggerated enough, but her movements were even more exaggerated. Her entire body was like a delicate puppet. When she walked, the feeling of twisting, stiffness, and sluggishness assaulted his senses. Every movement of hers was extremely disharmonious. It was as if someone was manipulating an invisible string behind her, pulling her in front of him. But this sense of puppet déjà vu only appeared when she was moving, and when she was still, her expression was less rigid than before. However, she did not return to her normal appearance. Instead, she tilted her head and used a sweet voice to say cruel words that outsiders could not understand. Judging from the direction of her head, she seemed to be talking to someone behind her. But there was no one behind her. If there was someone behind her, it could only be her non-existent sister. When she stood still, she turned around and bowed to Portia and Angor with her soft voice. "Sir, did you ask me to come here because you agreed to make the hat for me? My sister can't wait to see her new hat." Dongli looked at Angor impatiently. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he carefully thought about Dongli's behavior since she came in. Earlier, he had felt that Dongli's actions were weird, but if there was really someone behind Dongli's, her previous weird behavior could be explained. Also, from the way she looked at Dongli, Angor could tell that she really believed there was a sister around her. It was just that she was the only one who could see her sister. "If you want me to make the hat, you need to answer a few questions," Angor said in a low voice. With a wronged expression, Dongli murmured in a low voice, "So, you have a condition. My sister wants the hat that you make so much." "Fine, fine. Since Milord asked me to answer a question, I'll answer it. I love answering questions the most, and so does my sister." A second ago, Dongli's was still pretending to be aggrieved, but the next second, she began to shake her head and smile with misty eyes. Angor ignored Dongli's act. "First question. Why do you want me to make the hat? Can't someone else do it?" She raised her hand without hesitation. "I know how to answer that question." Angor frowned. Before he could say anything else, Donglitz turned to the air and said, "Sister, can I answer the question?" Angor and Portia exchanged a glance on the other side of the screen. They didn't say anything and simply watched down its monologue. Several seconds later, Dongli smiled and looked at Angor. "So you agreed, sister. Can I answer now?" "Sure." Donglitz tilted her head and spoke in a proud tone, "Because my sister told me that I can only choose between Granny Fingernail and Mr. Pat." "What's the reason?" "You need a reason to choose me or Granny Fingernail, right?" "Reason?" Donglitz was confused. "My sister told me to look for someone, and that's who I should look for." "That's the reason." Angor felt like slamming the door and leaving. "What's the point of not answering the question?" Portia helped Donglitz. "I don't think Mr. Pat wants you to answer. He wants your sister to tell him why he can only choose between Granny Fingernail and Mr. Pat." Portia knew that she couldn't beat around the bush when talking to Donglitz. She had to point out the main point of the question and who she was asking. Otherwise, Donglitz would waste the whole day talking nonsense. "You're asking me about my sister. All right then." Dongli shrugged, as if she were distracted from the conversation. After 2 minutes of acting, Portia finally broke the silence. "Did your sister answer?" Portia asked. Donglitz nodded. "She did." Pausing for a moment, Dongli suddenly blinked her eyes. "Did you not hear it, my lords?" "No, we didn't." Portia said, "You should know that not everyone can hear and see your sister, so if she says something, you'd better relay it to her." "Is that so?" Dongli's lowered her head and was silent for 2 seconds. Then, she suddenly raised her head and smiled brilliantly. "If you want me to convey my sister's words, sure, you have to trade with me." Donglitz looked like a kitten who just caught a fish. She made a 2 gesture at Angor and said, "I want a hat as well. One for me, and one for my sister. 2 hats in total." Angor rubbed his swollen temples and sighed. He then signaled Portia with his eyes that he wouldn't want to talk to Dongli anymore if she kept talking like this. At worst, he would reject both of Portia's conditions and contact Sterling directly. Portia knew what Angor was thinking. She put away her fan and looked at Downitz. You want an extra alchemy item just because I told you about it? You don't get it so easily. Dong Lizi looked at Portia seriously. It's not a cheap deal. I'm the only one who can help my sister. It's what I deserve. Donglitz was implying that since Donglitz did the work, she deserved to be rewarded. It sounded reasonable, but it didn't make any sense at all. They were the ones asking for help. But now, Donglitz was acting like a noble who had to beg for help. Portia wanted to reason with Donglitz, however, looking at Donglitz's stubborn look, she realized that it was very difficult for Donglitz to change her mind after knowing Donglitz for so long. She pondered for a moment and said, "Does your sister think so too?" She agreed that you can ask for a ridiculous price as long as you tell her what you want. Portia considered and decided to ask Donglitz's sister first. Donglitz's sister must have her reasons for asking Angor and Granny Fingernail to make the hats. If Donglitz's sister had a bit of common sense, she would know that Donglitz's unreasonable request would not only get Angor's support, but would also cause Angor to leave. Was this the result that Sister Donglitz wanted? Upon hearing Portia's words, Doris hesitated for a moment, and turned to look at her non-existent elder sister. She muttered to herself as though she were communicating with her. Just when Portia felt that her method seemed to be working, she didn't expect Doris to raise her head and say, "My sister said that this is what I deserve." Angor remained calm, but he was already thinking about how to contact Sterling. Portia was also looking at Donglitz angrily, but she had to suppress her anger in front of Angor. "If that's the case, there's nothing more to say," Portia said in a plain tone. Both Angor and Portia didn't look at Donglitz kindly either. Perhaps Donglitz saw Portia's unfriendly expression, so she added, "My sister said that everything comes with a price. My help is also a form of payment, and I need to get something in return. Not just you, but my teacher also needs to pay a price if she wants to hear from my sister." The teacher Donglitz mentioned was the basket witch from Summerdew Ridge, Witch Summerdew. Portia was about to ask Donglitz to leave, but when she heard that even Summerdew had to pay a price for asking Portia to pass on her sister's words, she stopped herself. Donglitz continued, "Also, I don't have to ask Mr. Pat to make 2 hats. My sister wants Mr. Pat's hat, but I can ask for hats made by other people, such as Lady Portia's hat." Portia's frown eased a little. She could see that Donglitz was willing to compromise. If she didn't need to trouble Angor, she could accept the hat herself. However, Portia didn't agree right away. She looked at Donglitz, then at Angor on the other side of the screen. "Give me a second. I'll go to the signal tower and contact Witch Summerdew." Portia decided to ask Summerdew herself. Was Donglitz asking for too much, or did she really need to pay such a price? About 5 minutes later, Portia returned from outside the door and walked back to the holographic screen. Portia nodded to Angor. Summerdew didn't say much, but she did admit that she needed to pay Donglitz if she wanted to know Galatia's words. And, it's not a small price. Galatia was Donglitz's sister's name. As for the small price, Portia was implying that Donglitz didn't ask for too much this time. If even Donglitz's teacher had to pay a big price, then Angor and Portia didn't mind paying a small price. Portia looked at Donglitz again. "I can promise you that I'll pay the price. If you want the hat too, we can talk after we leave the signal tower. Now, can you pass on your sister's words? With the hat, everything will be fine." Donglitz nodded with a smile. "What do you want from my sister?" "I'll ask her now." Portia didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Angor. Angor was about to leave. But since Portia went to ask Summerdew and decided to make the hat for Donglitz herself, he couldn't find a reason to leave. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well keep asking. Same question. "Why me and Granny Fingernail?" Donglitz didn't hesitate this time. "Because only the hats made by Granny Fingernail and Mr. Pat can increase my survival rate to 90%. If I survive, so will my sister. That's why you need Granny Fingernail and Mr. Pat's hats." Survival rate? Angor was surprised. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect Donglit's answer to be so unexpected. Even Portia was puzzled. Why are those hats related to the survival rate? She looked at Doris with a puzzled look. Doris paused for a moment, as if she was talking to Galatea. After a while, she said, I will have a long journey mission. According to my sister's judgment, the mortality rate of this mission will be very high, at least 70%. The only way to reduce the death rate and increase the survival rate is to ask Granny Fingernail or Mr. Pat to make a hat for us. While Angor was still puzzled, Portia seemed to have realized something. Are you talking about the cross-realm quest from the Sky Tower? Portia asked. Yes. Donglitz nodded. Portia said, the reward for this mission is high, but it's also very dangerous. Why would Witch Summerdew agree to let you participate in this mission? Donglitz shrugged. My teacher didn't agree at first. But since my sister chose the mission herself, she agreed. To put it simply, Galatea's wish had changed Summerdew's mind. When Portia contacted Summerdew earlier, she already knew that Summerdew valued Galatea a lot. But now, it seemed that Summerdew valued Galatea more than she thought. Portia believed that Galatea was hiding something, and she was right. What's this mission you're talking about? By the way, Donglitz, does your sister have a prophetic ability? Angor was still confused, so he decided to get straight to the point. Of the two questions, the first one was for Portia, the second one was for Dylan. Donglitz answered first, my sister can't. But she can borrow some power from Big Dumb to see my future. Big Dumb? What's that? If she can't predict anything, then what is it? Angor was about to ask when Donglitz added, if you're interested in my power, mister, it's not something I can give you with a hat. Angor glanced at Donglitz and didn't ask anything else. So far, Donglitz's sister did have some strange power. But Angor didn't find it too mysterious yet. Portia spoke up as well, the long-distance mission was recently issued by the Sky Tower. It was issued by City Lord Lawson and Principal Muse. The location isn't in the southern wizarding region. It's in the ancient inferior world. The participants are limited to level 3 apprentices, and the reward is very generous. When Portia was describing the mission, she deliberately left out a lot of details. She didn't want to hide it from Angor. She just didn't want Donglitz to know the details of the mission. However, Donglitz didn't care about it at all, as if it had nothing to do with her. Or rather, Donglitz already knew what was going on. She just didn't care. Portia's description of the mission was vague, but she did leave a lot of hints that Angor could understand. For example, the issuer was related to the two city lords. Another example was that the location of the mission was the ancient inferior world. Combined with these hints, he already knew the whole story of the mission. In fact, he might know more than Portia. Because he was the one who caused the bosses of Floating Mech City to set their sights on the ancient inferior world. The ancient subworld was not that special. It was a world not far from the southern region. Its resources were ordinary, and there were no special extraordinary materials. Even though it was not far from the southern region's wizards rarely went to the ancient subworld. However, something big happened in the ancient inferior world recently. An item out of order was born in the ancient inferior world. It was called Revenant's Box of Reincarnation. Angor never saw the item in its original form, but he knew that he was destined to meet it. When Angor first activated the Gate of Illusion, he found himself in the cage inside the Box of Reincarnation. It was there that he met Evo Sprit, a genius alchemist from the R&D department who had lost his memory. At the same time, Wizard Evo was the true creator of the reincarnation box. Later, Angor met a legendary wizard named Frost, a mystery hunter from the Order Guild, who was also after the Box of Reincarnation. After becoming a member of the R&D department, Angor told everyone about the Box of Reincarnation and Evo, which shocked the leaders of Floating Mech City. After Granny Fingernail learned about Wizard Evo, she immediately left the southern region and went to the ancient Asian realm to guard the front line of the reincarnation box. Angor was the one who arranged everything for Floating Mech City in the ancient inferior world. When Portia told Angor that their mission was in the ancient inferior world, she was basically telling him that the mission was related to the Box of Reincarnation. That was most of what Portia knew. Angor knew something even more important than that. During the stargazing day, Maya obtained a prophecy called Eye of Doomsday. The prophecy showed a peaceful world that was suddenly destroyed. Everything withered, the earth cracked, and bright orange lava gushed out. A giant evil spirit woke up from its slumber, and a giant eye of evil appeared in the sky. As soon as this scene of doomsday appeared, all the prophets on the stargazing day were stunned. However, after some research, they confirmed that the prophecy didn't come from the southern wizarding region, which relieved them. Although the apocalypse did not appear in the southern region, there were figures from the southern region in the corner of the picture. Moreover, based on the silhouettes of two of the figures, it was very likely that these two people were this generation's supernovas, which meant that they were part of the rising star competition. Even legendary wizards wouldn't be able to survive the prophecy, let alone apprentices. So why would the apprentices go to the rising star competition? To find the answer, they had to know the exact location of the prophecy. Many prophets tried to figure out the answer, but none of them got the right answer. On the other hand, the Eye of Doomsday quickly confirmed their location. The Eye of Doomsday was located inside the chest of reincarnation. The reason was simple. In the Eye of Doomsday, he saw a red ribbon hovering above the blood-soaked sky. It was the same thing he saw on Frost's friend. Frost didn't go to the box of rebirth alone. He was accompanied by a mysterious hunter named Zorn. Zorn carried a mystery item with him. It was a red scarf, which looked exactly like the ribbon in the Eye of Doomsday. Using the scarf, Angor confirmed that the Eye of Doomsday was inside the box of rebirth. He knew that the Eye of Doomsday was inside the box of rebirth, but he couldn't figure out why an apprentice from the Rising Star competition was inside the box. Now, he knew why. It wasn't the apprentices who fell into the box of rebirth. It was the Sky Tower who summoned them for a mission. Thinking of this, he felt a little strange. When Mayor Rosen and Principal Muse decided to station their people in the ancient inferior world, Angor warned them to stay away from the box of rebirth. It was a place where even legendary wizards could die easily. Now, it seemed that they took his advice seriously. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't let others in. And the apprentices who got trapped this time were the ones who accepted the mission. You seem to have other ideas about the Sky Tower's mission, don't you? Portia noticed that Angor kept frowning, especially when he heard about the mission. His frown deepened, and his expression became even weirder. Angor chuckled. Nothing. I just think that floating mech city has gotten addicted to tricking apprentices. Oh? Portia raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the purification garden already enough? So you're going to set up a new trap for us this time? Angor asked in a plain tone. Portia didn't know what Angor meant at first. But now, she did. She remembered that Angor went to the purification garden the first time he came here. That time, the purification garden did trap many apprentices. Portia didn't know the details of this mission, but she could guess that the apprentices who were summoned were going to enter the box of rebirth. Once they entered the box of rebirth, they might die. From Angor's point of view, the mission looked like a new trap set up by Floating Mech City to trap apprentices. Of course, Angor would show a sarcastic look. However, Portia did know some inside information about this mission. Although it was a trap, it wasn't as bad as the one in the purification garden. She thought for a while and decided to help out. This mission actually has some hidden secrets. It's not entirely a scam to the apprentices who accepted the mission. If you're interested, you can ask Antonio later. He knows more. Angor nodded and changed the topic. Did your sister ask you to do this mission? He looked at Dorais and asked. Dorais nodded. Why did your sister have to accept this mission? In other words, what did Galatea see? She asked Donglis to accept the mission even though she knew that the death rate of this mission was very high. Because there's a chance for me, said Dorais. A chance? Both Angor and Portia looked at Dorais in confusion. Yes. She told me that there's a chance for me to level up, so I have to go. Speaking of this, Donglis's face collapsed. She said in a pitiful tone, however, I don't know what the specific opportunity of advancement is. Perhaps, I can get a lot of heads and hats there? I don't know. I guess I'll have to figure it out one step at a time. To put it bluntly, Dorais accepted the mission purely because of the benefits. Galatea saw the chance for her to level up, which was why she still asked Dorais to accept the mission despite knowing how dangerous it was. As for why Galatea couldn't see what the chance for her to level up was, it was understandable. The box of reincarnation was a mystery item that had lost its order. It was already good enough that Galatea could sense the chance for her to level up under the cover of the mystery aura. It was almost impossible for her to see further. Angor believed Dorais' words. After all, subjective initiative was built on the basis of profit. And the chance for her to level up was the biggest benefit Dorais had right now. Next, I need you to tell me your sister's answer. Why does she think the hat I made can lower the death rate? Looking at the air nearby, Donglise murmured to herself for a long time, before she turned around and said to the light screen, I don't know, either. But she's sure that the hat made by Mr. Pad and Granny Fingernail will increase my survival rate. She said that you can think of it as a prophecy, sir. Dorais wasn't lying. Galatea didn't know how to make prophecies, but she could ask questions from Big Dumb. Galatea asked a lot of questions, but she didn't get any answers. It wasn't that Big Dumb couldn't see the future. It was just that the destination of the mission was special. In the end, Big Dumb only answered 2 questions. The first one was about the difficulty of the mission. Big Dumb's answer was that there was only a slim chance of survival. The second one was about how to increase Dorais' survival rate. Big Dumb's answer was to ask Angor and Granny Fingernail to make a hat. It didn't have to be a hat. As long as the hat was tainted with their aura, it would increase Dorais' survival rate to a certain extent. Big Dumb might know the specific reason, but it didn't want to share it. Still, Galatea was satisfied with the answer. As long as she followed Big Dumb's instructions, Dorais would be fine. Since Dorais was fine, Galatea would be fine too. Angor didn't know what Dorais was hiding from him. But he had a vague idea why she wanted the hat made by him and Granny Fingernail. The destination of the mission was the box of reincarnation. What did Granny Fingernail and Angor have in common when they used the box of reincarnation as the main axis? There was only one thing he could think of: Evo Splitter. Angor once went to the small dimension inside the box of reincarnation through the Gate of Illusion, where he met Alex, who was trapped in a cage. Alex was actually Evo, who had lost his memories. Inside the cage, Angor witnessed Alex's transformation. In a way, Angor was the only friend Alex had after losing his memories. However, the relationship between Evo and Granny Fingernail could not be defined by the word friend. It was more subtle and intimate. Both Angor and Granny Fingernail were connected to Evo in some way. Evo, on the other hand, was the true creator of the box of reincarnation. Although it was impossible for him to control the out-of-order casket of reincarnation right now, considering his identity as the Chosen One, it was possible that Donglise could increase her survival rate by staying with him after she entered the casket of reincarnation. Of course, Angor couldn't tell for sure. This was the only thing Angor could think of in common with Granny Fingernail when it came to the box of rebirth. One last question. What is your sister's requirement for the hat I made? Angor thought for a moment before asking another question. They all knew that as long as Galatea's request wasn't too unreasonable, Angor would probably agree. This was a good thing for Dorais and Portia. Dorais aside, Portia really wanted to get her hands on the material that Summer Dew had been keeping for a long time. For Portia, it was as good as giving Dorais a chance to break through. Portia couldn't help but look around Dorais. She couldn't see Galatea, but she knew that Galatea was talking to Dorais right now. About 2 minutes later, Donglise opened her mouth. Sister's request is for a modified Sinan hat. Instead of a pointed one, it should be a round one. The brim of the hat should be wider, too. It would be best if it was wider than my skirt. Dorais' dress was a princess dress, and there were iron wire supports inside, which meant the brim should be wider than her dress. Angor couldn't imagine how beautiful such a hat could be. Are you sure it's a hat, not a table? Also, if the Sinan hat is pointy, it'll be a bowler hat. It'll be best if there's something inside that can cover my face. My sister doesn't want people to see her face. Even if your sister doesn't cover her face, no one can see it, right? It'll be best if the hat has a dark color, such as vermilion or black-gray. Vermilion, black-gray. That's more like a table. Maybe I should add a teapot or something to the hat, Angor complained in his mind while listening to the story. Maybe Dorai's taste was too advanced, but Angor didn't understand the hat at all. Still, Dunai's request was a little strange, but it was clear that Angor didn't need to create it himself, which was a good thing. Alright, let's talk about the hat's characteristics. What kind of effect does your sister want? Angor asked. Only after knowing the characteristics of the hat could Angor decide what material to use for it. To Angor's surprise, Dorai shook her head. You can choose any material you want, sir. There's no limit to the effect. My only request is that it must be engraved with your alchemy emblem, sir. Judging from Galatia's request, she didn't care about the effect of the hat. Instead, she wanted Angor's alchemy emblem. This further convinced Angor that Galatia chose him and Granny Fingernail because of Wizard Evo. Evo, or Alex, saw Angor's alchemy emblem. Angor used nightmare energy to modify a dagger for Alex, and he also engraved his own alchemy emblem on it. If Evo saw Dorai's hat inside the box of reincarnation, he would probably know that Angor was the one who crafted it. But even if Evo did run into Dorai's, what could he do to help her? Evo had lost his memories, and he didn't have any energy left in his body. He was no different from a mortal. If Dorai's ran into Evo, it was hard to say who would help whom. Angor sighed and decided not to think about it. The situation inside the box of reincarnation was too complicated, and he couldn't go there right now. Anything else? Angor looked at Dorai's. No. Dorai shook her head. Angor nodded. I can make the hat for your sister, but I have a condition that you and your sister must agree to. Dorai's glanced at the air around her and nodded at Angor. What is it, sir? Do not harm anyone who recognizes the alchemy emblem on the hat, no matter what the reason. Both Dorai's and Portia gave Angor a strange look. She had a feeling that Angor already knew why Dorai's and Galatia wanted to make those hats. Dorai's looked at her sister Galatia and nodded at Angor. Sure. Satisfied, Dorai's left. What do you think about Galatia, Dongli's sister? Portia looked at Angor and asked, so, what do you think about her? Angor shook his head. He couldn't see or hear Galatia's voice, so he didn't have any thoughts about her. In fact, he still doubted Galatia's existence. I'm still separated by a screen. Angor looked at Portia. How about you, Lady Portia? You're right next to Dorai's. Can you sense Galatia? Portia chuckled in self-mockery. I wouldn't need to ask you if I could sense her. But then again, this Galatia might really have some abilities that we can't imagine. Portia said, if even Summer Dew is willing to open the way for her, you can imagine how important her ability is. I can't see her anyway. Her power has nothing to do with me. Before meeting Dorai's, Angor was curious to see what kind of strange request Galatia would make. But now that he had a general idea of the story, his curiosity was mostly gone. Seeing that Angor didn't want to talk about Galatia, Portia decided to change the topic. When you talked about the alchemy emblem, I felt something was wrong. Have you guessed the reason why Galatia asked you to refine it? Angor shook his head. Just some random ideas. I need some time to sort them out. In other words, he wasn't going to tell Portia about it yet. Portia understood what he was implying. She was a little disappointed, but she did not ask further. I'm more curious about the mission than Dorai's. Do Mayor Lawson and Principal Muse know what they're doing? Why did they give out such a mission? I know what you're thinking. This mission isn't the same as the one about the purification garden, Portia said. Apprentices can't decide what to do in the purification garden. But this mission is optional. It's up to the apprentices whether they want to take it or not. Angor didn't follow Portia's words. This mission must be related to the box of rebirth, right? Portia nodded. I told Mayor Lawson and Principal Muse that the box of reincarnation is a very dangerous place. Even legendary wizards can fall into it. So they're just trying to get the contestants into trouble by giving out missions like this. Even legendary wizards would fall into the trap, and apprentices would have no chance of surviving. Besides, the box of rebirth was a very special place. Angor was sure that the authorities of Floating Mech City wouldn't reveal the truth about the mission even if they did. Without telling anyone about the danger level of the box of rebirth, they simply released the mission. Even if the apprentices could choose not to take the mission, it was still inappropriate. Hiding the information and causing the death of those who accepted the mission was a trap. Portia was silent for a moment before she suddenly laughed. Are you pitying them? Angor closed his eyes and shook his head. I don't have the right to feel sorry for them. I'm just empathetic. It had only been a few years since the incident at the purification garden. To him, it was as if it had happened yesterday. Portia chuckled. You're getting more and more interesting, Angor. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since someone like you joined our department. Your blood is still warm, and your heart is still sharp. I like it. No wonder Granny Fingernail likes you so much. You're just like Mr. Evo. Now I'm sure Principal Muse made the right choice by recruiting you. Angor didn't know what to say. Was she trying to change the topic? Portia chuckled. Changing the topic? No, I'm not interested in this topic anyway. Since I'm not interested, I didn't do any research on the mission. But as far as I know, it's not a dangerous mission. Just like Winterliz. Although I don't know why she wants the hat you made, according to Galatea, if she gets your hat, won't her survival rate increase to 90%? Even without the hat you made, their mortality rate wouldn't be close to zero. Survival rate and clearing the stage are two different things. Just like Evo, how many years had he spent in the confinement? He didn't die either. If he didn't enter the box of reincarnation by chance and run into Evo in the small dimension, he would still be struggling in the cage. With the nature of the reincarnation box, as long as they didn't clear the stage, it was no different from dying. And clearing it was very difficult. After entering the reincarnation box, apart from the physical body's bloodline power, all other powers would be temporarily blocked. With just the strength of his physical body alone, he would have to go through a total of 20 reincarnations before he had the chance to pass. Could an apprentice do it? Frost was a legendary wizard. He had a legendary bloodline and a legendary body. In the end, he had to pay the price of an arm to open up 20 small dimensions and come out of reincarnation. If even a legendary wizard couldn't do it, there was no way anyone else could. Portia sighed helplessly. She fanned herself with her fan and said, Forget it, I won't fight with you over it. I know something, but I can't tell you more. If you want to know, ask Antonio. After a short pause, Portia continued, You don't have anything else, right? Angor considered and shook his head. Not for now. Portia stood up. Then I'll be going. I still have some experiments to do. Do you want me to call Antonio? Angor nodded. I hope I can see your new product next time we meet, Angor. Portia turned around and prepared to leave the signal tower. Just as Portia opened the door of the signal tower, she suddenly thought of something. By the way, you're in the Biren Tree courtyard, right? Angor nodded. Tell me where you are. I'll have my assistant teleport to Biren Tree Garden later and give you the special extraction method. Can't you just give it to Keely? Keely was in Floating Mech City anyway. Asking her to do it would only take a detour. Portia covered her face and chuckled. Since you already chose the second option, do you think it's appropriate for me to give it to Keely? If I were to step in, I might as well choose the first option. So, I'll give you the extraction method. You can do whatever you want with Keely. I'm not going to do it myself anyway. Also, my assistant will stay at Biren Tree Garden for now. If you want to make a hat and can't find other alchemy assistants, you can ask her for help. Give her the hat when you're done, and she'll bring it to Dorai's. Angor nodded. And your assistant is, Portia said, my assistant is called Charlie. While speaking, Portia used an illusion to create an image of Serial. Portia's illusion was a bit stiff, which meant she hadn't studied it for a long time. Also, the image she created was a bit flawed. To put it simply, she wanted to create a three-dimensional image of a person, but the final result was similar to a flat photo. The result wasn't satisfactory, but at least Angor got to see Serial's face. Serial was a short, chubby girl with freckles who looked gentle and quiet. Her most distinguishing feature was the string of yellowish sea buckthorn fruits on her hair. There were so many of them that they almost covered her entire head of black hair. Charlie planted the sea buckthorn herself, Portia explained when she noticed Angor's gaze on the fruit. Her sea buckthorn fruits use her hair as branches and her skin and blood as nutrients. Nice, sweet and sour. Do you want to try? Skin and blood as nourishment? Was that what he thought it meant? Using one's scalp as a fruit field to grow fruits, was it really edible? No, thanks. Angor declined. Then he felt a bit dry, so he added, I don't really like sea buckthorn fruits. Portia raised an eyebrow. You don't like them? Serial will be sad if she knows that her idol, Mr. Superdimensional, doesn't like sea buckthorn fruits. Angor didn't say anything. Portia covered her mouth and giggled. I'm kidding. Serial doesn't admire Mr. Superdimensional. She admires someone else. However, it's true that you're the second person she admires. Serial will come to you later. Maybe she'll give you a surprise. A surprise? You'll know when she's here. Anyway, I'm leaving. After saying that, Portia did not continue to stay in the signal tower. She fanned herself with her lace-edged fan and walked out of the door. Not long after Portia left, a grayish figure appeared on the screen. It was Antonio, the guardian of the research department. Master Apothecary Mitra came with Antonio. Did Portia ask you to help her find a rune? Mitra approached the screen and asked Angor. Angor shook his head. She didn't mention anything about runes. She didn't? Mitra was surprised. Portia's recent purchase of materials indicated that she had already begun her research on material transformation. Why didn't she mention anything about runes to Angor? Did she say anything about life alchemy? Mitra asked. Even if it's a little vague? No. Angor shook his head again. No. That's strange. Mitra frowned. Could it be that she has some information about the runes? Or maybe she didn't think you could find one, so she didn't mention it? Angor shrugged. I don't know. But Portia mentioned that she's doing a deal with Summerdew. She wants to buy some materials from Summerdew. She also asked me to craft a magic item for Summerdew's student, Dorais. What's so strange about this? Mitra asked. Angor nodded. Summerdew is no ordinary witch. Angor didn't ask about the deal between Summerdew and Portia at all. It wasn't that he wasn't curious, but that he didn't want to talk about life alchemy. Because Summerdew is a Karabit, just like Dorais. Both of them have the same hobby, which is studying the transplanting and grafting of living creatures. Summerdew was a bit nicer. Unlike Dorais, she wouldn't forcefully graft organs on other people and offend them for no reason. Still, this didn't mean that Summerdew was kind. She was just as cruel as Dorais. The direction of Summerdew's research was definitely related to life alchemy. Thus, if Portia and Summerdew were to cross paths or even engage in a trade, it was very likely related to life alchemy. This was why Angor didn't ask about it. He didn't want to drag himself into the mess. You're right. Portia might be trading with Summerdew for life alchemy materials, Mitra said. Perhaps that's why she's focused on Summerdew and not you. That's why she didn't talk to you about runes this time. That's a good thing for you. Mitra paused for a moment. We'll keep an eye on Portia. As for Keely, how is she going to deal with her? You're going to help Dorais with the alchemy, and you're going to talk to the Achillean Academy? Angor shook his head. No. Portia gave me a special extraction method. Angor briefly explained his conversation with Portia. Portia really has a special extraction method? Mitra was surprised at first, but then he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a genius. Granny Fingernail said that Portia is the most talented alchemist after Sir Ivo. There's no doubt about it. Mitra suddenly looked at Angor. Of course, you're an exception, you freak. Angor didn't know what to say. Since you agreed to help Dorais, and Portia gave you a special extraction method, are you still going to contact Sterling? Of course. Angor continued, the extraction method can only save a limited amount of time. With Sterling's equipment, I can help Keely clear out Material Warehouse 1 in no time. Of course, that was if Sterling didn't ask for too much. I can contact Mr. Sterling right now, Antonio said. Do you want me to do it now? Yes. Why don't you do it now, Angor? Mitra chimed in. I'll talk to Sterling as well. I'll make sure he doesn't ask for too much. Angor considered and shook his head. Hold on. I need to ask Antonio something before I contact Sterling. Antonio looked at Angor. Is it about the mission Portia mentioned? Angor nodded. The mission is to send the contestants from the Rising Star competition into the box of reincarnation, right? Have you all forgotten that I previously reminded you not to let the chaotic rhythm of the reincarnation box expand? Apart from increasing the chaotic rhythm of the reincarnation box, there is no other use for the apprentices to enter. Moreover, with the apprentices' strength, entering the reincarnation box is simply sending them to their deaths. Mitra looked like he wanted to say something, but when he saw Antonio, he quickly swallowed his words. He knew the truth about the mission, but he didn't know all about it. Antonio, on the other hand, was the one who knew the most about the mission since he was in charge of both internal and external affairs. If they wanted to explain the reason, it would be better for Antonio to do it. Mr. Pat, Mayor Lawson and Principal Muse heard what you said, Antonio said. But I'm afraid you misunderstood something, Mr. Pat. The mission is issued by the Sky Tower, but it's not the two mayors. It's Granny Fingernail, who's currently guarding the ancient inferior world. Granny Fingernail? He looked up and stared at the hologram on the other side of the screen in shock. He didn't know much about Mayor Lawson and Principal Muse, but he knew a lot about Granny Fingernail. Granny Fingernail once talked to him about Sir Ivo. Angor was sure that Granny Fingernail wasn't a crazy person. Granny Fingernail wasn't a saint. She knew what happened in the purification garden, but she never tried to stop it. She might watch these things from the sidelines, but she would never take the initiative to carry out such deceptive acts. Angor never thought that Granny Fingernail was the one who proposed the mission. Did Granny Fingernail miss Sir Ivo so much that she was willing to sacrifice lives for him? Don't be surprised, Mr. Pat. Granny Fingernail must have her reasons. Antonio seemed to have noticed Angor's surprise, so he told Angor everything he knew without hesitation. From Antonio's explanation, Angor began to understand the whole story. Granny Fingernail was the one who gave them the mission, but it was a level 2 truthfinder wizard who called himself Dan. Dan was a very mysterious magus. His origins could not be confirmed at the moment. The only thing they knew was that he traveled through the void not long after Granny Fingernail arrived at the ancient subworld. Antonio did some research and confirmed that Dan wasn't from the southern wizarding region. According to Dan, he came from a large guild and was a mystery analyst. The reason why they had come to the reincarnation box was because 2 of their seniors had fallen into it. Dan came to find a way to extradite the 2 seniors who were trapped in the reincarnation box. His background is a mystery. And he always talks a lot about himself. I think he's hiding a lot from us. Antonio continued, but he did give us a lot of opinions, especially about the box of reincarnation. According to him, as a mystery analyst, his job is to analyze mystery items. It sounds like the same thing. At first, Granny Fingernail, wait, he said he's a mystery analyst? Angor interrupted Antonio's explanation. Yes. Do you know something about this class, Mr. Pat? Did he say anything about his position? Angor did not answer the question. Ranking? Mitra was surprised. What's that? In fact, Mitra had already heard about Dan, but he didn't hear anything about the sequence in his reports. However, at this moment, Antonio said in a hesitant tone, Dan did mention his ranking. I think he's 31st. There's a ranking? Mitra looked at Angor in surprise. You know this mystery analyst? Angor considered and nodded. Yes, but I don't know much about it. But please wait for a moment. I have a friend who knows a lot about mystery analysts. I'll go ask him. Antonio and Mitra exchanged a glance. They knew Angor was in Buren Tree Garden right now. There was actually someone in the Buren Tree Court who knew about the mystic analyst, although they were very curious, they still nodded. Okay. Under the watchful eyes of Mitra and Antonio, Angor walked to the other side of the signal tower, where the screen couldn't see him. Olau, on the other hand, could see Angor. According to Angor, he was going to contact someone, and Olau assumed that Angor would do something like magic QQ. But to Olau's surprise, Angor didn't do anything. Instead, Angor simply leaned against a corner and closed his eyes. Was he sleeping? Olao wondered what was going on, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he simply stood aside and watched. Angor was logging into the dream wasteland. The person he was referring to was none other than the keeper. Angor first read about mystery analysts from Kolo's notes. According to Kolo, mystery analysts were a special class created by the Order faction, and there were a total of 100 mystery analysts. The purpose of their existence was to analyze items that were out of order, and then find loopholes that could be exploited, and find the corresponding tools and methods to help the mysterious hunter contain the items. Kolo only gave a brief introduction about mystic analysts without going into the details. Angor did not know much about Dan, who was a mystic analyst. But what he could deduce was that this Dan most likely came from the Order Guild. If Dan was from the Order faction, then the two seniors who were trapped in the box of reincarnation could be easily identified. They were probably Frost and Zorn. However, Angor didn't have any concrete evidence yet. He needed more confirmation. Currently, the Dream Wasteland was an all-star team. Not only was there the Watcher, but there was also Cameron. The Watcher was from the Order faction, while Cameron wasn't a member of the Order faction. However, he was a registered member of the Order faction, and he knew a lot about the organization's inner workings. If Angor wanted to know more about mystery analysts, they were the best choice. About 5 minutes later, Angor opened his eyes. Under Olao's curious gaze, he walked to the screen and said, "I got some information about the mystery analyst." Mitra didn't know how Angor managed to get in touch with him. Is there really a mystic analyst? Mitra followed Angor's words and asked, "Is there such a thing as a mystic analyst?" Angor nodded. Yes. According to my sources, mystic analysts are special talents trained by the Order Guild, a superorganization in Origin World. The role of the mystic analyst is just as Dan said. He specializes in analyzing and researching objects that have lost their order so that he can better contain them. So, generally speaking, if the Order Guild discovers an item out of order, there's a high chance that they'll send a mystic analyst to help the other members of the guild collect the item. Mitra seemed to understand something. So, according to Dan, a member of the Order faction is already trapped inside the box of rebirth? Is that why he found Granny Fingernail and cooperated with her? Angor nodded. That's possible. But mystery analysts usually don't work with wizards who don't understand mysteries. Maybe Dan found Granny Fingernail because he found a way to deal with the box of rebirth? And Granny Fingernail happened to be able to help him? Angor looked at Antonio as he spoke. He believed that Antonio must know something about this. As expected, Antonio nodded. Yes, Dan went to Granny Fingernail and told her some methods. And that's why he asked for a mission? Yes. Antonio nodded. Then, wait. I know you're curious about the mission. But we're talking about mystery analysts, right? Let's finish talking about them first. I'm curious. What's this mystery analyst thing you mentioned? Angor nodded. According to my sources, the Order faction has a total of 100 mystery analysts. They're not ranked according to their strength. Instead, they're ranked according to how much they contribute to capturing objects out of order. The higher the ranking of the mystic analyst, the greater their contribution to the containment of objects out of order. Of course, there are more than 100 mystery analysts. Apart from those ranked on the list, there are also many trainees. Mitra nodded. Dan said he's ranked 31st. So he's an official mystery analyst? Moreover, his ranking is quite high. I just don't know if what he said is true. Angor thought about what the Watcher told him and chose his words carefully. Actually, I also received some information. The 31st mystery analyst in the Order faction is a wizard named Dan. According to the description, Dan's body contains the blood of an astral beast, which turned his hair from dark green to black. Also, he's surrounded by a strong sense of the void, and you can see faint starlight when he walks. In other words, if Dan had something similar to this, he was most likely Angor's mystery analyst. According to Granny Fingernail, this Dan wizard is indeed like Mr. Pat said. He's surrounded by a sense of the void, and he can see the boundless starry sky whenever he walks. Mitra glanced at Angor and sighed. You're quite well informed. Mitra sighed and didn't say anything else. Instead, he shook his head. Forget it. It doesn't matter where you got your information from. Dan's probably real now. Mitra's words seemed unnecessary, but the fact that he took the initiative to point it out and did not pursue the matter further was actually to shut Antonio's mouth. Both Mitra and Antonio were close to Angor, but there was a difference between the two of them. Mitra was close to Angor because of Angor. Antonio was close to Angor because Angor could help the R&D department. If it was for the sake of the department, Antonio would definitely choose the bigger picture. If Antonio knew that Angor had more information, he would probably ask Angor for more information, which might involve personal matters. And the thing that adepts hated the most was having their privacy intruded upon. Mitra didn't know what Angor's attitude was, but he didn't want Angor to fall out with Antonio because of this, so he decided to speak first and stop Antonio from talking. Antonio wanted to say something, but after hearing Mitra's words, he kept his mouth shut. If Dan's real, doesn't that mean everything he did was for the box of reincarnation? Doesn't that mean his goal coincides with Granny Fingernails? Granny Fingernail was after the box of reincarnation. If Dan wanted the box of reincarnation as well, conflict would be inevitable. It's still too early to think about that, Angor said. The box of reincarnation was still unleashing its chaotic energy, and the two legendary hunters were trapped inside. It was too early to think about who would get the box of reincarnation. Besides, if there was a way to turn the box of reincarnation back into a semi-chaotic state, or even an egoism state, they wouldn't have to worry about who would get the box of reincarnation. The box of reincarnation would decide who it would follow in the end. You're right. It's still too early to think about that. Mitra sighed and didn't say anything else. Angor looked at Antonio. Dan was the one who decided on the mission, right? How did he convince Granny Fingernail to help him find a loophole in the box of reincarnation? Granny Fingernail didn't believe him at first, but he suggested a way. Using mystery to balance the box of reincarnation. In other words, using mystery items to influence other mystery items. So mystery items can influence each other? According to Dan, mystery items have a wide range of effects, so it's difficult to fight against them directly. However, it's possible to influence them in a small area. Dan didn't go into the details. He only said that it's a secret of the guild. Granny Fingernail wouldn't believe him if he only told her about it. However, Dan used an example to convince her. And this example is how to increase the passing rate of the box of reincarnation. Antonio then explained the method in detail. Dan didn't think of this at first. One day, he received news that the 77th Red Sox were heading toward the southern wizardry region, following the tracks of the Germinal organization's believers. The 77th Red Sox was an organization in the source world. The reason they were pursuing the Germinal organization was not because they were angry at what the Germinal organization had done, but because the Germinal organization had stolen a mysterious item from their organization, Hotep's Rage. Hotep's Wrath was also called Loser's Arrow. The 77th Red Sox sent people to the southern wizardry region because they found traces of Loser's Arrow. This time, the 77th Red Sox sent Riding Boots Karmazin and Red Dancing Shoes Nabia. Karmazin was the 8th member of the 77th Red Sox, who practiced the path of asceticism as a knight. At the same time, he also possessed a half-lost item that was in a state of solipsism, the Seed of Death. The effect of the Seed of Death was to grant someone with the Seal of Death. The person who obtained the Death Calamity Seal would have to experience a calamity of death, and after passing this calamity of death, they would welcome the dawn of fortune. To sum it up, there was always a rainbow after the storm. As long as you pass the tribulation induced by the Seal of Death, it will bestow you with luck and a mysterious sense. This mystery luck was the method Dan used to increase the passing rate of the box of reincarnation. There was only one way to pass the box of reincarnation, and that was to go through 20 cycles. The small spacetime of each reincarnation was random. For example, the first world Frost went through was called Horror Monastery. But how did he pass this cycle? He only needed to find the reason behind the chaos in the monastery and get rid of the undead that caused the chaos. This undead was an ordinary undead. Even if Frost lost his ability, he could easily suppress it with his bloodline aura. But this was only the first cycle. After that, Frost went through the Wraith Orphanage, Ghost City, Twilight Ghost City, and so on. Some could be solved by solving puzzles, while others required battle. The difficulty of the battle was also random. If it was easy, he could pass by killing ordinary people, but if it was difficult, Frost would have to face a special undead that was half a step away from legend in the Twilight Ghost City. The worlds in the box of reincarnation were almost random. If you were lucky, the worlds in your turn would be simple, and it would be much easier to deal with them. But something like luck, even if it could be controlled, it was very difficult to use it in the box of reincarnation, unless there was mystery luck. And the Seal of Death just happened to grant a period of mystery luck. With mystic luck, even if the effect was limited, it could still greatly increase the chances of clearing the mission. The only drawback was that the owner of the Seal of Death had to go through a death trial inside the rebirth box. The death trial inside the rebirth box might have something to do with a small dimension with a higher difficulty. In other words, the owner of the Seal of Death had to go through a difficult world inside the rebirth box no matter what. Of course, this was the only time. As long as the owner could survive this difficult world, the rest of the journey would be smooth sailing. Compared to the 20 worlds with random difficulty, this was much, much better. Why do we have to go through a death trial inside the rebirth box? Angor wondered. Can't I go to the box of reincarnation after experiencing the death calamity in the outside world with the luck effect? Dan already thought about that, Antonio said. After Dan confirmed the clearance plan, he invited Karmazin to the ancient subrealm and began his experiment. Karmazin also gave a lot of face to order and cooperated with all the experiments that Dan proposed. He even took the initiative to find many living test subjects, germinal believers. Most of the germinal believers were crazy. To make them obedient, Angor had to brainwash them. He had to remove the germinal spell from their minds to prevent them from returning to the germinal organization after entering the rebirth box. According to the results of the experiment, the Seal of Death did greatly increase the success rate. Out of the 20 germinal believers, 2 of them completed the mission. None of the germinal organization believers were legendary sorcerers. The strongest among them was only a level 2 sorcerer and not a Truthfinder sorcerer. Besides, their bloodlines weren't strong either. As long as one of them could pass the mission, it would be a great success. Moreover, there were 2 of them. After another round of experiments, one of the 15 people passed the test. Since there were no more test subjects, the experiment was temporarily stopped. In the end, 3 people passed the mission. The experiment was stopped, but the final result was quite interesting. First, Angor wondered why they didn't go through a death trial in the outside world first before entering the rebirth box. The reason was simple. All 3 of them went through a death trial inside the rebirth box. None of the people who had experienced the death calamity in the outside world and entered the reincarnation box with the luck effect had succeeded. Dan gave 2 possible explanations as to why this happened. First, the luck granted by the Seal of Death had a time limit. Going through the death trial before entering the reincarnation box might not be enough time to clear the 20 worlds. Secondly, which was also the most likely point, there was a high probability that the box of reincarnation contained a mysterious spirit. In other words, even if the reincarnation box was out of order, it would still have a shallow consciousness. It was similar to the will of the world. It followed a certain underlying logic and could make arrangements for the reincarnation box to a certain extent. When you enter the reincarnation chest with mystic level luck, the chest spirit, which is also a mystic level chest spirit, may sense your abnormality. Once it confirms that your abnormality is targeted at the fundamental rules of the reincarnation box, it will definitely make a move against you. Even if they don't do it personally, they will target you in your subsequent reincarnations. As for the mysterious spirit's targeting, even a mystic class luck would not be able to escape. According to the current results, this screening mechanism was most likely arranged at the moment when an outsider entered the reincarnation box. Once you entered the reincarnation box, the mysterious spirit would only think that you had entered a cage. After that, unless you entered its core area, it would not interfere with you. In short, entering the reincarnation box with the death trial appearance could fool the mysterious spirit's screening mechanism. However, if you entered the reincarnation box with the lucky time, you would be courting death. Of course, this was Dan's explanation. Whether or not this was the case, there was no way to confirm it. However, from the results, since the 3 people who passed had all experienced the death trial in the reincarnation box, they just had to follow this rule. The above was the first conclusion of this experiment: one must experience the death trial in the reincarnation box. Apart from this, there was another rather unexpected discovery. Of the 3 who passed, 2 were acolytes, and 1 was an official magus who had just advanced. In terms of proportion, the survival rate of acolytes was actually higher than that of official magi. At first, everyone did not understand this point, but later on, Karmasan gave an answer. As the owner of the seed of death, Karmasan had done a lot of comparative experiments in order to research the seed of death. What could be confirmed was that although the seal of death would not produce a corresponding calamity according to the magus rank, according to past experience, the calamity of an acolyte would be simpler than that of a magus. The difficulty of the death trial that acolytes had to face and the death trial that official magi had to face was actually different. Even if the seal of death did not produce a calamity according to rank, the difficulty threshold of an acolyte's calamity would definitely be much lower than that of an official magus. The lower the difficulty threshold, the probability of encountering a simple calamity would be higher. This was also the fundamental reason why acolytes had an easier time passing the calamity. Of course, this explanation was still too hasty. There was also the issue of relative difficulty. In terms of relative difficulty, acolytes and magi had different difficulty thresholds, but the challenges they faced were still the same. However, there was a very important external factor that determined the boundary between acolytes and magi. This external factor was the so-called outside influence. Here was an example: because apprentices were at the bottom of the power chain all year round, they had many ways to improve themselves. When facing the ultimate demon king, Death Calamity, they could fully equip themselves with sharp swords and colorful armor. They could face the final challenge with an even more powerful and courageous attitude. However, it was very difficult for an official magus to improve. When facing the death trial, they would not be fully armed. Most likely, they would be armed with scrap metal, or even naked. When facing the death trial, with these 2 different attitudes, the acolyte was obviously more likely to pass the calamity and enjoy the luck. Therefore, the second conclusion of the experiment was that acolytes would have a higher chance of passing the calamity after using the seal of death than official magi. This was also the reason why only acolytes were called for acolytes and not official magi. Official magi were hard to train, and the mortality rate was high. As for acolytes, from the purification garden, it could be seen that the magi's attitude towards acolytes was that acolytes were not consumables, but they could be used as consumables when necessary. Apart from these 2 conclusions, there was also another one: all acolytes who passed the calamity would receive a random set of coordinates. However, there would be a special undead creature at each of the coordinates. Angor already knew this. The reason he had met Frost back then was because Frost had obtained the coordinates after clearing the box of reincarnation and followed them to find Manderhela. Back then, Angor had just conquered Manderhela. Antonio finished explaining the experiment and looked at Angor. That's it. Based on the experiment results, acolytes who use the seal of death have a high chance of passing the calamity. Dan's subjects were all insane germinal believers, and they all had a 10% chance of passing the calamity. If it were the elite acolytes, such as the geniuses from the Rising Stars tournament, they would have a much higher chance of passing the calamity. Since the calamity wasn't fatal, and the reward for passing the calamity was also great, the Order faction was willing to help the acolytes capture ownerless special undead creatures and give them to them. In this case, Granny Fingernail agreed to Dan's request and issued the mission. Antonio saw Angor's frown and continued, "If you go to the Sky Tower now, Mr. Pat, you'll see that the death rate of this mission is as high as 90%. In other words, the acolytes who participated in the mission despite knowing the high death rate were responsible for their own actions." Angor didn't bother arguing with Antonio about whether the mission should be issued or not. Since it was already issued, there was no point in arguing. Besides, Angor didn't think he could change everything on his own. Besides, he didn't have a reason to change the plan. Dan's method could indeed increase the rate of passing the calamity. It was just that it required a lot of manpower. Since Granny Fingernail approved of Dan's method, I'll agree with it as well. I also believe that this method can increase the rate of passing the calamity. But does Dan really think that the acolytes can save their fallen comrades? Antonio shook his head. Of course not. But as long as enough acolytes pass the calamity, we'll have more chances to reach the core of the box of reincarnation. In fact, Dan had the same idea as Frost. After Frost cleared the box of reincarnation, he continued to enter the box of reincarnation because he wanted to go through a large amount of reincarnation to reach the core of the box of reincarnation, which was its main body. Once he found the core, he would be able to contain it. Dan's idea was the same. As long as the box of reincarnation was contained, Frost and Zorn would be able to come out. As a matter of fact, Dan probably didn't believe that Frost and Zorn were trapped in a small dimension. Considering how strong they would have a chance to escape in the future. The reason why Dan still said that they had fallen was just a reason. He didn't really want to save Frost and Zorn. Instead, he wanted to complete the mission given by Granny Fingernail. As a mystery analyst, if he could solve the problem of the box of reincarnation by himself and a group of acolytes, his ranking would be greatly improved when he returned to the lawful faction. To put it bluntly, Dan was doing this for himself. Still, Dan's goal didn't conflict with anyone else's. Besides, Angor's goal was the same as Granny Fingernail's. Even though Angor already knew this, he didn't plan to tell Antonio about it. Now, he was thinking about something else. Now that he knew the truth behind the mission, he was even more curious about why Galatea believed that his hat could help them survive. Would Dorais really go looking for Evo after entering the box of reincarnation? According to the prophecy, Dorais and the others would enter the box of reincarnation and enter the dimension called Eye of Doomsday. This spacetime, no matter how one looked at it, was a powerful spacetime where evil gods and gods fought. Could it be that their calamity of death should be in this spacetime? Did Evo have something to do with it? Does that mean that after Evo left the original cage, he also came to this terrifying Eye of Doomsday world? Angor's mind was in a mess. He wasn't worried about Dorais. Rather, he was worried about Evo and Alex. When he became Alex's spirit, they became quite close friends. Also, Angor felt sorry for Alex's experience. Alex finally escaped from the cage and was no longer a caged bird. Now, he was sent to a world filled with evil spirits, which was even more terrifying than the first one. Even if Angor could solve Dorais' death, could he do the same to himself? Angor sighed in his mind. If there was a chance, he would like to use his illusion to meet Alex again. But he didn't think he had the chance. Last time, he accidentally entered the box of reincarnation. He accidentally got off the dimensional train created by the Gate of Illusion and fell into the box of reincarnation. Even if he could activate the Gate of Illusion again, he didn't know where to get off the train or how to meet Alex. If he could meet Alex again, he would have to wait until Alex came out of the box of reincarnation. But would such a situation really happen? After learning the truth, Angor didn't ask about the mission again. However, he did ask Antonio to give him a list of people who applied for the mission. He wouldn't stop others from joining the mission, but if it was a friend of his who applied for it, he would try his best to persuade him. After talking about the mission, Mitra brought up the matter of looking for Sterling again. Angor didn't refuse. He planned to talk to Sterling alone, but he didn't know Sterling that well. Having Mitra's help was better than going alone. As for Antonio, he was the guardian of the research department. While he would protect the members of the research department, he was usually impartial when it came to internal affairs, so Angor didn't expect him to help. Next, Antonio and Mitra went to talk to Sterling, while Angor looked at Olau. Olau was looking at Angor with a puzzled expression. He kept glancing at the corner of the room. Needless to say, he was still wondering how Angor got the information. Angor didn't bother to explain. Olau would know the answer when he went to the Dream Wasteland. The reason why he looked at Olau was because he needed Olau's help with something. He needed to go to the teleportation hall and pick up Portia's assistant, the witch named Serial. When Angor arrived at the signal tower, it was still bright outside. By the time he came out, the goddess of night had already pulled up the curtain of darkness. The bright moonlight burned a hole in the curtain, and the light poured onto the vines as if covering them with a thin layer of snow. Angor walked on the snow in such an environment. He wasn't alone though. Not only did the night wind come with him, but also the wood spirit and Dangros. However, the wood spirit hid in his pocket and didn't even dare to look outside. Dangros, on the other hand, placed 2 fingers on Angwar's shoulder and looked at the billion tree garden in the dark. Are we going to find Olio? Dangros asked curiously when he saw Angwar walking toward the clan tree. No need. Olio will come back on his own. Dangros asked, where are we going now? Are we going back to wait for Olio? Angwar walked through the clan tree garden and along the main street until he reached the business district with the worst light pollution. Let's look around here and see if we can find any suitable materials. Of course, he was referring to the materials needed to make the hat for Dorai's. Galatea didn't tell him the specifications of the hat, but since he agreed to help, he didn't want to be too careless. After all, he was going to engrave his alchemy emblem on the hat. Dangros immediately gave up when he heard that he was going to have to walk around outside. He was still thinking about how the main character of Apothecary of Strange Flame was going to tame the legendary fire in the sky. He just wanted to go back and continue watching the TV series. Angwar patted Dangros' shoulder with a smile. You can come and pick the materials too. I'll need your help later. Making the hat. There weren't many practical uses for Dangros, but Angwar decided to let him pick some materials so that he could motivate him. On the other hand, when Dangros knew that he had to choose the materials and use them for the refinement later, his dispirited expression immediately perked up. He knew that alchemy was the best way to prove his worth. If he wanted to follow Angwar in the future, he would have to put in more effort in alchemy. In alchemy, Dangros usually needed to smelt materials, cast them, and mold them. The knowledge of materials was also one of the things it had to learn. Maybe Angwar was asking Sunflower to pick the materials as a test? Dangros thought about a lot of things, but in fact, Angwar didn't intend to test him at all. Seeing that Dangros had regained his spirit, the first shop he went to was Silver Waves Under the Moon, which sold metal ores. The material you need to choose is for the hat brace and the curtain. The hat brace is the key to shaping the shape of the hat. As for the curtain, it's just a decoration made of metal. Whether it's the hat brace or the curtain, you can choose the material you need. He stood aside and signaled Dangros to make his own decision. Dangros took a deep breath. He believed that this was still a test, so he had to make a serious choice. It leaped up and landed on the counter of the shop. Under the astonished gaze of the shop assistant, it extended its 5 fingers and quickly moved around the shop. Fortunately, the shop assistant heard the conversation between Angwar and Dangros. Angwar didn't hide his aura, so the shop assistant knew that he was a wizard, and most likely an alchemist. Even if they saw Dangros running around the counter, they didn't stop him. They just stood aside and waited for Dangros to make his choice. There were semi-finished metals in the shop, and raw ores that hadn't been processed at all. The former was mostly the choice of non-alchemists or beginners. Real alchemists, on the other hand, would mostly choose raw ores. They would start from smelting, and the final product would be perfect. Dangros was no stranger to alchemy, so he naturally chose the latter. Dangros hopped around on several shelves of raw ores. Several minutes later, Dangros returned empty-handed. The first thing he said when he came back made the shop assistant's expression change. Why do I feel like the ores here are making me uncomfortable? Dangros seemed to be implying that there was something wrong with the ores. The shop assistant's expression changed subtly. If Angwar wasn't here, the shop assistant would have rolled up his sleeves and kicked Dangros out. Do you have a choice? Angwar asked. Dangros remained silent for a moment. He then dragged Angwar to a shelf and pointed at the black ores inside. This one makes me feel the most uncomfortable. How about this? Dangros kept stepping back while pointing at the ores. He didn't want to touch too much of the ore's aura. Dangros' words made the surrounding shop assistants dumbfounded. They had thought that Dangros was here to cause trouble, saying that the raw ores here made him uncomfortable. Why did he choose the raw ores that made him the most uncomfortable? Angwar noticed the confusion in the shop assistant's eyes, so he smiled and nodded at Dangros. Dangros immediately turned into a ball of fire and floated to Angwar's shoulder. When he landed, Dangros reformed into the shape of a hand. Seeing this scene, the surrounding shop assistants seemed to understand something. The shop was called Silver Waves Under the Moonlight. It was a difficult name to pronounce, but one could easily tell from the name that it was selling moonsilver. Moonsilver was a material that could be developed, contained, and expanded greatly. Due to Kusiluo's further research on moon silver had become a mainstream material in the southern region, especially when used in mechanical alchemy. It was almost indispensable. Moon silver could contain all kinds of elements. Since the shop had waves in its name, it meant that most of the moon silver in the shop came from the sea and had certain water properties. The shop assistant didn't recognize Dankro's race and thought it was a clone. However, the fire proved his identity. Dankros was a fire elemental spirit. It was normal for a fire elemental spirit to feel uncomfortable with water. After figuring this out, the shop assistant naturally understood everything. This one, Angor pointed at the ores Dankros chose and spoke to the shop assistant. The shop assistant smiled politely. This is a moon silver ore found in the depths of Devil Sea. It has the highest concentration of water element in the shop. The shop assistant kept bragging about the ores in order to sell them at a high price. He was telling the truth. However, ores with high concentration of water element were difficult to balance the energy inside. It was a test of an alchemist's skills. The shop assistant didn't mention this. Angor didn't mind. It wasn't hard for him to melt this moon silver. Besides, Dankros chose it himself. As long as the price wasn't too high, Angor didn't mind. In the end, the shop assistant asked for 300 magic crystals. This was lower than Angor expected. Angor thought the shop assistant was going to ask for more than 600 magic crystals. But it turned out the price was less than half. Angor was surprised. Angor looked at the shop assistant's flattering expression and understood. He acted so carelessly that the shop assistant realized that he wasn't going to buy the ores to explode. He was really capable of making the ores. In other words, Angor was probably a real alchemist with some tricks up his sleeve. Any shop assistant wouldn't want to offend such an alchemist, so he didn't ask for too much. Angor paid the money and left the shop under the shop assistant's eager gaze. Next, Angor went to a shop that specialized in antique platinum. He asked Dankros to choose a tough and malleable platinum thread for sutures. After buying the hat support and sutures, Angor needed leather and gauze. Leather for the hat cover, and gauze for the curtain. However, Angor didn't find any suitable materials after walking around the shopping street. Instead, he learned from an old tailor who specialized in which clothing that high-quality leather and silk could be found at tea parties. The one with the most connections was called Woodson's Tea Party, which should have the materials he wanted. In the past, Angor would have just ignored it. After all, no matter how wide the channels of the tea party were, it had to be a witch to participate in it. Angor could turn into a witch, but he wasn't like Dorcas. He almost never paid attention to a witch's appearance, so he couldn't pretend to be one. It was fine if he didn't get in. But if he got caught, he would be in big trouble. However, on second thought, he wasn't alone now. Didn't Portia send Charlie over? She even said that she wanted Charlie to be his temporary assistant. This was like giving him a pillow when he needed it. He could just ask Charlie to go to the tea party and buy the materials for him. Or, he could ask Dorcas to do it. He remembered that Olau had mentioned that Dorcas wanted to bring him to a tea party. That tea party seemed to be Muzi's tea party. Angor showed a grateful smile to the old tailor and left the shop with a knowing look. It was worth mentioning that the old tailor was a man. After returning to Starry Street, Angor tried to find leather and gauze materials, but he still didn't find anything suitable. Angor considered and decided not to look for them. Tomorrow, the White Sun Mirror Domain's annual gathering would be held. He could go there and see if he could find any suitable materials. If he couldn't find anything, he would leave this problem to Charlie and Dorcas and try his luck at Woodson's tea party. Angor returned to the inn and walked to the soundproof room. The room looked the same as before, which meant Olau didn't pick up Charlie yet. Angor didn't wait for Olau. He asked Soling to guard the door and let Wood Spirit and Dankros out to continue watching Apothecary of Strange Flame. He quickly walked to the soundproof room, took out the unbreakable heart mirror, and entered his heart space. It was almost 9 o'clock. Uriel in the real world should be asleep by now, and the Uriel in the dream crystal would be in a state of dreaming. Only in this state could Luigi carry out the daily challenge of Main Mission 3. Normally, Angor wouldn't watch Luigi's challenge. He only wanted to know the result. But today was different. He wanted to see Uriel's reaction when Luigi performed Spro's 3 chapters. By observing Uriel's reaction, Angor could analyze his micro-expressions and read his preferences. This way, Angor would be able to make specific choices in the future. When Angor arrived at his heart space, Luigi quickly came to greet him. Judging from the man's anxious expression, Uriel had already entered his dream state. Uriel's dream state lasted for different amounts of time each day. If Angor missed it, he would miss out on one challenge. Luigi was worried that Angor would miss out on today's challenge if he came too late. That was why he was so anxious when he saw Angor's arrival. Log in. I'll be right there. Angor signaled Luigi to go online. Luigi nodded and took a deep breath. I prepared well for today. Even if I can't clear the main mission, I'm confident that I can get into the top 10. With great confidence, Luigi logged into the dream crystal. When Luigi appeared in his room on the first floor, Uriel was already waiting for him on the couch. Maybe it was because Uriel could hear Luigi's performance every time he dreamed. His expression was no longer as stiff as it was the first time. Instead, his eyes were filled with curiosity. However, Uriel couldn't speak or do anything in his dream state. He could only watch Luigi walk to him, pick up his harp, and perform different songs every day. Uriel was already looking forward to today's performance. However, in the dim light and the blurry shadows, Luigi could see that Uriel was still the same as before, dejected, confused, and daydreaming. Still, Luigi didn't care about his dreams. He only had one goal, to perform. As usual, Luigi introduced the song he was going to perform. Even if Uriel never said anything, Luigi wouldn't skip this step. This was part of his self-cultivation as a performer. After the introduction, Luigi's expression turned serious. He picked up his harp and closed his eyes, trying to find the right feeling. Until the moment the spiritual light flashed, Luigi's fingers moved, forming an afterimage. In an instant, the musical notes were like mercury flowing down the ground, carrying with them turbulent and surging waves as they rolled over. Angor stood outside the dungeon and observed everything. He was worried that Uriel wouldn't react to the music in his dream state. But now, it seemed that his worry was unnecessary. Uriel still looked dejected and dazed, but his eyes were much more lively than before. His eyes would dim because of a sad melody, but they would also brighten because of a high-spirited note. It was just a simple change in Uriel's eyes, but it gave Angor hope to clear the dungeon. During the 15-minute performance, Angor memorized every single one of Uriel's eyes. For now, he couldn't tell which song Uriel preferred. But that didn't matter. He wasn't omniscient. He could leave Uriel's preference to Broy. As soon as he left the heart space, he quickly logged into the dream wasteland. Soon, he found Broy in the mission center of the new city, who was still trying to find a way out. The last time Angor saw Broy, he had 2 stacks of music sheets in front of him. One of them was very tall and was an abandoned sheet, while the other only had a few usable sheets. Now, there were more than 10 stacks of music sheets in front of Broy. These are the music sheets I've sorted, Broy explained. I've arranged them separately for different styles. The one at the top is the one I recommend the most. After explaining, Broy looked at Angor and said, Sir, did you get any results from yesterday's Spro 3 chapters? Angor nodded. Yes, I got one more seat. While he was busy recording Uriel's expression, he didn't forget to capture the final information about the final seat. In the end, the 12th seat of the Empire Music Troupe was given, which was 1 seat higher than yesterday's 13th seat. It's not much, but I recorded the expression of the master who booked the seat. Angor looked at Broy. Now, I'll have to trouble you. While speaking, Angor used his celestial shift authority to construct an illusion box with a mirage as the core. There is an illusion recorded in this box. It is the change in the expressions of the participants when they are listening to the Spro 3 chapters. The box can last for 12 hours. You can play it again and again for as long as you want. In other words, Broy needed to analyze Uriel's micro-expressions within 12 hours to determine which section of the Spro 3 chapters he preferred more in order to decide on the final score. Broy nodded and took the illusion box. However, instead of opening it right away, Broy took out the Mother Tree communicator and quickly typed in the information. Several minutes later, a man in a suit wearing a pair of glasses arrived at the mission center. If Stop wore a suit, he could be called a thug in a suit, while the bespectacled man had the aura of a refined scum. "Sir, he's another student of my professor," Broy introduced. Broy paused for a second and looked at the man in glasses. The latter immediately understood what Broy meant and stepped forward. "My name is Guy, Lord Pat." His voice was gentle, and his eyes were restrained. Angor nodded to Guy. Since Guy was also Ivan Ash's student, he should be good at music as well. Sure enough, according to Broy's introduction, before Guy became an extraordinary, he was the piano tutor of the daughter of the Chancellor of the Yali Duchy and also a psychological counselor. Guy had a great gift for music, but he was better at analyzing the human heart than he was at music. He was able to become the first minister of Yali Duchy from a commoner because he was good at reading people's expressions. Broy could also analyze micro-expressions, but Guy's help was much better than Angor's. As long as he could find a suitable choice in the end, Angor would be happy to see an entire micro-expression analysis team, let alone Guy. Broy already talked to Guy, so they didn't have to wait too long before they entered the movie viewing mode. After reading it for the first time, they reached a consensus that Uriel preferred the last chapter of Spro's 3 chapters. However, this didn't mean they could make a choice right away. There were 20 similar music scores in front of them. What they had to do was to choose the most suitable one from the 20. They already had their own ideas. Judging from the intensity of their debate, it would be difficult to come up with an answer in a short time. They asked Angor for his opinion several times, but Angor didn't care at all and left the choice to them. In the end, he decided to go offline and come back later. Angor didn't mind discussing with them. He was in such a hurry because he sensed several auras outside the soundproof room when he came out of his heart space. One of them belonged to Olio, while the other 2 were unfamiliar. Thinking about it, Olio must have brought Charlie back. However, other than Charlie, there should be another person. Angor didn't know who it was. He was busy sending Broy his micro-expression illusions. Now that he was offline, Angor carefully sensed the auras and confirmed that the 2 people outside were a man and a woman. In terms of energy rank, they were all top-notch apprentices, one step away from becoming an official magus. The woman was Sheriel, so she should be here. As for the man, Angor had never seen him before. But he felt something familiar about him. Angor didn't think too much about it. Since they were already here, he could just ask them if he had any questions. With that in mind, Angor opened the door and walked outside. However, as soon as he opened the door, a green shadow darted into the soundproof room. Angor reached out his hand of spell to grab it. It was a familiar smooth rod. He looked down and saw the wood spirit shivering in his hand like a small wooden stick. Angor looked at the 3 people who were staring at him. He then looked at the wood spirit again. It was afraid of something. Luckily, the wood spirit didn't hide itself. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have been able to find it. Angor sighed helplessly and comforted the wood spirit. Then he summoned Dangros and Soren and asked them to go into the soundproof room to continue watching Apothecary of Strange Flame. The wood spirit felt a little better now that there was a door between them. As for Dangros and Su Ling, there was no difference at all. They were just watching dramas in a different place. Angor closed the door and walked out. He nodded to Sheriel and the man. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Sheriel quickly shook her head. "And no, I mean, it's fine." We didn't." Sheriel looked exactly the same as Portia's illusion. She was short, plump, and quiet. She had some freckles on her face, and there were a lot of buckthorns on her head. Even the yellow robes were exactly the same. The only thing Angor didn't expect was that Sheriel seemed to be shy. Her cheeks were pink, and she was stuttering a little. Angor smiled and told Sheriel to calm down. He then pointed at a sofa nearby and asked them to sit down. After Charlie and the other man took their seats, Angor walked to Alao's side and sat down. Sheriel seemed to have calmed down a little. "I'm your idol, sir." "So I'm." Before Sheriel could finish, Alao cleared his throat. Sheriel quickly realized something. No, I mean, I'm not your idol, sir." "No, I mean, sir, you're my idol." Angor smiled. "I know what you mean." It's my honor to be your idol, Miss Sheriel. Sheriel lowered her head. Her cheeks were even redder than before. Angor couldn't tell if she was blushing because of embarrassment or because she saw her idol. I lost my composure, Sheriel murmured, lowering her head even further. Angor chuckled and didn't say anything else. He knew that Sheriel was probably measuring the mansion with her toes right now, so it was better not to disturb her. Angor then looked at the man beside Sheriel. This man wasn't in Portia's list. But since he came with Sheriel, he must be related to Portia as well. Also, Angor sensed a familiar scent from this man. Literally, it was a scent that was both seductive and alluring. Usually, such a description would be more appropriate for a beautiful woman. But Angor knew that Alao wasn't talking about physical beauty, but something else. Besides, this man wasn't good-looking at all. In fact, he didn't even fit the aesthetic standards of most people. He was as fat as a ball and as short as a bamboo shoot. Even if he stood beside Sheriel, he could only reach her shoulder, which meant he was probably less than 1.6 meters tall. However, his waist was bigger than 3 Sheriels put together. His limbs were also a little slender. If he changed his white robe into a pink one, Angor might even mistake him for Tutuli. Maybe Angor's gaze was too direct, which made the man feel a little embarrassed. He twisted his waist and spoke in a low voice, "Greetings, Mr. Pat. This is my second time meeting you, sir." Second time? Angor was surprised. They met before. Angor didn't doubt the man's words. He did sense a familiar scent from this man, but it was too vague to put his finger on it. But since this was the second time, they must have met before, right? Angor quickly opened and closed the memory box in his mind. He also entered the man's face into the server, but he didn't get anything. At least, Angor didn't see this man before. Or did Angor see him in a different way? "It's normal that you don't remember me, sir. I saw you through a dark hole, sir. You never saw me before." Dark hole? Angor frowned. Did the man peek at him? How could he say something like that? Even Sheriel, who was still digging around the mansion, couldn't help but pinch the man's leg. "I told you to keep your mouth shut. Why can't you keep your mouth shut?" The fat man pouted. "I'm not lying. I saw Mr. Pat through a dark hole. He wasn't wearing any clothes yet." "Ah." Charlie quickly stood up and reached out to cover the short and fat man's mouth. "Shut up. Don't tell anyone about this." When Sheriel covered the man's mouth, Alao gave Angor a puzzled look. Alao didn't say anything, and his eyes were clear, but Angor somehow felt that Alao was trying to say something like, "So you're this kind of person." The fat man's face turned red, but he didn't say anything else under Sheriel's threatening gaze. Sheriel looked at Angor with a red face. "Sir, Tonga is talking nonsense. Please don't blame him. You don't stammer as much now, do you?" Angor asked in a soft voice. "Huh? Was this the time to talk about stuttering?" Angor smiled. "It's fine. He's probably telling the truth. You're Tonga, right?" The fat man glanced at Sheriel. Under Sheriel's vicious glare, he lowered his voice and said, "Yes, I'm Tonga. But I prefer to be called Oil Badger." Oil Badger. Angor's guess was further confirmed when he heard the name. There was only one time when he was naked in front of an outsider. Back then, he wasn't a wizard yet. He was only a mortal. By chance, he went to Barbie's restaurant, where he met his teacher, Sunders. Back then, Sunders sensed the scratch left on his back by the nightmare realm. To check it out, Sunders lifted Angor's shirt. That was what happened back then. As for Tonga, there was a high probability that he saw it at that time, and he should be an employee of Barbie's restaurant. Angor clearly remembered that Greya gave her employees all the typical nicknames, such as Greasy Bird, Tom Weasel, and Slime. Oil Badger was a perfect nickname for Barbie's restaurant's employees. Besides, Angor also noticed the familiar scent on Tonga's body. Therefore, Angor was sure that Tonga was one of the employees who escaped from Barbie's restaurant. "You're a gourmet wizard from Barbie's restaurant," Angor said with certainty. Oil Badger nodded. "Yes, I'm a gourmet wizard. I used to work at Barbie's restaurant. My job is to make edible oil." Angor then asked about Oil Badger's experience. According to Oil Badger, it was Portia who saved him when something happened to Barbie's restaurant. Now Angor understood why Portia said with a smile, "Maybe Serial will bring you a surprise when she comes." There were only two possibilities for the so-called surprise. First of all, Portia knew that Angor was close to Greya, and Greya claimed that she was looking for a missing employee. By sending the oil badger to Angor, Portia was doing Angor a favor by doing him a favor. Second, Portia already knew about Angor from Oil Badger. She also heard that Angor was naked in public. As someone who liked to have fun, she probably sent Oil Badger to Angor to remind him of this and kill him on the spot. He didn't know what kind of surprise Portia was talking about. Perhaps, it was a combination of both. End of chapter. Either way, even if Portia really wanted to have fun and sent the oil badger to him for the second surprise, Angor would not mind. After all, what happened at Barbie's restaurant wasn't a big deal. There was more than one person here. People from several Magus organizations witnessed this scene in the dining hall. If they really wanted to, they would have found out about his dark history already. Angor didn't really care about it. He didn't even bother to explain when Olio looked at him. Besides, he wasn't completely naked back then. Angor ignored everyone's curious looks and asked Oil Badger, "Since you're an employee of Barbie's restaurant, did you go looking for Greya after that incident?" Greasy Badger's expression froze for a second. His eyes darted around, and he didn't say anything for a while. But he didn't say anything. Angor saw through the badger's mind. "You didn't go looking for Greya." Angor didn't ask Oil Badger to choose. Oil Badger was silent for 2 seconds before nodding. "Yes." "Then did you go back to Candy House?" "No." Oil Badger shook his head. He didn't go back to Candy House, and he didn't go looking for Greya either. "Are you delayed by something, or do you have other reasons for not being able to return to Candy House? Or did you not want to look for Greya?" This time, Oil Badger didn't answer right away. Instead, he lowered his head and remained silent. Angor wasn't an employee of Candy House, so his question was a little too much. Still, he chose to ask. Not because he wanted to gossip, but because Greya once asked him to help her find the missing employees of Barbie's restaurant if he had time. Also, Toby seemed to care a lot about the employees of Barbie's restaurant. Even if it was not for Greya but for Toby's sake, Angor still hoped to get an answer. "It's because..." Oil Badger hesitated for a while. "Lady Portia saved me, and I need to repay her kindness." As soon as Oil Badger finished speaking, Charlie, who was at the side, said unhappily, "Sir said long ago that you've already repaid your kindness and told you to hurry up and leave. She tried to kick you out several times, but you just wouldn't leave." "Oh?" Angor gave Charlie a curious look. After going through such a small setback, Charlie no longer stuttered in front of Angor. He quickly explained the situation to Angor. With Charlie's explanation, Angor got a general idea of the situation. Portia was the oil badger they met at Lorembier on Deer Island. At that time, Oil Badger was in a miserable state. As a gourmet apprentice, he had no means of attack. He was actually kidnapped by a group of apprentices from a sorcerer family who wanted to control him and use him as a cash cow. Portia didn't know Greya well, but she had been to Barbie's restaurant and met the oil badger. When she found the oil badger, she saved him. Of course, Portia did not save Oil Badger unconditionally. She saved Oil Badger because she needed special essential oils to make several fragrances. Although she knew how to make these essential oils, it took her a lot of time to make them. At that time, Portia had a lot of things to do, so those fragrances were left stranded. After she met the oil badger, she thought of the oil badger's talent and wanted him to try. If the oil badger could succeed, she would save a lot of time. Even if the oil badger could not make these essential oils, she could still give him to Greya in exchange for some benefits. So, Portia saved Oil Badger. As it turned out, Oil Badger was very talented in using oils. Not only did he quickly learn how to make special essential oils, but he also created many new ones. This was a great help to Portia. In half a year, Oil Badger helped Portia earn more than 7 digits of wealth. There was no doubt that Oil Badger had already repaid Angor's kindness. However, despite Portia's words, Oil Badger did not seem to want to leave at all. He still worked hard every day to make essential oils. Portia no longer focused on making fragrances but on life alchemy. However, Oil Badger did not care. He just kept making essential oils and gave them to Charlie every day. "Mister, you've thought about contacting Candy House or Graham many times to tell them about Tonga. But Tonga stopped you every time. I don't know what he's thinking." Charlie looked at Oil Badger with a disappointed expression. In Charlie's opinion, Oil Badger was a hopeless idiot who gave up on the path of freedom and insisted on working as a laborer. Oil Badger did not have any complaints in the face of Charlie's accusation. He scratched the back of his head and chuckled. The more he laughed, the angrier Charlie became. He even secretly reached out his hand and pinched Oil Badger's thigh. Oil Badger yelped in pain and gave Charlie a wrong look. Charlie said fiercely, "I told you to laugh. In front of the Lord, you have to be respectful." Angor was speechless. "If you know respect, why did you pinch my thigh in front of me? What kind of respect is that?" Even though he was complaining in his mind, he still saw the xenophobic atmosphere between Oil Badger and Charlie. He would be an idiot if he still could not figure out what was going on. Oil Badger did not want to tell Angor the reason why he did not want to see Greya. But judging from the way he looked at Charlie, Angor could tell what was going on with Greya, as well as the way he spoke with beyond her perception. On the other side, even though Charlie kept scolding the Oil Badger, deep down, she hoped for the good of the Oil Badger. She hoped that the Oil Badger could be free and not be shackled. So, was this a two-way relationship? Or was it a two-way crush? Angor rubbed his chin and pondered. If he remembered correctly, Portia seemed to have said that the person Charlie admired the most was himself. Then, the person he admired the most, seeing how Charlie kept glancing at Oil Badger, Angor knew the answer. It had to be Oil Badger. Portia had sent a pair of quarrelsome lovers to him. Could it be that the surprise she mentioned was for him to watch them bicker by the side? Or did she want him to be the villain and take Oil Badger away to separate them? Let them taste the pain of not being able to see each other, Angor shuddered. Forget it. Portia did not say anything about letting him decide whether Oil Badger should stay or leave. It was better to let Oil Badger decide for himself. But there was one thing that Oil Badger did not do right. Even if he chose to stay because he liked Charlie, he should at least let Greya know that he was safe. Who else could he move other than himself if he kept his head down and acted like an infatuated man who didn't care about anything? Besides, as far as Angor knew, Greya would not stop Oil Badger if she knew about it. She would definitely find a way to make Oil Badger kidnap Charlie back to Barbie's restaurant. After all, Charlie was an alchemist. Alchemists enjoyed high status wherever they went. Wait a minute. Angor suddenly had an idea. Did Portia send Charlie and Oil Badger to him for this? Since Portia knew about Greya and Angor's relationship, Angor had to tell Greya about the Oil Badger's existence. If Greya showed up, she would definitely notice the connection between Greya and Charlie. Knowing Greya's personality, she would probably take both of them away without hesitation. Once Greya did that, she would form an inexplicable connection with Portia. Now that he thought about it, Portia was on the path of life alchemy. The difference between life alchemy and bioalchemy was that bioalchemy focused on modification, while life alchemy focused on creation. The creation of life was a dangerous and forbidden area, while the creation of intelligent life was absolutely forbidden. However, someone in the southern wizarding region had touched this forbidden area before. It was Greya. Toby was the creation of life, and it was the only creation life with intelligence. Angor knew that Toby's birth had something to do with the remains of a legendary creature, but Portia did not. If Greya wanted to get involved in life alchemy, she would definitely want to work with Greya. And Greya was the one who went the furthest on the path of creation in the southern wizarding region. Greya's creation was different from life alchemy, but the result was similar. The more Angor thought about it, the more convinced he became. He was going to ask Oil Badger if he wanted to meet Greya, but now he decided not to. He would not ask about Oil Badger, but he had to tell Greya about it. After all, the Oil Badger came here openly, and many people saw it. If Greya knew that Angor had seen the badger without telling her about it, she might get angry again. Angor had to tell Greya about Oil Badger, but he also planned to tell her about Portia's involvement in life alchemy, as well as his speculations. Greya was not an idiot. She would know what to do once she learned the truth. Of course, it was also possible that Portia wanted Angor to pass the message to Greya. She wanted to cooperate with Greya in public, which was exactly what she wanted. But Angor did not care about that. Besides, he was sure that Greya would not cooperate with Portia for now. For Greya, the most important thing right now was to find her body. As for creating a new life? She already had the authority of rhythmic membrane, which meant she had a better creation template. Why would she go into a forbidden area that risked her life? While Angor was thinking, Charlie was still scolding Oil Badger, telling him to contact Greya as soon as possible and stop following Portia around all day. Charlie even said ruthlessly, "Are you coveting the position of Lady Portia's assistant? I'm telling you, no way. I'm the only assistant she has." Oil Badger only chuckled and did not answer. However, Angor could tell that Oil Badger was saying in his mind, "I don't want to be Lady Portia's assistant. I want to be her assistant. Did Lady Portia send you here so that I can help you decide who's right and who's wrong?" Hearing Angor's words, Cereal and Greasy Badger quickly sat up straight like kittens. "I'll leave you two to solve your problems in private." Angor looked at Oil Badger. "As for you," Oil Badger immediately tensed up when he was mentioned. Angor considered. "It's right that you want to repay your kindness. But it's wrong of you to lose contact with Candy House. But I'm not a member of Candy House, so I won't tell you what to do. You decide for yourself." Oil Badger was worried that Angor would scold him, but he did not expect Angor to let it go so easily. He sighed in relief. Charlie, on the other hand, glanced at Oil Badger helplessly. This guy really knows how to play nice. I wonder why Lady Portia and Mr. Pat both fell for it. Now, let's get to the point. Since Angor did not want to talk about Oil Badger anymore, Charlie took out a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Angor with both hands. "Sir, this is the record of the special extraction method." Angor took a look at the notebook. Portia did not set up any supernatural concealment on the notebook. She openly displayed the contents of the book, including the experiment records of the extraction method. More importantly, the notebook was the original manuscript. The value of the special extraction method itself was immeasurable. The original manuscript and the experiment records would be even more valuable. Angor asked Charlie about it, and Charlie told him that the manuscript was for Angor, so he did not need to copy it or return it. Angor had to admit that Portia was really generous. After reading for a bit, Angor closed the notebook. He did not know much about extraction methods, and he could not tell what was special about this book. There was no need for him to force himself to understand it. As for the matter of understanding, it was better to leave it to the main character, Keeley. Angor put down the notebook and looked at Charlie. "Lady Portia told me that she wants you to be my assistant for now. Do you remember?" Charlie's eyes lit up, and he nodded expectantly. "I know." Angor grinned. "I'm glad you know that. Now, I have a task for you." "Something to do with making hats?" Charlie asked excitedly. Angor nodded. "Yes, it's very important. I need to buy some leather and gauze materials. As far as I know, Muzi's tea party should have them." Charlie frowned a little when she heard Angor's plan. Angor was right. Buying materials was an important part of the job. But wasn't her assistant supposed to help with crafting, controlling the fire, temperature, tailoring, and measuring? How did she become the buyer when it came to her? However, the only gratifying thing was that not only was she assigned a task, but even the Oil Badger that followed her was also assigned a task. But the Badger's task was a little strange. End of chapter. Essence oil? Charlie was surprised to hear about Greasy Badger's mission. It wasn't a big deal for someone as talented as Greasy Badger to do something like this. But what was Mr. Pat going to do with it? What was he going to do with it? Was Mr. Pat going to enter the fragrance realm as well? Under Charlie's shocked gaze, Angor used an illusion spell to create a piece of paper filled with writing and handed it to Greasy Badger. "I need you to use these materials to make an oil." Oil Badger took the paper and read through it. There were more than 20 kinds of materials listed on it. The first 5 should be the main ones. Angor circled them with a red pen and marked the approximate weight of the materials. The rest of the materials were not marked at all. "Can I really use this?" Greasy Badger looked at the main materials and hesitated. Incombustible oil foam of soar, mottled bark oil of swamp juniper, dead butterfly arum, ghost pocket bell mushroom, and swallow leaf dandelion skin. These 5 materials alone were enough to make Greasy Badger's scalp go numb. Soar was also known as stinky soar because of its pungent smell. No insects or beasts dared to invade the area where it grew. The stinky smell of soar came from its tree oil. Even after being diluted and purified, the so-called incombustible oil foam still had a pungent smell that reminded one of rotting rat corpses. Wizards rarely came into contact with rare materials like this. They were usually used to craft necromancy tools or ghoul potions. At least, Greasy Badger had never heard of using this kind of tree oil as the main ingredient for making an essence oil. Soar wasn't the only one. The dead butterfly arum and ghost pocket bell mushroom were also famous magic plants in the southern region. Their so-called reputation also meant stinky. Even fragrance alchemists were unwilling to extract the special smell after being diluted. The mottled bark oil of swamp juniper was not stinky at all. It was actually quite fragrant after being diluted. However, fragrance alchemists rarely extracted it because its smell was very strong and lingered for a long time. Also, its origin made many people feel uncomfortable. Swamp juniper, as its name suggested, was a kind of tree that grew in swamps. It is different from other trees in that it is alive and carnivorous. It could control the tree vines to pull the creatures on the shore into the swamp, dissecting their skin and eating their bones, and using their flesh and blood to nourish the tree. With the continuous killing, the corpses accumulated at the bottom of the swamp. A layer of faint black corpse oil naturally appeared on the surface of the swamp. This black oil stained the bark of the swamp juniper and mixed with the oil secreted by the juniper. This was the so-called mottled bark oil. This kind of material was mostly used to make soul-drawing soup, which was specially used to attract the undead. Anyway, Oil Badger had never thought that this thing could be used to refine essential oils. The last main ingredient was the swastika leaf dandelion skin. This was the most normal of all the main ingredients, and it was really famous in the fragrance world. It was one of the few magic plants that didn't have a smell, but the more diluted it was, the more pungent the smell would be. It was common to extract its flavor and use it as a catalyst for other fragrances. However, using it as the main material to refine essential oil. This was the first time Oil Badger had heard of such a thing. In short, the list of main ingredients was outrageous. I don't know if it works or not. Angor shrugged. Under the curious gazes of Oil Badger and Charlie, he explained, I found the formula by accident. I've never tried it before, so I don't know if it works or not. Also, it doesn't seem to be complete. It only recorded the quantities of the main ingredients and didn't mention the other auxiliary ingredients. Whether you can refine it or not will depend on your talent, Oil Badger. But it doesn't matter if I can't. I just want to know if the formula is real, so I'll give it a try. Charlie nodded. That's right. Mr. Pat only found an unknown formula by accident, so he wanted to try it out. This was quite common in the wizarding world. The more interesting a formula was, the more wizards would want to copy it. The main ingredients of the formula were already so interesting, which was why Mr. Pat was interested in it. Perhaps Mr. Pat didn't find anyone suitable to refine the formula, so he put it aside for a long time. Now that he met Oil Badger, who was extremely talented in blending oils, he decided to give it to Angor. At first, Charlie was wondering why Angor wanted to refine essential oil. But now, he realized that Angor was just curious about it. How could he refine an oil that smelled so good? On the other hand, Oil Badger was still wondering if he could refine the formula. But since Angor already said so, it didn't matter if he couldn't refine it, so he relaxed a lot. Let's try it out then. There are 10,000 magic crystals in here. Next, he took out a space capsule from his bracelet. You can use these crystals to buy materials. You can decide how to distribute them. Try to get the best quality materials you can. If you run out of magic crystals in the end, come back and find me. Charlie took the space capsule and nodded. Understood. Off you go then. Under Angor's gaze, Charlie and Oil Badger left the soundproof room. After they left, Olau approached Angor with a curious look in his eyes. It seemed he wanted to ask something. Angor looked into Alau's eyes. You want to know why I was naked when Oil Badger saw me for the first time? Alau's eyes were clear, but they couldn't hide the curiosity in them. He was now released from prison after 10,000 years, and he was always curious about everything, especially his master Angor. It's not a secret, said Angor. Alau's eyes lit up. So he could tell Angor about it. Angor paused and continued, but, it's not a secret. What are you thinking when you ask the master to tell you? Angor didn't want to say it, but in the end, he still told Alau the truth. It wasn't a secret, but it could easily lead to false rumors. It was better to tell Angor about it before Alau asked him about it in the future. Of course, he didn't tell Angor anything about the Nightmare Realm. According to Alau, Sunders discovered the monster's mark on him, which led to something else. After satisfying Alau's curiosity, Angor returned to the soundproof room and asked the kids who were watching TV to come out. Alau approached Angor again when he was about to ask Angor about Wood Spirit and Dangros. This time, Alau changed the topic. Mister, I think I've seen something similar to the formula you gave Oil Badger. Where did you see it? Angor wasn't surprised. Alau pondered for a moment and said, I think I saw it at Miss Margaret's place. Miss Margaret asked the most famous perfume warlock in Nether City to make it. However, I only saw the 3 main ingredients in the recipe. They are the non-combustible oil foam of Soar, the mottled oil of swamp juniper, and the dead butterfly arum. Because he had only glanced at it, Alau didn't take note of it, so he didn't know what the other main and supplementary materials were. Therefore, Alau couldn't tell if Angor's formula was the same as Margaret's. If it weren't for the Oil Badger reading out the main ingredients, Alau would have almost forgotten this memory. You're saying Margaret asked someone to make it for her? Why did she make this essential oil? Alau wasn't sure if the formula was made for Margaret, but Angor was sure that it came from Margaret's room. Or rather, Margaret's room in the Nightmare Realm. In Margaret's secret room, there were not only enchantment encyclopedia, but also many other alchemy books, including notes on the extraction of precious materials, floating powder collection, notes on alchemy, and so on. Among them, the essential oil formula was recorded in the floating powder collection. It was a book about perfumes. However, it didn't record many recipes. Most of the content was about Margaret's experience when using different perfumes. I'm not sure, Alau said. But I think the oil was made into a special fragrance and used on Master's body. But the strange thing is, after Master used this fragrance, I didn't smell anything on Master's body. I think, only Miss Margaret could smell it. Alau's explanation confirmed Angor's suspicion. The oil alone didn't have much effect. However, when combined with some special materials, it could create a fragrance called lighthouse. The effect of the lighthouse was just like its name. In the boundless dark night, people who sprayed this fragrance were like lighthouses. No matter where they were, they could immediately find the source of light. To put it simply, the lighthouse perfume could emit an extremely unique pungent smell. However, this smell could not be smelled by others. Only the person who personally made the fragrance could smell it. Furthermore, this fragrance involved a special level of energy. Even if one was far away in the land, they could smell it immediately. Now, he was planning to use it on the hat he made for Dorai's. The reason was simple. He didn't have any bad intentions toward Dorai's. He just wanted to do a little experiment. After getting the hat, Dorai's next step would be to accept a mission and enter the box of reincarnation. Of course, Angor wouldn't go to the box of reincarnation. However, the Gate of Illusion was fully charged. He planned to find a chance to explore it again. The last time he went to the Gate of Illusion, he met with Evo, or Alex. Angor didn't think he would see Alex again next time. Still, he wanted to see how Alex was doing inside the box of reincarnation. However, he didn't have a way to locate Alex. So, he thought about the lighthouse fragrance. The box of reincarnation must be very important to Downit's. If he happened to smell the lighthouse on Downit's hat when he used the Gate of Illusions next time, would he be able to lock onto Downit's coordinates and enter the box of reincarnation with illusions again? Of course, this was just a small experiment he came up with after meeting the Oil Badger. Angor wasn't sure if it would work or not. After all, there was a limit to how far the lighthouse fragrance could travel. Since the Gate of Illusion was traveling through a high-dimensional tunnel, it was unlikely that Angor would be able to smell the lighthouse fragrance. Still, it was just an experiment, and the oil badger was the one leading it. It wouldn't take much time anyway. Angor smiled at Olau. Maybe Margaret is the only one who can smell it. She and your master are having a little fun together? Before Olau could think further, Angor continued, I'm going back to my soundproof chamber to take a rest. What? About you? Do you want to stay outside with them, or do you want to go to my heart space? Olau considered. I'll stay with the wood spirit for a while. The wood spirit was still immersed in watching Apothecary of Strange Flame. However, it would look up from time to check its surroundings, as if it was still in a state of shock. It seemed that the trip to the signal tower and the sudden visit from Charlie and the oil badger still caused the wood spirit to feel uneasy. Even if it was watching a movie, it still couldn't stay calm. Olau really wanted to go to his heart space to get some real objects from the Sea of Mirrors, but he didn't want to do that. Angor decided to calm the wood spirit down first. He nodded to Olau and entered the soundproof chamber. He closed the door, found a comfortable place to sit down, closed his eyes, and logged into the dream wasteland. After half an hour of arguing, Angor wondered if Broy and Guy had come up with a solution. With that in mind, he went to the mission center of the new city. When Angor logged off, Broy and Guy were still arguing. It had been half an hour, and they still weren't done yet. However, the music sheets in front of them had changed slightly. At that time, they were still pulling the 20 music scores to their limits. Now, there were only 3 music scores left in front of them. The other sheets were tossed aside. Clearly, these 3 sheets were the last thing they wanted to discuss. Angor didn't disturb them. Instead, he sat down and listened to their conversation quietly. From their conversation, one thing could be ascertained: Uriel preferred the last chapter of the Sloan Triptych. In each chapter of the Sproul 3 chapters, a foreign merchant arrived at the Sproul Bazaar and was cheated by the local tyrant, but the ending was different. The first merchant chose to admit defeat and seek protection, but the outcome was not very good. The second merchant chose to form alliances and tried to jump out of the framework to compete with the local tyrant, but in the end, he failed on the verge of success. The last chapter of Sproul's 3 chapters described the final merchant's battle of wits against the local tyrant. It was one of the most satisfying chapters in Sproul's 3 chapters. But there was also a subdivision. The point of contention between Broy and Guy at this moment was which kind of pleasure did Uriel like. End of chapter. Was it the coolness of a battle of wits, or the coolness of a counterattack? Or was it the coolness of leaving the world in the dust? Only after determining their specific preferences could they make a decision on the music score. Both Bloy and Guy argued with each other for their own reasons. Bloy supported coolness, while Guy supported coolness. Uriel's gaze was an example of the reason for this. However, in the last chapter, especially the last 2 sections, Uriel's eyes didn't change much, so it wasn't easy to prove that Angor was right. Therefore, they argued for a long time, back and forth, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end, they all looked at Angor and waited for him to make a decision. However, Angor didn't think he was better than the professionals in this field, so he remained silent. Broy suggested a new plan. How about we read it a few more times? Maybe we can make a decision based on the other chapters? From the beginning? Broy nodded. From the beginning. The two remained silent for a moment before they reactivated the illusion box and began to enjoy the whole process again. Angor did not object to their decision. They were given 12 hours, and there was still some time before the deadline was up. As long as they could produce results within the time limit, it would be fine. While Guy and Broy watched the performance of Sproul's 3 chapters, Angor took out his mother tree communicator and prepared to talk to Greya about Grease Badger. However, Greya had been talking to Cameron for the past few days, so he decided to use God's view to observe the situation first before deciding when to contact them. Cameron and Greya had already left the aquarium. Cameron solved the problem easily and returned to Pearl Island. Back on Pearl Island, Greya and Cameron were talking to each other again, but this time, it was different from the last time. Greya selected several unique creatures from the Dream Wasteland and asked Cameron to analyze them. In the end, they gave each creature a score of 10, with 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. Greya chose some of the creatures she was proud of, some of them were random creations, and some were created by Sumesh himself. This white demon dolphin, 5 points. Its form follows the strict evolutionary logic, which is a bonus point. But to design an ice-type transcendent organ and not be able to use it. This is a minus point. Electric grassland mouse, 4 points. Just like the white demon dolphin, it's designed with an organ that can discharge electricity. Although it can be used, it's just a pirated version of the land's electric sea otter. Stone Mound Man, 2 points. It's an insult to be named after a human. It's just a stone monster designed to eat, drink, and defecate. Knuckle Worm, 1 point. Fortunately, the lowest score is 1 point. Otherwise, I would have given it 0 points. Other than parasitizing on the ecological chain, it doesn't contribute anything. When it dies, it will directly turn into smoke. There's no need for this kind of thing to exist. I suggest it be extinct. Lantern Fungus, 3 points, Lightning Butterfly Fish, 1 point, Night Gull, 7 points, Little Bird, 6 points. Although Cameron's evaluation was subjective, he had his own reasons. Furthermore, he placed a lot of emphasis on circulation. If a creature didn't even have a basic circulation, then there was no need for it to exist. Apart from that, Cameron didn't really like creatures that had a strong sense of design. In his own words, as a scholar of the theory of everything, he preferred natural things. If design was so obvious, then he might as well just go for mechanical creatures and add whatever modules he wanted. For example, the knuckle worm and the lightning butterfly fish violated 2 of Cameron's taboos. The former was created to be born, while the latter was designed to be designed. It was worth mentioning that both of them were Sumesh's creations. Currently, Cameron's highest score was given to 2 birds, the night gull and the small bird. This was because they didn't have any special abilities, they were just birds. For Cameron, transcendent properties could be a bonus, but they had to have no sense of design. If they were added for the sake of design, then it would be a minus point. These 2 ordinary birds, however, struck a chord in Cameron's heart. In his own words, they were just right for nature. He couldn't have done better if he was the one who created them. It was obvious how meticulous the creator's observation of birds was. Of course, both the night gull and the little bird were Grea's creations. But it was worth mentioning that these 2 birds were actually Grea's random creations. As for Grea's best creations, they didn't have high scores because of their lack of sense of design. Greya wanted to design creatures with transcendent properties so much that she often put the cart before the horse. Cameron said, all life depends on the circulation. Trying to increase the size of a creature without the essence will only destroy the circulation. This is where the aquarium's problem lies, and it's also where the problem lies with these creatures. It wasn't that these creatures were bad. It was just that they didn't even have a proper foundation. How was it possible to build a castle in the air, in other words? It was possible to create transcendent properties, but one had to follow certain evolutionary rules. Take the white demon dolphin for example. If one wanted to give it the ability to use ice, one only needed to give it a transcendent seed at the beginning. The seed would change its basic habits, and after generations of evolution, the dolphin would develop ice abilities on its own. This way, even if the dolphin mastered the transcendent property, it would still be able to use it freely like a bloodline inheritance. Also, common birds like the night gull already had an organ that stored light energy in their bodies. One only needed to do something to the organ and let it evolve on its own. In the end, light gull, radiant gull, or rainbow gull would also have transcendent properties. Grea's design was too hasty. Greya didn't realize it herself. Maybe it was because her creation in the real world went too smoothly. First, there was Toby, and then there were all kinds of magical plants and insects. Greya's expectations were raised, and she became a little arrogant after obtaining the right to use the membrane of rhythm. Now that Cameron pointed it out, it was actually a good thing for Greya. Greya's path was the path of creation, and it was one of the most difficult paths in the entire origin world. She had great talent, but she didn't have a good foundation. If she kept going like this, her path would become narrower and narrower. Cameron's words knocked Greya back to the ground, but they also opened up a new world for her. Greya was the one who gained the most out of them all this time. Greya knew it as well. She was afraid of her carelessness in the past, but she also felt glad that she had cleared the fog and cleared her path. Of course, she was also very grateful to Cameron for his guidance. However, she didn't have any other way to show her gratitude. The only thing she could do was to give Cameron more creatures she created so that he could study them. Greya even thought about calling Toby over. Unfortunately, Toby was sent to Parmajai Highlands for training. From what she knew about Toby, Toby must have completed his mission and went out to play. She wouldn't be able to find him anytime soon, so she had no choice but to give up. However, even without Toby, Cameron still had the opportunity to conduct research on the moss baby after obtaining its approval. This time, Cameron fell into deep thought as he studied the moss baby. Greya didn't create the moss baby. It was a dream plant fairy born from the mother tree of civilization, and it was the first generation of dream plant fairies. The moss baby's ability was more about eating, but it was still a supernatural creature. In fact, it was stronger than most wizards in the new city. Besides, the moss baby's supernatural ability had its own energy system, which was unique to the mother tree. In Cameron's eyes, the moss baby was a real supernatural creature that he had never seen before, and there were no signs of it being man-made. The moss baby's research value didn't only lie in its unknown nature, but also its mysterious energy system that relied on the mother tree. Cameron could see through all of Greya's creatures with one glance, but the more he looked at the moss baby, the more unfathomable he felt. Even as a scholar of the theory of everything, he couldn't understand what was going on. This was why Cameron kept staring at the moss baby without saying anything. Greya didn't bother Cameron. She told the moss baby to listen to Cameron's words and help him with his research. Greya then walked to the side. For one thing, Greya did not want to interrupt Cameron's train of thought. For another, she received a message from the Mother Tree Interconnect. Greya picked up the device and saw many people asking her questions, including Iron Granny and Mr. Tree Spirit. Greya glanced at the summary and clicked on the Special Reminder tab. The message she set as a special alert came from Angor. Portia. Oil Badger. Greya's pupils shrank when she read the first part of the message. She had been looking for information about the employees of Barbie's restaurant. Most of them already knew where they were, and some had already returned to Candy House. Only a dozen or so of them were left outside. Greya was worried about Big Eye and Oil Badger the most. Big Eye Houston, also known as Eyeless, was a talented young man whom Greya valued a lot. Greya had been worrying about him for days because she never heard anything about him. Now that she knew Houston was with the Fulvins family, and they were willing to let him go as long as she paid them, Greya felt a huge weight lifted off her mind. She just had to wait for the tea party to start and make the deal with Lydia. While Houston's problem was solved, Oil Badger, who was nowhere to be found, had become another big worry in her mind. Oil Badger wasn't a talented cultivator. Greya only cared about him because of his unparalleled talent in oil mixing. Oil was the key to most dishes. Without Oil Badger's cooking oil, Greya felt that her own food was not as good as before. She even thought that even if she found her body, Barbie's restaurant would have to close down if she couldn't find Oil Badger. Not only Greya's Barbie's restaurant, but also Felicia's Butterfly Tavern used to rely on the Oil Badger for their barbecue. Now that the badger had disappeared, Felicia tried her best to find it. She even asked a prophet to divine the location of the badger, but to no avail. This showed how important the Oil Badger was to Greya and Candy House. Greya even suspected that Oil Badger was dead. Now that she heard about Oil Badger from Angor, she was truly shocked. It was a pleasant surprise. Greya quickly checked the rest of the message. Soon, she learned about Oil Badger's situation. As it turned out, Oil Badger was saved by Portia and had been under her protection ever since. Portia was a member of the research department. Not only was she rich, but she also had all kinds of unimaginable technology. It was normal that she had an anti-prophecy item. No wonder the prophet couldn't find Oil Badger. The reason why Oil Badger didn't leak any information was that he was focused on studying how to refine oil for Portia. It wasn't that Oil Badger couldn't leave because Portia gave him the freedom to do so. He didn't leave because he had a crush on Portia's assistant and student, Serial. As it turned out, Oil Badger was sent here by Portia together with Serial. Now that Portia had entered the forbidden area, Angor assumed that she had her own reasons for sending him the Oil Badger. So, Greya felt relieved after reading all the messages. She could see Angwar's concern, and she also knew that Portia did this just to get in touch with her. Portia's goal was to talk about life creation. In the past, Greya wouldn't dare to talk to alchemists who knew how to avoid being misled. But now, after Cameron's advice, she had a new idea of how to deal with alchemists. She wasn't afraid of being led astray, so talking to Portia wasn't something she couldn't accept. Besides, Cameron was with her. As a scholar of the theory of everything, he should have his own ideas about life alchemy. Maybe she could get some correct ideas from him. Greya wasn't stingy about talking to Portia or teaching her correct ideas. Angor believed that Portia had an ulterior motive, so he warned her to be careful. However, Greya believed that Oil Badger was more important to her and Candy House. The fact that Portia saved Oil Badger was enough for Greya to repay her kindness. If Portia only wanted to talk, and Greya wasn't afraid of being led astray, she wouldn't mind. End of chapter. Angor wasn't going to interfere with Greya's decision. He told Greya the story of Portia and Oil Badger so that she could decide for herself. It was up to Greya whether she wanted to talk to Portia or not. What he wanted to know now was what Greya was going to do with Oil Badger. Don't worry about Oil Badger for now. I'll go to Floating Mech City and meet him in person. Angor could tell that Greya wasn't going to Floating Mech City just to see Oil Badger. She might also want to see Charlie and Portia. Okay. He didn't say anything else. He told Greya because he wanted to know her opinion. Now that he had seen it, it was enough. After ending the call, Greya returned to Cameron's side. Cameron stroked his beard in silence for a long time before sighing. The dream plant fairy that Moss Baby belongs to is a truly unique race. If I wanted to do an analysis, it would take me at least a year and a half to give a shallow report. In other words, Moss Babies were completely different from the other creatures he saw. It was impossible for him to come up with a conclusion in a few minutes. What about your score? Greya asked. Cameron shook his head. I'm not going to give a score for Moss Babies. I gave them a score because I can see that they are not very stable, and there are obvious signs of creation. I'm going to give them a score based on their level of creation. As for Moss Babies, I don't see any signs of creation. They're simply nature's favorites, and they've become one with nature. Dream plant fairies were born and nurtured by the heavens, and were the pride of this world. They even had a unique energy system, and from Cameron's perspective, they were almost perfect creatures. If they didn't exist in the dream wasteland and could cross the boundary to come to reality, then they would be no different from other creatures in the real world. Or even humans. They were truly supernatural creatures with a perfect sense of beauty. He wouldn't give them a score because they were already beyond the limit of what he could do. Cameron looked at Greya with a hopeful look. Can I keep studying Moss Babies? Sure. Greya nodded. Cameron smiled joyfully at first, but his expression quickly turned gloomy as he muttered, "What a pity, what is it?" Greya was confused. Cameron said with a helpless expression, "It's a pity. I still have a mission to complete, so I can't stay in the southern region for too long. Otherwise, I really want to stay here for a few years. Even if I don't study the dream plant spirits thoroughly, I can still write a simple research report to comfort myself." Speaking up to here, Cameron seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the distant horizon and gritted his teeth. I really envy that old man. He can come and go as he pleases. The most annoying thing is that he has the opportunity to research all kinds of new technologies, but he does nothing. Old man? Greya asked. Greya already learned about Cameron's identity from Iron Granny, but she had no idea who the old guy was. Judging from Cameron's words, he was also in the dream wasteland. Cameron shook his head. You don't need to know who he is. He has his own mission and no identity. Anyway, I'm just jealous of him. He's always been a lucky guy. Maybe he met the Star of Hope in secret? Cameron's voice grew lower and lower until Greya could no longer hear what he was saying. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I have to study the Moss Baby before I leave the southern region. Cameron's spirits were reinvigorated as he looked at the Moss Baby with a smile. Come, Moss Baby, let me cut another piece for my research. Ahem, what I mean is, you can cut the excrement for me. A 3-meter-tall bearded man was standing in front of a mountain-like moss baby and talking to it in a sweet voice. It was such a beautiful scene. Angor gave it one last look before he shook his head and turned off his God's view. Angor turned off the God's view and looked up at a place not far away. Broy and Guy were still seriously looking at the illusion of Uriel's seat. According to the time, this was probably the 5th time they had watched it. They watched it continuously without stopping, and they didn't stop halfway. It was obvious that they still didn't have any clues. Since Angor didn't want to bother them, he picked up the interconnect device again. He wanted to talk to Cantor about Keeley, but since Cantor wasn't online, Angor had to leave him a message and tell him how to deal with Keeley. After leaving the message, Angor noticed that his brother, Leon, was still online. Angor quickly sent a message to stop him. After chatting with Leon for a while, Angor learned that Leon had been climbing the Sky Tower to gain combat experience. Also, Leon had been enjoying his life quite a lot. He joined a group called Calder Bloodline Development Group and learned a lot about bloodline development as well as practical skills. Apart from developing his bloodline in real life, Leon would also fight Saber Knight in the Dream Wasteland. At first, Saber Knight could defeat Leon with simple combat skills. But now, he had to fully activate his evil creatures to kill Leon quickly. Other than fighting with Saber, Lion would also be a teacher. He would teach Ollie how to fight. Olga used to be a maid in Pad Matter. Now, she had joined the evil hunters and was also compatible with Soto, a creature of Old Testament, which meant she could fight very well. However, Olga didn't have much fighting experience. Even if she could control her evil creatures, she was still like a baby holding a knife. Not only could she not do anything, but she might also hurt herself. Therefore, Leon would also find some time to teach maid Olga so that she wouldn't get herself into trouble. In the process of teaching the others, Leon was also quickly reflecting on many of his own combat techniques. It could be said that being Olga's teacher didn't slow down his progress. Instead, it allowed him to find many details and flaws that he hadn't noticed in the past. With these experiences, Lion's growth was extremely fast during this period of time. His chances of winning in the Sky Tower had dropped from 9 out of 10 to 50-50. After learning about Leon's recent situation, Angor couldn't help but exclaim. Bloodline wizards could only grow quickly in battles. Floating Mech City had many shortcomings, but the popularity of the Sky Tower alone was a blessing for the entire southern wizardry region. For bloodline wizards, it was the best training ground for them to grow quickly. Apart from talking to Leon about the recent situation, he also wanted to warn him about the danger. The mission was a bit far away from Lion, but Lion had been cultivating in the Sky Tower for a long time. It would be bad if he accepted the mission on a whim. Mission? I heard about it, but I'm not qualified to take it. I think only the top 100 contestants in the Rising Star competition can do it. Angor sighed in relief after hearing Leon's reply. But the next second, Angor's heart skipped a beat. But I think those who accept the mission can bring several assistants with them. Someone from the Calder Bloodline Development Group I joined accepted the mission. Remember, and I don't join the fun. Don't worry. I'm just a nobody in the Calder Bloodline Development Group. No one will ask me to be their assistant. Besides, as far as I know, the 3 who accepted the mission already have enough assistants. In short, Leon was trying to say that he was not qualified to accept the mission even though he was walking on the edge of a mission. But then, he remembered that Donglies knew that his emblem could increase their chances of survival. If someone else knew about this, would they invite Leon to join them? Leon was Angor's elder brother. As long as Angor looked into it carefully, it was not a secret. It was possible that someone thought that they could get close to Leon by tricking him into helping them, and they might even ask Leon to be their assistant. Just in case, Angor warned Sunders not to get carried away by his recklessness. Also, he asked Lion to tell Silum, David, and the others not to accept any missions. Even if the mission had the seed of death, it would still have a high death rate. It was not like Leon had to go there when he was in a desperate situation. After that, Angor chatted with Leon about his daily life. He had to admit that Dongli's declaration in Floating Mech City spread like wildfire. Leon couldn't avoid this topic while chatting with Angor. He kept asking Angor about how to deal with it. Angor didn't know what to say. Do you want to see where you are right now? It took Leon a while to understand what Angor meant. Yes, he was standing in the dream wasteland. With the dream wasteland there, he didn't need to worry about Dongli's provocation. Embarrassed, Leon changed the topic. About half an hour later, Angor and Leon ended the call. Broy and Guy still couldn't come up with a perfect plan. Angor wondered if the two of them were getting more and more confused. Maybe it was better to be alone, there was still a long way to go before the deadline. However, the White Sun Mirror region's gathering would begin in 6 hours. Laplace reminded him to come 3 hours early. In other words, he had to go to his heart space in 3 hours. If Broy and Guy could give an answer within 3 hours, Luigi would be able to find the corresponding score according to the plan when he went to a routine gathering of multiple races. On the other hand, Luigi would have to leave it up to fate to look for music scores. Angor had a 3-hour limit, but he didn't tell Broy and Guy about it. Instead, he logged off. He would go to the dream wasteland again in 2.5 hours. If Broy and Guy didn't come up with a plan by then, he would just leave it at that. He knew that Uriel wanted to read cool music scores, so he just needed to find them. As for the details of cool, he would deal with that later. Angor took out his notebook and continued to record the unbreakable heart mirror while optimizing the corresponding mystery manifestation. Time passed quickly as he bent over his desk and wrote. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Angor stretched his body and returned to the dream wasteland. When he appeared in front of Broy and Guy, he was surprised to see that they were no longer arguing. Uriel's illusion had stopped playing, and there was a music score on the table in front of them. The rest of the scores were scattered around. Seeing this, Angor knew that they had already decided on the final result. As expected, Broy and Guy exchanged a glance and gave an answer at the same time. It was the only music score in front of them. Black Sheep Confession. Angor was a little surprised when he saw the name of the score. It wasn't one of the 3 scores they chose earlier. It was a new one. Could it be that when he was offline, a new peerless music score had appeared and they had reached a consensus? I remember you were arguing about Abyss Fantasy, Against the Wind, and Metamorphosis of Ugly Raven. White Black Sheep Confession all of a sudden? Abyss Fantasy described the final battle between 2 wise men who stopped at the bottom of an abyss and looked at each other. Against the Wind was a very intense song. One could feel the madness of fighting against the sky and the waves, which corresponded to the thrill of breaking through everything. Metamorphosis of Ugly Raven was a kind of dance song. It told the story of an ugly raven who turned into a beautiful raven, which corresponded to the secret pleasure people envied. The 3 scores corresponded to different kinds of pleasure. Why was Black Sheep Confession changed now? Which kind of pleasure did it correspond to? Broy and Guy looked at each other. You tell me, Broy said as he looked at Guy. Guy didn't refuse the chance to show off. He adjusted his glasses and slowly spoke. We changed the score because we found something new when we watched the illusion again. Guy spoke in a calm but firm voice. He didn't exaggerate his emotions. Instead, he calmly explained what they found. To put it simply, they had been paying attention to the last chapter of Spro's 3 chapters all this time. Focusing on the chapters that Uriel liked didn't mean they could find the most suitable score. They had to find the reason why Uriel liked the last chapter. After going through the illusion again and again, they finally found something in the middle of the first chapter of Spro's 3 chapters. There was a small section in the middle of the first chapter that used a very typical religious interpretation. A long, solemn cry, and a hymn descended from heaven. It was about the first merchant who went to find the religious enforcement team to punish the local tyrant. But in the end, the religious enforcement team colluded with the local tyrant. They didn't know whether Uriel could hear the story in the score. However, Guy and Broy noticed that Uriel's eyes showed a hint of annoyance when he heard the religious music. End of chapter. The irritation in Uriel's eyes almost disappeared in a flash. If the two of them hadn't looked at it repeatedly and dug into the details bit by bit, they might not have discovered it. However, their slow work also brought them rewards. It was precisely because they had discovered this detail that they had some new ideas. Why did Uriel feel irritable when he heard religious music? Was it because he hated religion? If that was the case, then the reason why he liked the last chapter better was because the merchant had bypassed religious law enforcement and was still able to achieve his goal. According to this inference, the refreshing he liked might not be a single type of refreshing, but a combination of dissatisfaction with religion and the refreshing feeling of being able to complete his goal under religious interference. Thinking of this, Roy and Guy came to a consensus. The music score they were going to choose next had to have something to do with Shuang, or dark Shuang. But most importantly, the core of the music score had to be against religion. Under these conditions, the 3 music scores they had been arguing about were all unqualified and were all excluded. After another round of selection, they finally chose Black Sheep Confession. The creator of the Black Sheep Confession was a priest from the Duchy of Gris. He had lived in a monastery for the first half of his life, carefree. Later, he was assigned to spread the gospel in the border cities of the West to religion and became a priest in the church here. The believers trusted him and were willing to tell him about their inner frustrations. As for him, he had also spread the gospel of the West to religion to the very border in the years of enlightenment. Even the villages under his jurisdiction could see believers. In the eyes of the outside world, this was an honor for him. But he didn't think so himself, because he was already trapped in the prison of his heart. Over the years, he had heard of all kinds of sins and seen all kinds of injustice. He had been angry, hated, and even wanted to help the suffering believers. However, as he came into contact with them, he realized that most of the things that caused the suffering of the believers were the oppression of the desire for power. In the Duchy of Gris, the West II religion was the greatest power, and the Lord of the Heavens, West II, was the only God. Even though the believers were not directly oppressed by the West II religion, the West II religion colluded with some local authorities and became invisible accomplices. It could even be said that if the Shita sect had not given these people rights, how could the sect members have suffered? The priests, who were once as innocent as a piece of white paper, began to have gaps in the sacred mountain that they believed in after years of confessions. His colleagues in the monastery brought him love and hope, but his colleagues in the real world were as filthy as bugs in the sewers, slapping him in the face countless times. He was conflicted. Why had the Church of Shita that he loved become like this? If he was a person with rich experience at the bottom, with his extensive knowledge and experience, he might be able to enlighten himself and understand that there was no absolute light in any situation. Because the concept of light was born for the sake of darkness. But he wasn't. He had used the purest and most flawless heart to directly come into contact with the darkest side. This caught him off guard and caused a huge flip in his heart. A contradictory vortex appeared and he completely locked himself in the prison of his heart. He could enlighten his disciples, but he could not enlighten himself. Of course, he, who was trapped in his heart, could still walk out. If he broke out of the cage with light, he would still be the priest of the past. But if he walked out of the darkness, what would he become? The opportunity to break out of the cage soon came. A believer who was less than 10 years old died in front of him. The aristocrat who wore the Shita sect's Medal of Honor killed this naive and lovely believer who was like himself in the past. At this moment, he abandoned the light and broke out of the prison of his heart in the form of darkness. He became what the Shita sect called the Black Goat Demon in human skin. He began to carry out a series of revenge. He took revenge on the aristocrat and all the people he thought he should take revenge on. Finally, he looked at the Church of Heaven of the Shita sect. Flames burned down the 1,000-year-old church. Countless priests were burned to death, and the circular symbol that symbolized under heaven, the pure land of light, was also burned. The person who set the fire was called the biggest traitor of the Shita sect. However, he did not go to the heresy court of the Shita sect. Because he was burned to ashes in the great fire of the Church of Heaven. Under the cover of the fire and smoke, in the ruins of the collapsed building, in the blood and screams of agony, he wore a bright red priest robe and played the last song in the choir hall. It was also his original song. This tune was none other than the Black Sheep Confession, which was banned by the Yungri Duchy. The song was written about himself, especially the last performance in the fire. It combined all his past experiences. It was passionate and sonorous, as if he was confessing his sins, or blaming the heavens for being the black goat and telling it that it was the real sinner. Black Goat Confession has the solemnity of religion, the intensity of resistance, and the grandeur of asking the heavens, Guy said. In our opinion, this song might be able to enter the hearts of the judges, Guy said. Only when Uriel's heart was broken would he be more emotionally affected and give a higher seat to the winner. This was Guy and Broy's opinion, and the reason why they chose the Black Sheep Confession. On the other hand, Angor did not make any comments after hearing their explanation. Angor did not know if Black Sheep Confession was the best choice, but Uriel probably had something to do with the religion. Who was Uriel? He was a master musician from the Tasman Empire in the Western Continent's wizarding world. The Church of Light was one of the most famous things in Tasman Empire. This was a country where religious power was greater than royal authority. In this respect, Tasman Empire was similar to the Ugri's Principality in the south, which was ruled by religion. In Tasman Empire, where the Church of Light was spread all over the empire, the authorities had already intertwined with the church. As a master musician, Uriel had to have something to do with the church. Also, Uriel's place was so poor in the dungeon. Did the Church of Light really do harm to him? Was that why Uriel became annoyed when he heard religious music? He did not know the answer yet, but he believed that Black Sheep Confession would be the key to finding the treasure no matter what the result was. I'll take the Black Sheep Confession. I'll still record the illusions if I don't make it to the top 3 today so that you can analyze them. 3 days left. Don't slack off. Angor nodded to Guy and Broy before disappearing from the dream wasteland. Inside Angor's heart, Luigi put on a serious look after hearing the story behind Black Goat Confession from Angor. Performing Black Goat Confession wasn't difficult. However, if Angor wanted Uriel to sympathize with the music, he had to replicate the final move of the priest in the story. How to use notes to create such an atmosphere and drive the audience into such an intense and resonant music environment was a great challenge for the performer. This was a piece of music that was much more difficult to compose than to perform. It was completely different from all the music scores Luigi had received before. Even if Luigi was a master musician, he might not be able to fully compose the music in such a short time. I need more time to practice, Luigi said in a low voice. So you're saying you're not going to attend the gathering? Laplace, Glepner, and the others were already there, and Luigi could sense what was going on at the gathering through mind sharing. However, there was still a difference between going there and doing so. Besides, Luigi was the only one who was interested in music scores in Laplace's mind sharing. Even if the other mind sharing images, they wouldn't go looking for music scores for Luigi. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to understand them. If Luigi wanted a good piece of music, he had to find it himself. No, I'm going. But before that, I need to go to Pippi Castle. Pippi Castle? Angor frowned. He remembered Shark Fong mentioning that Palucci lived in Pippi Castle. However, other races in the Sun Mirror region preferred to call Pippi Castle Shameless City. Yes, I'm going to Pippi Castle to see a friend. But isn't Palucci the one who's going to organize this gathering? If you want to see Palucci, can't you just go to the gathering? Luigi shook his head. The gathering is supported by Palucci, but it's held in the headquarters of the Crystal Eye race, Crystal City. The friend I'm going to see lives in Pippi Castle. From what I know of him, he won't attend the gathering. That's true, but who is the person you want to see? And why do you want to see him now? Before Luigi could answer, an old voice interrupted him. Luigi wants to see Barigon, I think. Angor turned around and saw Gleipnir walking in from the door of his heart space with a walking stick. The bunny girl and Laplace also came with her. The bunny girl quickly ran to Angor and thanked him in a small voice. After logging off from the Dream Crystal Plane, she saw the giant bunny mansions on Rabbit Mountain and her eyes lit up. She loved those bunny mansions so much. Moreover, Angor had set up illusions in every room of the bunny mansions. There were bunny dolls, bunny beds, bunny lanterns, and even animated bunnies. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest when she saw the animated bunnies. How could there be something so cute and interesting? There were all kinds of fun and useful items in the illusions. As long as the energy source was running out, the illusions would never stop. How could she not be happy when such a beautiful place was right in front of her? Therefore, the first thing she did when she saw Angor was thanking him for saving her life. Angor accepted the girl's gratitude and told her that she could come to him if she wanted to see other types of movie boxes. After comforting the bunny girl, Angor looked at Luigi again. Luigi nodded. Yes, Gleipnir is right. I'm going to see Barigon. He's a friend I met when I was performing in Neon City. But he's currently studying at Pippi Castle, so he usually doesn't leave the place. Luigi also mentioned the reason why he went to see Barigon. Barigon had a treasure that came from Ghost's domain, Xianxia's haunted house. Inside a haunted house, one could change the sense of time in a small area. To put it bluntly, the flow of time inside the haunted house was different from the outside world. Of course, this was only the effect. You want to use this haunted house to practice black sheep confession? Angor quickly understood Luigi's plan after hearing the description of the haunted house. Luigi nodded without hesitation. That's right. If there are no accidents, I only need to stay inside the haunted house for 2 hours, and I will be able to master the black sheep confession. Besides, I don't need to worry about missing the party. If the haunted house was really that effective, Luigi could use this method to help both sides. He could practice his music score and go to the party to pick out new ones. It was the best of both worlds. So, you're going now? I'm going now, but... Luigi paused and gave Angor a hopeful look. Can you come with me? Angor? You want me to accompany you to practice your music? It's not a real haunted house. Besides, even if it was, you wouldn't be afraid of it. Luigi hesitated a little. I need to immerse myself in the music to achieve the same feeling as in Black Sheep Confession. Your illusion is quite realistic. Maybe you can simulate the author's oppressive environment so that I can get into the mood faster. Angor didn't know what to say. Luigi wanted him to be a curtain maker, Angor considered. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and he could also enjoy the view of Pippi Castle while he was there. So he nodded and accepted Luigi's request. However, Laplace suddenly spoke up, if you're going to invite Angor to Xiaoka's haunted house, you better tell him the details first. Don't wait until we arrive. If Angor rejects you, don't come crying to us for help. Angor gave Luigi a puzzled look. Was there something else going on? Luigi scratched his messy hair and chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. It's just that when we enter the haunted house, some mirror monsters will attack us. Mirror monsters? Angor was surprised. Why? Luigi lowered his voice. It's a haunted house, you know. End of chapter, Luigi stuttered as he explained. A haunted house, as its name suggested, was a house with ghosts. However, the ghosts here were different from the ghosts outside. They were a species unique to the ghost domain in the mirror ghosts. As for why the mirror ghosts would linger in this house, it had to be explained from the origins of the house. Xiaoka's haunted house was not a mystery item, but it had a certain mystery attribute. In other words, it was a semi-Hispanic item similar to the unbreakable heart mirror. These semi-Hispanic items were called secret treasures in the ghost domain in the mirror. They were created in a strange way. They originated from a person's thoughts before he died. A human named Xiaoka had accidentally fallen into the ghost domain in the mirror. Being chased by mirror ghosts all over the mountain, he had escaped to a dark underground chamber. This underground secret room temporarily concealed his aura, allowing him to struggle at death's door. However, there was no other exit. The only exit was surrounded by mirror ghosts. In other words, there was no way out for him. If the mirror ghosts found him, he would die. Seeing that his life was coming to an end, he took out the diary that he always carried with him and started to write down his last few days of life, his thoughts, and his last words. 3 days later, the mirror ghosts found the secret chamber. Xiaoka was still dead. However, after Xiaoka's death, the last words that he left behind in the diary were filled with emotions. Perhaps it was in accordance with some unspeakable law, causing some changes to happen in the secret chamber. His last words were as follows, I can already hear the ghosts' laughter outside the door. I can also hear footsteps. They're here. Damn it, I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Even though I know I'm going to die today, I don't want to die so soon. If 1 minute could be used as a year, no, even if it's just a month, a day, or even half an hour, I'd be willing to give up everything. I want to live, even if it's just a second. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. They're already here. Goodbye. This man had only used 3 sentences to give birth to a secret treasure. This secret treasure was eventually obtained by Barigan, who found Xiaoka's diary inside. Combining the contents of the diary and the effects of this heirloom, Barigan named this heirloom Xiaoka's haunted house. The effect of the haunted house matched Xiaoka's last words: "As long as you are in this haunted house, the flow of time you feel will be slower than the outside world." 1 hour inside the haunted house was equivalent to 1.5 days outside. However, during this period, the haunted house will keep spawning mirror monsters to attack you. Only by blocking the attack can you continue to stay in the secret room. In other words, you plan to practice confession of the black sheep in my haunted house, and I'll help you block the mirror monster's attack? Angor looked at Luigi. Luigi nodded obediently. Yes, but I'm not trying to trick you. Don't you know illusions? The first few waves of mirror ghosts were very weak. They couldn't see through illusions. Luigi chose Angor because Angor could not only simulate illusions, but also trap the mirror monster with illusions. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If Luigi brought someone else with him, he wouldn't be able to practice in peace because of the noise caused by the mirror monsters. Even Laplace and Glepner would not be as effective as Angor. Luigi's plan worked out perfectly. Besides, Angor could easily create illusions, so Luigi didn't think Angor would refuse his help. If Luigi told Angor to use illusions to trap the mirror monsters at the last minute, Angor would probably agree, but he wouldn't feel comfortable about it. But since Laplace pointed it out, Angor didn't think too much about it. If Luigi could really trap the mirror monsters with an illusion, then he wouldn't mind helping Luigi. However, there was one thing Luigi said that bothered him. The first few waves of mirror ghosts were weak, and they couldn't see through illusions? You mean, the next wave of mirror ghosts will get stronger, and the illusions won't work? Angor asked. Luigi nodded. Yes. The mirror ghosts in the haunted house are weak at first, but they will get stronger as time goes by. Especially since you'll be inside the haunted house every 24 hours, there will be a wave of mirror ghosts. When that happens, we'll have to run. However, with my talent, I should be able to perform Black Sheep Confession perfectly after 2 hours in there. Apart from the wave of mirror ghosts, there will only be 1 wave of mirror ghosts per day. 2 hours in the haunted house is equivalent to 3 days in the outside world, which means 3 mirror ghosts in 3 days. They won't be able to break through your illusions. In summary, the haunted house worked like this: the longer you could block the attacks of the mirror ghosts, the longer you could stay in the haunted house. However, the longer you stayed in the haunted house, the stronger the mirror ghosts would become. Also, a wave of mirror ghosts would appear every 24 hours in the outside world. If Luigi only stayed in the haunted house for 2 hours, he wouldn't run into any mirror ghosts. The first 3 waves of mirror ghosts were all weak and controllable. In terms of mechanism, it was not that hard to understand. At first glance, this mechanism did not sound very impressive, but if one could increase the difficulty of the mirror monster without limit, then it could be used in many ways. For example, he could train his fighting skills. By increasing the difficulty of the mirror ghosts, he could gain more fighting experience. If he could do this without limit, even miracle wizards would benefit from it. Or, he could train for a long time. If the difficulty of the haunted house was low for the first few times, then the player could stop and experience the first few times. When the difficulty increased, the player could come back out and restart the haunted house. This way, he could exchange 1 hour for another day and achieve long-term training in a short period of time. But, this was only an idea. Xiaoka's haunted house was only a semi-mystery item. Could it really be unlimited? Soon, Luigi gave an answer. It couldn't. The gate of the haunted house couldn't be opened multiple times within a short period of time, which limited the number of people who could enter and leave. Each time the haunted house was opened, there would be a limit of 1 month. After 1 month, the haunted house would be forced to close and empty. This meant that the mirror ghost's power was limited. Anyone who left the haunted house would be marked, and they couldn't enter again for at least 30 days, or at most 3 years. The time limit of the mark was calculated based on how long a person stayed in the haunted house last time. The longer a person stayed in the haunted house, the longer the mark would cool down. These 3 restrictions meant that the haunted house had no upper limit. Angor was a little disappointed. But then again, it was only a semi-mystery item, so there had to be a limit to how much it could be used. Ignoring these limitations, Xiaoka's haunted house was actually not bad. It could handle urgent matters. He held his chin and thought to himself. When Leon was studying at Gorse Knight Academy, he had to wait until the last day to finish his homework because he didn't have enough time. If he had this haunted house back then, he could probably finish all his homework on the last day of school. Of course, this was just a random thought. If he really used the haunted house to finish his homework, he would need at least one person to protect him from the mirror ghosts. A family that was strong enough to deal with the mirror ghosts certainly had other ways to finish his homework. Angor cleared his mind and nodded to Luigi. If you can finish Black Sheep Confession in 2 hours, I'll help you. Luigi looked happy. Don't worry. 2 hours will be enough. Maybe I'll be able to finish it in half an hour. Angor quickly controlled his heart space to float. When he was sure that the mirror ocean would not affect him, he opened the door to his heart space. Luigi and I will go to Pippi Castle first. We'll meet at Crystal City later? Angor looked at Laplace. Laplace said indifferently, all right, if you need any help, get Luigi to contact me. Angor nodded with a smile. The bunny girl raised her hands high. Since you're all gone, I'll guard the heart space. The bunny girl didn't come here to attend the gathering. Instead, she volunteered to guard the heart space. The heart space was very safe and didn't need anyone to guard it, but it was good that the bunny girl was willing to help. After leaving the heart space, Angor entered the familiar mirror corridor. He and Luigi would go to Pippi Castle first, while Laplace and Gleipnir would go to Crystal City first. They had different destinations, but they could still use the same corridor. Both Palucci's base camp, Pippi Castle, and Crystal City were located on the Eternal Mirror Sea he saw before. The mirror corridor kept extending forward. Angor looked at the scenery outside the corridor as he moved forward. Before this, every time he walked in the mirror domain, other than a specific dome or a specific space within the mirror, the other places were empty. Other than the mirror light that was constantly being created and destroyed, there was only the dark void. However, it was different this time. Although their surroundings were still empty, he could still see many mirror races gathered together. They were walking in the same direction as them, towards the Eternal Mirror Sea. In particular, the closer they got to the Eternal Mirror Sea, the more figures of the races in the mirror. Many of them had strange appearances. Some were as big as mountains, while others were as small as a swarm of mayflies. He even saw a group of women walking toward the Eternal Mirror Sea with lights on. The ones who light the lanterns to lead the way are the mirror ghosts from the town of Resentful Girls. Although they are a little crazy, they always bring a lot of good stuff to every gathering, so everyone is actually quite looking forward to their arrival. The mirror ghosts from the town of Cursed Girls came from the mirror domain, so most of the items they brought were from the mirror domain. They might be common in the mirror domain, but they were rare in this place. Pippi invited the mirror ghosts from the town of Cursed Girls. He's quite something. If the mirror ghosts are here, I don't think there will be too many people who won't attend the gathering. Because Paluxiu's reputation in the White Sun Mirror region had always been bad, Paluxiu Castle was called Shameless City by everyone. Their own nickname was also called Little Shameless Brats. In addition, their clan had indeed done many despicable things, so the various races did not like to interact with Paluxiu. Paluxiu was the one who supported this gathering of many races. Even though it was held in Crystal City, many races in the mirror had made it clear that they would not attend. Most of them didn't say anything, but Luigi believed that at least half of them wouldn't attend the gathering. However, if Palucci could invite some races with unique materials and products, then it would be very attractive. Perhaps those who had been silent would change their minds and come to the gathering. The mirror ghosts from the town of Cursed Girls, on the other hand, were very popular guests at the gathering. When your login device becomes famous at the gathering, your appearance in the future will probably become the wind vane for the other races to choose whether to attend the gathering or not. Luigi was sure that the Dream Crystal would bring great changes to the mirror races, and the changes were for the better. Once the other races accepted the Dream Crystal, he would become the most popular guest. Not mine. It's ours, Angor corrected him. This wasn't the Southern Wizardry region, and he didn't have Brute Cavern to back him up. If he wanted to grow stronger and not be targeted by other races, he needed someone to back him up. Laplace, on the other hand, was the mountain that had convinced the other races. Therefore, even if he planned to disseminate some loggers at this gathering, he was going to do it under the name of Laplace and in the name of collaborative research and development. This was something he had discussed with Laplace before. For Angor, the name wasn't important. What mattered was the real deal. Fine, it's our login device, Luigi said. By the way, the mirror ghosts from the town of Cursed Girls are different from the ones we met at the haunted house. You won't see them in the haunted house. Why? They're called Scarlet Lantern Banshees. They're one of the rare few among the mirror ghosts who are sane. But at least they can communicate. That's why they're invited to the gathering. The mirror ghosts in the haunted house, on the other hand, are all sane. You can only fight them. Talking to them won't work. The mirror corridor was similar to a plain passageway, and it moved much faster than the Scarlet Lantern Banshees. It didn't take long for the Scarlet Lantern Banshees to be left behind. They were already very close to their destination. The sea of starlight in the distance was the Eternal Mirror Sea. It was at this moment that he saw a streak of colorful light flying out of the Eternal Mirror Sea and away from them. That's... Angor looked at the flash of light and asked curiously. That's the 100 Dragons Kingdom. End of chapter. Is this the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom? Does that mean the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom isn't going to join the meeting? Angor asked out of curiosity. Luigi pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure. You know what happened to the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom 2,000 years ago, right? Angor nodded. 2,000 years ago, a young mirror dragon in 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom was ambushed and killed on the way, and Gleipnir told him about it. But what did that have to do with the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom leaving the Eternal Mirror Sea? Maybe the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom is worried that the other races in the mirror will pose a threat to the young dragons? Angor guessed. Is that why they chose to leave? Luigi said, no, the adult mirror dragons of the 100 Dragon Divine Nation are far more powerful than the other races, especially when they are in their base camp. With the support of a powerful backer, their combat strength is unparalleled. They don't need to worry about other races. Besides, the other races in the mirror aren't stupid enough to provoke the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. The 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom chose to leave because the young mirror dragons are too curious. There were several gatherings held in the Eternal Mirror Sea. The 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom didn't leave at that time, so there were some small disturbances. It was a routine gathering of many races. Just thinking about it, one would know that there would be many new and interesting things there. Besides, the gathering was held in the nearby Eternal Mirror Sea. For the young mirror dragons who were trapped in their divine kingdoms all year long, it was like a ball of wool in a kitten's eyes, which scratched their young hearts. That was how the young mirror dragons escaped from their prison and joined the gathering. Something like this happened every time there was a gathering in the Eternal Mirror Sea. Since the aura in the Eternal Mirror Sea was too chaotic, and the mirror light outside could block the vision of the adult mirror dragons, the young mirror dragons always succeeded. Although these dragon whelps were brought back safe and sound every time, it became a worry for many adult mirror dragons who were worried about their children. In the end, the adult mirror dragons made a decision. As long as the gathering was held in the Eternal Mirror Sea, they would leave first and watch over the young mirror dragons strictly to prevent them from escaping. Adult mirror dragons who wanted to join the gathering could go on their own. Seeing the dome of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom away from the Eternal Mirror Sea didn't mean they would leave. It just meant that there would be fewer mirror dragons. Of course, there was also the possibility of them leaving. After all, the mirror dragons didn't like Paluxio. This was why Luigi didn't know what to say. After listening to Luigi's explanation, Angor could only sigh. Kids really don't care about race. But then again, was it really a good way to educate a young mirror dragon by forcefully suppressing it? He rubbed his chin and thought to himself. I don't care if it's a good idea, but it's a great opportunity for them. The curiosity of a naughty child was innate. And curiosity itself was a secret key that opened the door to wisdom. As long as an adult mirror dragon was not stupid, it would understand this principle. The reason why they were forcefully suppressing the movements of the dragon whelps was because of post-traumatic stress disorder that had lasted for 2,000 years. They knew that they had gone overboard, but they would rather tighten their control than see the dragon whelp die because of negligence. He couldn't cure the disease right away. However, he could use a tactful way to temporarily solve the dragon whelp's predicament. As for the solution, it was naturally the dream crystal. He could allow the dragon whelps to enter the dream crystal. As long as they did not deliberately seek death, it would be difficult for any accidents to happen. Moreover, as a living being, he could go offline at any time if he encountered any danger. In the real world, the baby dragon's body was also left in the 100-dragon divine nation, so there was no need to worry about the adult mirror dragons escaping. Wasn't this a perfect solution to the dragon whelp's curiosity? The only thing lacking was the dream crystal's attractiveness. Currently, the dream crystal plain was a vast expanse of crystal plains and crystal mountains. There was basically nothing here, so it was easy for one to feel tired both physically and mentally. Unlike the dream wilderness, there were cities, forests, unique ecosystems, and unknown creatures. The attraction of the dream crystal was seriously insufficient. It might not be able to satisfy the dragon whelp's curiosity, unless they were lucky enough to enter the instance dungeon. As for instance dungeons, not all of them were very interesting. Luigi would be interested in Uriel's quest, but Angor didn't find it interesting at all. In terms of interest, it was not as good as the Tomorrow Town dungeons, which tested one's IQ and eyesight. Therefore, if Angor really wanted to keep the dragon whelp's hearts, he had to consider the issue of attractiveness. Authority alone was not enough to attract the dragon whelps. If he could let all races settle down in the Dream Crystal Plain, or even hold gatherings there, it would be much more attractive to the dragon whelps than relying on authority construct alone. But it was still too early to think about such things. He hadn't even seen an adult mirror dragon yet, so it was still too early to worry about the dragon whelps. Angor put these thoughts aside for now and continued his conversation with Luigi. "You said the mirror dragons don't like Paluxio?" Angor asked. "Did Paluxio do something to the mirror dragons?" The mirror dragons were already one of the strongest races in the White Sun Mirror Zone. Would a weak individual like Paluxio really dare to mess with a mirror dragon's whiskers? Luigi shook his head. Not really. Paluxio's biggest flaw, other than the personality problems of their race, is that their Pippi castle can move in the Eternal Mirror Sea, occupying places with a higher concentration of polymerization energy to cultivate. However, the region where the 100-dragon divine kingdom is located is usually located in the depths of the Eternal Mirror Sea. The strength of the Pippi castle is unable to withstand the mirror annihilation ray there. Even if Pippi castle could move around, it would not be able to take advantage of the 100-dragon kingdom. If Paluxio doesn't have any relationship with the mirror dragons, why do they dislike Paluxio? Is it because of his personality? No. It's because of Barigon. Weren't we talking about the relationship between Paluxio and the mirror dragons? Why did Barigon suddenly show up? Angor knew that Barigon was staying in Pippi castle to study his invention skills. But why was he involved in the mirror dragons' feud? Could it be that Barigon was a wanted target of the mirror dragons? Barigon was currently hiding in Pippi castle, so the mirror dragons didn't like Paluxio? That's not it. If Barigon was really wanted by the mirror dragon tribe, Palucci wouldn't dare to protect him. Luigi waved his hand. The real reason is that Barigon himself came from the 100-dragon divine nation. Angor didn't know what to say. Barigon is a mirror dragon? But didn't you say that you met him in Buluo Royal City? Luigi put on a serious look. Barigon used to live in Neon City, and now he's staying in Pippi Castle. I mean, if Barigon is a mirror dragon, why didn't he stay in the 100-dragon kingdom? Luigi shrugged. Because Barigon has a grudge against the 100-dragon kingdom. Angor smelled the scent of gossip. He was from the Mirror Dragon clan, yet he had a grudge against the 100-dragon divine kingdom. Could it be that he was also a rebel? Luigi was about to explain when Laplace suddenly spoke up. It's about time. Let's split up here. Angor looked down and saw that they were already at the edge of the Eternal Mirror Sea. Not far away, there was a dome. In the light of the mirror of life and death, one could vaguely see the inside of the dome, where a huge crystal city was blooming with a clear radiance. That's the crystal city of the Crystal Eye race. I'll go with Gleipnir first. See you later. Laplace looked at Angor. Angor nodded. All right. Laplace didn't say anything else. He walked out of the corridor of mirrors with Gleipnir, who was holding a crutch. They stepped on the light of the mirror and flew straight towards Crystal City. Angor waited until they were completely covered by the light before he looked at Luigi again. Luigi muttered, "So we're already at the Eternal Mirror Sea? I don't know where Pippi Castle is now." Luigi looked at Angor. "We'll talk while we search." In fact, Angor couldn't help at all. He couldn't tell where Pippi Castle was. The only thing he knew was that Pippi Castle's dome was golden, and there were tentacles reaching out from the dome like glowing spiders that could move quickly across the Eternal Mirror Sea. It was thanks to Pippi Castle's dome that Angor added wings and collectors to his heart space. What were we talking about? Oh, I remember now. Barigon has a grudge against the 100 Dragon Kingdom. Luigi looked around for traces of Pippi Castle. Barbagons are very special in 100 Dragons' divine kingdom. They come from the rarest of the mirror dragons, the Hydra. As the name suggests, a Hydra has more than one head. Each head has its own personality and magic. But that's not important. What's important is that a Hydra has a huge body. A Hydra is a giant mirror dragon, one of the 6 largest dragon clans in the 100 Dragon Kingdom. An adult Hydra usually looks like they're only a few dozen meters long, but they can reach thousands of meters in the deeper parts of the mirror realm. But Barigon is a little special. Although it's counted as a Hydra, its mother is a small dragon. Regrettably, although it inherited the appearance of a Hydra, it inherited its mother's body, and is even smaller than its mother's. Its exposed body is even smaller than yours and mine. These tiny dragons are called mini-dragons in the 100 Dragon Kingdom. Of course, mini-dragon wasn't a bad name. It was just a description. However, as a famous Hydra, Barigon only inherited the body of a mini-dragon, which led to its inferiority complex. Especially when it was living in an area with many Hydras. Every Hydra around it was hundreds or thousands of times bigger than it. This only served to aggravate its inferiority complex. Its inferiority complex made the young Barigon very sensitive. Speaking of this, Luigi heaved a sigh. And most young mirror dragons are very. Luigi paused as if he was considering his words carefully. Naughty kid, Angor spoke first. Luigi's eyes lit up. Naughty children. Naughty children often do strange things, especially when they laugh at their companions who look different from them. Maybe they don't mean much to them. It's just a joke. But to the sensitive Barigon, it's a humiliation. Barigon grew up in such an environment. As soon as it reached adulthood, it chose to leave. Once it left, it never returned to the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. Barigon has been through a lot these years. It's now living in Pippi Castle. Of course, the 100 Dragon Kingdom won't dislike Pollux so much. It's just a mirror dragon living outside the kingdom. There are plenty of mirror dragons like this in the mirror realm. The reason why the 100 Dragon Kingdom doesn't like Pollux is because they noticed the mark of the dragon god on Barigon's body. The mark of the dragon god had nothing to do with gods. It was a bloodline legacy left behind by the founder of the 100 Dragon Kingdom. Any mirror dragon born in the 100 Dragon Kingdom could obtain the mark of the dragon god. A mirror dragon with the mark of the dragon god had great potential. Almost all the kings of the 100 Dragon Kingdom had the mark. So the mark of the dragon god is the token of a king in the 100 Dragon Kingdom? Luigi nodded. Sort of. But it's only a token, or the potential of a king. It's not enough to reach the throne. The mark of the dragon god is rare, but there are always several mirror dragons with it in each generation. It's not the only one. However, Barigon, the owner of the mark, doesn't like the 100 Dragon Kingdom at all. He clearly said that he won't go back. This is a huge slap to the 100 Dragon Kingdom's face. The leaders of the kingdom won't blame Barigon. Blaming Barigon is the same as questioning their ancestors. Therefore, they transferred their anger to Pollux. They think that Pollux's invention stole Barigon's soul, so they don't like Pollux. Angor more or less understood the whole story. Do the leaders of the 100 Dragons Divine Nation believe that? Luigi shrugged. Personally, I think they know the reason. But they can't say it out loud. It's like slapping themselves in the face. So they have to find someone to take the blame, and Pollux is that person. They don't have a good reputation anyway. If the leaders of the 100-Dragon Kingdom really believed that Paluxiu was a bad influence on Barigon, they could easily break into Pippi Castle and take Barigon away. But they didn't do that, which meant they knew that Paluxiu was just a scapegoat. The main point was Baragon's own will. What's the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom's attitude toward Babaragan now? Nothing on the surface. But they're still trying to contact Babaragan in secret, hoping that he'll return to the kingdom. Luigi paused and pursed his lips. I don't know what Babaragan is thinking, but I don't think he's making any progress. Angor nodded in understanding. This was a typical childhood trauma. It wasn't easy to heal it. Babaragan doesn't want to go to the meeting because he doesn't want to see visitors from the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom? Luigi shook his head. No. It just doesn't want to go. It's been working on some secret project and hasn't left Pippi Castle for more than 10 years. Secret project? Angor was curious. What kind of project could a mirror dragon be working on? I don't know what it is. I asked it, but it didn't tell me. But from some of the details that I've observed. Luigi suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His eyes lit up as he looked at a golden dome lying in the indestructible mirror seen not far away. Found it. That's Pippi Castle. Luigi excitedly controlled the mirror corridor and connected it to the inside of the golden dome. They arrived in front of the dome in an instant. However, Luigi didn't enter the dome right away. Instead, he signaled Angor to stay put. Angor was still curious, but he didn't ask right away. Instead, he stood aside and waited. About 3 minutes later, a short figure walked out of the golden dome and entered the corridor of mirrors where they were. It was a dwarf with green skin. He wore a purple cloth hat with a delicate feather in the center. He also wore a purple robe with golden edges, which made him look like a rich man. However, his face was a little messy. His eyes were as big as bulls, which took up almost a third of his face. There was no nose bridge, only 2 nostrils. His mouth was so thin that Angor could see the crooked blue teeth inside. The cloth hat was tightly wrapped around his head, so Angor couldn't tell if he had any hair. Overall, he looked like a gnome without a nose in the storybooks. This is Palucci. The dwarf narrowed his eyes and looked at Angor and Luigi carefully. After making sure they were not familiar faces, he raised his head proudly. You filthy humans who trespassed on Pippi Castle. Do you know that you've ruined the dreams of billions of grandmasters? He bared his teeth, stomped his feet, and raised his head. Coupled with his arrogant expression and hoarse voice, no matter how one looked at it, he was asking for a beating. It was his first time meeting Palucci, but he now understood why the major clans in Sun Mirror region didn't like Palucci. If the average standard of Dr. Pillis was like this, then everyone's dislike of him was understandable. Who's Mr. Duoe? Luigi asked. Isn't Mr. Duoe the gatekeeper? Little Wax? How dare you address Master Waxby as such? The dwarf suddenly took a few steps back and supported himself on the edge of the corridor with his hands in a comical posture. He sized Luigi up with a puzzled look. Luigi chuckled. Looks like you're worse than Mr. Duoe. Why don't you call Mr. Duoe over? I'll have a chat with him. Invincibility begins with ancestor worship. Who are you? The dwarf was a little hesitant. Since this person dared to call him Mr. Duoe in such a bold manner, the dwarf began to suspect that this person was someone he couldn't afford to offend. It doesn't matter who I am. Go call Mr. Duoe or Gudan. They're usually the gatekeepers, so I'll talk to them. Gudan? Mr. Duoe? The dwarf swallowed his saliva and rolled his eyes. Since you know their names, do you know who I am? No. Who are you? Luigi asked. The dwarf heaved a long sigh of relief. It's good that you don't know who I am. Goodbye. The dwarf turned around and ran away. He almost reached the golden dome in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, how could Luigi not understand that this Palucci was terrified? Luigi didn't stop the dwarf, but Angor whispered to him, he's Duoe, right? The dwarf who was running away suddenly stopped and yelled at Angor, I'm not Mr. Multimillionaire. I'm not. Angor nodded. Alright, Duoe. I said I'm not Mr. Duo. I'm not Duo. Angor didn't say anything. Luigi continued, "Ah, so your name is Duo. I'll talk to Mr. Duo about you later." Duo turned around and ran to Luigi. He knelt down and kowtowed to Luigi with tears in his eyes. "Don't. Mr. Duo." It was such a dramatic scene that Angor wondered if he was in the wrong place. He should have come to Pippi Castle, not Extinguished Torch Academy. He was so arrogant a second ago, and now he's crying and kowtowing? What's going on? Angor could guess what was going on in Dollar's mind. Dollar probably felt that he had messed with someone he shouldn't. But Dollar didn't have any evidence yet. He only heard Luigi calling him Little Wax a few times, and he was already scared. Was it really okay? Aren't we lowly humans? Since when did you become Mr. Duo? Luigi raised an eyebrow. It's Duo's fault. Duo should be punished. Punished for what? What now? Luigi asked again. Just make me kneel. I'm already kneeling. I'm going to slap my own face. As he spoke, Duo gave himself a series of slaps to the face. Even though Duo's shadowless effect was maxed out, Angor still saw Duo's face turning around quickly. It looked like Duo was slapping his own face, but in fact, Duo didn't use any strength at all. He was just trying his best to look impressive. Angor was speechless again. Did Duo come here to make fun of him? How about I introduce you to Torch Academy for further studies? All right. Luigi waved a hand to stop Duo. Without hesitation, Duo stopped. There was no red mark on his face. Luigi rubbed his slightly swollen temples. Although it wasn't his first time coming into contact with Palucci's thick skin and his shameless ruthlessness would always refresh his bottom line every time. I don't want to talk to you. Get Mr. Duo or Goofy out here and register us. I'm going to the city to talk to Barigon. Duo felt both lucky and scared at the mention of Barigon's name. Anyone who could find Barigon was no weakling. After all, Babalagon was a genuine Mirror Dragon clan member. Fortunately, it realized this early and determined that this person was a great figure. Otherwise, it would have lost its life if it really offended this person. Duo rejoiced, but at the same time, he was also a little proud of his good eyesight. As expected of Master Duo, his eyesight is really good. Duo's sudden change of expression confused Luigi. But to Angor, Duo was more speechless than having a headache. Thanks to his beyonder senses, Angor was very sensitive to emotions. Hundreds of millions of emotions were displayed right in front of his eyes. Simple emotions and simple eyes allowed Angor to know what was going on in his mind like a textbook. Angor was speechless because he could read Duo's mind. Was the entire Paluxio clan like this? Duo felt proud of himself and spoke in a flattering tone. Mr. Duo, it's not that I don't want to call you Mr. Duo or Mr. Duo or Mr. Duo. Luigi felt his head buzzing when he heard the word Duo. He quickly stopped Duo. Stop. Omit all the unnecessary suffixes. Don't worry, I won't tell Mr. Duo or Goofy. When Duo heard this, he immediately changed his previous respectful attitude and said obediently, I understand, First Master. It's like this. Little Waxby and Little Goudan aren't in Pippi Castle right now. These two little fellows have gone to Crystal City. Grand Master should know that there's a gathering in Crystal City today and it's organized by the great Paluxio clan. Therefore, most of the Paluxio have already gone to Crystal City. Only a few new, pitiful and helpless little people are left here to guard. Luigi didn't know what to say. Why did you change your mind so fast? A second ago, you were calling your boss Duo, and now you're calling him Duo. Don't try to act pitiful. Luigi cleared his throat. In other words, you're the only guard here? Duo nodded. Yes. Luigi sighed. All right then. You'll be the one. Register us. Don't worry, I've been here many times. I know your rules. You can contact Barigon and tell him that someone named Luigi is here to see him. I don't need to tell you the rest, right? Duo quickly nodded. He didn't know who Luigi was, but judging from the man's words, he had to be someone important. Duo then looked at Angor. Where's this mister? Angor didn't say anything. Luigi answered for him, he's the same. We're here to see Barigon. Duoi lowered his head respectfully. Please wait for half a minute. I'll contact Barigon now. Duoi turned and left. Luigi explained to Angor, to enter Pippi Castle, you'll need to register and get a pass. But there are different rules. If you register as a visitor, you'll have to spend at least 300 crystals to enter the castle. You can't leave before that. People like me, who are looking for people or have other reasons to enter Pippi Castle, don't have such restrictions. Angor only had one thought after hearing this. The Palucci clan's social and economic ideology was quite advanced, but a little too advanced. Are all Palucci people like Duoi? Luigi, you mean personality? Or shamelessness? Both. Luigi chuckled. As for personality, it's common to bully the weak and fear the strong. Of course, there are exceptions, but they are rare. But they also have a good point, which is that they know how to adapt to circumstances, as you just saw. The wind changed so fast. Angor did not even have time to react before he was defeated. Luigi nodded. As for shamelessness, just look at their personalities. They're all pretty much the same. Being thick-skinned and shameless are their characteristics. Personally, I think there are pros and cons. The Palucci clan is too weak. If they want to carve out a path among the other races in the Mirror Realm, they have to rely on unconventional methods. Or maybe this is how the Palucci clan survives. Luigi looked at Angor. Just now, he was cursing humans for being despicable. But the next second, he knelt down and begged for mercy. You didn't know how to react, right? You wanted to kill him, but you suddenly lost interest, didn't you? Yes, but not to the point where I want to kill him. You're different. Luigi shrugged. Anyway, I'm trying to say that maybe they don't realize it themselves, but they do rely on some unconventional methods to survive. Well, if they didn't have such foul mouths, they wouldn't have knelt down and begged for mercy, right? Karma leads to cause. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? You're right. But it's hard to solve. That's Palucci's personality. Otherwise, why do other races hate them so much? When Luigi said personality, he was referring to the characteristics of different races. Not all people had the same personality, but the characteristics of different races were similar. This was something that couldn't be changed from the bottom. When I came to Pippi Castle for the first time, I met Little Wax. That guy looked exactly like Duoi today. Too bad Little Wax isn't here. Luigi paused. But that's good. If Little Wax was here, he might misunderstand your first impression of Palucci. Now that Duoi is here, he can show you the real Palucci. Angor was speechless. They didn't chat for long before Duoi ran back. The feather on his hat swayed like a tail. Coupled with Duoi's fawning face, he was showing his goodwill. Shut up, speak human language. What I mean is, my two lords, Lord Barigon already knows of your arrival and is enthusiastically waiting at home. Luigi rolled his eyes. Do you think I'll believe that? Don't exaggerate. I know it better than you. It must be complaining that I'm disturbing its research. It won't say anything to welcome me warmly. Oh right, where's the pass? Duoi smiled awkwardly without losing his politeness and took out 2 cards from his bosom. Masters, these are your passes. I hope you can have a pleasant experience in Pippi Castle. Luigi took the passes and handed one to Angor. It was a golden card with a simple drawing of Palucci printed on it. In the drawing, Palucci was showing a big smile as if he was welcoming guests. Let's go, or we won't make it in time. Luigi called Angor and walked out of the corridor. Soon, their figures disappeared into the golden dome. The dome above Pippi Castle was golden, pure, and dazzling. However, the interior of Pippi Castle was covered in gray. Nobody could see the original color of the sky. It was as dark as the sky before a storm. Under the dark sky, the ground was paved with reinforced concrete, as well as pyramid-shaped houses. Let's call them pyramid-shaped houses for now. It was easy to tell the pros and cons of this kind of pyramid house. The poor pyramid house was made of spliced metal plates, and the color was very gaudy. The slightly better pyramid house was made of pure metal, and there were no patches. The pyramid-shaped houses were made of different materials and sizes. The only similarity was that the chimneys on the pyramid-shaped houses were all releasing thick smoke. Even from hundreds of meters away, Angor could smell the odor of metal in the smoke. The thick black and gray smoke gathered in the air, forming a low black cloud that pressed down on the city. Angor finally understood why Pippi Castle's sky was so dark. It was caused by pollution. For a moment, he felt like he was back in Ivory Kingdom. Irong's greatest strength was its outstanding machinery, its greatest weakness was the inferior air quality that was enough to kill people. Pippi Castle isn't strictly divided into districts. There are only inner and outer city districts. This is a transitional area, Luigi said. Most of the residents here are the guardians of the dome, or Palucci, who doesn't want to pay the air tax but still wants to conduct experiments on heavy pollution. Guardians? I understand. What's the air tax? Angor looked at Luigi in confusion. Luigi said, literally. There are isolation shields in the inner and outer cities that can purify the pollution produced by the experiments. However, operating the isolation shields requires a large amount of condensed crystals. Palucci has to pay for the shortage of condensed crystals himself. This is the so-called air tax. The outer city has a lower air tax, but the barriers don't do much to purify the air. There is also some pollution in the air, but it's not as bad as the crossing area. The inner city doesn't have much pollution, but the air tax is much higher. Maybe this was one of the characteristics of Pippi Castle. Palucci was an inventor. Any invention required a large number of trial and error experiments, and each experiment could lead to contamination. Especially for heavy machinery and chemical experiments, the pollution was even worse. In order to create a better environment, Palucci invented a purifying barrier. But the cost of operating it was too high, which was why the air tax was called. In Palucci's own words, this is the price of invention. It's unavoidable, but it can be solved, Luigi said. At this point, Luigi added, this was said by Duke Pichot. After he said this, he also made many Pichot invest their inventions in the direction of the isolation barrier, devoting themselves to developing an isolation barrier with low energy consumption and high purification efficiency. They haven't shown any results yet, but with Palucci's passion, it won't take long. Luigi's words. In other aspects, Palucci was hated by everyone, but in terms of his passion for invention and the results of his inventions, one had to admit that they were very good. Grand Duke Palucci, Angor. Luigi asked, the current ruler of Castle Pippi, similar to a king? So Grand Duke Palucci was the ruler of Pippi Castle. He's an inventor too? You could say that. However, I don't remember his inventions being particularly outstanding. His elder brother and his father, however, were famous inventors in Palucci, Luigi said as he casually introduced Duke Pichot's family. To put it simply, they were a family of inventors. Grand Duke Palucci was able to become the ruler of Pippi Castle not only because of his own talents, but also because of his elders. Although Grand Duke Pichot didn't have any inventive talent, he was very clear about the importance of inventions to Palucci. During his reign, he had vigorously promoted Palucci's inventions to public expense. Although there was a problem of excessive pollution, it had indeed brought Palucci's family to new heights. Many new inventions were invented by the commoner Paluccio. Inventions such as the long legs on the dome and the isolation barrier were all invented by the commoner Paluccio. While Grand Duke Pichot was vigorously promoting his inventions, he was also promoting Paluccio's excellent inventions to the outside world. For example, the reason why Paluccio was able to support this gathering was because of Grand Duke Pichot. Judging from the current situation, Grand Duke Pichot was a wise ruler. They talked about Palucci's current situation as they moved forward. Soon, they reached the deeper part of the transition zone. Angor also saw many Palucci on their way. They looked similar to Doi, who was a green-skinned dwarf. Most of them were less than a meter tall. The only difference was that Doi was dressed very luxuriously, while these Palucci were dressed very casually. However, because of this, Angor was able to answer a question he had when he saw Doi. Did Palucci have hair? The answer was, yes. But it was very sparse. There were only about 100 hairs on top of their heads. With this amount of hair, coupled with their shiny foreheads and big bull eyes, they looked even more wise and farsighted. "They're all Palucci," said Luigi. Luigi said, in the past many years, they didn't have much power. Starting from Grand Duke Piscio. No, starting from Grand Duke Piscio's father, that is, more than 1,000 years ago, the commoner Piscio gradually stepped onto the stage. Now, the commoner Paluxiu can freely invent things. At this point, a dark-faced Paluziu ran out from a pyramid room not far away. He was dressed like a poor person, but all he said was, "It's exploding, it's exploding. The experiment topic this time is over. Damn it, I can only apply for subsidies." Angor didn't know what he did, but it seemed to be some kind of experiment gone wrong. Even the poor Palucci was able to invent something. Even without the materials, he could still apply for subsidies. From this, it could be seen that Duke Piscio had really started the era of invention for all. They walked for another few hundred meters and saw more pyramid-shaped houses. Most of them were covered in smoke. Only a few shops were decorated with colorful neon lights. There were also light barriers around them, which seemed to keep out the outside world. Mini barrier, 1 crystal per month. "It doesn't have any purification function other than keeping out the pollution," said Luigi. "So, you can only use it as a shop. You can't do any experiments inside." Looking at the colorful shops, Luigi sighed. "It's a pity that apart from a dye shop, the rest of the shops are all closed. I guess they have all gone to the Crystal City. Otherwise, I could bring you in for a walk." Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't have any crystals. Besides, he could always go to the party. There was no need to waste time here. They walked for another 5 minutes and finally saw the outer city of Pippi Castle. The huge light shield isolated the pollution in the transition zone. Through the barrier, Angor could see the buildings inside. They were still pyramid-shaped houses, but they were different in size, shape, and decoration. There were also guards outside the city, but there were fewer of them compared to the ones at the dome. When they saw Angor coming, the guards' eyes brightened up. They grinned wickedly as if they thought Angor was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. However, when they saw Luigi behind Angor's back, they quickly straightened their backs and looked straight ahead as if they were really the pillars of the castle, the guardians of the castle. "Mr. Luigi, what brings you here? Long time no see." One of the guards who changed his expression earlier came to greet Angor with a smile. Luigi didn't want to talk too much. He took out a pass and handed it to the guard. "We're going to see Barbergon. Find us a separate trailer and send us to the inner city." "What about the fee? You're asking for a fee?" Luigi sneered. He wanted to say something, but considering the time, he didn't argue. He only said, "If you really want to take it, then put it on Barragon's head." When Guard Palucci heard this, he bitterly laughed and said, "But, Master Barragon didn't pay for the previous fees." Luigi said, "Then go and urge him." We don't dare." "Then I'll do it." Guard Palucci considered and shook his head. "Don't. If Mr. Barbergon really comes, we'll be swallowed whole." Luigi snickered. "Look at his tiny stomach. He can't even swallow an ant." Luigi didn't think much of it. Angor didn't find anything wrong with it either. However, the other Palucci guards all backed away in fear. Some of them even had to hold on to the railings for support. Big. Big. Guard Paluxiu said, Big master, please don't joke around. We wouldn't dare to listen to such words." After Guard Palucci finished speaking, he looked at the others around him. "You guys didn't hear it either, right?" The group of Paluxiu nodded. The fear on their faces did not lessen. From this, it could be seen that they were very clear that Barbergon's minefield was the size of his body. Only Luigi dared to say this out loud. They didn't dare to say or listen. "Coward," Luigi complained in annoyance. As if he didn't hear anything, Guard Palucci bowed and gestured for Luigi and Angor to move forward. "I'll arrange separate trailers for you now. The fee will be..." Luigi looked around and finally saw a Palucci guard who was lying on the ground. "You'll be the one paying it." The guard looked like he was about to cry. Luigi sighed in relief and smiled. "Mister, I'll show you the way." On their way to the trailer station, Luigi spoke to Angor. "Actually, outsiders like us can take trailers for free. Duke Palucci made this rule. But Palucci has a lot of tricks up his sleeves when it comes to trivial matters like this. In the end, he'll ask for crystals. I gave them to him at first, but Barbergan told me the truth. Since then, Luigi never gave out crystals. Luigi didn't try to hide his words from Guard Palucci. The guard didn't refute Luigi's words. He even smiled. It's not a trick. It's a business opportunity. Besides, the Grand Duke didn't stop us when he knew about it, which means we can do it. Luigi grumbled. Grand Duke Palucci didn't stop us because it's not a big deal. Besides, there aren't many outsiders who come to Pippi Castle anyway. You don't understand, mister. That's why we need to seize this opportunity. Guard Palucci looked at Luigi as if it was only natural. Luigi didn't know what to say, but he didn't bother to argue. He turned to Angor and spoke in his mind. Look, this is Paluzio. The trailers were similar to the aerial vine buses in Brood Cavern. However, Pippi Castle's buses were made of metal, and the tracks above them covered the entire castle. They were sitting in an aerial trailer, which allowed them to quickly reach the inner city from the outer city through the well-connected tracks. Barrygon was in the inner city. The trailers were spacious, but the seats weren't high enough for them to sit down. But that was to be expected. The trailers were designed to fit Palucci's height better. The trailers were fast, even faster than the vine buses. However, they also had obvious shortcomings. It was just that when it moved on the track, the roar was very loud, and it would constantly emit steam. Although it would be absorbed by the barrier immediately, the people sitting in the trailer could still smell a bit of a pungent smell. But these were minor problems. As long as the trailers could reach the inner city quickly, they could accept them. Inside the trailers, they could see the scenery of the outer city. Compared to the transition area, the outer city was much more comfortable. There were also smoking pyramids here, but the smoke quickly disappeared in the air. The ground of the outer city was also cleaned up, making it flat and clean. There were shops everywhere, and there were also neon signs that were lit up. But 90% of the shops were closed. Not only that, but Palucci also didn't show up. He must have gone to Crystal City. Also, Angor noticed that most of the shops here were dye shops and dental clinics. He thought Pippi Castle would have a bigger material store, but it turned out to be quite different from what he expected. Luigi noticed Angor's confusion and asked, "Are you wondering why there are so many dental clinics and dye shops?" "Actually, I had the same question when I first came here. Barrygon told me about it. Most of Palucci's teeth are fine. The problem is, their brains." "Something wrong with his head?" Luigi nodded. "Yes. Something wrong with his head." Luigi sighed. Just as he was about to explain, he caught a glimpse of a luxuriously dressed Paluccio walking toward a dye shop with neon lights illuminating the sky. "See that Paluccio?" Luigi pointed at the Paluccio and whispered to Angor. Angor glanced at him and nodded. This Paluccio was dressed even more luxuriously than the previous one. He was still wearing a hat, but this time, the hat was inlaid with a circle of glowing gemstones. The gemstone on his forehead was a dazzling ruby. There was also a feather attached to the ruby, which carried a strong rhythm of fire. Angor could vaguely see the shadow of a giant red bird soaring into the sky. Without a doubt, the feather came from a supernatural being in the shape of a bird. However, the most eye-catching thing about this Paluccio wasn't his attire, but his red skin. All the Paluccio Angor saw so far were green-skinned. This Paluccio was the only red-skinned one he saw so far. Paluccio only have two main skin colors, green and red. Most of them have green skin, while the red-skinned ones are the minority. Luigi said, green skin and red skin are only different in appearance. There's actually no difference between them. However, because red skin is one of the few colors, and Paluccio's aesthetic value is red skin, it makes Paluccio's red skin more popular. This trend has been going on for many years, and in the end, most of the red-skinned Paluccio became nobles and moved into the inner city. Luigi shrugged. Distinguishing between nobles and commoners because of their skin color. You can tell that Paluccio isn't very smart. But that's not all. Did you see how the red-skinned Paluccio dressed? Doesn't he look like Duoi? Angor nodded. Duoi was a simplified version, while the red-skinned Paluxia looked more luxurious. Luigi said, actually, it's not that they dress alike. It's just that the red-skinned Lucio likes this kind of luxurious dress, and the green-skinned Lucio admires the red-skinned Lucio, so they imitate whatever they dress up. Angor nodded. So this is what you call a fashion vein? Luigi nodded. You can think of it that way. However, the fashion vein of the Palucci family is completely defined by the red-skinned Palucci. Whatever they think is fashionable, the green-skinned Palucci will also start to chase after this fashion in a short period of time. Weren't you wondering why there are so many dye shops and dental clinics here? Actually, it was the red-skinned Luco who started the trend. Dentists and dye shops are trendy now? Luigi shrugged. You're shocked too, right? That's the truth. There's something wrong with Palucci's brain, a huge problem. It's because of the red-skinned Palucci's custom of dyeing their teeth. The dental clinics you see are not only for treating teeth, but also for dyeing teeth. The red-skinned Palucci like to dye their teeth in all kinds of colorful colors. For this reason, the red-skinned Palucci even had magazines to define the trendy colors of each year. Of course, the red-skinned Palucci also defined the trendy colors. This strange custom quickly spread among the green-skinned Palucci after the red-skinned Palucci became popular, which caused many green-skinned Palucci to follow the trend and dye their teeth. When there was demand, there would naturally be a market. As a result, dye shops and dental clinics became popular and opened one after another. Isn't this ridiculous? Luigi asked. After a pause, Luigi continued, also, I met Sage Pika when I went to look for Barbalagon. Sage Pika told me something even more ridiculous. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Pika is the sage of Pippi Castle. You can think of him as a great inventor. He and Grand Duke Pichot are brothers, and they are both descendants of the deceased great sage. After a brief introduction of Pika's origin, Luigi continued to talk about the ridiculous thing from before. According to Sage Pika, the red-skinned Palucci's custom of dyeing their teeth actually came from an accident. Many years ago, a red-skinned Palucci's teeth were broken and showed dark brown spots. It didn't look good, so it found someone to dye the broken teeth. Coincidentally, another red-skinned Luco saw this and remembered it in his heart. The reason why she remembered this was not because her teeth were also broken, but because she was tired of the color of her teeth. Generally speaking, the teeth of the green-skinned Palucci were blue, while the teeth of the red-skinned Palucci were dark green. She felt that as a noble red-skinned Palucci, she shouldn't have the color of the poor on her body, and dark green was the color of the poor. Her dress could exclude dark green, but what couldn't change was that every time she opened her mouth, she would reveal dark green teeth. After complaining to no avail, she suddenly saw one of her companions dyeing their teeth. She immediately had an idea, I want to dye my teeth too. Since then, other things have happened, but generally speaking, the custom of dyeing teeth originated from these two red-skinned Lucas. Luigi said, to put it bluntly, dyeing teeth is a way for the red-skinned Palucci to discriminate against the green-skinned Palucci. Is there something wrong with their heads? Monster Suppression Museum. Angor didn't know what to say. In the wizarding world, there were cases where certain industries became popular due to popular customs. Many merchants even created certain fads in order to sell their stockpiled goods. But Angor had never heard of someone who was discriminated against chasing after the discriminator. No wonder Luigi complained that they were crazy. The cores of red-skinned and green-skinned Palucci were the same. However, the red-skinned Palucci took itself too seriously, while the green-skinned Palucci didn't take itself seriously at all. From this small detail, Angor could see how twisted the Palucci race was. While they were talking about Palucci, the trailer was about to arrive at the station. Looking forward from the air, a new isolation barrier could be seen, enclosing a large area. This area was the core of Pippi Castle, which was also the inner city area with the best purification ability. Soon, they arrived at a trailer platform that was dozens of meters tall. This was the last platform before entering the inner city. They had to stop here for a minute. Someone from the Palucci City Guard would come to grant the trailer permission to enter the inner city barrier. Unlike the outer city barrier, the inner city barrier had a higher level of clearance and a special space partition. Anyone who wanted to enter had to register first. trespassers would be severely punished. This was why Luigi didn't use the corridor of mirrors to reach Baragon's gate. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Palucci wasn't a strong individual, but Pippi Castle was full of powerful inventions. Even the mirror dragon wouldn't be able to break in by force. Therefore, anyone who wanted to enter the inner city had to follow the rules of Pippi Castle. It was a quick process. The guard came up and gave the trailer the necessary clearance. The only thing worth mentioning was that Pelusius was wearing the same expression as Dollars when he boarded the carriage. It was exactly the same as Dollars' expression. However, when the guard saw Luigi standing inside the trailer, he quickly lost his courage. He respectfully completed the activation of the authority, nodded and bowed as he exited the carriage. Angor didn't know what Luigi did to them, but judging from their expressions, Luigi must have taught them a good lesson. After the inner city was granted, the trailer started moving again. Half a minute later, the trailer successfully entered the inner city. Barrier. The inner city was much more prosperous than the outer city, which could be seen from the layers of trailer tracks in the air. However, the most eye-catching thing in the inner city was the castle at the center of the city, which was shrouded in purple mist. That was Duke Pippi's residence, the real Pippi Castle. Even from such a long distance, one could still feel the majesty of the castle. Together with the purple mist, it gave off a mysterious and majestic aura. The mist outside the castle is a weapon invented by the previous sage. It's called the Eye of Thunder, Luigi explained. Luigi said, it can summon terrifying thunderbolts from the sky at any time to continuously lock on and attack the intruder. That's the lightning punishment I mentioned earlier. The Eye of Thunder is very powerful. It's Palucci's family's secret invention, and they never sold it to outsiders. However, it is said that Palucci was able to hold a gathering in the Crystal Eye race's territory because he secretly used the Eye of the Thunder as a bargaining chip. Therefore, when we go to the gathering later, we might be able to see the Eye of the Thunder in person. Luigi couldn't help but show a serious expression when talking about the Eye of Thunder. It was obvious how powerful the weapon was. There were many problems with Palucci, but the only good thing was that there was nothing wrong with their invention. Luigi did not talk too much about the Eye of Thunder. Angor wanted to ask about it, but since he knew he might see the monster's real body at the party, he decided not to ask about it. Instead, he asked about something else. Before we entered Pippi Castle, you said you didn't know what Baragon was working on recently, but you noticed something. What do you mean? About that. Luigi continued, didn't I mention Sage Pika? He's been going in and out of Baragon's lab for the past few years. I think they're working together. As for Sage Pika, he's been researching something called armed combat machines. You know, Paluxiu are all very short and small. Facing those giant races in the mirror domain, they are basically powerless. So Sage Pika began to study how to fight against the giant races, and he came up with the idea of Metal Machine. It's a giant robot with a cockpit inside. Palucci has to enter the cockpit to control it. Only giants can fight against giants. That's Sage Pika's idea. Angor understood right away. Basically, it was a type of combat armor. He once brought up such an idea and submitted it to Dean Muse. However, he did not pay much attention to whether Dean Muse developed it later or not. He wasn't unfamiliar with fighter suits. There were plenty of similar designs in his hologram tablet. What he was curious about was why Palucci wanted to fight against the giant races. The thoughts and considerations of a sage are definitely different from the thoughts of an ordinary Paluxiu. Luigi shrugged. Both Sage Pika and Grand Duke Palucci have their own ambitions. They should at least look at the big picture. They won't necessarily provoke the giant races, but they'll definitely want to have something to fight back against the giant races. Metal Machine is Sage Pika's idea, Luigi continued. Back to the topic. If Sage Pika is working on Metal Machine now, why does he still have time to meet Baragon? There's only one possibility. They're working together. As you know, Baragon is very dissatisfied with his body size. He believes that all his sins are caused by being too small. In this case, if he starts to cooperate with Sage Pika and invent a giant penetrable metal machine to make himself look like a giant, wouldn't it be reasonable? Therefore, my judgment is that he must have been researching armed war machines as well. Angor wasn't sure if Luigi was right or not. But was it really reasonable to make himself look like a giant monster? Metal Machine was an external object. Couldn't he use something like transfiguration to make himself bigger? You're right. But Baragon's mind is really twisted. Personally, I think that it recognizes the fact that it's miniature, and it also knows that the news of its miniature has spread. If it forcibly uses the transformation spell to enlarge itself, wouldn't it be telling others that it cares about its miniature figure very much? But it's different when he's wearing a Metal Machine. And Metal Machine is only an external object. He uses it to increase his strength, not because he's too small. To put it bluntly, Baragon had hatred in his heart. His eyes shone brightly, but his body was shackled. It wasn't twisted. It was embarrassed. Luigi shrugged. Of course. This is my own interpretation based on what I know about Baragon. I don't know if that's the truth. We're about to reach Baragon's territory anyway. If you really want to know, just ask him. He won't answer me because I can't help him. But you're an alchemist. Maybe he'll ask you for help when he knows who you are. Then you'll know what he's working on, right? And I'll know when you know. Luigi chuckled. Angor didn't know what to say. Angor ignored Luigi's suggestion. He was just curious. He didn't really want to get involved. The place where Barbalagon was located was very eye-catching because there were no other buildings within a mile of it. Also, Barbalagon's room was not a pyramid like Paluxiu's favorite building. Instead, it was a strange-looking structure that looked like a beehive made of prisms. On top of the beehive, there was a pure white eye lamp floating in the air. When the light from the eye lamp shone on the mirror, it immediately spread out and illuminated the area. Barbalagon has 3 heads, and one of them can sense the changes of light, Luigi explained, so it can sense when someone steps into the light. With that, Luigi took the lead and stepped into the light. Angor followed closely behind. As they entered the beehive in the distance, a mirror slowly opened, and a new eye lamp flew out. Unlike the ones in the sky, this one did not emit light. Instead, it looked like a wizard's eye. The eye lantern flew to the top of their heads. After circling in the sky, a low buzzing voice sounded. You are a singer. Why are you here instead of preaching those childish poems to your baby tooth fairy? Luigi retorted, You're calling my poems childish? You're the one who's childish. Do you dare to speak with your big head? Don't try to act mature with your small head. Who are you calling small? The eye lamp flew in front of Luigi, and the golden-eyed child turned scarlet. It looked like it was angry. Luigi flicked a finger, and the eye lamp was sent flying 2 meters away. Small head, don't talk. Big head, do the talking. The eye lamp humphed. I can kick you out, and no one will stop me. If you kick me out, I'll come here every day to play music and recite poems in front of you. You bastard. The eye lamp returned to its golden color and slowly floated in the air. It ignored Luigi and looked at Angor. Who is he? You know I won't let strangers into my lab. You don't need to know who he is. He's here to help me fight the mirror monster. If you don't let him in, you'll do it. Mirror monster? The eye lamp was surprised. You want to go to the haunted house? Luigi nodded. Yes. Hearing Luigi's answer, the eye light paused. Like someone had pressed a switch, it flew into the air and circled Luigi several times. Tong Kong moved up and down and used a suspicious gaze to study Luigi. Didn't you say that you would rather die than enter a haunted house? Why did you change your mind? Luigi grumbled, You know why I don't enter the haunted house? I'm telling you, the name of your haunted house has already been leaked, so it's pointless to change it now. The eye lamp squinted its eyes. You didn't tell me why you want to enter the haunted house? It's a long story. Luigi, I'll tell you later. In any case, I have something to do at the haunted house. I'll be back in 2 hours. Eye lamp, did something happen to your main body? Why? Luigi shook his head. No, you don't have to guess. I don't have much time, and I need to go to Crystal City later. Don't waste my time. The eye lamp could tell that Luigi was really in a hurry. It considered for 2 seconds and agreed. Fine. You come in first. Oh, and the other human, come in as well. Barigan knew all too well what a haunted house was like. If Luigi wanted to use the haunted house for his own business, he would need someone to help him deal with the mirror monster. Barigan didn't want to be a hired thug. Therefore, even if it didn't like strangers entering its lab, it had to accept it. With that, the eye lamp quickly returned to the beehive. As it returned, a crack appeared in the middle of the beehive, through which a dark door could be seen. Luigi quickly went inside. You've never been to a haunted house before? Angor followed up and asked. You've never been to a haunted house? Luigi nodded. Nope. That little dragon Barigan has a bad heart. What do you mean? Angor was confused. Luigi didn't want to talk about it. But since Angor asked, he hesitated and said, like I said, the owner of the haunted house is called Xiaoku, right? Actually, Xiaoku's real name is recorded in the diary we found in the haunted house. His real name is, before Luigi could say anything, a buzzing sound came from the black door. Shock Luigi Rubino. The door opened a crack, and through the crack, a black ghost could be seen. It floated in the air, covered by a black robe, and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen was a piece of uneven black cloth floating in the air, like a black ghost. From within the hood of the robe, its voice continued, "This is Xiaoku's real name." Luigi nodded. That's right. When Barigan got the haunted house, I wanted to check it out. But Barigan told me that I could go in as long as the haunted house was named after me. I didn't want my name to be in front of the haunted house, so I didn't go. Angor was speechless. You didn't go because of your name? That's so childish, but then again, Barigan's decision to name the haunted house to Luigi was really childish. So this was a childish challenge? Luigi looked proud. But Xiaoku's haunted house is already famous. It won't be easy for him to change the name to Luigi's haunted house. The ghost humphed. I didn't name Luigi's haunted house for you. Xiaoku's real name is Luigi too. Luigi huffed. This is the first time I heard of an item being named after its owner. It's a middle name. A middle name represents an inheritance. Luigi didn't bother to answer. He turned to Angor and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This one here is Barigan." Angor nodded to Barigan and told him his name. Angor? Luigi named you? Barigan was puzzled. He's not a hollow one. He didn't come from the Sea of Mirrors. He didn't lose his memory. He's my friend. More precisely, a friend of my real body. I got to know him because of me. A friend of your real body? Barigan didn't pay much attention to Angor until he heard Luigi's words. Barigan was one of the few who knew about Luigi's real body. Barigan had even sensed the enormous presence of Luigi's main body. It could be said that the reason why he was willing to befriend Luigi was because Luigi's main body was several times larger than an adult Hydra. Barigan admired the strong and powerful. He knew how terrifying Luigi's true form was, and there had to be something special about this human who could befriend Laplace. After careful observation, Barigan's gaze landed on Angor's left earlobe. It sensed a familiar and powerful aura coming from Angor's left earlobe. A dragon's mark? Barigan was puzzled. Angor also felt Barigan's gaze. He touched his slightly warm earlobe. You mean this mark? Sort of. An abyssal flame dragon left it. An abyssal flame dragon. Barigan stared at Angor in bewilderment. If an abyssal flame dragon existed in 100 Dragons' divine nation, its bloodline would definitely be stronger than the 6 major dragons. Also, the mark wasn't violent, which meant it was a sign of friendship. How did Angor manage to befriend an abyssal flame dragon? Once again, Barigan believed that there must be something special about Angor that made him Laplace's friend. With that in mind, Barigan removed his hood and greeted Angor in a serious manner. When the hood was removed, Angor finally saw Barigan's face. I'm really into you. At least its head was quite small. Surprisingly, the Hydra didn't look like a normal dragon. Its head was triangular, and its eyes were golden like those of a snake. It also had nostrils without a nose bridge, which was similar to Pilach's. Its mouth was a slit with sharp canine fangs on both sides, which made it look like a vampire bat. On both sides of its triangular head, there were two external tarsi that looked like airplane wings. There was a small hole at the top of each external tarsi, from which two smaller triangular heads poked out. He estimated that these two triangular heads were even smaller than a baby's fist. Angor thought the heads of the Hydra were similar to the three-headed crocodile or the three-headed hellhound in the abyss, which had three heads put together. However, the heads of the Hydra were the same size as the main head, while the two secondary heads were smaller. It was almost like a free gift. It was worth mentioning that these two heads looked exactly the same. They were both small black triangles, except that one of them was drooping listlessly in a small hole, as if it was sleeping, while the other had its head held high, its mouth moving up and down non-stop. The low buzzing sound that they had been hearing before was coming from this vice head. "You're so serious now that you know Angor has the fire signet?" Luigi humphed. "If you really want to be serious, use your big head instead of your little one." "None of your business." Baragon's right head rolled its eyes at Luigi. Next, Baragon's main head spoke to Angor in a low voice. "If you can get the Abyssal Flame Dragon's seal of friendship, I'm sure you're Baragon's friend as well." Angor finally understood why Luigi kept urging Baragon to use its main head to talk. The voice of Baragon's main head was really childish. His childish voice was even more adorable than the little boy Yada. It sounded like the voice of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Angor couldn't tell if it was a male or a female, but it also sounded crisp and clear. It was completely different from the mature and steady voice of the right head. Luigi kept egging him on, probably because he wanted to see Baragon make a fool of himself. What a good friend. Angor was a little surprised, but he managed to control his expression well. He had to admit that Baragon's childish voice really suited its small body. Luigi, on the other hand, was laughing loudly. "What do you mean by someone with the Abyssal Flame Dragon's seal of friendship is your friend? You're comparing yourself to the Abyssal Flame Dragon. Take a good look at yourself." Baragon didn't answer Luigi right away. It nodded to Angor again and turned around. "You're in a hurry, right? I've already taken out the haunted house." This time the Baragon gave way to a grown-up hum. Baragon opened the door and invited Angor and Luigi inside. Beehive didn't look big from the outside, but it was a completely different story once they stepped inside. The first thing they saw was 3 long corridors filled with light and shadows that led to different areas. Each corridor was tall and had all kinds of solemn runes carved on it, which made it look like a shrine used by a religion to welcome the gods. Judging from the height of the corridors, they could tell that the spaces inside and outside were different. Perhaps Baragon used some kind of method to expand the space. Baragon didn't plan to introduce his lab to them. But after seeing Angor, he decided to explain. The corridor on the left leads to the main lab, which is the R&D room. The one in the middle leads to a smaller lab used for testing. The one on the right has some material rooms and a small lab, but they're not in use yet. Sage Pika will come here occasionally to borrow them. All 3 corridors led to different labs, but they all had different purposes. With that done, Baragon led them to the corridor on the right. After walking for a while, they saw an open door. This was originally an empty room, but Sage Pika modified it slightly to serve as a resting place and a guest's room. "You may enter the haunted house from here." With that, Baragon led them into the room. He looked around the room. It was quite spacious, at least bigger than the soundproof room he was staying in. However, the furnishings were simple. There was only a short sofa and a few even shorter eucalyptus trees. Other than that, there was nothing else. Angor didn't see the haunted house mentioned by Baragon either. As Angor wondered, Baragon took out a palm-sized, pitch-black square crystal from his robe and placed it on the table. "This is Xiaoka's haunted house." Baragon pointed at the crystal. Angor did sense a tiny bit of mystery energy from the crystal. However, the energy wasn't strong and couldn't be sensed from more than 10 meters away. Being able to contain mystery energy was a characteristic of a semi-mystery item, but it was also an advantage. Angor didn't need to worry about the mystery energy leaking out and being discovered by others. Time waits for no one. "Let's go now." Luigi looked at Angor. Angor didn't refuse. But Baragon was still curious. "You said you're in a hurry because you're going to the party in Crystal City?" Why don't you go to the party first and come to the haunted house later? That way, he wouldn't be in a hurry. Luigi, there must be a reason. However, it's still a long story. When I come out, I'll tell you when I have time. Or, you can come with us to the party. We'll talk on the way. Barbagon cast aside the two vice leaders and snorted coldly, I'm not going. Luigi shrugged. It's up to you. I'll tell you if you come with us. If you don't, I'll tell you the next time I come. Now, activate the haunted house first. Barbagon sighed. You're the one who's begging me, and you're giving me orders. Humph. Besides, it's not like you don't know how to activate the haunted house. Why do I have to do it? You're wasting my energy. Despite the dripping, the movements didn't stop. Barragon's right vice head suddenly awoke from its slumber, raising the triangular thief, its eyes shooting out a beam of light filled with the aura of converging energy. After the light fell into the crystal slowly floated up in the flickering light and rapidly expanded. It didn't take long for it to expand to 3 meters long and 3 meters wide. Almost there, Barragon muttered and withdrew the light beam. As the light receded, the crystal no longer flickered and was completely frozen in midair. At the same time, a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal. The crack slowly extended until it formed a door. Clack, the door on the crystal was pushed open by Luigi. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see what was going on. Luigi stepped inside without hesitation and was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Angor nodded to Barragon and followed Luigi into the door. When he disappeared into the darkness, the door slowly closed behind him. Barragon stared at the crystal until it started to emit black mist. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the lab on the side. Angor didn't find himself in the haunted house. Instead, he found himself standing on a dark land. Luigi was also nearby, but he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Instead, he took out the music score of Black Sheep Confession and his precious harp from his space storage. Angor looked around and didn't see anything. He could only see a few dozen meters away. Anything further than that was covered by dark mist. Above his head was a hemispherical light barrier. The barrier released a faint light that illuminated the land around him. However, at this moment, cracks began to appear on the mirror-like barrier. These cracks were spreading rapidly, as if something outside the barrier was constantly attacking it. What's going on? Angor looked at Luigi. Wasn't it supposed to be a haunted house? Luigi hugged the harp as he walked over. The mirror monster is outside. What we need to do now is find the haunted house before the mirror monster breaks through the barrier and hide inside it. Angor frowned in confusion. A haunted house. To be precise, this is a haunted house. We're looking for a safe house, said Luigi. Every time we enter Xiaoka's haunted house, we'll see different scenes. These scenes are all based on the haunted mirror. Maybe they're Xiaoka's memories? Different haunted houses have different safe houses, said Luigi. According to Barragon, there's a grand castle, a small wooden house in a forest, or a pavilion in the middle of an amusement park. Where's the safe house then? Angor frowned. Luigi shrugged. I don't know. I've never been here before. I only heard about it. They needed to find a safe house first. As for how to find a safe house, Luigi gave them an answer. A safe house must be a house or an enclosed space that can hide people. Also, it must be inside the mirror. Lastly, there's a clear time difference between the inside and outside of the safe house. As long as we know these 3 things, we'll find the right safe house. Luigi comforted Angor. Don't worry. It's easy to find a safe house. Anyone who's visited a haunted house can find it. Angor didn't say anything. I'll look left. You check right. They split up and began looking for the hidden safe house in different directions. Luigi was right. The safe house wasn't hard to find. Since spirit power wasn't prohibited here, Angor found the hidden entrance in less than a minute. It was located near the mist on the left. It was a cellar. The cellar entrance was covered by a black wooden plank. The color of the plank was similar to the color of the ground, which was why Angor didn't notice it at first. After removing the plank, they saw a flight of stairs that led downward. The stairs led straight to the cellar. There was a light barrier at the entrance of the cellar. Angor could see some rainbow-colored light dancing on the barrier. Angor saw something similar on Ikisi's body before. Without a doubt, this light film contained the power of time. Out of curiosity, he sent out his spirit feelers to check the barrier. However, his spirit feelers could not penetrate it at all. It was as if they had run into a glass wall. Angor, on the other hand, could easily break through the barrier with his spirit feelers. However, during this process, he did not find anything unusual that could be studied. Luigi walked down the stairs and said, "You don't need to study the power of time here. It's just a facade." "A facade?" Angor frowned. Luigi nodded. "The real power of time is scattered in every corner of the haunted house. It's invisible, omnipresent, and untouchable. The rainbow-colored barrier you see here is just a facade. You can think of it as an illusion. In other words, there must be some kind of power related to time inside the haunted house. However, it was combined with the mystery power to form the main body of the haunted house. If he wanted to study the power of time in the haunted house, he couldn't just study the surface. He had to turn the haunted house upside down. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find the power of time contained in it. And even if one could find the hidden power of time, they might not be able to learn anything from it. That was the reality. The power of time wasn't something that could be easily touched. Not to mention the fact that it was related to the mystery power. If you want to continue your research, you can go to the safe house and set up your illusions first. Luigi looked at Angor. Angor threw up his hands and gave up. He really wanted to study it, but he knew very well that with his current knowledge, he would not be able to come up with anything. Furthermore, he only had 2 hours in the outside world and 3 days in the haunted house to do his research. In terms of time, he did not have enough to do anything. "Shall we go in and begin?" Luigi asked. "All right." Angor suddenly thought of something. Will the mirror monsters attack the safe house directly? Or will they enter the safe house through the stairs? Luigi immediately understood what Angor meant. "You want to set up an illusion outside to prevent them from entering the safe house?" Angor nodded and did not deny it. Luigi considered. "I'm not sure if that's possible. But according to Barigon, once the light barrier above us is destroyed, the mirror monsters will spread all over the place. But it seems that only a small number of them actually attack the safe house. Whether they enter the safe house through the stairs or appear inside the safe house, I don't know. No matter which one it is, setting up an illusion outside has a huge drawback. It might attract the attention of more mirror monsters. It's better to just stay inside the safe house and set up an illusion." Angor thought about it and agreed. He wasn't going to study the haunted house anyway, so he didn't need to do such an experiment. With that in mind, he didn't think too much about it. He followed Luigi through the light membrane and walked into the cellar. As soon as they entered, Angor immediately sensed a familiar mystery aura. Or rather, a stronger mystery aura. It filled up the entire cellar and circled around them. There was no need for any explanation, nor was there a need for anyone to give a reminder. With just a mysterious aura, the people who entered this place immediately understood the function of this cellar. It was an extension of time sense. 1 hour inside the cellar was equivalent to 36 hours outside. 2 hours inside the cellar was equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. It was just as Luigi said. However, Luigi kept emphasizing that it was an extension of time sense. The effect was similar to changing the flow of time, but the result was different. But Luigi didn't explain further. He only told Angor that he would know when he got there. Now, under the influence of the mystery aura, Angor finally understood. Indeed, there was a difference between changing time and changing the flow of time. Time sense was only an experience, which was similar to simulating the flow of time. For example, if the real flow of time was changed, then no matter what you did here, whether it was mental or physical, you wouldn't feel any burden on your body when you left. Time sense, on the other hand, was different. It was just that when one's sense of time changed, one would need a very strong and overloaded brain to deal with the mental work here. Otherwise, one would only need 1 day to complete a 30-odd days of work, and one's brain would very likely be overloaded and shut down. This wasn't a serious negative effect for Angor or Luigi since they already had strong computational abilities. Besides, Luigi didn't need to use his computational ability this time. He was here to practice Black Sheep Confession and strengthen his muscle memory, so he wouldn't be affected by the negative effect. However, for ordinary people, they might not be able to keep up with the mental and physical demands, which could lead to mental and physical exhaustion. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if they only used it for a short period of time, such as an hour or two. In a way, this time sense was similar to the general environment of Tomorrow Town. One day in Tomorrow Town sometimes equaled dozens of days. However, Tomorrow Town was a manifestation of authority and a product of laws. It wasn't a real change of time sense. Instead, it allowed players to accelerate the flow of time around them without doing anything. The player's sense of time was normal, so Tomorrow Town didn't have any negative side effects. From the perspective of merely changing the sense of time, Xiaoka's haunted house did not meet the standard of a mysterious object. As far as he knew, some mystery items could really change the flow of time or even restart time within a certain range. For example, the Temple of Prophets City of Reincarnation. Perhaps Xiaoka's haunted house could only change the flow of time if it became a mystery item. But it was too difficult. Although it sounded like there was only a step between a semi-mysterious object and a true mysterious object, in reality, that step was a natural chasm that could not be seen with the naked eye. He didn't forget about his work. He quickly set up illusion nodes around the cellar. First, he wanted to create an illusion that matched Black Sheep Confession for Luigi, and second, he wanted to create an illusion to trap the mirror monster. What was worth mentioning was that although there was nothing in the cellar, the area was quite large, comparable to a small square. Luigi walked to the center of the cellar and began to immerse himself in Black Sheep Confession. Meanwhile, Angor set up an illusion nearby. It didn't take long for him to finish setting up the illusion. Again, he chose a mist-type illusion to trap the mirror monster. His illusion lake prevented the monster from going any further. Moreover, the fog illusion was relatively simple and could be set up very quickly. Compared to the mist-type illusion, Luigi's illusion was much more difficult. Instead of setting up an illusion, Angor created a story that combined the background of Black Sheep Confession. He recreated the feelings of the clergyman, the oppressive environment of the Satu cult, and the desperate situation where Luigi played in the fire. It sounded like a movie box, and it was. Angor also tried his best to create emotional nodes that could resonate with Luigi's feelings. This way, Luigi could better feel what the clergyman went through in the story. If Luigi temporarily abandoned his ego, he could completely enter the clergyman's mind and become a clergyman himself. This was something that other movie boxes didn't have. It was something unique to Angor, which allowed him to use illusions to manipulate emotions. Luigi soon got into character. After Luigi entered the role, he was completely immersed in the illusion. The only thing he did not forget was to pluck the strings. Meanwhile, Angor sat down beside Luigi and waited for the mirror monster to show up. Of course, he was still thinking about Xiaoka's haunted house. Ever since he entered the haunted house, he had been wondering why there had to be a safe house procedure. In Angor's opinion, if there was a way to find a safe house, it would most likely be hidden very deep and hard to find, which was a negative characteristic. This was the common characteristic of many powerful alchemy products, semi-mysticular items, and even some mystery items. In other words, it was a restriction or a cost. There were countless such restrictions and costs in the supernatural world. For example, the red sword in Dorcas's hand was something he had specially found a famous alchemist to refine. When he was refining it, the alchemist had given him 3 choices: either it had extreme sharpness and agility, but the blade was relatively weak, or it had extreme bloodline capacity, but the blade was relatively heavy, or it had extreme sharpness and bloodline capacity, but it wasn't outstanding. In the end, Dorcas chose the second option. When you wanted to reach a certain limit, you had to pay a price in other places. It was like a scale. When one side was pressed down, the other side would be raised. Of course, it wasn't impossible to achieve the best of both, with both having their limits. However, this was a test of the refiner. Even if both sides were good, there was still a price to pay. It was just that the price would not be obvious. For example, expensive materials and superb blending skills were also a price to pay. Apart from the red sword, there were also similar prices for mystery items. However, it was not a problem of the alchemist. The price itself was a part of the mystery item. For example, the dark movement would force you to have a second personality. However, the second personality would be evil, and you would lose your name. Or the master key, which could open all locks. However, the more you used it, the harder it would be for others to open your heart. There was also the seed of death. To receive the blessing of luck, you had to go through a tribulation where you faced death directly. The last two were the costs. In other words, they were the costs that humans assessed from their own perspective. If it was beneficial to humans, it would be a positive effect. If it was not, it would be the cost. Therefore, it was normal for Xianxia's haunted house to have restrictions. You had to cross mountains, spend energy, and go through untold hardships to find the safe house. He wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. As for restrictions, it was normal to spend more effort and time. However, that was not the case. From the looks of it, the limitation of Xianxia's haunted house was the maximum limit of the daily mirror monster's attack and time sense, not the search for a safe house. Because finding a safe house was too easy. This time, the safe house was considered difficult to find, but it only took a few minutes. The safe houses in other environments, such as the magnificent castles, were simply placed in front of them. They did not even need to look for them. Since that was the case, why set up a process of finding the safe house? This question was perhaps a very boring question in the eyes of Luigi, Barbergon, and the others. But Angor found the whole thing strange. Searching for a safe house was an unnecessary action. He could have gone straight to the safe house after entering, but he had to go through the process of finding the safe house. Wasn't that superfluous? If the haunted house was built by a human, it might be due to the creator's fault. But this haunted house was born naturally. Angor did not understand why there was such an unnecessary step in its design. In the transcendent world, many things that you find inexplicable are usually related to a certain situation, and that is a ritual. Angor wondered if the process of finding a safe house was some sort of ritual. But he still shook his head after giving it some thought. It was a guess that could neither be proven nor falsified. He could not find any trace of a ritual in the haunted house. Besides, would a naturally born semi-mystic type object have a ritual? A natural ritual. Aside from that, Angor could think of another possibility. The search for a safe house was probably a simulation of Xianxia's situation, where he ran into the safe house in a panic. After all, the haunted house was created because of Xianxia. It was possible to simulate his search. But it was also hard to prove. Angor suddenly remembered something. Luigi mentioned that there would be Xianxia's diary in the haunted house. Xianxia's diary could not be taken out of the haunted house. Instead, it would appear in a corresponding safe house every time the haunted house changed. Sometimes, it would appear on the bookshelf in the castle, sometimes on the table in the treehouse, and sometimes on the floor of the amusement park. According to this pattern, Xianxia's diary should also appear in this cellar, right? Maybe he could find Xianxia's entry before he ran into the secret room? With that in mind, Angor looked up and scanned every corner of the cellar. But he did not find Xianxia's diary. The cellar was the same as when he first saw it. It was completely empty and there was nothing around it. Angor believed that Luigi would not lie about something like this. So Xianxia's diary must still exist. He just could not find it. Maybe there was a hidden space in the cellar? Or a hidden storage area? And Xianxia's diary was hidden somewhere. With this in mind, Angor released his spirit feelers. But they did not work. His spiritual tentacles could reach out, but they were surrounded by a dense and constantly flowing mysterious aura. When the spiritual tentacles reached out, they felt like they had entered a swamp or a sandpit. They could move, but they were surrounded by dense matter. It was very difficult to find a hidden space in such a situation. It was not only his spirit feelers. His other spells were the same. Angor could use them, but he could not sense them clearly. The only things that were not affected were illusionary spells. However, illusionary spells could not penetrate the walls and the ground that were affected by the rainbow light. Since he could not sense anything, he might as well walk around on his own and measure the hidden space with his hands and feet. Angor was not the type to hesitate. Since he had decided to do it, he would do it. Since the mirror monster was not here yet, Angor stood up and walked into the illusion to search for a hidden space in the cellar. Luigi was still immersed in his clergy dream, so Angor did not have to worry about being disturbed by the illusion. While walking, he tapped on the ground with his cane to check if there was a hidden space by the echoes of the sound. 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Angor checked all the tiles in the middle and found nothing. Next, he began to knock on the walls of the cellar more carefully than before. Normally speaking, the chances of finding a hidden space on the walls were higher than on the ground. Angor kept knocking for 6 hours. He still did not find Xiaoka's diary, but today's mirror monster showed up. The first wave of mirror monsters was not a human. They looked more like a stick with wings. If it was a little smaller, a little thinner, and the color changed from black to pink, with a heart on top, it would be very similar to the wands used by the magical girls in the novels. Angor did not know the name of the monster, so he decided to call it Wand Ghost for now. As Luigi said, the first wave of mirror monsters was very weak. Wand Ghost was one of them. Apart from being able to fly and use its wand to release negative energy attacks, it did not have any other supernatural abilities. According to Angor's estimation, it was probably as strong as an early level 2 apprentice. Normally, level 2 apprentices would not be able to kill Wand Ghost, but Wand Ghost would not be able to do anything to them either. It was so weak that when it entered the mist illusion, it began to fly around in panic, which only made it more confused. Angor did not even need to control the illusion to get it under control. Wand Ghost was not strong, but the way it came out was quite interesting. It came without warning, and it didn't come in from the door, but from the ceiling above. Angor's attempt to set up an illusion around the staircase was useless. The way it came in was not normal at all. He wondered if Ghost Wand was one of the mirror ghosts outside the haunted house. When the time was right, Ghost Wand was dragged into the basement by an invisible force. Angor did not know the answer to this question. After all, he could not go out and count the number of mirror monsters. Instead, he went to the ceiling where Wand Ghost first showed up to see if there was a hidden space there. The answer was no. Angor did not give up. He still had plenty of time. Besides, the first wave of mirror monsters showed up at the 16th hour, which meant he did not have to worry about them for at least 8 hours. With that in mind, Angor picked up his cane and began to knock on the wall again. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of knocking echoed in the cellar. Every knock was very dull, which meant that he still hadn't found the hidden space. The cellar was too big. When the second day came, Angor only managed to knock on half of the walls. By the time he finished knocking on all 4 walls of the cellar, there were only 14 hours left before the third day arrived. Unfortunately, there was still no hidden space on the walls. Angor could only look up at the ceiling. Could it be that the hidden space was on the ceiling? Angor did not think so. If there was a hidden space on the ceiling, it would be too strange. Besides, Xiaoka's diary was not that hard to find in other haunted houses. Still, Angor decided to give it a try. He released Hand of Spell and kept hammering on the ceiling with his cane. The hammering process was normal, and it was not worth mentioning. The only thing that could be said was that 2 hours before the third day, the mirror monster of the second day finally appeared. This time, there were 3 mirror ghosts. They came out from 3 different walls. The first was a humanoid mirror monster. It had a human shape, but Angor could not see its face clearly. Even its eyes and mouth were completely covered in darkness. It looked like a shadow made entirely of darkness. As soon as the humanoid mirror ghost appeared, it crawled on all 4s like a wild beast. His movements were extremely fast and agile. He could easily float and stick to the walls as if he had broken free from the shackles of gravity. However, Angor did not see it using any powerful abilities. Maybe it would only use its power when it saw someone. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered the cellar, he was surrounded by the surging mist. No matter how agile he was like a hamster running on a hamster wheel. He was fast, but he was running on the same spot. The second and third mirror monsters showed up at the same time. They came from the left and right walls. Their appearance was more like ghosts in human imagination. They floated in the air with a large bedsheet over their heads that covered their entire body. However, one of them had a black sheet, while the other had a white sheet. There were also horns on their heads. One of them was on the right, while the other was on the left. Angor still did not know what kind of mirror monsters they were, so he could only call them sheet monsters. Neither of them was strong. In fact, their energy waves were even weaker than those of the wand ghosts. But Angor had a feeling that they could merge together. One was white, the other was black, and the other had horns on their heads. They seemed to be complementary to each other. The only way to make them flawless was to combine them. Angor did not know if he was right. But if the two sheet monsters could combine into one, they would not be as weak as they were now. Unfortunately, they came in from the left and right sides of the cellar. The mist easily surrounded them, so Angor did not have to worry about them joining up. The second wave of mirror monsters was not strong either. However, Angor did not let his guard down. The second wave of mirror monsters was not strong, but they all had potential. So, the third wave of mirror monsters would be the ones with real potential. There was only one wand ghost in the first wave, but there were already 3 mirror monsters in the second wave. Would there be more mirror monsters in the third wave? If that was the case, Angor had to be extra careful. Angor thought for a moment and released more illusion nodes. After making sure that the mist was everywhere from the ceiling to the ground, he stopped. Angor did not pay attention to the mirror monsters that were trapped in the mist. Instead, he kept tapping the ceiling with his cane. The sense of time continued to extend, and the third day arrived as scheduled. Earlier, Luigi said that he could finish learning Black Sheep Confession in half a day. Angor was sure that he was just bragging. However, it had to be said that the Black Sheep Confession he played today was obviously much more emotional than the previous 2 days in terms of emotional abundance. It was also much more appealing. Angor even believed that if Uriel really liked Black Sheep Confession song, Luigi might be able to get into the top 3. Luigi's improvement was obvious, but Angor's progress was 0. It was the third day, and another 10 hours had passed. Angor knocked on the ceiling several times but still found nothing. Angor began to wonder if Xiaoka's diary was not in the cellar but somewhere outside. Or maybe the cellar they were in right now was a special place. He didn't think that he or Luigi were prone to accidents and would run into accidents wherever they went. But the reality of the situation was like a slap to his face. If he didn't have a special constitution, why was it so easy for others to find the diary, but it was so difficult for them? Besides, even if Xiaoka's diary was not placed in a conspicuous place, it would at least be in a symbolic place. It was as if the diary was meant to be seen by those who came in. But this cellar had neither a conspicuous place nor a symbolic place. Where could the diary be hidden? As Angor pondered, Luigi once again played the scene of a priest playing his confession in the fire. Solemn and solemn, sacred and decadent, passionate and desperate, all suppressed emotions were released in this moment. In particular, this song of confession was played in this sealed cellar. The echoes continued to reverberate, as if a priest was reluctantly bidding farewell to this sinful world. He loved life and was loyal to his god, but in the end, he turned into a black goat demon and turned into ashes in the fire. Ridiculous and helpless. Even if Angor did not know the story behind Black Goat Confession, he could not help but be affected by it. Besides, he already knew the story, so he was even more shocked. However, this did not last long. It was not that Luigi's interpretation was not good, but after Luigi finished the last movement, he started from the beginning again. The mood at the beginning and the mood at the end of the song were completely different. The sudden change from the desperate situation of bitterness and hatred to the scene of spring and white snow naturally reduced the sense of immersion by a lot. He was a little disappointed that he did not get to enjoy the rest of the song, but he soon got over it and prepared to think about the diary again. However, as soon as he turned around, he froze on the spot. He suddenly thought of something. There was a special place in this cellar that he did not look for. It was special because it was the center of the entire cellar. In a spacious and empty cellar like this, people would naturally look toward the center of the cellar. Therefore, the most special and eye-catching location of this cellar was the center of the cellar. However, Angor did not look for the center of the cellar. Because Luigi was sitting right there. Earlier, Luigi entered the cellar before Angor, and he went straight to the center of the cellar and sat down. It was as if he was using the spot as his seat. As a matter of fact, the location was not bad. Most of the mirror ghosts came out from the walls around them. There was a buffer between them and Luigi's position, which was enough for Angor's mist illusion to work. Since Luigi took the seat first, Angor did not bother to ask about it. If there was a hidden space in the cellar, maybe it was right under Luigi's right. He had a guess, but Luigi was still immersed in his training, so he didn't want to disturb him. He had to put it aside for now and wait for Luigi to come back to his senses. Angor waited for 3 hours. Luigi was still practicing Black Sheep Confession over and over again, and the result was satisfying. According to Angor's estimation, Luigi should be able to fully digest the music score before the end of the 3rd day. Although Luigi would probably finish his practice early, the 3rd wave of mirror ghosts would not wait until the last minute. As the lights in the cellar flickered, the 3rd wave of mirror ghosts finally arrived. Just as he expected, there were a lot of mirror monsters coming this time, and they didn't end all at once. This time, it was more like a monster siege. The ghosts came in several waves. The first wave of mirror ghosts was the familiar wand ghosts and sheet ghosts. They came out from the ceiling and walls in a group of about 10. There was an increase in the number, but under the effect of the illusion, it did not cause much of a ripple and was quietly calmed down. The only thing worth mentioning was that 2 sheet ghosts, one white and one black, were too close to each other when they entered the cellar. Even when both of them entered the mist, they could not stop them from combining. Angor's guess was correct. The sheet ghosts could combine. Instead of turning into a zebra-striped sheet ghost, they changed their species and became a bald demon with pure white skin and dark eyes. Baldy was the name Angor came up with. The main reason was that he was indeed bald, and there were 2 horns on his head that resembled those of a devil. He also had a pair of pure white wings on his back, which made him look extremely similar to a devil. The sheet ghost energy signature was at the level of an early level 2 apprentice. However, the Baldy demon's energy signature was at the level of a level 3 apprentice. If it knew some powerful offensive spells, it might even reach the level of a wizard. However, he didn't know what kind of ability it had. Before it could do anything, it was already trapped inside the mist cage. There were more mirror ghosts this time, but they were not strong enough. Angor took care of them easily. However, he did not let his guard down because the 2nd wave of mirror ghosts had already arrived. This time, there were fewer mirror ghosts. There was only one. However, her ability was quite strong. She was the only one Angor knew about so far. It was the mirror banshee. It was a banshee wearing a long, flowing black dress. Her eyes were yellow, her lips were red, and her hair was wilted like weeds. However, her movements were as graceful as a court lady's. She held a round mirror in front of her chest with both hands. As soon as she appeared, the mirror spontaneously absorbed the surrounding illusion nodes without any movement. From afar, one could see a large amount of mist being sucked into the mirror like a tornado. This was one of the mirror banshee's abilities, dangerous mirror space. Any energy or matter that she deemed as dangerous would be sucked into the space. Of course, this did not mean that the danger was gone. It was only a temporary distraction, and it would come back later. But for now, if the mirror banshee absorbed all the mist illusions, it would be pointless even if the illusions broke out later. After all, they were not going to stay here for long. They could not wait until the illusions came out. Currently, the mirror banshee's ability was very effective against illusions. Fortunately, this mirror banshee's level was on the low side. The level here didn't refer to strength. In terms of strength, the mirror banshee was also a top-level apprentice. As far as Angor knew, a mirror banshee's level was determined by the mirror she was holding. The weakest banshee had a round mirror, followed by a triangular mirror, a square mirror, and so on. The more edges the mirror had, the higher the level of the banshee. The higher the level of the banshee, the more powerful the dangerous mirror space would be. So far, the banshee with a round mirror was the weakest banshee. The dangerous mirror space that came with a round mirror was not big. It was only about the size of a room. As long as the space inside the mirror was filled up, the dangerous mirror space would be useless. It was basically impossible to fill up the space with mist. If all the mist in the cellar was sucked into the mirror, the space inside would be more than enough. But that did not mean illusions would not work. If the nodes of the illusion were slightly changed, they could create illusionary objects with the characteristics of reality, such as the house and the heart space. Although it was created by illusionary magic, all the furniture and objects inside had materiality. It would be much easier to fill up the space inside the mirror with these real illusions. Angor pointed at the mist around the mirror banshee from afar. There was no change in the mist at the moment, but when the mist was absorbed into the mirror, the delayed explosion of the illusion nodes quickly constructed a solid boulder and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the boulder filled up the entire space within the mirror. The mirror banshee did not notice it at first. When the mirror in front of her chest could no longer absorb the mist, she stretched her neck and stuck her head inside the mirror. And then, there was nothing else. She could not destroy the illusion boulder inside the mirror, and there was still some time before the dangerous mirror space exploded. She had no other way to deal with the mist around her. Therefore, like the bedsheet ghost and the bald demon, she was shrouded in the fog and completely lost. The second wave of mirror ghosts was dealt with without any mishap. However, this wasn't the end of it. When Angor thought the first wave was over, a new wave of mirror monsters showed up. This one was even more unique than the previous ones. As soon as it appeared, it turned into light. Light that was real. Angor tried to sense it through the mist, but he did not notice anything strange. It was as if a new light source had appeared in the mist. And the light source was still expanding. Soon, the mist and the light intertwined. Neither of them could do anything to the other. It was as if they were competitors on different tracks. The light source continued to spread along with the granular mist, and in an instant, it had spread more than 10 meters. At this rate, it would reach Luigi in a matter of seconds. Angor did not care why the mist could not stop the light source. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Soon, he came up with an idea. Since the mist could not stop the light, he would give it a taste of its own medicine. Using his illusion, he placed the mirror banshee near the source of the light and shrunk the illusionary boulder he placed inside the mirror to leave enough space for the mirror banshee. Then, he used the mirror banshee's path to absorb the light. His idea could be considered to have succeeded. As expected, the light source could be absorbed by the mirror banshee. However, although the idea was good, it was useless because Luigi had awakened. Luigi stood up with a satisfied smile on his face and waved at Angor. "I told you I could finish early. See? I did it. There are still 10 hours left until the third day." Luigi walked to Angor and talked about the result of his practice. He looked as if he had the world under his feet, and there was nothing to worry about. He even praised the black sheep confession to the heavens. He was so confident that the next time he saw Auriel, he would definitely win with one song. "Well, since you're awake, why don't you take care of this ghost?" Angor interrupted Luigi's boasting and pointed at the ghost in the mist. Luigi looked at where Angor was pointing. "Huh? The mirror banshee and the light bane? These two mirror ghosts are very strong. They're the most difficult to deal with in the previous waves, and they've appeared together." Luigi shook his head and sighed. "You're so unlucky. You don't know who's the unlucky one here. Besides, you enjoyed my protection for 3 days, and now you're complaining? Hurry up and take over." Luigi took several steps back. "Why? Let's just leave. I have something else to do. It's your turn to protect me." "Luigi?" Luigi didn't know what Angor was talking about, but he still took the initiative to explain. Light calamity is a very special existence among mirror ghosts. They can assimilate most energy and matter and turn them into an endless source of light. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass grew, and not a single piece of soil remained. That's why they're called Light Bane, the Bane of Light. However, it's obvious that it can't assimilate your illusory energy. This means that your illusory energy is far above its assimilation limit. If you want to deal with it, you'd better surround it with something of the opposite effect, such as the power of darkness. Actually, using the mirror banshee's mirror to deal with the light bane isn't a bad idea. Why don't you keep them in this stalemate? Angor chuckled. "If you can control my illusions, do it. If you can't, you'll have to figure something out yourself. Luigi had no choice but to give up on controlling his illusions. However, Luigi didn't show any emotion when facing the light bane, which meant he had other ways to deal with it. As expected, Luigi gently plucked the strings a few times, and the dancing notes constructed a few pitch-black mirror monuments in midair. As Light Calamity was still unable to move, it gave Luigi a good opportunity. He directly dropped the black mirror obelisk from midair, turning it into a black cage, locking Light Calamity tightly. After making sure that the light bane couldn't escape, Luigi looked at Angor. It should be fine now. By the way, do you need my help with what you're going to do? Yes, before. But not now. Luigi didn't know what to say. Under Luigi's puzzled gaze, Angor walked to the tile where Luigi was sitting, took out his cane, and gently tapped it on the ground. A clear dong-dong sound was heard. Every time Angor used the cane to hit a tile or wall, he would get a dull sound, which meant the tile was solid. But this time, he heard a clear dong sound, which meant there was probably a hidden space under the tile. It seemed that he had been blinded before. Angor complained to himself. Without any hesitation, he placed the sharp end of the cane on the edge of the tile and carefully pried it up. The floor tiles were successfully flipped open, revealing the dark space underneath. It wasn't big, only about half a square meter. And in the space under the floor tiles, there was nothing but a tattered thread-bound notebook. Angor picked up the notebook. There were no words on the cover, but it was definitely Xiaoca's diary. Oh, Xiaoca's diary is here. Luigi rubbed his chin. It's well hidden. Were you looking for it? Well, I don't know if it's well hidden or not. But I'm sure it was warm when you sat on it. Luigi didn't know what to say. Luigi moved closer to Angor. You said you had something to do? Just to read this? I heard from someone who read the diary that there's nothing special about it. Angor did not listen to Luigi's words. Instead, he read the articles one by one. Not a single page of the diary was long. It made sense. Xiaoku was unfortunate enough to fall into the ghost's domain. It was already good enough for him to write down a sentence or two in his panic. Angor finished reading the entire diary in less than 5 minutes. Most of it described what happened to Xiaoku after he came to the ghost's domain. However, according to Xiaoku's description, the first 10 entries were added after Xiaoku came to the secret room. They weren't written on the spot. Instead, they were written in flashbacks. There were 13 entries in total. The first 10 were about Xiaoku's experiences after he came to the ghost's domain. The last 3 chapters were about Xiaoku's mental journey after he found the secret room and confirmed that there was no hope of escaping, as well as some of his last words. There was nothing special in the last 3 chapters. His last words were the same as Luigi's, but the main point was this sentence: I can already hear the laughter of those evil ghosts outside the door of the secret room, and I can even hear footsteps. If 1 minute can be used as a year, no, even if it's just a month, a day, or even half an hour, I'm willing to give up everything. He's here. This sentence revealed the secret behind the birth of the haunted house. Therefore, be it Barigon, Luigi, or others who had experienced the haunted house, they paid more attention to the last 3 entries. However, after reading the entire diary, he was more interested in the first 10 entries. Before reading Shock's diary, he only knew the general story. A human named Shock accidentally came to Ghost's domain. Faced with the endless pursuit of the mirror ghosts, he panicked and fled into a pitch-black underground secret room. This background story seemed to have happened very quickly. It made people think that Xiaoku had found the underground secret room not long after entering the mirror domain. However, after reading the diary, Angor realized that the truth was not so simple. After Xiaoku arrived at the hidden chamber, he had added 10 entries. This meant that after Xiaoku fell into the mirror realm, he had spent 10 days before he found the hidden chamber. Of course, Angor doubted that Shock actually spent 10 days in Ghost's domain. After all, there was no way to keep track of time in Ghost's domain. Unless Shock had something like a pocket watch on him. Angor didn't know if Shock had something like that. But since Shock added 10 entries, Angor would assume that Shock spent 10 days in Ghost's domain. Imagine a mortal who fell into Ghost's domain and had to face countless mirror ghosts. How could he survive? Angor couldn't think of an answer. Even a supernatural who fell into Ghost's domain might not be able to survive, let alone a mortal. But Shock spent 10 days in Ghost's domain as a mortal, which confused Angor a lot. The reason why he was certain that Xiao Ku was a normal person was because in the first 10 entries, Xiao Ku had repeatedly gone looking for food and water. A supernatural wouldn't care about food in such a situation. In summary, the contents of the first 10 entries went like this: I'm going to be found, I'm not found, I'm lucky, I think I can eat it, keep running, I found a building, there's something to drink, there's a ghost inside, keep running. The entries were complicated and repetitive. Angor couldn't see anything special about them, so it wasn't strange that Barigon and the others ignored them. But Angor was still puzzled. For some reason, he had a feeling that the mirror ghosts were blind. Shock was just a mortal. How could those ghosts ignore him? It wasn't that they completely ignored Shock. The mirror ghosts would still try to capture Shock, but Shock always managed to escape. Angor couldn't understand it. Countless books had similar records. No matter how brave a warrior was, they would be powerless in the face of supernatural powers. They would be powerless to resist or escape. Angor agreed with him. Shock was brave and daring, but he was just a mortal. How did he escape from the mirror ghosts again and again? Angor looked at Luigi. Have you ever thought about how Xiao Ku managed to escape from the mirror monster time and time again? That's unbelievable. Luigi nodded. Yes, but it's not a big deal. Shock's last words gave birth to a semi-mystery item, which means he's not an ordinary mortal. Who knows, maybe he has some extraordinary skills. Luigi meant that Shock was just a mortal, but it was possible for mortals to have strange powers too. It was similar to the special talent recorded in novels. Perhaps Xiao Ku had the talent to avoid the mirror ghost, or maybe Shock already had the talent of time delay, which helped him escape from the mirror ghosts again and again. If he did have a special talent, he could have escaped the last time. Why did he surrender? Luigi said, "You're right, but what if he's exhausted his talent?" Angor shook his head. He felt that Luigi's way of thinking tended to be self-righteous. Whenever someone said an answer in their mind, they would always think about it. Angor wasn't completely unbiased either. He firmly believed that Shock was just a mortal without any special talent. If Shock really had a talent to escape from the mirror ghosts, Shock would have written it down in his diary. Since he didn't write it down, it meant he didn't. Of course, Angor didn't have any proof. No one could tell for sure whether this was the case. From Angor's point of view, Shock's behavior was normal. It was the mirror ghosts that did something strange. Hansen had a strange feeling that the mirror ghost hadn't wanted to kill Xiao Ku in the first place. Otherwise, Xiao Ku wouldn't have been able to shake off the mirror ghost time and time again. He might even have been able to find food and drink to sustain his life after shaking off the mirror ghost. But if the mirror ghosts didn't want to kill Shock, then what were they after? To force Shock to go somewhere. It was a guess he came up with after careful consideration. Maybe Shock didn't find the secret room. Instead, the mirror ghosts forced Shock to come here. As for why Shock was forced to come here, Angor didn't know. But he did have a ridiculous and baseless idea. To put it simply, he didn't have any proof. Shock's arrival in the secret room might have become some kind of ritual. Shock's death in the secret room might have been a sacrifice to ensure the success of the ritual. The host of the ritual was probably the one who heard the footsteps in the last entry of Shock's diary. That was the he mentioned in He Is Coming. The other mirror ghosts let Shock go, but this he killed Shock. In Angor's opinion, he was the mastermind behind everything. He asked the mirror ghosts to let Shock go and forced Shock to come to the secret room. If there really was a ritual going on, the host must be he at the end of the diary. But Angor couldn't figure out what kind of ritual it was. Maybe it was a ritual that allowed the mystery item to be born, or maybe it was a special ritual that failed, and the residual energy caused Shock's haunted house to be born. Either way, Angor was even more confused after reading the diary. Angor told Luigi about his idea. Luigi didn't deny it right away. Instead, he asked curiously, "Why do you think it's a ritual?" "Because I still don't understand why there's a finding a safe house step. I don't think it's necessary." In supernatural studies, any redundant link that is meaningless on the surface but cannot be eliminated has a high probability of being related to rituals. Luigi didn't know that the finding a safe house step was the real reason for Angor's suspicion. He thought Angor was just looking for trouble. Now that Angor thought about it, Luigi didn't think the finding a safe house step was necessary. It makes sense if finding a safe house is the first step of a certain ritual. Luigi considered for a moment. Whether or not your idea is true, it's already over. Shock is dead, and the haunted house is born as a treasure. Since the haunted house is already a treasure, there's no need to think about the ritual anymore, right? Angor looked at Luigi. You're right. If Shock is dead and the ritual is over, there's no need to think about it anymore. But what if the ritual isn't over yet? If finding a safe house is really a part of the ritual, does it mean the ritual isn't over yet? Luigi frowned. What do you think will happen if the ritual isn't over yet? Angor spread his hands. I don't know. My guess is that there are more steps to the ritual. Finding a safe house is one of them, and the other steps haven't been revealed yet. If the ritual is completed, maybe the haunted house will undergo new changes? New changes? Luigi narrowed his eyes. You mean the haunted house will turn from an ordinary treasure into a real mystery item? I don't know. That's one possibility. But there are other possibilities. Other possibilities? Luigi was confused. Angor shrugged. For example, I can summon a demon god named Luigi to wreak havoc in the mortal world. Luigi didn't know what to say. While joking, Angor put the diary back under the tiles. I don't know much about rituals. But they're usually used to summon gods, Angor said. That's not important. It's none of our business anyway. Angor was only interested in reading the diary because he wanted to satisfy his curiosity that had been lingering for 3 days. You just piqued my interest, and now you're stopping? You're playing with fire? Luigi? Without that evil smile, I'll give you 60 points. While Luigi was still confused, Angor walked to the door of the cellar. The door was still illuminated by a rainbow light, indicating that it was related to the power of time. Now that Luigi had learned the black sheep confession, it was time to leave. The way to leave was also simple. According to Luigi, one could leave as long as they touched the light membrane that resembled a stream of light. Angor reached out his hand and touched the barrier. An invisible, mysterious aura began to swirl around him. He didn't need to feel it to know that he could leave the haunted house with a single thought. That was exactly what Luigi said. However, Mystery Charm also told him something else. Apart from using his mind to leave the haunted house, he could also use the stairs to go to the outside world and return to the flat ground where he came from. Angor told Luigi about this. That's normal. It's always been like this. Luigi had never entered the haunted house before, but he had heard about it from others. Using the light barrier, he could choose to leave the haunted house or the safe house. It sounded normal to him. Is it really normal to make redundant choices? Redundant. Luigi realized something. You're saying it's part of a ritual? How should I know? But you can talk to Barigon when you get out. Maybe he can find something. With that, he chose to leave the haunted house without saying anything else. With that thought in mind, he disappeared from the cellar in the blink of an eye. Not long after Angor and Luigi left the haunted house, they saw Barigon flying into the building. Earlier, Barigon used a cloak to cover its entire body, leaving only its triangular head exposed. But now, Barigon abandoned the cloak and revealed its entire body. Barigon already looked like a miniature creature with the cloak on. Without the cloak, Barigon looked even smaller. Its body looked like a roly-poly. Its neck was thin, but it became rounder as it went down. Its skin was light yellow, and Angor could faintly see scales shining on it. It had a tail that was much bigger than its body. Its tail was translucent and yellow, and its tail was curled upwards. It was a bit like a kitten that unconsciously used its tail to protect its belly when it was being held by the back of its neck. It had a pair of claws, or rather, 2 hands. Compared to its body, its hands were very thin. However, its hands were a little like elastic yellow. They could be stretched very far, and each of its hands had 6 slender white fingers. It could perform very delicate operations. If Baragon's tail was not curled upward, it could reach 2 meters in length. But if it was curled upward, it would only reach less than 1 meter, not counting the length of its tail. It was a real mini dragon. Seeing Baragon's true form, Luigi walked up to it with a smile and pulled on Baragon's gelatinous tail. Judging from the lump of flesh, the tail felt really good. Baragon gave Luigi an annoyed glance. "Touch me again and I'll close the door, activate the barrier, and lock you up for a week." Baragon's threat sounded weak no matter how one looked at it. And it came from its master, which was not threatening at all. In the past, Luigi would not have cared at all. But today, he needed to go to the party to look for music scores and find Auriel for grading. Baragon's threat hit him right in his weak spot. Besides, Baragon was as strong as an adult hydra despite its tiny size. Besides, it had been researching for a long time. It could really keep Luigi confined in the lab. Unless Laplace came here himself, no one would be able to save him. With that in mind, Luigi obediently withdrew his hand. Baragon lifted its head proudly and took back the haunted house. "The haunted house is closed. If you have nothing else to do, leave now." After saying this, Baragon turned and left. But Luigi stopped him. "Oh, by the way, Angor found something interesting in the haunted house. Do you want to hear about it? I think it's quite interesting." Baragon stopped and looked at Angor and Luigi with a doubtful look. He had only entered a haunted house once, and he had found something interesting? It had owned the haunted house for several hundred years already, so why hadn't it noticed anything? Still, since Luigi was the one who asked, Baragon patiently asked, "What's so interesting?" In the past, Luigi would have lost his appetite. But now, he didn't have much time to waste, so he quickly explained what Angor found. At first, Baragon did not pay much attention to it, but when it heard that in extraordinary studies, any seemingly meaningless but irremovable redundant link is most likely related to rituals, it fell into deep thought. The first time Baragon visited a haunted house, he already had to find a safe house. At that time, he thought it was just a routine and did not think too much about it. Since first impression was fixed, Baragon did not pay much attention to the safe house step every time he visited the haunted house. Besides, it was easy to find a safe house. It only took him 1 or 2 minutes to find it. Sometimes, he could see a safe house 2 or 3 meters away as soon as he entered the haunted house. Since first impression and safe house were so easy to find, Baragon never doubted this step. But after hearing Luigi's explanation, Baragon realized that the safe house step was a bit redundant. It seemed that this step was only meant to simulate Xianxia's search for a safe house, and it had no other purpose. However, if they really wanted to recreate the scene of Xianxia searching for the safe house, it should have shown that it was very difficult for him to find the safe house and that there were many obstacles, not like now, where they could see the safe house as soon as they entered the haunted house. Now that Baragon thought about it, he realized that this step was really strange. But was it really a part of the ritual like Angor thought? For now, Baragon couldn't trust the Da tree, but he did think that Angor's discovery was worth investigating. Baragon looked at Angor. "Your discovery is quite interesting. In fact, based on what you've said, Xianxia's fall into the haunted house might have been a trap, a conspiracy, and not accidentally stumbling into a haunted house like his diary said. How could an ordinary person accidentally fall into the ghost realm in the mirror? It should be noted that if a mirror creature wanted to enter the ghost's domain from the mirror domain, it would have to go through many complicated steps and face many dangers. Didn't the mirror ghosts in the town of Cursed Women want to return to the haunted house? Of course they did, but they were not strong enough to do so. It was obvious that the haunted house had a very high requirement to enter. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to accidentally fall in. However, if it was a powerful person in the ghost's domain, with a deliberate arrangement, especially using ritualistic methods to summon people from the outside world, there was a high possibility that humans could enter the ghost's domain. I'll take note of it. I'll look into it. Baragon thanked Angor in a serious manner. This was an important matter for Baragon. After all, the haunted house was a treasure that Baragon valued greatly. Most of his research in Pippi Castle was related to the haunted house. Even Sage Pika would occasionally use the haunted house to speed up his research. The haunted house was important to Baragon, at least. If there was an unknown ritual inside the haunted house, whether it was good or bad, Barigan would need to solve it immediately. Of course, Barigan was grateful that Angor did not hesitate to tell Barigan about it. Angor didn't really mind since the haunted house didn't have much to do with him. But seeing how serious Barigan was, he gave a suggestion. If it's really part of a ritual, you just need to keep looking for redundant steps in the haunted house and follow them. Maybe you'll find Xiao Ku. Barigan's eyes lit up and thanked Angor again. I'll try my best to solve the puzzles in the haunted house. But I don't know much about rituals. If I find something I don't understand, can I ask Angor for help? Barigan asked in a serious tone. I don't know much about rituals either. Barigan's expression darkened a little, but he quickly regained his composure because Angor continued, but I know someone who does. If you have any questions, I can ask them for you. Barigan hurriedly said, then how can I find you? Through Luigi? Angor glanced at Luigi, who quickly understood. It's not that troublesome. You can find Angor and me in Pippi Castle. Barigan? Luigi didn't immediately explain. Instead, he took out a large sack and sat on the ground in front of Barigan. He began to rummage through the contents of the sack. Barigan leaned over to take a look. He found that the cloth bag was filled with all kinds of strange items, most of which were ornaments. Earrings, necklaces, headbands, rings, pocket watches, monocles, and so on. They were all exquisitely made, but the materials used were not good enough. They didn't give off any supernatural energy fluctuations. It felt like they were made from beginner materials for practice. What are these? Barigan asked curiously. You'll see. Luigi didn't give an answer. Instead, he kept looking for the most suitable one for Barigan. These were all Dream Crystal's loggers, which were meant to be displayed during the gathering. Angor already had some on him, but he gave most of them to Luigi and Gleitner since they were the main organizers of the event. After some rummaging, Luigi finally found something good at the bottom of the sack. It was Bobo Pacifier. It was also a logger, a cub series custom-made for Angor. There were many races in the Mirror Realm that were born as transcendents. Although not all races were like the 100-dragon divine kingdom who forcefully restricted the movements of their young, there were still many races that did not wish to see their young roaming about in order to protect them. To prevent the cub from running around, but also to prevent the cub from getting sick, wasn't the Dream Crystal supposed to come in handy? If there was a demand, there would be a market for them. Therefore, Angor took the time to customize the cub series. Pacifiers, animal ears, animal tails, aprons, and even doll costumes. Everything was available in different shapes. However, Bobo Pacifier was quite unique among the cub series. It looked like a baby with a mouth that wanted to be kissed. The baby bit the pacifier as if it was asking for a kiss. Luigi deliberately chose this pacifier as a login device for Barigan. His intentions were clear. Taking advantage of the fact that Barigan didn't know much about the login device, Luigi put away the cloth bag with a smile and handed the Bobo pacifier to Barigan. This is the tool that allows you to contact us anytime, anywhere. Barigan looked at the pacifier in his hand and felt that it was strange and perverted. However, Luigi's words were exactly what Barigan wanted to hear. Barigan wanted to throw the kiss-like item away, but he held himself back. How do I use it? Luigi said, after you bite it, there will be an illusion showing how to use it and what you can do with it. Hey, don't bite it now. That illusion is a one-time use. After we leave, you can bite it when you're free. I don't have time to waste on you. Of course, the one-use illusion was set up by Angor as a simple guide for the product. Barigan, was that what was in your pouch just now? Do you have anything else? No, Luigi said. They all have the same function, but they already have owners. We're going to the gathering of many races this time to sell it. Giving you one now is already giving face to our friends. Don't be so tactless. You're going to the gathering to sell your product? But I didn't see it in the brochure. Barigan was confused. There had been many gatherings held by the various races, so naturally, there were certain rules. In order to attract more people and make it easier for them to buy their products, each race would be given a brochure before the gathering. The brochure contained the products registered by each race. Even if one didn't attend the gathering, he or she could roughly see the products. Of course, some races would keep their products in suspense and only display them at the gathering. For example, the Paluxio clan was very confident in their products. They didn't even need to show their products in the brochure to attract people. However, such products would require an invitation letter, and the brochure would also indicate the product. Barigon didn't plan to attend the gathering, but he did see the brochure from Sage Pika. He didn't see anything about the registration device. Because we didn't have time to register. Luigi shrugged. Barigon frowned. Then how are you going to show it? What do you think? Even my clone is going. Why can't we show it on stage? Barigon didn't know what to say. Barigon understood now. This was what they meant by strength. They had to see it even if they didn't want to. Fine. As long as you're happy. But can't you change it? It's too weird. What's in your pouch? Don't even think about my pouch. If you really want to change it, come to the gathering. You can buy our products yourself. You can have whatever you want. Otherwise, you'll have to use this. Barigon was sure Luigi had Barigon under control. Barigon didn't plan to attend the gathering anyway. He looked at Luigi's smug expression and gritted his teeth. He was sure that Luigi chose this nipple-shaped registration device just to make fun of him. Barigon was furious, but he didn't know what to do. Whatever. Fine. I'll only use it to contact Angor. I won't use it too many times. I'll use it in the secret room. No one will see it. Barigon tried to convince himself. Still, Barigon couldn't help but give Luigi an evil look. But Luigi seemed to have gotten used to it already. The gathering is about to begin. We'll leave now, or we won't make it in time. Barigon didn't stop Luigi from leaving despite his anger. He only watched them leave the beehive. After leaving Pippi Castle, they took the trailer and returned to the city. During this process, a small matter happened. They were robbed. Yes, it was a robbery. And the robbers happened to be in the inner city, which was generally considered the safest area. Of course, the robbers were quickly subdued. Luigi beat them up and pressed a white button on the trailer. Several minutes later, the city guards came to arrest the robbers. It was not a big deal, but Angor did notice a lot of details during the process. The robbers were 3 green-skinned Paluxio. One of them was dyed. Not the color of teeth, but the color of his face. He also wore a red robe to pretend to be a red-skinned Paluxio and stood at the back of the group. According to the city guards, the red-skinned Paluxio were here to rob outsiders. Everyone knew how powerful the red-skinned Paluxio was, so they did not dare to call the guards when they saw a red-skinned Paluxio in the group. This way, the robbers could get some money. The red-skinned Paluxio was strictly forbidden in Pippi Castle, and the punishment was severe. Even so, this kind of behavior was common in Pippi Castle. One could see the big picture from the small details. It was enough to see that Paluxio often had a devious heart that was willing to take risks and take an unconventional approach. It was no wonder that the various races didn't have a good impression of Paluxio since he dared to gather and rob the other races in the inner city. Grand Duke Pichio and Sage Pika's efforts were ruined by these peasants. Apart from learning more about the characteristics of the Paluxio race, Angor also noticed something he did not notice before. First, the button on the trailer. By pressing the white button, Luigi summoned the city guards. There were more than just white buttons on the trailer. There were also green and red buttons. If the white button was used to summon the guards, what were the green and red buttons? Soon, Luigi gave the answer. The green button, the red button, and the white button were all connected to the city guards. They all had the meaning of summoning. However, if the green button was pressed by a green-skinned Paluxio, the city guards might not be dispatched. If the red button was pressed by a red-skinned Paluxio, the guards would definitely be dispatched. If the white button was pressed by a non-Paluxio race, the guards would definitely be dispatched. If the white button was pressed by a non-Paluxio race, the guards would definitely be dispatched. In short, this was just a button that would allow one to see what was on the plate. It also clearly displayed Paluxio's snobbishness. Snobbery and discrimination were everywhere. This kind of power and discrimination that penetrated deep into the defense of the city should be a kind of innate nature, right? Angor did not know what to say about this. He sighed again. Grand Duke Paisho's leadership was really difficult. Apart from the buttons, he also noticed something else, the ability to manipulate space. Whether it was the three robbers or the city guard captain, they all seemed to have spatial abilities. Their weapons, punishment tools, and even vehicles came out of their mouths. Although the image looked a little, but to be able to store such a huge thing in their body, did it mean that they had a natural spatial ability? Luigi shook his head. That's not it. A small number of Pelusiu do have the talent for space manipulation. But most of them don't have the talent for it. What you saw just now was not a spatial ability. It was a space storage. It's called the golden filament stomach. It's an artificial organ that can be stored inside a person's body. The one who invented it is Pika the Sage. I don't know how it works. Luigi paused for a moment. However, as far as I know, Pelucho exports this kind of golden silk stomach pouch. If you're interested, you can ask Peluxiu about it when we go to the party later. Too bad I didn't see the brochure. But I think they're selling golden filament stomachs. Angor thought it was a spatial ability. But it turned out to be a space storage modified by artificial organs. But this only made him more curious. How did Peluxiu manage to create a space storage that was not widely available in the wizarding world? If the party really sold golden filament stomachs, maybe he could find a way to get his hands on one. Soon, they left the inner city and the outer city. After passing through a transition zone, they arrived outside the light barrier of Pippi Castle. At this point, they could already use the corridor of mirrors. When they left the light barrier through the cloister and returned to the Eternal Mirror Sea, Luigi sized up the environment outside. The vast Milky Way was filled with mirrors that were constantly being born and extinguished. Other than the golden dome of Pippi Castle, there was no other reference point. This was clearly different from the situation when they first came in. When they came in, they could still see many domes outside. But now, all of them were gone. This meant Pippi Castle was moving again. As he thought, he looked back and saw the golden dome representing Pippi Castle running toward the depths of the Eternal Mirror Sea. He wondered where it would stop this time. The mobility function of Pippi Castle was actually pretty good. The only flaw was that it was possible to get lost when you came out. For example, Luigi already lost his sense of direction. Luigi looked around but failed to find anything. He sighed. Let's go up first. I'll locate it after we leave the Eternal Mirror Sea. Luigi could sense Laplace and Gleidner's location, so it was easy for him to locate them. However, in the chaotic environment of the Eternal Mirror Sea, such telepathy would be affected. In order to locate them accurately, they had to leave the Eternal Mirror Sea first. Several seconds later, the corridor reached the sky. He looked down and enjoyed the view of the galaxy below while Luigi contacted Laplace. It didn't take Luigi long to locate them. Pippi Castle ran to the other side of the Eternal Mirror Sea, but judging from the distance, it's not too far from Crystal City, Luigi said as he began to extend the corridor forward. The corridor twisted and turned until it reached the end of the darkness. Let's go. If everything goes well, we'll arrive in about 5 minutes, Luigi said. Angor rubbed his chin. What if something goes wrong? It won't take more than 10 minutes, Luigi said. The reason was simple. Laplace was nearby, and he could easily deal with anything that went wrong. Naturally, there were no accidents along the way. After spending about 5 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the Eternal Mirror Sea. Not far from them, they saw a transparent, glass-like dome that stood in the light of the Eternal Mirror Sea. Through the dome, they could vaguely see a giant crystal building that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the Crystal City of the Crystal Eye race. Through the mirror corridor, Angor saw countless mirror creatures of different races gathering toward the city like a black tide. They were all going to join the party. According to the rumors, many races didn't want to join Pelucci's party. But judging from the current situation, it didn't matter if 1 or 2 races were missing. Angor was just thinking about how many races were going to join the party, and now, he found himself in a long line. No matter what race you were, there was only one entrance to the Crystal City, and you had to register to get in. And to register, you had to wait in line. Luckily, they were going through the VIP passage. Glipner used his connections to get them into the VIP passage. Even so, there were still many mirror creatures in front of him. After all, Glipner wasn't the only one with connections. Unless you wanted to start a massacre here, you had to wait in line. The VIP passage was also a mirror corridor, but it was much wider and could accommodate a lot more creatures. When they entered the VIP passageway, it felt like they were walking from a small path to the main road. The line was arranged according to the order of the mirror corridors. They were the 130th to enter the VIP passage, so they had to wait in line. It seemed like a lot, but they were moving faster than expected. They could move forward 20 places per minute, which meant they would reach Crystal City in 6 minutes at most. While waiting in line, Angor checked out the other races around him. He had to admit that those who could enter the VIP passage were all extraordinary. There were still a lot of strange-looking creatures, but the aura emanating from them was extraordinary. Of course, it was also possible that he saw Paluxiu not long ago, and Paluxiu's snobbish aura left a deep impression on him, which made Angor feel that the other races were inferior to him. Still, Angor had to admit that many of the races here already had terrifying auras when they were calm, especially the giant ones. There were also several Truthfinder wizards. Angor had seen a lot of Truthfinder wizards before, but he still felt a little scared. He didn't know about 80% of the races here. But now, they were all gathered in the VIP passage. They weren't jostling each other, but they couldn't afford to whisper to each other. So, Luigi didn't dare to share his knowledge with Angor. Still, he memorized the faces of all the races around him. They were all potential customers who could become the backbone of the construction of the Dream Crystal domain in the future. While Angor was observing the races around him, he was also being observed. After all, the aura of the material world was too strong for Angor to hide. Humans were rare in the Mirror Realm. Most of them were hollow people who came ashore from the Mirror Sea, just like Dubai. Most hollow people were goods from Tooth Immortal ruins, and they didn't have high status in society. Therefore, a human who could enter the VIP passage naturally attracted a lot of attention. Angor also noticed that many people were looking at him, but he didn't mind. As long as they didn't attack him like Paluxiu, stop. While thinking, Angor suddenly heard a spirit ripple in his ears. The spirit ripple had a clear meaning. It didn't sound like words, but it was even more powerful. This wave of spirit ripples attracted the attention of almost all the races in the area. They were all curious about what was going on. Angor looked back and saw a giant mirror dragon flying out of a mirror corridor and heading toward him. At first, Angor thought it was someone else who provoked the dragon. But when he saw the dragon flying toward him, he knew something was wrong. Was he the legendary accident? Angor frowned and waited for the dragon to explain. However, he noticed that the dragon wasn't looking at him. Instead, it was looking at Luigi. Luigi, I can smell you. The spirit ripple was still circling around him. Angor had never seen such a spirit ripple before. He even felt the space around him rippling. Since the dragon called Luigi by his name, Angor knew that they knew each other. You and this human went to see it. The dragon didn't question Angor's question. Mirror Dragon didn't mention who it was, but Angor was sure that it was referring to Babaligan. Only Babaligan could attract Mirror Dragon's attention. Yes, Luigi said. But I'm here for something else. I didn't ask it about the 100 Dragon Kingdom. You don't need to ask me. The dragon remained silent for a moment. I want to see it. Go see it if you want to, Luigi grumbled. Why tell me? It won't see me, but it will see you. In other words, it wanted to see Barigon, but Barigon didn't want to see it, so it needed Luigi as a guide. If I take you to it, I'll be betraying my friend. No. Luigi said. The dragon didn't answer. It just stared at Luigi with its cold silver eyes. Half a minute later, Luigi noticed Angor out of the corner of his eye. If you really want to see it, I can show you the way. Luigi moved closer to Angor and kept winking at him as if he was trying to tell him something. Angor looked at Luigi's eyes for a while and finally understood what Luigi meant. Luigi was asking if Barigon was online. Angor hesitated for a moment and nodded. Not long after they left Pippi Castle, Barigon logged into the dream crystal with a pacifier in his mouth. Angor guessed that Barigon was still doing some research. Luigi quickly understood what Luigi meant. I have a way for you to meet Barigon, but I won't do it myself. Why would Barigon want to see me if you don't do it? Luigi didn't explain. We can tell you the details at the party. You'll know then. After hearing Luigi's words, the huge mirror dragon threw a deep glance at Luigi and didn't say anything else. Several minutes later, Angor and Luigi reached the top of the Crystal City. As soon as they stepped inside, they sensed something extremely cold. It turned out that the place that looked like a crystal field outside the dome was actually a piece of frozen earth after entering. The temperature here was even lower than the Parmaggi Highlands in the middle of winter. The temperature was nothing to him. He circulated his mana and kept the cold at a distance of 1 meter away from him. However, for many mirror races, the temperature was unbearable. Angor saw a group of tiny figures with thin wings and teeth on their backs hugging each other as soon as they entered the frozen ground. He didn't know their names, but the tooth-shaped hats on their heads suggested that they were tooth fairies. Seeing their faces turning purple, Angor hesitated. He wondered if he should help them. But before he could do anything, Luigi stepped forward and plucked at the harp in his hand. Passionate notes quickly surrounded the tooth fairies. With the arrival of the fiery notes, the temperature around the little tooth fairy's body increased significantly. The white frost on their faces slowly dissipated. They finally had time to look at the source of the heat. When they saw Luigi walking over with the harp in his arms, they were stunned for a second. They looked at the notes around them and immediately reacted with joy and gratitude on their faces. Angor could tell that they knew who Luigi was. As expected, when Luigi approached them, a tooth fairy wearing a baby's teeth hat, who was smaller than the other tooth fairies, jumped up and hugged Luigi's arm. "It's Brother Poet! Brother Poet!" she shouted excitedly. The other tooth fairies who were still clueless heard Luigi's voice and followed suit. Some of them even surrounded Luigi. Luigi, the poet who was worshipped by the tooth fairies, did not forget to explain to Angor through telepathy when he was in a hurry. This group of little tooth fairies came from Tooth Fairy Paradise. He often went to Tooth Fairy Paradise to perform, so he was familiar with many tooth fairies. He had the best relationship with the young tooth fairy. After all, the younger ones were easier to fool and wouldn't complain that the poems he recited were unpleasant. These little tooth fairies were obviously the younger ones, and the youngest one was the little tooth fairy who was hugging Luigi's arm. She was also Luigi's #1 fan. At this moment, not only was she hugging Luigi's arm, but she was also looking at Luigi with infatuation. The scene of the eyes turning into the shape of a heart was happening to her right now. Luigi explained to Angor while comforting the tooth fairy. After everyone had calmed down a little, he coughed and asked with a slightly stern expression, "Why have you guys come to Crystal City?" He didn't ask them why they were here. Instead, he wondered why even the young tooth fairy had come to Crystal City. Most importantly, it's fine if you came, but you didn't prepare anything. Everyone knew how cold Crystal City was. These little tooth fairies could barely flap their wings and fly, let alone control their energy to ward off the cold. If they didn't run into Luigi, they would have been frozen to death already. Gold-Toothed was the one who brought us here. It's not Gold-Toothed's fault. We were the ones who followed him here secretly. He only discovered us after we arrived here. He can't protect everyone, so he went to borrow a crystal shell. He told us to wait for him here. We won't freeze to death if we hug each other. The little tooth fairy was still not good at expressing herself, but the general idea was clear enough. They hid in the boxes and followed Gold-Tooth here. They were only discovered by Gold-Tooth after they got here. Gold-Tooth couldn't chase them away, but he didn't have the ability to protect them either, so he had to borrow a crystal shell from the Crystallized race. The big golden tooth they were talking about should also be a tooth fairy whose job was to transport goods. As for the crystal shell, it was a special kind of protective shield produced by the Crystallized race. He saw a Crystallized race outside Hot Gold City. When he was still in the Eternal Mirror Sea, the Crystallized race took the form of a strange polygonal crystal and quickly flew through the light of the Mirror of Life and Death. It didn't reveal its true form until it reached the dome of Hot Gold City, a single-eyed humanoid creature. The polygonal crystal they saw before was just a kind of shell that the Crystallized race wore. The shell that protected them from moving in the eternal mirror sea was a crystal shell. Some crystal shells were strong, while others were weak. The strong ones could resist the destructive power of the eternal mirror sea for a short time, while the weak ones could only resist the coldness of the frozen earth for a while. The one Goldtooth wanted to borrow was the weakest kind. It was fine as long as it could protect the little tooth fairies. After knowing how they came, Luigi solemnly lectured them that it was wrong to follow them secretly. The little tooth fairies also felt guilty. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, a young tooth fairy wearing a golden hat fluttered his wings and flew over with a nervous look. It was Goldtooth, who borrowed a crystal shell and flew back. He noticed Angor and a man surrounded by Tooth Fairy. He could not see the man's face. Fearing that his little tooth fairy would be tricked by the bad guy, he quickly flew over. Goldtooth was still nervous at first. When he heard Luigi scolding, he sighed in relief. Clearly, he knew Luigi too. He didn't even see Luigi's face. He only heard Luigi's voice. Another loyal fan of Angor's. Just as he expected, the gold-toothed man walked to the group of tooth fairies and looked at Luigi with admiration. Did Brother Poet help you all? Her Highness is right, Brother Poet is Paradise's best friend. Luigi loved flattery, but he still couldn't help but nag when he saw Goldtooth. Why didn't you check the goods before coming? Didn't you see them getting heavier? How could you leave the little tooth fairy here alone, and so on. From this, it could be seen that not only did the little tooth fairy support Luigi, but Luigi also liked the children in the tooth fairy paradise. After counting for a while, Luigi asked Goldtooth if he could borrow a crystal shell. Goldtooth quickly nodded and took out a round crystal from his thin clothes. It looked like a mini crystal ball. I got it. This crystal shell can keep everyone inside and protect them from the cold, Goldtooth said. We can see what's going on outside from inside, and there's plenty of space for other things. In other words, the tooth fairies would have to stay inside the crystal shell for the rest of their journey. They couldn't come out until they reached a place where the temperature was suitable. Otherwise, they would be frozen into ice. Then hurry up and put them inside, Luigi urged. Goldtooth agreed without hesitation. However, the tooth fairies didn't want to. They all wanted to stay with Luigi. Especially the smallest tooth fairy, who clung to Luigi's arm and refused to let go. Luigi tried his best to persuade them. He even said that he was weaker than Goldtooth, but he still couldn't protect them. Finally, the tooth fairies reluctantly entered the crystal shell. After Goldtooth entered the crystal shell turned into a giant crystal ball and floated in the air. Luigi waved his hand at the crystal ball, and promised to meet again after the gathering. Only then did the crystal ball fly forward leisurely. When the crystal ball completely disappeared from their sight, Luigi exhaled deeply and looked at Angor. Sorry to keep you waiting. Angor shrugged. Luigi's connections meant that it would be easier to promote the logger in the future. Of course, Angor was happy to see that. This is your first time seeing a tooth fairy from Tooth Fairy Paradise, right? Luigi asked, what do you think? Do you see any difference between them and the tooth fairy from Tooth Fairy Ruins? I don't think they're any different apart from being more lively. Luigi nodded. I don't think so either. It's a pity that the Tooth Fairy from Tooth Fairy Paradise and the Tooth Fairy Ancient Tooth Fairy are natural enemies. Luigi paused a little. You don't have any other thoughts? Angor nodded. Well, I see. Naughty children are all naughty no matter which world or race they come from. The young dragons from 100 Dragons' Divine Kingdom would secretly come to the party. The little tooth fairy from Tooth Fairy Paradise would also sneak in. Naughty children all had their own ways of living. But when they decided to be naughty, they were all naughty. Luigi nodded in agreement. Yeah. You saw that little tooth fairy who was hugging my arm, right? She was born less than 10 years ago, and she already dared to cross the mirror realm and come to the eternal mirror sea from Tooth Fairy Paradise. How bold. Luckily, they had the adult Goldtooth with them. Otherwise, these little tooth fairies would have been killed. While discussing, Luigi and Angor didn't stay idle. They also headed toward the looming Crystal City. There were many races on the frozen ground and in the sky. It was a rare sight. In Angor's opinion, the Mirror Realm was vast but sparsely populated. Even Hot Gold City didn't have many people. But this time, there were so many different races here. Angor now understood why Palucci chose to host the party in Crystal City even though he was the one who supported it. It wasn't just because people didn't like Pippi Castle. There was another important reason. This place was much bigger and more spacious. It could accommodate more races. Palucci was a short man, and Pippi Castle wasn't too big either. Even if it could accommodate so many races, it would be difficult to expand it further. It was precisely because Crystal City was big enough that even though it looked densely packed from afar, the actual space occupied by each individual was still very spacious. At least, there were no other races within a few dozen meters around Angor and Luigi. The frozen ground was extremely cold, but Angor could still see many buildings on it. Some were built by the Crystal Eye race for temporary accommodations during the party, while others were temporary structures built by other races. Since they couldn't build in Crystal City, they had to build their own structures if they wanted to live in a more comfortable place. Looking at the temporary buildings rising from the frozen ground, in addition to being able to appreciate the architectural styles of different races, it also revealed a hidden message: this gathering would not be short. According to Angor's information, these parties didn't have a fixed duration. If they were quick, they would end in 2 or 3 days. If they were slow, they could last for a month or 2. The longer the party lasted, the better it wasn't. On the contrary, it meant that the party didn't have anything good to show, nor did it attract the attention of other races. That was why it ended so quickly. Longer parties, on the other hand, tended to bring more surprises. One day, another, and another. Every day, there would be surprises, which made the races reluctant to leave. Angor hadn't seen the brochure yet, so he didn't know what was going to be displayed. However, judging from the temporary structures built by different races and the accommodation provided by the Crystal Eye race, Angor could tell that this party was going to be interesting. The party would probably last for at least 10 days. Angor was happy to see that. The longer the party lasted, the more potential targets he could advertise to. Furthermore, not all races would be able to accept new things. With more time, he would be able to observe the attitudes of different races towards new things more intuitively. He would also be able to choose a more suitable race for the login device. Of course, Angor couldn't do it all by himself. He still needed help from Glipner and the others. After all, he couldn't even recognize all the races yet. In the VIP passage, Angor already saw 99% of the races he didn't know. Thinking about the VIP passage, Angor looked at Luigi. By the way, what's with that mirror dragon in the VIP passage? Luigi shrugged. You heard it. It's about Barbergon. It's an adult cave dragon. Just like the Hydra, cave dragons are one of the 6 great dragon clans in 100 Dragon Kingdom. Cave dragons excelled in spirit and spatial manipulation, which allowed them to easily penetrate space. They were the most dangerous kind of dragons. That thing has shrunk its size. It's actually bigger, like a towering mountain. It's not the strongest among the cave dragons, but it's the most talented one among them. You probably didn't realize it, but it's about the same size as Barbergon. About the same size? Barbergon was as small as a half-dragon, while the mirror dragon was as big as a mountain. Angor didn't think much of Barbergon's inferiority complex before. Now that he saw a mirror dragon of the same age as Barbergon, he began to understand Barbergon's feelings. The gap between them was truly not just an ordinary gap. If they're about the same size, then Barbergon should be a part of this cave dragon, right? Luigi nodded. Yes. Cave dragons and multi-headed dragons have always been good friends. Their children are also their playmates. That cave dragon was one of Barbergon's playmates when he was young. There must be a reason why Barbergon cares so much about its size. I don't know the details, but I think it used to laugh at Barbergon's tiny body when it was young. However, he's also the one who's been the most enthusiastic and attentive towards Barbergon among all the mirror dragons in the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. It even asked me for help many times just to see Barbergon. I've seen that many times already. But Luigi never agreed to help Barbergon in the past. Thanks to the Dream Crystal, Angor didn't need to meet Barbergon in person this time. He could try to talk to Barbergon in a roundabout way and see how the dragon would react. By the way, this cave dragon is called Cuculus. This is the Yingji tribe. They like to live in cold environments. Therefore, an environment like Crystal City is like a fish in water to them. Angor and Luigi kept walking toward the city. Along the way, Luigi used his nickname Science Machine again. Wherever Angor looked, Luigi would tell him about the races in the mirror. At this time, Luigi was telling Angor about the Injit race. The Injit race looked exactly like humans. They all wore suits, leather boots, and large cloaks. Judging from their backs, they looked valiant. However, their backs alone weren't enough to attract Angor's attention. There were so many humanoid races in Crystal City these days. The reason why he noticed these Injus was that they looked very similar to Houston. Houston was a waiter at Barbie's restaurant. His nickname was Big Eyes, but he didn't have eyes. He was also known as the Eyeless Man. This was the case for the Injit race. None of them had eyes. At least, they didn't look like they had eyes. You're right. They were born without eyes. However, their race has a very unique inheritance, or it can be called their race's talent. This talent is called heart fire. Luigi explained in a timely manner. The heart fire you're talking about, is it the flame in front of them? Apart from the lack of eyes, Angor also noticed something strange about the Injit race. Each of them carried a burning flame. Some held white candles in their hands, some used lanterns to illuminate their surroundings, some had green flames around them, and some used torches to protect their bodies. Of course, most of them just floated around their bodies. Were these the heart fire Luigi mentioned? Luigi nodded. That's right. These are heart flames. Their characteristics are very strange. They can fuse with heart force and transform it into a visual world. In other words, when the Yingji clan combines their heart force with their flames, the flames will become the Yingji clan's eyes. It's said that the Injit race can scan the area covered by the heart fire without any blind spots. Therefore, the brighter the heart flame is, the wider the area it illuminates. This means that the Yingji clan member's heart force is stronger and stronger. The fire in his heart acted as his eyes to observe the heavens and the earth. This was the biggest characteristic of the Yingji clan. At first, he was only curious about the appearance of the eyeless man. But after listening to Luigi's description, he was more interested in this flame of heart. Is heart flame only available to the Injit clan? Angor asked. Luigi glanced at Angor and seemed to have read his mind. You want to study heart flame? Not really, said Angor. However, heart fire can fuse with power and observe a more detailed field of vision. This should be useful in alchemy. He wasn't sure if it would work, but fire was an indispensable element in alchemy experiments. Maybe he could find something useful. Luigi said, the Yingji clan seems to have a place to pass on the heart fire, but I've never heard of an outsider being able to pass on the heart fire. Even if you can bring out flames, you won't be able to use them because you don't have heart power. Luigi looked at Angor. You can control heart power? Heart power was a type of energy that relied on one's mind. As far as Luigi knew, very few people in the wizarding world could use it. Angor thought about it and shook his head. It was true that he could not master the power of the heart. Among the transcendents that he had seen so far who could use the power of the heart, the first was Gamito, the Heart Eater, who could use the power of the heart. There was also the Silver Coral Island's treasure mermaid, Meiji, who could also use the power of the heart. Also, there was the young man in the pot they fished out from the Sea of Mirrors. The astral attendant, who was still in a hollow state, seemed to be able to use heart power as well. This was because astral attendant's Book of Wishes contained heart power. However, none of them were real humans. As far as Angor knew, there were only half of wizards in the southern wizarding region who could use heart power. One of them was Lady in God's outfit, Carveline. As for why it was half, it was because Carveline couldn't use her soul power either. However, when her shepherd god's clothing transformed into the soul god's robe, she was able to release her soul power. Although Carveline could only release heart power because of her outfit, it still reminded Angor of something. If Carveline could borrow external power, why couldn't he? He was an alchemist, and he could always try to make something that could release heart power. It was a little difficult, but it was still possible. Angor told Luigi his idea. Luigi considered for a moment. I don't know if your idea will work. But if you're really interested in Heartfire, we can talk to the Injit clan during the gathering. Luigi didn't know anyone from the Injit clan, but Gleipnir had talked to them before. Also, the Injit clan had a good reputation. They might look cold on the outside, but they were actually quite friendly inside. Maybe they could try. They talked about the Heartfire of Ingji's clan as they walked deeper into the frozen ground. They could already see the outline of Crystal City. It was similar to what they saw outside the dome, but it was even bigger and grander. Crystal City was located in the depths of the frozen earth. Behind it were a series of snowy mountains. Each mountain was at least 8,000 meters tall. Crystal City didn't look small at all among the mountains. Instead, it still looked like a giant, and its tallest point was even taller than the mountains. From this, one could see how big this Crystal City was. It was only a castle, but it was already bigger than most of the cities Angor saw. As its name suggested, Crystal City looked like it was made of crystal. Under the illumination of the permanent light source, it reflected a dazzling light. However, according to Luigi, although there were crystals in the Crystal City, there were not many of them. Most of them were made of unmeltable ice, which was why the walls of Crystal City were mostly made of unmeltable ice. As for the pure white spots on the walls, they were unburnable frost, which kept the city in its original shape. Apart from unmeltable ice and unburnable frost, there was another material that Angor didn't expect. It was the corpses of Crystal Eyes. The overall appearance of the Crystal Eye race was actually quite similar to that of human beings. However, their skin was like transparent glass, their flesh was like colorless liquid gold, and their bones were like icicles on the frozen ground. They would not rot after death. Instead, they would slowly harden and eventually become real crystals. These crystals, which the Crystal Eyes called Saint Corpse crystals, would eventually fuse with Crystal City. Not only did they expand the size of the city, but they also strengthened it. One could say that the Crystal Eyes lived their lives in Crystal City, and when they died, they became Crystal City. Of course, there are other secrets about how the Crystal Eyes fused their Saint Corpse crystals into Crystal City. Luigi leaned closer to Angor and lowered his voice. It is said that there is a forbidden area in Crystal City where outsiders are not allowed to enter. Only Crystal Eyes of suitable age are allowed to enter. When they go in, they are still ignorant. But when they come out, they all master amazing abilities. Most of them came from the dead Crystal Eyes. So you're saying the Saint Corpse crystal can pass on abilities? Luigi shrugged. That's what the rumors say. No one knows the details. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Just treat it as gossip. Angor nodded. Even if it was true, it was not a big deal. Wizards had similar abilities. In fact, bloodline wizards could make their own bloodline potions to pass on abilities. It was just that they had strict requirements for the users. They chatted as they moved forward. Besides, there was no restriction on using abilities here. It didn't take long for them to reach Crystal City. From afar, the city already looked magnificent. Closer up, it was even more shocking. What was so great about looking up to? The Crystal City in front of them was a perfect example. The city was so big that it filled up their entire field of vision. The sheer size of the city created a shocking contrast with their own tiny size. As for the various clans that entered and exited, they were like ants. Compared to the incomparably huge Crystal City, each individual was like an insignificant small boat in the surging torrent of water. Even a nearby giant mirror dragon couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance in front of Crystal City. Maybe this was one of the reasons why the Crystal Eyes built such a huge city. As the actual controller of the Dream Wasteland and the Dream Wasteland, he often used God's Eye view to observe the sand table. Compared to looking down at the city from above, the city was still too small. Then again, Angor didn't care about the city's grandeur. However, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw so many races. Even in the wizarding world, it was rare to see so many different races peacefully gathered together, let alone in the Dream Wasteland. Luigi pulled Angor's sleeve and said, "Look over there." He turned around and followed the direction of Luigi's finger. The Crystal City was built with a pointed tower, a square monument, and a dome. It looked just like the legendary castle where Princess Frost lived, except it was enlarged countless times. At this time, several gates of the Crystal City were opened. They didn't just refer to the 1,000-meter-tall gate on the ground. There were also the underground gate, the floating gate, and the platform at the top of the castle. These were all used to receive visitors, and they were built for different races. The place Luigi was pointing at was also a passageway, but Angor wasn't sure if it was a gate. It wasn't big, and it was located near one of the pointed towers. It looked like a pavilion on top of the crystal wall. Behind the pavilion was a winding corridor that led to an unknown destination. In front of the pavilion was a platform about 10 meters long and wide. At this moment, there was a silver-haired girl in a long dress standing on the platform. Her hair was very long, almost reaching the ground. Her hair was tough and shape-shifting. Now, her hair had shape-shifted into a chair that could be suspended in the air. The girl sat on the chair and looked down with indifferent eyes. She wasn't standing high, and she wasn't big either. However, the aura around her was so fierce that she looked like a god overlooking all living beings. It was also because of her aura that could not be ignored that no one dared to approach this platform. She didn't mind at all. She glanced around. When he looked at her, he saw her looking straight into her eyes. When she saw Angor, she nodded and whispered, "Come up." Without a doubt, it was Laplace. "Let's go. I don't want to stand in front of the gate." The VIP passage was already the limit. "If we wait here, we won't be able to get into Crystal City by the end of the day." Luigi dragged Angor to the platform in the air. The closer they got to the platform, the fewer people there were. Of course, it was because of Laplace. Angor had to admit that Laplace's aura was quite intimidating. He wasn't releasing any energy, but no one dared to approach him. It was a bit cliché to call him a ruler, but Angor couldn't think of a better way to describe it. He only felt this kind of aura from Mr. Monkey and Naimetsue. It was the deterrence of a creature at the pinnacle of the legendary realm. He couldn't help but picture Laplace scratching his head in frustration on the boat, trying his best to catch something. Who would think that such a godlike man was an old fisherman who couldn't catch anything? When they arrived at the platform, Laplace saw Angor's strange expression. "You're thinking about something dangerous." Laplace squinted at Angor. Laplace didn't look into Angor's mind, but as a powerful being, she could tell that Angor was thinking about something strange. Angor cleared his throat. "I'm thinking. I don't think Gleipnir is here." "Where did she go?" Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look. "Didn't you tell Luigi that you're interested in the items?" "She went to borrow some display booklets." Angor wasn't surprised that Laplace knew about their conversation. As Luigi's host, he could easily send messages to anyone. But Angor was more curious about the booklets Gleipnir borrowed. Luigi's explanation gave Angor a general idea about the booklets. Usually, each race would have one booklet. The booklets not only allowed people to see the items on display, but they could also be used to purchase and communicate with other races. In other words, the booklets were a platform for displaying, trading, and conversing. Both the concept and the implementation of the booklets were quite advanced. According to Angor, Sage Pika modified the booklets specifically for this gathering. They could only be used within Crystal City, but they were still useful. Apart from not being able to see the items with his own eyes, the booklets had other practical functions. He even thought about using the Mother Tree interconnector as a reference. If the booklet's functions were good enough, he could build a solid foundation for his future online platform. Usually, people would lend the booklets to others. But this booklet had so many functions. Would anyone really lend it to others? It's hard to borrow the booklets this time, but I'm sure there's one race that has a lot of them. Luigi winked at Angor. "You get it, right?" Angor tilted his head. "You mean, the organizer?" "The Crystal Eye race." Luigi nodded. "Correct." Although Palucci was the supporter of the gathering, and the booklets were modified by Sage Pika, the organizer was still the Crystal Eye race. Naturally, all the booklets were sent out from the Crystal City. If there was a race that had extra booklets, it had to be the Crystal Eye race. "Does Gleipnir have connections with the Crystal Eye race?" Angor asked. Luigi nodded. Yes. Ever since the incident with the baby dragon, Glapner's reputation has spread far and wide. He's often invited to various places for fortune-telling, and he's had several encounters with the Crystal Eye race. If Glapner really wanted to borrow the booklets, the Crystal Eye race wouldn't refuse. Angor was amazed by Glapner's wide connections, and he was also looking forward to seeing the booklets. After seeing Pippi Castle up close, Angor was quite curious about Palucci's invention, especially his creation method. What were the differences between Palucci's invention and the alchemy of wizards? Luigi suddenly spoke up. This platform is quite empty. There's no one here except for us. This isn't a city gate, is it? Luigi could share his mind with his other selves, but he rarely did that. Most of the time, he would use mind synchronization to share images with Laplace and Glapner, or group chat. In the previous group chat, Luigi only knew that Laplace had asked them to come here, but he didn't have the time to ask where the pavilion and the passageway behind it led to. This is an entrance, Laplace said. It's not a city gate for the gathering. To put it simply, this was a private passage used by the Crystal Eye race. As for why Laplace could use this place? There was no need to ask. Either he was well connected, or he was worshipped by the Crystal Eye race. You said there's no one here, but that's not right. There are people over there, Laplace said. Laplace turned his head and glanced at the passage behind the pavilion. Angor and Luigi followed the voice and saw a small head peeking out from an even darker corner of the tunnel. As the crowd looked over, he, who was secretly observing, was also startled and quickly retracted his head. He moved quickly, but Angor was still able to see his face in the blink of an eye. The other party had only one eye, and his skin was like colored glass. His face was devoid of color, but it was a nearly colorless white. In the middle of his round head, there was a cluster of vertical crystal lines. Perhaps this was his hair. There was no doubt that the other party was from the Crystal Eye clan. Judging from the smoothness of his skin, the brightness of his eyes, and the thickness of his face, literally, the thickness of his face, he should be a child of the Crystal Eye clan. Or rather, he was at the age where he was about to grow into a teenager. Since it was difficult to determine the true age of the Crystal Eye race, they were temporarily classified into the juvenile group. When did he come? Luigi looked at the narrow passage in confusion. Why didn't I sense his aura? Luigi's question was directed at Laplace, but what answered him was an old voice. In this city of crystal eyes, which is filled with holy corpses, you need to use your senses more precisely to detect the aura of a Crystal Eye race. In other words, you need to keep your senses out. A hunchbacked figure with a cane slowly walked out of the passage. But if you do that here, and you're looking at a young Crystal Eye race, you're provoking the Crystal Eye race. The old woman who spoke walked out of the passage and nodded at Angor and Glapner while scolding Luigi. Without a doubt, this old woman was Glapner. Luigi didn't mind being scolded by Glapner at all. Instead of looking at Glapner, he was looking at something behind her. Not only Luigi, but Angor as well. Glapner didn't come out alone. Behind her was the young Crystal Eye race who peeked at them earlier. The young Crystal Eye race student was hiding behind Glapner timidly, only showing his side. Angor couldn't tell if the young Crystal Eye race student was male or female. Or rather, he never saw the gender of any Crystal Eye race student. The young Crystal Eye race student was wearing a sackcloth robe with rough edges, which covered his hands and feet. Only his head was exposed. Angor looked at Glapner in confusion. Glapner replied, his name is Rita. When I came over, I saw him looking around in the tunnel, so I brought him along. Angor thought the young Crystal Eye race student came here with Glapner, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Glapner continued, I know his grandmother. She used to be a member of the Crystal Eye race's elder council. Her name is Shaluta. But I think she went to the edge of the world and never came back. Glapner looked at Rita. As for Rita, I heard from the Crystal Eye race that he comes here every day to wait for Shaluta. Just as Glapner finished speaking, the youth named Rita retorted in a low voice, Grandmother Shaluta didn't go beyond the border, she went to Ghost's domain. I usually have to wait for Grandmother, but today I have other matters to attend to. Towards the end, Lita's voice became softer and softer. He lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. Glapner patted Rita's shoulder and looked at the others. Anyway, I don't think he's spying on you. He's here every day, so he must have something to do. Let him stay here. I'll take you inside. Gleipnir gestured for everyone to follow him into the city. However, at this time, Li Ta said in a very soft voice, "Divination Granny. Grandmother said that Granny can be trusted. Can you take me away from here?" Everyone stopped moving. Gleipnir also looked at Rita in confusion. You want to leave? Leave the water. Halfway through his sentence, Gleipnir seemed to have realized something. He glanced at the towering crystal city beside him and silently summoned a dome of starlight, covering everyone and the Tower of Power. Gleipnir had heard of a rumor before: Crystal City had its own consciousness. This rumor had been popular for a long time, but no one knew if it was true. Gleipnir had asked Shaluta about it before. Shaluta had only smiled and never given a direct answer. Even though Shaluta hadn't said anything, her avoidance of the question was a different kind of answer. Regardless of whether Crystal City had its own consciousness, Gleipnir still decided to treat it as one. If Crystal City had its own consciousness, then it could possibly listen in on the conversations of all living things in the castle. Especially the Crystal Eye race. Hence, she summoned the Starry Dome to cover them and prevent them from being eavesdropped. You want to say that you want to leave Crystal City? Why do you want to leave? Where do you want to go? Gleipnir looked at Rita, who was less than 1.5 meters tall. You want to find Shaluta? Shaluta is outside the boundary, or at Ghost's domain. You can't go there right now. Gleipnir threw a bunch of questions at Rita. It sounded like he was trying to discourage Rita, but it was also a kind of concern. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between Gleipnir and Shaluta was not bad. Love and love. Rita replied, yes. I want to leave Crystal City. I came here today to find a chance to escape during the chaos. I'm not leaving to find grandmother. I'm leaving because... Rita hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth under Gleipnir's gaze. Mother went behind the snow mountain yesterday. Behind the snow mountain, hearing Rita's words, Gleipnir frowned as if he had thought of something. On the other hand, Angor was puzzled. What happened behind the snow mountain? He knew about the snow mountain. Behind Crystal City, there were endless snow mountains. But he didn't know what was behind the snow mountain. Maybe the snow mountain was a metaphor for someone being buried in the snow mountain? Did Rita mean that his mother was dead and buried in the snow mountain? Angor began to make wild guesses. Before he could think further, he heard Laplace's voice transmission. Laplace seemed to have noticed Angor's confusion and explained the meaning of behind the snow mountain. After some time, he realized that his guess was completely wrong. Or rather, it was the complete opposite of what he expected. Going behind the snow mountain didn't mean death or extinction. Instead, it meant a new life and hope. The Crystal Eye race did not have a biological gender. Their gender was determined before they were born. As for how to determine that, it had something to do with the snow mountain. In the snowy mountain behind Crystal City, there were 2 lakes that looked like eyes and were hugging each other. Of these 2 lakes, one was a deep sky blue color and was called the male lake. The other was a quiet black color and was called the female lake. The male lake and female lake determined the sex of a Crystal Eye's offspring. If the mother bathed in the male lake before a Crystal Eye's offspring was born, the child would be male. If the mother bathed in the female lake, the child would be female. But in fact, the children of the Crystal Eye clan did not have any external sexual characteristics. The so-called gender was just a way of addressing them. The only difference was the name. Male Crystal Eye's name always had Ta in it, while female Crystal Eye's name always had Da in it. Other than that, there was no other difference. As far as Angor knew, the Crystal Eye race was a monogamous race. This was why he couldn't tell the gender of a Crystal Eye's offspring because they were all the same. The only way to tell their gender was whether their mother bathed in the male lake or the female lake before giving birth to them. It sounded like a sloppy way to determine the gender. Angor was puzzled. Why did they decide the gender like this? Also, they were a monogamous race. Why did they have to have a gender distinction? More importantly, how did a monogamous race reproduce? Angor didn't really understand. But he also knew that using human worldview to define an alien race or civilization was too biased. It didn't matter if he didn't understand it. He just needed to respect it. After understanding the meaning of behind the snow mountain, Angor could roughly guess what was going on in Li Ta's mind. Maybe Li Ta thought that his mother no longer loved him because she had a new child? So this was the so-called second child syndrome? While Angor pondered, Gleipnir and Li Ta continued to talk about other things. Angor slowly understood the situation. Li Ta was indeed worried that his mother would neglect him, but this worry was not without reason. In the past, his mother loved Li Ta very much. That kind of love was beyond words, and Li Ta could clearly feel it. However, a year after his grandmother Saluda left, which was last year, Li Ta noticed that his mother was becoming colder and colder to him. She would always stare at him in a daze. Because of this, Li Ta felt so helpless when he lost his love. He even thought that it was the second child who caused this. Li Ta's mother didn't tell him that she was about to give birth to a new child. Rita had heard this news from a loyal servant of his grandmother, Shaluda. It was this servant who told Rita that staying here would only increase her sadness. Perhaps leaving Crystal City was a good choice. However, the children of Crystalline race rarely had the chance to leave on their own. Li Ta came here because he wanted to find a chance to leave while the other races were having a meeting. However, before Li Ta could leave, he ran into Gleipnir. Saluda once told him that Gleipnir was her most trusted friend, which led to this conversation. After listening to Li Ta's story, everyone in the room had their own questions. There were many strange things in Li Ta's story. Why did his mother suddenly treat him so coldly? Also, why did Saluda's servant suggest Li Ta to leave Crystal City? Considering the whole story, the choice of leaving was too abrupt. It could be corrected, but it didn't need to be corrected. Li Ta didn't think too much about it. He actually chose to leave Crystal City. He even planned to sneak away. That was strange. He used a voice transmission spell to tell Laplace what he was thinking. Laplace was silent for a moment before he said, "Just now, Gleipnir told me through mind synchronization that there might be some secrets behind this matter." Secret? Angor was puzzled. Laplace glanced at Gleipnir and sent a voice transmission to Angor. "I'll tell you later." As soon as he said that, Gleipnir seemed to have received Laplace's gaze. He said to Rita, "Are you really going to leave Crystal City?" Li Ta didn't answer. He only looked at the direction of the snowy mountains. He didn't answer, but Angor could tell that he was still hesitating. Maybe he didn't want to leave just like that. Or maybe he was still looking forward to something. Gleipnir was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, "I understand. Follow me first." Li Ta was surprised. What did Gleipnir mean? He didn't even understand it himself. "Where are we going?" Li Ta asked timidly. "We're going to see Ida." Ida was Saluda's loyal servant. Since Gleipnir and Saluda were good friends, Gleipnir knew Ida as well. Gleipnir already knew that this matter was related to that secret. If he wanted to solve it completely, he had to find Ida first. While speaking, Gleipnir took out a thick crystal book and handed it to Angor. "This is the exhibition booklet for the gathering. As for the details, I'll tell you later." Gleipnir glanced at Laplace and Luigi. "Luigi will explain it to you." After making the arrangements, Gleipnir said to everyone, "I'm going to take care of the Force Tower. I'll be back soon." With that, Gleipnir turned around and walked into the dark tunnel. Halfway through, Gleipnir turned to look at Rita, who was still in a daze and did not move. "Hurry up and catch up. I'm helping you solve the problem for Shaluda's sake. Don't let my patience run out." Li Ta's hair stood on end. He quickly followed Gleipnir. The stooped figure and the crystalline youth walked into the darkness and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Angor was left alone on the platform, along with Luigi and Laplace, who were still in deep thought. The silence lasted for half a minute before Laplace broke the silence. "Let's go. The first gathering is about to begin. I heard from Luigi that you're interested in studying Heartfire. The Injit race sent a general this time. He'll only show up on the first day. If you want to study Heartfire properly, he's the only one who can do it." "General of the Injit race?" Angor asked, "Is that how the Injit race works?" Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Luigi to explain. "You can say that the Injit race has a very strict hierarchy. Their core system is something like an army. In the language of the Yingji tribe, general is not the most accurate translation, but it's not too far off. They also say general, lieutenant general, and major general when they are in diplomacy. Angkor easily understood the hierarchy system of the Yingji race: soldier, sergeant, lieutenant, colonel, and general. It looked like 5 levels, but there were more subdivisions. Soldiers were divided into 3 ranks: lower, middle, and upper. Sergeants were also divided into 3 ranks: lower, middle, and upper. Sergeants were divided into 3 ranks: sergeant. Lieutenants were divided into warrant officers and lieutenants. Generally speaking, to advance from a soldier to a general, one had to pass more than 5 levels. Without great achievements, one might not become a general even if he or she spent hundreds of years. Of course, the military system was only used by the government. Civilians had their own way of doing things. After explaining the hierarchy of the Yingji race, Luigi turned to Laplace and asked, "By the way, is the general here a 3-star one?" "Love story, no, it's a 1-star one." "You're right. It's just a gathering. They don't need to send a 3-star general here," Luigi mumbled and stopped talking. "What's the difference between a 1-star supernova and a 3-star supernova?" "I don't mean in terms of level." Angkor knew that a 3-star general had a higher rank than a 1-star general. But why did Luigi specifically mention a 3-star general? Luigi glanced at Laplace and whispered to Angkor, "Of course there's a difference. A 3-star general is the highest leader of the Yingji race. Only those at the level of a leader would know about the existence of the main body. You get it, right?" Luigi winked at Angkor. "Got it." Laplace's main body stayed in the empty mirror sea all year long. No matter how powerful he was, not many people knew about him. Even the powerful Yingji clan only had the top 3-star generals. They might have heard of Laplace, but the others definitely didn't. If a 3-star general was here, it would be much easier for them to carry out their plan. At the very least, the general would give them some benefits for the sake of Laplace's main body. As for a 1-star general, he or she was already at the top of the Yingji race. However, a 1-star general would not be qualified to learn about the secrets of the White Sun Mirror domain. They might not be able to gain anything from dealing with the general. After learning about the Yingji race, Angkor asked another question: "What do you mean by gathering?" "Let's go first." "I'll tell you as we go," Laplace said. Angkor nodded and followed Laplace with Luigi. They also took the same dark tunnel. They entered right after Gleipnir, but they could no longer sense Gleipnir's aura. When they reached the first fork, Angkor finally understood why the aura disappeared so quickly. Because with just a turn, they came from a quiet passage to a huge and noisy ring-shaped castle. The castle was similar to the earthen buildings on Earth that Angkor saw in the hologram tablet. The castle was surrounded by layers of buildings, and there were 10 layers of them. Each layer was brightly lit with people coming and going. It looked like a bustling city. In the middle of the castle, there were floating bridges made of crystals that gave off colorful lights, which made the place even more dreamy and lively. Most of the races he saw on the outskirts of the city could be seen here. They walked around the shops on different levels, taking in small bags and leaving large ones. Angkor felt like he was in a bustling business district. "You asked about the gathering, right?" Laplace lifted his chin. "This is the gathering. Of course, this is only one of the substations." Luigi helped to fill in the gaps. Angkor finally understood what was going on with Luigi's explanation. The inner part of Crystal City was filled with ring-shaped castles. According to Luigi's incomplete statistics, there were at least 100 of them, all of which looked similar except for the number of floors. The largest one was located in the deepest part of Crystal City, which was also the main station of this gathering. Not only did it sell goods from different races, but it also had the most important display platform for the gathering. Trading goods was only a small part of this gathering. The core of the gathering was the exchange of technology and knowledge. The display platform was where the core technologies of different races were displayed. All the technologies displayed on the display stage could be consulted and exchanged. In other words, the display platform was the real stage of the gathering. If the logins could be displayed on the display platform, they would soon spread the news among the mirror races. Unfortunately, they didn't have a spot. Still, Angor was hesitant to show up even if there was a spot. After all, the display platform was meant for all the mirror races. Once the news about the logins spread, they would have to worry about the production of the logins. Angor didn't even have enough logins for the tea party yet. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to produce a large number of dream crystals in a short time. Angor's initial plan was to spread the dream crystals to the higher-ups of the mirror races first, and then he would slowly spread them to the ordinary people. Therefore, it didn't really matter whether he could use the display platform or not. Luigi's voice reached Angor's ears. "What are you thinking about? You're not going to stop here to check out the goods, are you? No need. The shops here only sell small stuff. They're all listed in the display booklet. Let's go to the main battlefield first. That's where we'll find the real treasures." Angor nodded at Luigi and followed Luigi. After walking around the fortress, they arrived at a mirror made of ice. Laplace gave it a push, and the mirror slowly disappeared, revealing a dark passage. The noises outside disappeared as soon as they entered the passage. It was as if the passage had separated them into two different dimensions. Angor didn't pay much attention to the passage when he first entered. Now that he looked around, he noticed that the passage was made of something similar to crystals, which gave off a chilly aura. It wasn't just a physical coldness. It could even reach the depths of one's soul. Angor didn't feel any malice at the moment, but he still felt uncomfortable. "Is the material used to construct this tunnel a St. Corpse crystal?" Angor asked. Angor didn't think it was the effect of unmeltable ice or unburnable frost. Laplace's cold voice came from the front. "I don't know. But even if there is, it's probably just a small part of it." As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier formed by ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye shrouded everyone. "You should be careful when talking about undead crystals in Crystal City," Laplace said in a casual tone. Clearly, Laplace was the one who created the barrier. Angor nodded and let the barrier cover him. The moment the barrier appeared, a group of Crystal-like clan guards, who were covered in dazzling crystals, were patrolling back and forth in a room that was filled with a large amount of crystal dust in the depths of Crystal City. "I heard someone talking about undead crystals." One of the guards suddenly stopped in front of a pile of crystal dust. Only the Crystal-Eye race had the ability to figure out the meaning of the crystal dust just by looking at it. "Did they say anything else?" the captain asked. The guard was about to answer when he saw the crystal dust slowly dispersing. These crystals would only gather when someone mentioned a keyword. Since the crystal dust was dispersing, either the person left the surveillance area, or the person didn't mention anything else. The captain already knew the answer without waiting for the guard's answer. The captain was about to say something when another guard spoke up. "Someone here mentioned undead crystals and undead crystals." "Same here. Captain, I also saw some crystals gathering here." Several voices came at the same time. The captain closed his only eye and rubbed his sore eye. "Never mind. They're just random mentions. Don't worry about it. The gathering is about to begin, and all the races are here. More and more people will mention the keywords. Just pay attention to the ones who keep mentioning the keywords. As for the rest, just ignore them." After making a decision, the group of guards started patrolling again, and they silently interpreted the information of the crystal dust that gathered around them. On the other side of the tunnel, Angor suddenly remembered the secret Laplace mentioned in his voice transmission and asked out of curiosity. What did Glipner mean when he said that there was a secret behind the force tower? Laplace fell into silence after hearing Angor's question. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk about it. She was using mind synchronization to contact Glipner. 2 minutes later, Laplace spoke again. "Glipner didn't give us a clear answer. He only has some guesses. Before we talk about these speculations, let's talk about the message that Glipner sent me." The reason why Glipner was able to determine that there was a secret behind the power tower was because he had seen Ida before and knew some things about her. Ida was Saluta's loyal servant. She was Saluta's servant on the surface, but Ida and Saluta were very close. Sharuda loved Rita the most, and as a result, Sharuda also loved Rita deeply. Ida loved Ida as much as Ida's mother. Glipner didn't know much about Ida's mother, so he couldn't tell what kind of person she was. However, Gleipnir was certain that Ida would never harm Rita. With this premise, it was strange to look at what Ida had done. Ida had told Rita that his mother was about to give birth to a new life, and had advised the grieving Rita to leave Crystal City. The first half of the sentence, which was the secret that Ida had told Rita, was not important. What was important was what she wanted Rita to do. Ida wanted Ida to leave Crystal City. There was no doubt that this was Ida's true goal. Ida wouldn't harm Ida, so she wanted Ida to leave Crystal City. This was very interesting. Was there some kind of danger in Crystal City? Why would Ida want Ida to leave no matter what? He also thought about how Ida's mother suddenly changed her attitude toward Ida. She even wanted to give birth to a new child. This was even more intriguing. And all these strange things pointed to one thing: the power tower was in danger. Moreover, the danger that Li Ta was about to face could very well threaten his life. Moreover, the danger came from within Crystal City. Otherwise, Ida wouldn't have asked Rita to leave so quickly. Gleipnir understood Ida's intention, which was why she chose to help Rita. After all, Rita was Sharuta's favorite child. Gleipnir and Sharuta were best friends. So, Gleipnir went to Ida to find out the truth? Angor nodded. Laplace nodded. You can say that. But Gleipnir also told me that Ida probably won't tell him the truth. Huh? Since Gleipnir judged that Ida would not tell him, then why did she go to Ida? Could it be, to observe? Yes, observe. Laplace continued, by observing Ida, Gleipnir wants to find out if the so-called truth is related to the secret she mentioned. Laplace stopped and looked at Angor. The secret behind Gleipnir's conjecture is related to something you mentioned just now. Something I mentioned? Angor pondered for a moment. You mean, St. Corp's crystal? This was because Laplace never reacted to anything he said until Angor mentioned the crystal of St. Corp's, which was why Laplace immediately created a barrier around him. This meant that Laplace considered the term St. Corp's crystal a sensitive topic in Crystal City. Also, Luigi mentioned that the crystal of St. Corp's contained some secrets that no one knew about. Considering all these details, Angor quickly connected the dots. Laplace nodded. That's right. Gleipnir's conjecture is related to the St. Corp's crystal. On the way here, Luigi should have told you about the Holy Corpse crystal. Yes, he did, Angor said. I think the St. Corp's crystal has something to do with the forbidden area of Crystal City and some legacies. Laplace said, these are indeed popular rumors in the outside world. However, according to Gleipnir's understanding, the Holy Corpse crystal has deeper secrets. It has something to do with the greatest prophet in the history of Crystal Race. Laplace paused for a moment. Regarding this deep secret, Gleipnir hasn't fully confirmed it yet. She needs to analyze the final truth from Ida. I already know a part of it, but most of it is just baseless speculation. If you want to know, I can tell you now. Or rather, I'll tell you when Gleipnir has confirmed the information. Angor considered for a moment and decided to wait. Gleipnir should be arriving at Ida's place soon. It wouldn't take long. Instead of asking about the secret, Angor asked about the greatest prophet of Crystal Race. Regarding this legendary figure, Laplace said softly after a short silence, this prophet is called Tunita. I've seen him before. Tunita? Tunita's still alive? Angor asked. But as soon as he asked, Laplace shook his head. He died 2,000 years ago. It was obvious that Laplace had seen him before because she had lived for a long time, so she had seen this famous prophet in the history of Crystal City. Rather than saying that I've seen him, it's more accurate to say that my true form has seen him before, Laplace said. Laplace said casually, he once came to the Empty Mirror Sea in search of the legendary Empty Mirror Demon. The so-called Mirror Monster was also known as Mirror Monster. It didn't refer to Laplace's true form. Instead, it referred to a legendary creature that was widely spread in the Sun Mirror domain 3,000 years ago. According to the legends, there was a special group of creatures living in the Mirror Sea. They did not fear the waves of the sea, nor were they afraid of being washed away. They fed on the memories of the Mirror Sea. They were called Mirror Monsters. Laplace didn't know if there were such creatures. She had never seen one before, so she assumed it was just a fabrication. However, for the other mirror creatures, this terminus creature had subverted their understanding and satisfied their imaginations. It was like a fairy tale. People didn't want to believe it, but they didn't want to deny it either. Since they didn't deny the existence of mirror monsters, they naturally gained a group of fans. Most of the fans who talked about mirror monsters and believed in the existence of mirror monsters were youngsters of different races. They saw mirror monsters as fairies who could save everything from the fairy tales. Mirror monsters were their favorite subjects and dreams. And among these passionate fans, there was a group of very fanatical people. They were all young people, the rising sun, the hope of everything, and also the pioneers of breaking the seal. Just like how a teenager would become rebellious and chase after something bold, eye-catching, or satisfying their inner emptiness. Even if it was dangerous, they wouldn't care. Only when they hit a wall would they choose to turn back, extinguish their passion, and return to their original path. These enthusiasts were the same. In their madness, they even chose to gather together and explore the empty mirror sea together to chase after the mirror demon. Of course, from the perspective of the present, they were all experts at courting death. However, at that time, they thought it was a path they had to take to chase their dreams. Among this group of suicidal youths, there was a crystal eye youth named Tunida. Reality told them that death was the consequence of courting death. More than 10 youths entered the mirror sea with their dreams and were washed into the hollow graveyard with despair. There was only one lucky person who encountered a drifting island in the mirror sea when his memory was about to be washed away. Although he had lost too many memories, he was lucky enough to climb to the island and didn't become a hollow person. This lucky person was Tunida. The island he climbed was Laplace's original body. At that time, Tunida had lost more than half of his memories. Maybe it's because he doesn't have too many memories. In my impression, he's a little quiet kid. Laplace silently recalled the scene when he saw Tunida. After Tunida climbed to the island, he was silent for a few days. Maybe he was sorting out his thoughts, or maybe he was frightened by the enormous power of Laplace's original body, but he stayed where he was for a long time. It wasn't until Laplace sent a clone to see him that Tunida regained some vitality. Tunida stayed on the island for about a week. During this week, he spent most of his time observing the surface of the mirror sea, as if he wanted to find his companions who had been washed away. Of course, he didn't find anything in the end. The scouring of the empty mirror ocean was capable of scouring a complete person to the point where not even dregs were left. With the strength of that group of brats, it was estimated that they would be wiped out in less than a day. Other than observing the mirror sea, Tunida asked Laplace's clone about all kinds of information about the mirror sea. It was rare to meet someone he could communicate with, so Laplace didn't hide anything and told Tunida some information. On the last day, Tunida asked about the mirror demon. Is there really a mirror demon in the mirror sea? Is Laplace a mirror demon? Naturally, Laplace gave 2 consecutive no answers. After that, Tunida didn't ask any more questions and was sent out of the mirror sea by Laplace's clone. A group of teenagers came and a teenager left. This incident caused quite a stir in the mirror realm. However, Laplace didn't pay much attention to it. She only treated the encounter with Tunida as a trivial matter. One day, many years later, Laplace learned that the quiet teenager had become the Crystal Eye race's prophet. One day, many years later, Tunida died. This was all that Laplace knew about Tunida. Perhaps it was because she had seen Tunida when he was young, she subconsciously kept all of Tunida's memories in the past and didn't update them too much. She only knew that Tunida was a prophet of the Crystal Eye race, and that he had a good reputation among the Crystal Eye race. But that was all. In short, I know nothing about Tunida, Angor muttered. Laplace, you could say that. But Gleipnir should know something. Do you want me to ask her for you? They could communicate telepathically with each other, but they didn't know everything about each other. Gleipnir had his or her own personality and experience, which Laplace wouldn't share unless she took the initiative to ask. Just like how Luigi loved art, if Laplace shared her memories, she would have a talent show when she was in the Sunshine Circus. Forget it. Let's wait until she's done with Ida. Angor shook his head. They didn't talk about the secrets of Crystal City. Instead, they talked about how to promote the lager. This problem was still handled by Gleipnir. After all, she had a wider network of connections. Beyond the heavens, Gleipnir had the same idea as Angor. They both wanted to promote the logger from the higher-ups. If he could get some of the top races in the White Sun Mirror domain or races with a wide range of influence to take the initiative to explore the Dream Crystal domain, it would definitely be a demonstration. Luigi also took the chance to tell Angor about the most powerful races in the Mirror region. Many of these top races had interacted with Gleipnir before. Now, they only needed to find out who they should contact first so they could start the promotion. Gleipnir recommended Ancient Tooth Fairy, the scholar of Mirror Sea, the most. Ancient Tooth Fairy's connections could easily reach the entire White Sun Mirror region. If they could break through Ancient Tooth Fairy's network, it would be much easier to conquer other races. Of course, Angor wouldn't object. After all, Gleipnir was the one who would do the real work. Angor only needed to be a flower vase. Now that he had Ancient Tooth Fairy in mind, he also suggested something else: the 100 Dragons' Divine Kingdom. The Mirror Dragon's stubborn love for its young could also be a breakthrough point. While discussing, Angor and the others walked toward the main station where the party would be held. They had already passed through many circular fortresses on their way. They all looked like earthen buildings, but there were still differences between different fortresses. Some were brightly lit like a lively human market, some were blocked by countless mirrors, in which one could only see shadows shuttling back and forth, some were shrouded in darkness. Despite the lack of light, Angor could still hear the sounds of hawking. It felt more like a ghost market than a ghost market. The structure was the same, but the different fortresses still gave Angor new experiences. And now, they had arrived at a circular castle. We're not far from the party. The main station should be the next one. While Luigi spoke, Angor began to observe the new fortress. The structure of the fortress was similar to the previous one. Strangely, there were no living beings here. To be more precise, there were no living beings here. The fortress was very quiet. Not only were there no living beings here, but the environment also gave Angor a sense of desolation. Above them was a dome made of glazed ice. When the light shone through, it was all white. There was also a certain chill in the air, as if they were not in Crystal City, but in the frozen land outside. As Angor looked around, Laplace suddenly walked to the railing of the fortress and looked down. Angor followed him. The fortress had about 20 floors, and they were currently on the middle and upper floors. Looking down through the railing, they saw a silver-white oval mirror at the bottom of the fortress. From afar, it looked like the surface of a frozen lake. At this moment, crystal dust was constantly gushing out from the surface of the mirror. The crystal dust floated in the air and constantly gathered, as if it was condensing into a certain outline. Judging from the shape of the dust, it seemed to be a human shape. But it was still too loose to tell what it looked like. As he stared at the crystal dust, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps coming from behind. "Who are you? Why did you leave the shop?" Angor looked back and saw a crystal eye who was obviously a guard walking toward them. The guard looked angry, and his footsteps were obviously heavier, as if he was in a bad mood. However, when the guard was about to yell at them, Laplace looked back and saw the alien child looking at him quietly. At the same time, some dust floated in front of the guard's eyes and gathered together. The guard took a look at the gathered crystal dust, and his expression instantly became serious. The anger in his eyes immediately disappeared. "Forgive me for not recognizing you as our most honorable guests." The guard bowed to them respectfully. "Dear guests, this place will be closed for a small ceremony. Why don't you go to the VIP room on the side and wait for a while?" "Ceremony?" Laplace glanced at the guard. "What kind of ceremony?" I'm not sure." The guard didn't want to say anything, but being stared at by Laplace's strange child, he felt a chill down his spine. After swallowing his saliva, he opened his mouth. "Only the Council of Elders knows the details of the ceremony. We're just here to manage the lockdown. I don't know anything." Laplace took a deep look at the guard and didn't comment on his words. He just said softly, "No need." "What do you mean no need?" Seeing the confused look on the guard's face, Luigi, who was at the side, sighed, and explained, "She means that we won't be going to the VIP room. But we're not planning to stay here. We're going to the main station of the party." The guard was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Oh. Oh. You're going to passage 003 to the party? This way, please. Seeing that no one moved, the guard scratched his sideburns that were covered by the crystal hat. What I mean is, I'm here to lead the way for our distinguished guests. The guard's job was to ensure that there were no outsiders in the outer area of the fortress. As long as Laplace and the others didn't stay in the fortress, they could go to the VIP room or passage 003. Laplace glanced at Angor out of the corner of his eye. Angor noticed Laplace's gaze and nodded slightly. Only then did Laplace say, "All right." The guard let out a long sigh of relief and took the initiative to lead the group to the next passage. When the group disappeared into the dark corridor, the guard wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly summoned a strand of crystal dust. He needed to use the crystal dust to send a message to the elder in charge of the ceremony. The guard wasn't the only one who came to stop Laplace and the others. In fact, the other patrolling guards in the fortress had already noticed the situation. They just didn't come. We don't know who they are, but they're very strong. The guard quickly gathered more crystal dust. But they're here for the party. They came through passage 013 not long ago. They're already in passage 003, so they're probably just passing by. As his voice fell, the condensed crystal dust quickly dissipated. After the guard finished explaining the situation, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, he stared nervously at the floating crystal dust. A few seconds later, the crystal dust floating in the air condensed again. A message that only the guards could understand was transmitted through the crystal dust. Since he has already left, there is no need to pay attention to him. However, pay attention to cleaning up the remaining energy in the surroundings to ensure that no information is leaked. You must clean it up. There are still a few minutes before the great old hero spirit is about to be born. There must be no mistakes. This was the message from the elder. The guard immediately replied, "Understood." With that, the guard summoned his companions and began to clean up all the remaining energy particles and pheromones left behind by Angor's group. While they were doing the final cleaning, Laplace's barrier once again enveloped everyone in the dark. "Tunnel. Are you sure you're okay?" Angor asked Laplace. While he was asking, Laplace was staring at a small screen inside the barrier. This wasn't the first time Laplace saw such a screen. She already saw it many times in the dream crystal. According to Angor, this was called illusion streaming. There were two types of illusion streaming, hologram streaming and light screen streaming. Hologram streaming was similar to a movie box, which allowed viewers to experience the current situation. Light screen streaming, on the other hand, was like watching a moving picture book. Without a doubt, this was a light screen streaming. The light screen was showing the current situation of the ring-shaped fortress. A group of guards was cleaning up any possible traces they left behind. Angor asked, "Are you sure?" because he was worried that the guards might discover his illusion node. The illusion node Angor left behind was on a mirror set up by Laplace. Yes, Laplace left a mirror at the scene. The mirror floated directly above the ring-shaped fortress. This was why Angor and Laplace exchanged glances earlier. Angor felt that the mirror was too obvious. Was it really possible that his illusion node wouldn't be discovered? Laplace said, "The mirror you saw was what I wanted you to see. In fact, it doesn't exist in this space." Following Laplace's explanation, Angor slowly understood how it worked. The mirror that Laplace left behind was actually in a deeper space. It was similar to a space interlayer. There were almost infinite interlayers. Even if the crystal eye race discovered the mirror, they might not be able to find the corresponding interlayer. A mirror placed in an interlayer, but it can reflect the real world. Is this like a mirror corridor? Angor asked curiously. The mirror corridor was located in the interlayer, and people inside the corridor could see what was going on outside. However, people outside the corridor couldn't see what was going on inside. Similar, but more subtle, Laplace said. The mirror corridor was invisible to the naked eye, but it could be sensed when the convergence energy reached the real world from the interlayer. Therefore, it wasn't exactly subtle. Any powerful mirror creature would be able to detect it. However, the mirror that Laplace had just released was hidden in a deeper place and would not emit convergence energy, so it was basically undetectable. Angor wasn't worried that the guards would notice the illusion nodes and remove them. And he was right. The guards in the circular fort had already cleaned up the remaining traces, but they didn't notice the mirror in the sky. Through the live broadcast, Angor saw the guards using the crystal dust to report to an unknown person that the traces were cleared. It didn't take long for all the guards to disperse and resume their patrol. Clearly, they had completely ignored the mirror floating in the sky. Angor sighed in relief after making sure the live broadcast wouldn't be affected. He decided to ask something else. Did the Crystal Eye race guards use the floating crystal dust to send messages? Angor noticed that the guards used the crystal dust to send messages several times in a row. Angor could collect information about the content of the guards' messages through the live broadcast. However, he couldn't get any information about the other side of the crystal dust. And yet, the guards were able to understand the meaning of the crystal dust, which made Angor quite curious. The Crystal Eye clan does rely on the gathering and dispersing of crystal dust to transmit information, Luigi said. They have their own way of understanding the meaning of the gathered crystal dust. However, it is very difficult for other clans to decipher it. It was similar to a racial talent. The Crystal Eye race's bodies were made of crystals, so they knew more about crystals than any other race. Therefore, while they could read the crystal dust, others couldn't get any information from it. Fairywood Angor nodded in understanding. To put it bluntly, those who didn't have the same biological structure and living environment as the Crystal Eye race couldn't understand the meaning of the crystal dust. The live broadcast was still going on. The scene was almost the same as before. There were still no outsiders in the circular fort. However, there were more guards patrolling on each floor. At the bottom of the circular fort, new crystal dust kept coming out of the oval mirror covered in crystal dust. Judging from the situation in the live broadcast, the most likely place in this circular fortress should be this elliptical mirror. Perhaps the ritual mentioned by the guard was also related to this mirror. Since the live broadcast didn't change much, Angor looked at Laplace again. You seem to care a lot about their ritual? Angor asked curiously. The live broadcast itself was an accident. Laplace first released the floating mirror before sending a voice transmission to Angor to ask if he wanted to watch a good show. That was why he decided to use the illusion nodes to create the livestream. So the real creator of the live broadcast was Laplace. Angor was curious about the so-called ritual, but he didn't want to peep at it. So why would Laplace want to watch the ritual of the Crystal Eye race on his own accord? Was it curiosity? Did he want to watch some gossip? Or was there something else? I don't care. But Gleipnir does, Laplace replied. Gleipnir contacted me earlier. She already met with Ida. As expected, Ida didn't tell her about the tower. But according to Gleipnir's observation, as well as the information Ida occasionally leaked out, the tower is related to some secrets of the Crystal Eye race. Ida mentioned something about the ritual when she met with Gleipnir. Ritual wasn't a popular art in the mirror realm. Very few mirror races would hold formal rituals. Gleipnir heard Ida talking about the ritual 1 second ago, and then she heard that Laplace saw the ritual in the circular fort. She naturally connected the two together and wanted to know the details. That was why Laplace released the mirror and invited Angor to watch the show. So we're not the only ones watching? So is Gleipnir? Angor wondered. Laplace nodded. Yes. I shared the live broadcast with Gleipnir. Fine, it was still a live broadcast. After a moment of silence, Laplace said, Gleipnir said that if you have any questions, you can ask before the ritual begins. Did she leave Ida's place? Laplace shook his head. No. She's with Ida in Saluta's study. Gleipnir made up her mind and prepared to leave. However, before she left, Ida invited her to Saluta's study. Gleipnir knew Ida well enough to know that she wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Since Ida asked, it meant that Saluta's study was hiding some secrets. Gleipnir was currently looking through Saluta's study while watching the live broadcast from afar. So it's not that Ida doesn't want to talk. She can't, or doesn't dare to, for some reason? It seemed that Ida wanted to tell Gleipnir the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hinted and asked Gleipnir to go to Saluta's study. She just couldn't say it out loud. Laplace nodded. I think so. She probably has her own difficulties as well. So, did Gleipnir find out the secret behind the tower? A little. But there are still some puzzle pieces to be completed. But Gleipnir believes that there should be more in Saluta's study. Angor could ask now or wait until Gleipnir found the rest of the puzzle pieces. He chose the latter. Compared to a vague answer, he preferred to know the exact answer. Since he couldn't confirm the secrets of the crystal iris yet, he decided to ask about something else that had already been decided: Tunida, the prophet of the crystal iris. Laplace's understanding of Tunida was the same as it had been in his youth. However, Gleipnir often visited the crystal iris as a guest and became close friends with Saluta, so he knew a lot about the race's history. Soon, Gleipnir told Angor what he knew. But this time, she didn't use Laplace to talk about Tunida. Instead, she told Luigi about Tunida's later life. After Tunida returned from the empty mirror sea, he became the target of many. While Luigi repeated Gleipnir's words, Laplace was listening as well. As the story went on, Laplace's image of Tunida became more and more concrete. Tunida was the only one who came back alive, so he naturally became the target of many people. Parents who lost their children, as well as ambitious people who wanted to know the secret of the empty mirror sea, all surrounded Tunida and threatened him. Under these circumstances, Tunida was in a great predicament. But in the end, Tunida used his identity as a hollow man to deal with the outside world. Although he could not avoid being used as a pawn in the process, he managed to endure it in the end. After staying quiet for several decades, Tunida worked with Sage Pelusiu and came up with many useful projects for the crystal iris. An elder of the crystal iris took a liking to him and promoted him from a commoner to a grand scholar. From a grand scholar to an elder, and from an elder to a prophet. It took Tunida 200 years to achieve all these. Of course, Tunida's struggle wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. However, what was known was that Tunida was very hardworking. But what puzzled many Crystal Eye clansmen was that any effort required a goal, and Tunida's efforts did not seem to have a clear goal. He didn't do it for himself or his future. Instead, he abandoned his position as an elder and a prophet many times. No one knew what goal he was working so hard for. Later, Tunida invented the crystal shell, which gave the crystal iris a terrifying defensive ability and ushered in a new generation of crystal iris. That year, Tunida became known as the greatest prophet of the crystal iris. It was also in that year that Tunida started the expansion and renovation of Crystal City. Also, the Crystal Corpse was officially born and became the building material of Crystal City. Several hundred years later, Tunida died of old age. The expansion of Crystal City didn't stop because of Tunida's death. After 2,000 years of construction, which included the collapse of the mirror and the relocation of the city, Crystal City, which stood on the frozen ground, had become a truly magnificent wonder. So Tunida is the one who created the crystal? Angor rubbed his chin. Luigi shrugged. It's hard to say whether Tunida was the one who created the Holy Corpse crystallization. Perhaps other Crystal Eye race members have created the Holy Corpse crystallization before, but this is a secret of the Crystal Eye race. The only thing I'm sure of is that Tunida is the one who added the crystal into the building materials of Crystal City. Anyway, Tunida and the crystal have something to do with each other. Angor mumbled, crystallization of Saint's corpse is a sensitive topic among the crystallized eye race, and Tunida has something to do with it. So the secret might be related to the crystal. Angor suddenly remembered something Luigi mentioned earlier. The crystal seemed to have something to do with a legacy ability. And it was usually a young Crystal Eye race member who obtained the legacy. The Strength Tower should be at the right age. So the Strength Tower wasn't related to the legacy, was it? Could it be that there was some fatal danger in this inheritance? Angor hesitated for a moment before he told Luigi his theory. After Luigi heard this, he fell into a trance. Or rather, Gleipnir, who was far away on the other side, fell into silence. After a while, he replied through Luigi's mouth, "Your speculation is not far from the secret that I know. It's really related to the legacy?" Angor frowned. Before he could ask more questions, a new image suddenly appeared in the static live room. Everyone's attention was attracted by the strange movement in the live room. All the patrolling guards in the circular fortress stopped, walked to the railings, and made a strange hand gesture in a certain direction. Their middle finger and thumb were touching, while the other three fingers were pointing upward, which looked like a peacock head. However, it was a peacock head gesture made by two hands at the same time. The peacock beak was also connected to the left and right, which looked like a set of Chinibu hand seals. Synchronized hand gestures? Is this some kind of ritual? Angor guessed that it was a sign that a ritual was about to begin. But Luigi shook his head. It has nothing to do with the ritual. It's called a hand salute, which is similar to how humans stroke their chest. It's a basic etiquette to show to a superior. As he spoke, Luigi pointed at a certain spot on the screen. Look, someone is here. The place Luigi was pointing at was a platform on the second floor of the circular castle. A member of the Crystal Eye race who had turned his crystal shell into a floating chair slowly floated onto the platform and entered the live stream. And all the hand salutes that the guards had made were directed at this person. Without a doubt, this person should be the so-called superior that Luigi spoke of. At least in the eyes of the Crystal Eye race guards, this was a superior. His appearance didn't look too different from the others. The only difference was that the pupil in his eye was yellowish, which made him look like an old man. As for what he was wearing, it was completely different from the crystal armor of the surrounding guards. It was an extremely exquisite robe. Although the overall color was plain, there were very complicated laces. Who is he? Luigi murmured doubtfully. However, in the next second, Luigi's confused gaze became wise. He is Casada, an elder of the Crystal Eye race. There was no need to guess. Glipner told him Casada's name. As for why Glipner knew about Casada, it was simple. Enamel lived near Glipner, so he could just ask someone he didn't know. According to Enamel, Casada was promoted to an elder 600 years ago. However, he spent most of his time in the forbidden area and rarely appeared in public, Luigi continued. Luigi paused for a moment before adding, even Ida was confused as to why Glipner would suddenly describe Casada's appearance. Enamel's confusion was not important. Unlike them, Enamel could leave at any time. However, Enamel lived in Crystal City for a long time. Knowing too much was not a good thing for her. However, Enamel's description of Casada made Glipner think that the puzzle had arrived. Casada spent most of his time in the forbidden area, and so did the Crystal Eye race's heritage. The secret behind the Force Tower was most likely related to the forbidden area as well. Casada's sudden appearance in the outside world and in front of a certain ritual was highly consistent with what Enamel vaguely revealed earlier. Angor was certain that Casada was the key figure in the secret. He might even be the mastermind behind it. The upcoming ritual would most likely reveal a small part of the secret. In the live broadcast, Casada arrived at the platform on the second floor of the castle. He did not look at anyone else. Instead, he silently watched the crystal dust pouring out from the bottom floor of the castle. The crystal dust that gushed out had already covered the entire bottom layer of the ring-shaped castle. Angor could not see anything on the screen. He could not see the movement of the crystal dust either. Casada looked at the sea of mist condensed from crystal dust below and a smile appeared on his face. His mouth opened slightly as if he was mumbling something. Since they were too far away, Angor did not know what he was talking about. As for lip reading, Angor could not decipher it. It seemed that Casada was speaking the language of the Crystal Eye race. Angor looked at Luigi, who also had a confused look. Clearly, Luigi did not understand Casada's words either. However, Luigi was not alone. Glipner was standing behind him, and Enamel was beside Glipner. Glipner simulated Casada's lips so that Enamel could read them. Enamel was not good at lip reading, so she could not decipher all of Casada's words. However, she still managed to guess a few words through repeated simulations. We're going to meet again, old friend. From the literal meaning, Casada's words could be understood as old friends reunite. But where was his old friend? Was he inside the crystal dust? Angor recalled that the crystal dust tried to form a human silhouette at the beginning. Could this human silhouette be Casada's old friend? But if that was the case, why would Casada's old friend meet in such a way? Also, the guard said that the castle was holding a ritual. If it was a ritual, and the result of the ritual was the appearance of Casada's old friend, in other words, the ritual would result in a living person being born. Angor could only think of 3 types of rituals that could result in such a thing: teleportation, summoning, and summoning. Teleportation, as the name suggested, was used to send Casada's old friend back from a faraway place. It was unlikely because teleportation would cause spatial ripples, which would affect the quality of the live stream. Since the live stream was stable, there were no spatial ripples. Summoning was a common ritual used by summoner wizards to summon creatures from another world. Summoning required a special summon, either a bloodline, an offering, or a contract. So far, Angor did not see any obvious signs of such a ritual. Summoning was an unusual ritual. It was forbidden in the southern wizarding region and forbidden by the supreme cult. The major wizard organizations did not object because such rituals were often associated with gods. Wizards only sought truth. They did not believe in gods. All the gods in the southern wizarding region were either evil gods from the abyss, wild gods, or foreign gods from Drauna Plain. In short, there were no good gods. They came to the southern wizarding region either because they wanted to conquer the world or the law of energy. Humans or fallen wizards who were tempted by them would use summoning rituals to spread their tentacles to the southern wizarding region. This was why summoning rituals were often associated with evil and corruption. Would Casada use a summoning ritual here? Angor did not think so. All the races in the southern wizarding region were gathered at Crystal City. Would the Crystal Eyes dare to offend them? Although the Crystal Eye clan was not weak in the White Sun Mirror Zone, it was still far from the top clans like the Mirror Dragon. And there was more than one Mirror Dragon here. The Crystal Eyes would not dare to do anything crazy at this time. So it was more like a summoning ritual. As Angor pondered, Casada suddenly took out a crystal scepter and raised it high in front of all the guards. The guards closed their eyes and began to mumble something. Every guard's mutterings were different. This time, he didn't even have the chance to read their lips. There were over 100 guards here. Even if Gleipnir could remember everyone's lips, he did not have time for Ida to read them one by one. As the guards mumbled, Angor could clearly see the sea of crystal dust at the bottom shrinking rapidly. It was like a bloated water ball being forcefully squashed. Angor could not figure out why this happened just by looking at the screen. However, Laplace suddenly said, "There's a force that's involved in this ritual." Angor looked at her in surprise. "You can sense it?" Laplace controlled the mirror, but the mirror was still inside the mezzanine space. Could she sense the energy fluctuations in the real world from the mezzanine space? Could it be that this energy was mixed with spatial properties? Laplace shook her head. "I did not sense it from the mirror. But I sensed a slight energy shift in the Crystal City just now." In other words, Laplace did not sense the energy ripples from the fortress. She sensed the energy flow of the entire Crystal City. Angor did not know what to say. As expected of the Grand Elder, Angor could not learn from him. So the energy for the ritual came from the Crystal City itself? Angor asked. Laplace nodded. How did the Crystal City provide energy for the ritual? Angor did not know the answer to this question. But he knew that the Crystal City contained the Saint Corpse crystal, which was the key clue to all secrets. It seemed that the ritual was also related to the Saint Corpse crystal. One after another, they were all connected. All the clues pointed to the same place. No wonder Gleipnir was watching the live stream from afar. The scene continued, and the crystal dust continued to shrink. By now, the crystal dust had already condensed into a human silhouette. It was almost the same as the first one Angor saw. But this time it looked more solid. Angor could even see its facial features. A single eye, a pointy nose, thin lips, elf-like long ears, one of which had a golden earring, and thick, transparent hair. This was exactly how a Crystal Eye race should look like. So this is Casada's old friend. After another half a minute, when all the crystal dust had been absorbed by this new member of the Crystal Eye race, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were slightly dazed as he looked around, as if he hadn't realized where he was. It wasn't until he raised his head and saw Casada that his gaze gradually recovered from its daze. He seemed to have recognized Casada, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. His thin lips parted slightly as he said something. Angor still did not understand. He looked at Luigi, who gave him a don't worry gesture, which meant that Gleipnir had begun his test with Ada. While Ada was reading the lips, something changed on the screen. Casada did not talk to the new Crystal Eye race being. Instead, he waved his hand, and the new Crystal Eye race being fell into the oval mirror below. When the new crystal iris being disappeared completely, Casada yelled out something. As he shouted, the group of crystal eye guards, who had been mumbling with their eyes closed, opened their eyes one after another. Casada waved his hand again and said something like, "The ritual is over." Then, he turned around and left the fortress. The group of guards first looked at each other, then looked at the mirror surface at the bottom. When they saw that there was no crystal dust near the mirror surface, a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. From their expressions, they did not see the new crystal iris being, nor did they know the final result of the ritual. They were participants of the ritual, but they did not know the details of the ritual, which was in line with what the guards said. Both Casada and the crystal iris being made of crystal dust had disappeared, which meant the livestream was coming to an end. Angor and Laplace exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they moved at the same time. Laplace destroyed the mirror while Angor destroyed the illusion nodes. This meant that not only was the livestream over, but it also meant that all traces of the ritual had been destroyed. No one would ever find out that they were watching the ritual again. The livestream ended, but the aftermath was not over yet. 2 minutes later, Luigi raised his head and said, "Ida has already read the meaning of that sentence." "You? Why are you so old? Why are you so old?" This was what the newly emerged Crystal Eye clansman had told Casada. From the literal meaning, he seemed to be lamenting or wondering why Casada would suddenly age. However, the deeper meaning was more interesting. First of all, he must know Casada. In other words, the old friend that Casada had murmured at the beginning should be this person. Old friend meant an old friend or an old friend. Casada had become a member of the Council of Elders 600 years ago, and the lifespan of a crystal eye was usually 700 to 1000 years. Casada was already nearing the end of his lifespan, so his old friend should be hundreds of years old. But this crystal eye race individual with the one-sided earring looked more like a young man than an old man. This was one of the suspicious points. Also, since Casada was already nearing the end of his lifespan, it was natural for him to age without any external intervention. In other words, Casada should be showing signs of old age at his current age. With that in mind, the words of the Crystal Eye clan member with the one-sided earring were very interesting. Combined with his previous speculations, he did not understand why his old friend Casada suddenly became so old. It was as if he had been sleeping for too long, or isolated from the world for too long. He was in a utopia where time was frozen, and he had no idea how time flew outside. This gave Angor a lot of room for speculation. Where was he before this? Why did he not know how time flew? Why did his old friend grow old while he himself remained young, and why did he need to use a ritual to appear? And the ritual was held in the circular castle that was supposed to be a place where people came from. He further speculated that the ring-shaped fortresses had been chosen for the ceremony. Or had the Crystal Eye race built the ring-shaped fortresses for the ceremony? If it was the latter, it would be very scary. After all, the inner structure of the Crystal City was made up of many circular castles connected together. While Angor was thinking, Luigi received a new message. Gleipnir copied the Crystal Eye race individual's appearance using a mirror. The so-called mirror reflection was to present the image in the form of a mirror. Gleipnir wanted to confirm the identity of this Crystal Eye race individual through Ida's identification. Unfortunately, Ida doesn't know this person. She hasn't even seen what he looks like. In Ida's own words, he has a unique appearance, especially his elf-like long ears, which are extremely rare among the Crystal Eye race. But I didn't see him in the Crystal City. Ida's words meant that the Crystal Eye race individual's appearance was very recognizable, and he had extremely rare long ears. He should be a hot topic of discussion among the Crystal Eye race. Or rather, he could become a famous figure in the gossip circle. However, Ida had never seen such a unique existence in Crystal City. This made her very puzzled. Still, Ida's words confirmed Angor's suspicion. This member of the Crystal Eye race, who had manifested through an unknown ritual, might have been isolated from the world for a very long time. It was so long that he wondered why Casada had aged when he saw him. It was so long that Ida, who had been in Crystal City for almost 400 years, had never seen his appearance. Angor told Luigi his guess. Laplace raised an eyebrow but did not say anything. Luigi remained silent. Not because he thought of something, but because he was communicating with Gleipnir through mind synchronization. Half a minute later, Luigi spoke again, "You're right." However, there was an obvious time disorder in his body, and this time disorder manifested in his body. Time stopped flowing, or time slowed down. Being isolated from the world won't cause this phenomenon, so there must be a deeper secret. Gleipnir already has a theory, which may be the most important piece of the puzzle she's looking for. Luigi paused for a moment. Wait a minute. Da will come out soon. If Angor was not mistaken, the rest of the puzzle pieces were hidden in Saluta's study. When all the pieces of the puzzle fit together, the secret would be revealed. Gleipnir already had a theory, but she still needed to find the rest of the puzzle pieces to support her theory. While waiting for Gleipnir to find the puzzle pieces, Angor and the others resumed their journey to the meeting place. The passages they took before were mostly dark. The only advantage was that there was only one path. There were no forks in the path. They just needed to keep moving forward and they would eventually reach the end. The first half of this passage was the same as before. However, as they moved forward, the passage became wider and brighter. There were even forks in the path. However, although there were forks in the road, there were road signs at each intersection to ensure that they would not get lost. As for why this happened all of a sudden, according to Luigi's explanation, they were getting closer to the main station of the gathering, and all the passages would converge. After all, if the passages did not merge, the meeting place would be filled with more than a sieve. The hundreds of passages would eventually merge into 10 main passages. They were now walking on one of the 10 main passages. Which meant they would run into people coming out from other passages. That was what he thought as he looked at the forks in the road. Before he could finish his thought, he heard something clattering on the ground. It came from one of the forks in front of them. "Someone's coming?" Angor whispered. Luigi nodded. "It's hard to say if it's a human. There are many humanoid races in the Sun Mirror region, but most of them are non-humans. For example, the Mirror Dragon was not a humanoid. However, this thump-thump-thump sound clearly did not come from the Mirror Dragon. It was different from the footsteps Angor expected. It sounded more like the sound of a blind cane. When the blind man tapped the cane on the ground, it would make such a clear sound. However, Angor could only hear the cane tapping on the ground. There was no sound of the man's feet. So it might not be a blind cane. As Angor pondered, the footsteps got closer and closer. Finally, he walked out of the crystal-like forks. When he appeared, Angor froze for a second. This was because he looked too much like the wood spirit. To be more precise, it was a stickman transformed from the wood spirit. However, this stickman was even thicker and taller than a stickman. It could be called an enlarged stickman, or a bamboo man. It literally meant bamboo pole. His body was a pitch-black stick, which looked like a fire stick or a black iron bamboo pole. His hands were also long and thin sticks, which were segmented. As for his legs, well, there were no clear legs. The stick was straight from his head to his feet. When he walked, he was actually jumping and hopping. The stick landed on the ground directly, which was why it sounded like a blind cane. Although its body was a black stick and did not have clear feet, it had facial features. When he came out of the forks, he noticed Angor's group behind him. He turned around, which allowed Angor to see his face. Similarly, he did not have a head. His face was also on a straight stick. There was no nose. When his mouth cracked open, Angor could see a row of shining fangs. His eyes were like inverted crescent moons, which gave people a feeling that he was up to no good. When he saw Angor's group, the man's eyes flickered as if he wanted to approach them. However, before he could do anything, he saw Laplace's pair of indifferent eyes. Laplace did not say anything. He just stared at the man. As always, those eyes were filled with disdain. Normally, he would get angry when being stared at like that. But this time, he did not feel angry at all. His emotions were frozen by an inexplicable coldness. He did not know what was going on, but he knew that these people were not to be messed with. He remained silent for a moment. Then gave Angor's group a smile that he thought was friendly. Then he disappeared in the next second. The 100 allies he did not just vanish into thin air. Angor sensed that his power was similar to Wizard Cantor's. When he disappeared, he simply melted into the darkness and left quickly. However, compared to Wizard Cantor's ability, this man's energy signature was much more obvious. At least, Angor could not sense Wizard Cantor's presence when he melted into the darkness. As for this man, he could sense his energy signature even through the barrier. Angor had to admit that the man's energy signature was strong, but he moved pretty fast. He left Angor's detection range in the blink of an eye. Angor had no idea where he was now. We ran into a Longhua race. What bad luck. He heard Luigi's cold humph as he stared at the empty space in front of him. Longhua race? You mean that big stick man? Angor asked curiously. Luigi nodded and showed a look of disgust. That's right. They have a better reputation than Palucci in the Sun Mirror region. But in my opinion, they're even more disgusting than Palucci. At the very least, when I go to look for Barbalagon, if I'm in the mood, I'm willing to play in front of Palucci. But Longhua race? I won't go even if Huaningjing asks me to. Dogs don't even want to perform. Dogs don't want to go, and you don't want to go either? Then you. Angor mumbled. Luigi gave him an angry glare. Don't make fun of my words. I'm just expressing my disgust toward the Longhua race. I don't understand why all the other races hate Palucci so much. At least Palucci has a bright brain. But the Longhua race has nothing. All they do is stir up trouble. They're like mosquitoes in the Sun Mirror region. They do nothing but suck blood. This was the first time Angor heard Luigi express such dissatisfaction toward a race. Angor was curious. What did the Longhua race do to offend Luigi? They didn't do anything to me. I just don't like some of their actions. Luigi was still indignant. Other than expressing his emotions, there was nothing else in his words. Angor had no choice but to look at Laplace. Laplace understood Angor's intention and introduced the Longhua race to him. The Longhua race lived in a mirror dimension called the Valley of Divisions. They seemed to be born with a natural affinity toward darkness and could control the power of darkness and shadow. Their name contained the word charm, not charm, but fan charm. They were born with a passion for sowing discord. They loved to sow discord, and they loved to provoke opposition and divide the various races. However, they didn't only do that to outsiders. They also attacked each other internally. They used to live in a place called the Dark Shadow Valley. However, a few young dragons and phoenixes appeared in the Longhua tribe. They started a war with the outside world and started a war between the Dark Shadow Valley and the Dark Shadow Valley. As a result, the Dark Shadow Valley was split into the Dark Valley and the Dark Shadow Valley. This caused the Longhua tribe to be completely divided. That was how the name of the split valley came about. Luigi hated the Longhua race because of their fan charm. The Longhua race didn't do anything to Luigi, but they did stir up many conflicts in the city. One of them angered Luigi quite a bit. The dispute could be summed up in one sentence: the Longhua tribe created a fan performance called Elegant Art. The name sounded complicated, but it was actually an attempt to define elegant music and vulgar music in the human world. Elegant music was elegant music, while vulgar music was vulgar music. Elegant music, while vulgar music was vulgar music. The Longhua race wasn't a smart race, but they were good at manipulating people's minds. In the end, the Longhua race really stirred up a conflict. To Luigi, the Longhua race was a stain on his reputation. That was why he hated the Longhua race so much. Of course, the Longhua race didn't do this just for the sake of fan charm. They also gained a lot from these conflicts. Every time they caused a conflict, they made a lot of money. Their reputation was better than Garope's because they used money to buy people's hearts. As for why they bought people's hearts, well, it wasn't really for the sake of fame. It was also a method of fan charm. They would provoke some people, appease others, bribe others, and suppress others. Thus, the cycle of fan charm was established. But the Longhua race isn't as useless as Luigi said. They have their merits too, Laplace said. They know what's good for them. When one's power far surpassed that of a Longhua race, or even crushed them, the Longhua race would become less of a threat to one. They might even become one of the sharpest weapons in one's hands. Laplace had the power to completely crush the Longhua race. Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for her to say that the Longhua race knew what was good for them. He recalled the Longhua race who fled as soon as he realized something was wrong and nodded. They knew what was good for them. Luigi cursed and scolded the Longhua tribe along the way. War maniac, crazy scoundrel, rumor monger, dark force. Luigi tried to accuse the Longhua tribe of all kinds of names. But he was not completely wrong. Luigi could always give a few examples to prove his point. After saying some examples where he was sure that the Longhua tribe was behind it, Luigi raised a few more rumors that could not be confirmed but were very popular. For example, the split between the Tooth Fairy and the ancient Tooth Fairy. As everyone knew, the split in the Tooth Fairy clan was related to two symbolic events. The first was the spread of hollow tooth fairies, and the second was the ascension of the Tooth Fairy Queen. Although the timeline was clear on the surface, and the events themselves were clear, there were still some inexplicable things behind the two events. I've met a lot of tooth fairies. They are actually quite simple and kind, and they don't really care about gains and losses. However, after the hollow tooth fairy incident began, the anti-intellectualism among the tooth fairies suddenly became louder. They were full of hatred toward the scholars in the Tooth Fairy ancient ruins. They felt that they only enjoyed the resources but did not do anything in return. Although what they said was true, the tooth fairies who spoke out did not actually make any contributions to the tooth fairies, and they also received the resources. At first, the voices of hatred were just small sparks in the Tooth Fairy clan. But when the Tooth Fairy Queen came to power, the spark started to spread like wildfire. Similar voices were heard everywhere in the Tooth Fairy clan. In the end, the Tooth Fairy Queen cut off the resources from the Tooth Fairy ruins. And so, the ancient Tooth Fairy and the Tooth Fairy clan split. Luigi looked at Angor. Did you hear it? The real cause of the split was the anti-intellectual voices that suddenly became louder. Is the original source of these voices really the Tooth Fairy? Luigi shrugged and did not say anything else. But he already knew what he meant. He suspected that the anti-intellectual voices were actually caused by the Longhua tribe. However, there was no evidence to support his suspicion. Did the Tooth Fairy and the ancient Tooth Fairy never think that the Longhua tribe had something to do with their split? Angor asked. Luigi's explanation was from a macroscopic perspective. He did not mention the two parties involved. Luigi said, "This is the brilliance of the Longhua race. They completely drove a wedge between the Tooth Fairy and the ancient Tooth Fairy. As long as they mention the other party, it's either disdain or obvious disgust. They're completely swayed by their emotions and don't consider whether there's something fishy behind the split. And those tooth fairies who are willing to consider it will be isolated by the group. Naturally, they became more and more estranged from each other. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they definitely didn't like each other on the surface." Angor nodded. He had a general idea. This was the so-called ideological stamp, or correct ideological thought. Once they went against the trend of thought, they would become the target of condemnation. If this was really the work of the Changhua tribe, then their methods were indeed brilliant. However, it was not invulnerable. In a world where transcendence were hidden, it would take several generations of hard work to get rid of this steel-stamped ideology. But in the transcendence world, wouldn't a prophecy solve the problem? Whether or not the Longhua tribe was behind this could be verified through prophecies. Luigi sighed and didn't say anything. Laplace suddenly spoke up. If prophecies work, he wouldn't have to keep making guesses. Prophecies don't work? Angor was puzzled. Laplace shook his head. Not exactly. All the prophecies related to this matter show that there's no interference. The Museum of Monster Suppression. Because of this, Luigi spoke for a long time and pointed out many suspicious points. In the end, he only ended up with guesses without any solid evidence. Luigi continued, prophecies aren't always trustworthy. If they're really that useful, the rumors about the monster of Mirror wouldn't have spread like wildfire. Prophecies can be blocked. For example, if someone tries to make a prophecy about us now, they'll be stopped by your barrier. Laplace's barrier didn't only block people's vision, it also had a certain anti-prophecy function. The reason why the rumors about the monster of Mirror spread like wildfire was because the Mirror Sea itself had anti-prophecy properties. Most of the prophecies related to the Mirror Sea would not work. In conclusion, prophecies weren't omnipotent. Angor considered and looked at the girl walking in front of him. Laplace, do you think the Everhustle tribe has nothing to do with the Tooth Fairy's split? Luigi already had his own opinion, so he expressed more emotions. What about Laplace? Did she think the Everhustle tribe had nothing to do with the prophecies? Angor was curious about Laplace's opinion. Laplace remained silent for a moment. No. I don't think the Everhustle tribe is completely innocent either. Huh? Angor thought Laplace would oppose the idea, but now, she seemed to be on Luigi's side. She was just arguing with Luigi a second ago, and now she was on Luigi's side? Do you think a tribe that dares to stir up trouble and spread rumors without anti-prophecy abilities can do that? Angor considered carefully. Indeed, the tribe's name contained the word Everhustle, which meant they were born to stir up trouble. If they didn't have any tricks up their sleeves, they wouldn't dare to stir up trouble so recklessly. But the Everhustle tribe isn't stupid. They're willing to talk about some of the things they do, but they don't dare to talk about other things. If they really had something to do with the Tooth Fairy's split, they wouldn't dare to talk about it. Regardless of whether it was the Tooth Immortal Paradise or the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins, their powers were both enormous. Tooth Fairy Ancient Ruins, in particular, controlled the economy of the entire White Sun Mirror region. For example, the gathering this time was organized by Palucci and organized by the Crystal Eye race. However, it was Tooth Fairy Ancient Ruins that organized the gathering. Without a trustworthy race like Tooth Fairy Ancient Ruins, no one would believe that the gathering could be held successfully. After all, the different races in the gathering not only looked different, but also had different civilizations, habits, and even living styles. Humans often said that aliens are not to be trusted, which was also applicable here. How could they get along with each other if they had different values? Normally, the races in the Mirror region wouldn't trust each other. Only during regular gatherings, when there was a powerful race backing them up, would they show some restraint. Therefore, if the Everhustle tribe really stirred up the Tooth Fairy's internal strife, they would never announce it to the public. They wouldn't be able to withstand the Tooth Fairy's retaliation. Considering this, the Everhustle tribe must have anti-prophecy abilities. They weren't necessarily innocent. However, it was impossible to convict them based on this alone. Therefore, even though Laplace was on Luigi's side, he didn't say anything that was impossible. Anyways, he only needed to know that something was wrong. As an outsider, he didn't really care what the final result was. He just wanted to listen to the fun. Along the way, they encountered quite a few strange alien races. Every time Luigi saw an alien race, he would tell Angor about it. However, there were also some races that Luigi had never heard of before. For example, Luigi didn't recognize a type of floating green slime. Luigi didn't know what they were, but Laplace seemed to have seen them before. I don't know their names, but I don't think they're native to the Mirror region. I saw them in the empty Mirror Sea, and they live in an environment that's similar to. Laplace paused, as if he was trying to find a suitable description. After pondering for a long time, he said, it's probably similar to the environment in Xianxia's world. Xianxia world, the evil flame civilization. Angor didn't know much about this world. He only read a few words about it in the Wasteland expedition log. It was said that this was a civilization that developed from fire, and there were some aggressive evil flame gods living there. In short, it was a world full of fire. Compared to the Tide Realm, Xianxia world was a true paradise of fire. The fiery territory of the tidal realm was still built on the earth, and even the so-called earth of Xianxia's world was made up of special flames. Xianxia world could be considered a world of pure elemental elements. If these green slime lived in a place similar to Xianxia world, perhaps it was also a world of pure elemental elements. He didn't use his spirit feelers to sense the green slime. Even so, he still sensed some wind ripples in the air. This was a creature that could control the power of wind. Maybe it lived in a world of wind. It didn't matter where they lived or what kind of race they belonged to. Their presence here meant that the Mirror Realm wasn't the only place for this gathering. Supernatural creatures from other worlds were also coming. This also meant that Angor would be able to see specialties of different races in the Mirror Realm as well as goods from other realms. Angor looked forward to the gathering even more. Come to think of it, the green slimes weren't the first transcendent creature from another world he had encountered. As a human, Angor was also an outsider. Maybe I can meet other humans here? Angor suddenly had an idea. Human? Laplace heard Angor's question. He glanced at Angor and said, "There's one over there." Angor was surprised. He just said he would run into a human, and now there was another one? Already? Angor quickly looked up and followed Laplace's gaze. As expected, a human followed a 4-meter-tall humanoid creature out of a fork in the road not far ahead. From the back, this was a human with long hair. Her dark purple hair was tied up with a black rubber band and combed into a high ponytail. As for his outfit, he looked like an exorcist from the Cult of Darkness. His short, complicated uniform didn't hinder his movements. Also, he had a pair of long legs covered in black trousers. As for the humanoid creature beside him, it looked similar to a human except for its bulky body and muscular body. Its face was covered by a curtain. Angor saw this creature outside Crystal City before. It was a race from the Mirror Realm called the Ursi clan. There weren't many of them, but they were as powerful as the Crystal Eyes because they had a powerful talent, stabilizing mirror spaces. Their faces were all covered by curtains, and it was said that anyone who saw their faces would be met with bad luck. This was why they never showed their true faces to anyone. While Angor was observing the strange creatures, the man with the ponytail noticed someone looking at him. He turned around and looked at Angor. Yes, it was a he, not a she. Angor thought it was a man from the back because he was tall and broad. However, the man's long, dark purple ponytail almost reached his waist, which confused Angor. Now that the man turned around, Angor saw his full face. The exorcist uniform fit his body perfectly, which showed off his figure. Angor also saw a handsome face and a bulging Adam's apple. The other party seemed to be surprised to see 3 humans here. Angor, Luigi, and Laplace were all humans in his eyes. At least, they looked human. He also noticed that the gaze he sensed earlier came from the red-haired, golden-eyed young man. The man didn't try to hide his gaze, and Angor didn't sense any malicious intent. He considered for a moment. He spoke to the Ursi clan member beside him and walked toward Angor. On the other side, Angor also saw the man with the ponytail. Angor wasn't surprised at all. As long as the man didn't mean any harm, Angor was willing to talk to other people in this foreign land. On the other hand, Ponytail was talking to the Ir clan member before coming here. Angor was curious about that. This reminded Angor of another human he met in the Mirror Realm. Dodo Dodo, or Mirror of Tides Yagulo. Yagulo lost his memory and lived in the city of Hot Gold. His partner was a pink orb named Dodo Dodo. Now that Angor saw the man with the ponytail talking to the Ursi clan member, who even bent down to greet him, Angor felt a sense of déjà vu. Was this man also one of the hollow men rescued by the ancient Tooth Fairy? Then fell into the hands of this Ursi clan member? Then the lightning triggered the underground fire. Angor couldn't help but shudder when he imagined this. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? While Angor was still thinking, the man with the ponytail already approached Angor. He nodded to Angor from 5 meters away and looked around. Are you, humans too? Chapter Error Report. He sounded a little hesitant. Angor and the others were all covered by the barrier, so he couldn't tell if Angor was a human or a humanoid from the Mirror Realm. Besides, he also sensed the presence of convergent energy coming from the barrier. Convergent energy was the exclusive property of the Mirror Realm creatures. Therefore, even when he walked forward to ask, he was obviously hesitant. Hearing his question, Laplace turned his head away and ignored him. Luigi plucked at the strings in his hand and did not take his words seriously. Ponytail had no choice but to look at Angor. He remembered that it was Angor who was staring at him. Angor chuckled. You said we're humans too. You mean you're one too? Ponytail nodded. Yes, I'm a human. You're one too, right? If Angor wasn't a human, Ponytail didn't have to keep staring at him. Yes, Angor admitted. Are you a wizard from the south? Ponytail didn't show too much friendliness after confirming Angor's identity. However, he relaxed his vigilance a lot. It was fate to meet someone of the same race in a strange world. Technically speaking, I'm not a wizard from the south. But my ancestor came from the south. After saying that, the ponytail man gently pinched a badge on his uniform. I come from Floating City, a blood hunter. Angor looked at the badge as well. It was a blood-stained scythe with the image of a howling werewolf in the background. Angor had no idea what the badge meant. But it sounded like it was the unique emblem of a blood hunter. Floating city? You mean the floating city in Barbarian World? Angor asked. Yes, Ponytail nodded and answered in a serious manner. From his tone, Angor could tell that he was also a serious and old-fashioned person. Angor thought to himself. As for the floating city, it was a stronghold city built by wizards from the south in the wildlands. He didn't know much about the floating city before. He only read about it in Planar Expedition log. But after spending more time with Red Sword Dorcas, he gained a better understanding of the place. It was basically the headquarters of the Bloodline Adepts. Most of the Bloodline sorcerers in the southern region would go to the Savage World to hunt and purify their bloodlines. In the past 100 years, the most famous incident in the floating city was the declaration in the wheat field. It was also the declaration of hatred between the Bloodborne Adepts and the Pure Blood Adepts. Speaking of which, the Ponytail Man called himself Blood Hunter. Was the so-called Blood Hunter referring to the hunting bloodline? Blood Hunter? Do you mean someone who hunts for bloodlines? Angor asked Ponytail, as he always did not want to know anything. The Ponytail Man was silent for a moment. Something like that, but what we hunt is not the bloodline of monsters, but the bloodline of sinners. The bloodline of sinners? What did that mean? Angor wanted to ask more questions, but judging from Ponytail's attitude, he did not want to talk about it. So, you're a descendant of a wizard from the south, and you were born in the wildlands? Ranwen the Ponytail Man nodded. Yes. Angor chuckled. So you're a wizard from the south. Nice to meet you. I'm also a wizard from the south. My name is Angor. Angor? The Ponytail Man frowned. That name sounded familiar. The Ponytail Man tried to recall, but he could not remember where he heard the name before. If he could not remember, he probably heard it from some random passers-by. He did not know who Angor was, but he was sure this was not the name of a sinner he hunted. Since that was the case, there was no need to worry about it. Ponytail, my name is Rice God. Rice God? What kind of name is that? While Angor was wondering, the Ponytail Man suddenly turned around and looked at the muscular man from the Air Clan. The muscular man was waving at Angor and pointing at the front. Rice God thought of something and gave Angor a cold look. I'm glad to see one of my kind here. I don't know how you got into the mirror domain, but it's very dangerous here. I have something to do now, so I can't talk to you anymore. But you should be going to the party later, right? If you need my help, you can contact me through this badge. After the Rice God said these words quickly, he took off his leather gloves and gently tapped the Blood Hunter badge with his slender white fingers. Blood-red light gushed out of the badge, but it was quickly restrained by Rice God and turned into a red badge. It looked exactly the same as the old badge, but it looked more illusory, like an illusion. He handed the illusory badge to Angor and said, "Break it, and you can contact me. We're both humans, so, take care." After that, the Rice God didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked quickly toward the Air-Sea clan. When the Rice God met up with the Air-Sea clan, they sped up and sped forward at top speed. Among the people in front of them, a man in a black robe seemed to have sensed something. He lowered his body and turned into a puddle of dark water, which melted into the shadows and disappeared. Angor didn't see the man in the black robe, but he sensed that Rice God was chasing after someone. In the spacious corridor that looked like a river, Rice God and the muscular man from the Air Clan were both running in the same direction. Was there someone they were chasing in that direction? Blood Hunter, hunt sinners? Angor muttered to himself, don't tell me he's going after sinners? But what was a sinner in Rice God's eyes? Angor didn't expect someone to answer his question. However, Laplace, who had been quiet all this time, answered, blood hunters are born in the wildlands. You can think of them as a cult formed by some humans in the wildlands. The sinners they're talking about are those who work with the wild gods of the wildlands in order to gain power. They're what you call traitors. Of course, they're not the only traitors. They also hunt down half-bloods. Half-bloods were the hybrids of barbarians and humans. Barbarians looked almost the same as humans. Some wizards did some research on them and found that their ancestral roots had nothing to do with humans. Instead, they were closer to some monsters in the void. Strangely, barbarians and humans were not separated from each other in terms of reproduction. This was the main reason why the Wildlands had been eyeing the southern wizardry region for a long time. Balba, who Angor knew, was a hybrid between a barbarian and a human. Because of Balba, Angor didn't hate half-bloods too much. Besides, there were quite a few half-bloods in the wizardry world. The Supreme Cult kept saying that they would take back half-bloods, but they didn't do much about it. In other words, the Supreme Cult actually allowed some half-bloods to exist in the wizardry world. Even the wizards in the southern wizardry region didn't try to exterminate half-bloods. So why would the blood hunters from the Wildlands hunt down half-bloods? Laplace shook his head. I don't know. And I don't understand why they're targeting half-bloods. Maybe they think half-bloods are easier to be controlled by the gods? But there are two types of blood hunters, extremists and conservatives. The extremists hunt half-bloods, while the conservatives don't. That rice god you saw was one of the conservatives. What's the difference between conservative and extreme? Angor wondered. Laplace pointed at the badge in Angor's hand. Usually, the extremists won't keep this thing. Or rather, the extremists won't wear it at all. The extremists would do anything to achieve their goals. They would not wear badges with great fanfare and tell others that they were blood hunters, nor would they wear the uniforms of blood hunters. Instead, they were like dormant vipers. As long as they found their prey, they would approach them secretly and launch a sneak attack when they were unprepared. The conservatives, on the other hand, were more old-fashioned and followed their own set of rules. Similar to the rules of a knight, they would remember what to do and what not to do. They would wear uniforms and badges to show who they were. Of course, they wouldn't stick to the rules until they died. They would also hide their identities according to the current situation, but they would still act according to the rules. Compared to the extremists, the conservatives were more flexible and righteous. Leaving his badge to Angor on their first meeting. So he's a good guy? Luigi muttered. Laplace glanced at Luigi. It's not appropriate to judge a good guy by his faction. There might be hot-tempered gentlemen in the extremists, but there were also gentle brutes in the conservatives. Either way, the conservatives had a better reputation than the extremists. Do you think this rice god means Angor harm? Luigi asked. Laplace did not answer the question directly. I think Angor knows better than I do. Even if Angor didn't say it out loud, Laplace already knew that Angor could sense emotions. So far, he doesn't mean any harm to me. But I can't tell if he's a good guy or a bad guy. Speaking of which, his name is really hard to pronounce. In the common tongue of the continent, both rice and god were long words with complicated syllables. Together, they sounded like a long tongue twister. I don't think it's his real name. Blood hunters usually use code names. Maybe it's his code name. But I remember there was a wild god called Rice God in the Wildland world. Laplace didn't think too much about it. She could sense that this rice god didn't have any divine power, which meant he never met a wild god before. Therefore, it might really just be a coincidence. Angor muttered the name Rice God and made a mental note to remember the name. Next, Angor continued to study the badge in his hand. It didn't take him long to confirm that the badge was an illusion. However, it didn't create an illusion out of thin air. It had a medium, a drop of diluted blood. The shape of the badge wasn't important. What was important was the drop of blood. By destroying the internal structure of the blood, Angor could connect to a similar structure in the distance. The rice god said, "Crush the badge and you will be able to contact it." He probably relied on this internal structure to sense it. Now that he knew how the badge worked, he didn't bother to study it further and put it away. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at a large crystal cavern. Pink, yellow, and green crystals filled the cavern. Combined with the light from above, the cavern looked dreamy. However, there weren't many people who could appreciate such a dreamy scene. At least, the stalls here didn't care about the dreamy light at all. They just kept looking at the people coming and going, looking for potential customers. The cavern, which was even bigger than the city square, was filled with stalls set up by people from the mirror world. However, this wasn't the main stop of the gathering. It was only a small appetizer. "This is a free trade zone," Luigi said. There are more than 10 such zones, all of which are around the main stop of the gathering. As a whole, the people who set up stalls here are not very powerful. However, there are also some powerful individuals who didn't receive an invitation but want to sell something. In other words, there was a high chance of finding something good here. You mean we can set up stalls here too? Angor held his chin. Of course you can. But if you want to promote the logging device, you don't have to set up a stall here. Just leave the marketing of the logins to Glipner. If you want to sell something else, you can set up a stall here. You have something to sell? Angor considered and shook his head. Nope. Luigi's eyes lit up. Then why don't you come with me and see if I can find a suitable music score? Angor didn't know what to say. Luigi said, there are a lot of good things here. Maybe you can find something you like here. Even if there's someone I like, I don't have any crystals. Angor stared at Luigi. Luigi took a step back and waved a hand. I don't have many crystals left. I only have enough to buy music scores. If you want crystals, you'll have enough after the logging device is promoted. Or you can just sell something and you'll get some. Oh right, I saw a stall selling musical instruments. Maybe they have music scores too. I'll go check it out. With that, Luigi quickly turned around and left. Luigi quickly ran away while Angor looked at Laplace. His eyes asked, are we going to stay here? Laplace considered and said, there's nothing to see on the first day of the gathering apart from the display booths. The booths won't be opened until all the races are here. In other words, even if there were shops near the gathering, they could still use the booths to buy things. The booths might not be as lively as this place. Let's look around first. Also, wait for Gleipnir. Since Laplace said so, Angor nodded. He was also curious about the products of different races. This place was also called a stall, but it wasn't the same as a normal stall. The most common type of stall was mirrors. Mirrors were erected everywhere, which acted as doors that led to the stalls behind them. On the surface of the mirror, a portion of the interior scene or the appearance of the main product would be displayed to attract customers. Other than the group of mirrors, there were also some who held a sign and stood at the side with a large box behind them. The sign listed the goods they were selling, and they could talk if needed. Of course, there were also stalls that displayed their goods on the ground. But generally speaking, there were very few of them. Most importantly, there was no guarantee of safety. For a stall like this, either the goods weren't valuable enough to be placed on the ground without worrying about losing them, or the seller was so powerful that they didn't fear anyone approaching them. Apart from the stalls mentioned above, there were also crystal shell stalls specially provided by the Crystal Eye race. They rented crystal shells and then unfolded them to form small crystal houses. They used the houses as temporary shops. Of course, these crystal shell stalls didn't only serve as stalls. They also came with their own safety barriers that could protect the seller and his goods as much as possible. In addition, the crystal shell stalls would be surrounded by colorful lights. From afar, these lights didn't seem to have any other purpose apart from being pretty and eye-catching. However, when passers-by got close, the lights would form all kinds of strange illusions. For example, right in front of Angor was a pure white crystal house with a round roof. As soon as Angor and Laplace approached the house, they saw the illusion of a rock creature formed by the light yellow lights. The black rock creature was shouting at passers-by, "Gemstones! Gemstones! Gemstones! Starlight gemstones! Mirror gemstones! Cheap! It's cheap and not expensive, and you even get free gems when you buy gems." Whenever someone approached, he would repeat his words. The details, movements, and voice were all the same. Without a doubt, this was a preset illusion. As for the purpose of advertising, using illusions to advertise and attract customers didn't sound like much. However, the fact that the Crystal Eye race came up with such an idea and made it so that anyone who wanted to rent a crystal shell could use it was impressive. That's the glory race. But the mirror creatures prefer to call them saboteurs. Laplace noticed that Angor was staring at the rock creature, so he quickly explained the creature's race. He wasn't curious about the creature's background at all. He was only interested in the illusionary advertisement. What do you mean by saboteur? Angor couldn't help but ask again, saboteur? The gems sold by the Xianxia clan are actually found by excavating the mirror space through their sensing talent. Their excavation will cause irreversible damage to the mirror space. Often, the mirror space that they excavate will turn into mirror light and dissipate soon after. Therefore, they are also known as destroyers. The so-called destruction referred to the destruction of the mirror space. However, they're basically destroying empty mirror spaces. In addition, there are too many mirror spaces in the mirror domain every day. Their actions aren't considered excessive. It was just that the name sounded a little unpleasant, but in fact, the reputation of the Xianxia clan was much better than that of the Paluxiu clan and the Longhua clan. Rumor has it that the Xianxia clan and the Ursi clan don't get along well. The Xianxia clan's talent was destroying mirror spaces, while the Ursi clan's talent was fixing and stabilizing them. Their talents were indeed contradictory. However, Angor wasn't sure if they really hated each other. Want to take a look? Laplace pointed at the gem hut owned by the Xianxia clan. Angor considered and nodded. Gems were very common materials in the southern wizarding region. They could be used in almost any field, including alchemy. Angor had quite a few gems in his bracelet. He also wanted to see how different the gems produced in the mirror domain were from the outside world. Angor and Laplace entered the gem hut. 3 minutes later, they came out in silence. It wasn't that the gems weren't good. Most of them were just ordinary gems that could be used to set up runes or some simple potions. The ones that contained supernatural power were all condensed energy, so Angor couldn't use them. After a quick glance, he decided to leave. After leaving the gem hut, Angor chatted with Laplace while strolling around the area. He saw a lot of interesting things along the way. Most of them were powered by convergent energy, but there were still a few that caught his attention. For example, he saw a mirrored space that was filled with plants. It was like walking into a small rainforest. These plants didn't need soil. They only needed to absorb a small amount of condensed energy to grow quickly. This rainforest shop sold everything from ordinary flower seeds and tree seeds to magical plant seeds. Angor wasn't interested in the magical plant seeds. He wanted to use them to decorate his heart space. There was no soil in his heart space. There was only one beast blood tree, and it was a special cultivation soil. The cultivation soil couldn't cover the entire space. It could only be used in a small area, so other plants couldn't grow here. However, these plants that could grow by absorbing condensed energy without soil were perfect for his heart space. However, although he was tempted, it wasn't to the point where he had to buy it. More importantly, he didn't have any crystals on him. Angor noted down the location of the shop. If he had extra crystals, he could buy some seeds. Devouring stars, sign in and become a god. Apart from this shop, Angor also noted several other shops that he was interested in but didn't need to buy for now. When they came out of another mirror space, Laplace suddenly looked at something not far away. Angor followed Laplace's gaze and saw a familiar figure on the other side of the street. It was Luigi. Luigi was standing in front of a stall and talking to a man in a black robe. Angor couldn't hear what Luigi was talking about, but he remembered that Luigi went to a shop that sold music sheets. Was this man in a black robe selling music sheets? He considered for a moment and decided to head to Luigi's direction. Before Angor and Laplace could get close, Luigi sensed their presence and looked at them. "Hey, why are you here?" Luigi suddenly stopped and gave Angor a suspicious look. You're not here to borrow money from me, are you?" I can only lend you 10 crystals at most. I don't have any more." Luigi was going to say I don't have any money, but when he saw Laplace's cold glare, he changed his mind. Angor wasn't planning to borrow money anyway. But seeing Luigi's stingy look, he raised an eyebrow. 10 crystals will do. It's better than nothing. Seeing that Angor really wanted to borrow money, Luigi pouted and handed Angor a small pouch. The small bag was quite bulging, and there were clinking sounds inside. There should be more than 10 condensed crystals. 100 crystals for now, Luigi mumbled. No more. I really don't have any more. Angor accepted the pouch. He didn't really want to use it. He just wanted to see Luigi's reaction. Still, Angor knew that Luigi wasn't stingy. He just didn't know the price of the music score, which was why he acted so stingy. He took the bag and was about to ask Louis about the music score, but before he could say anything, he heard a low voice from the side. "Are you a human? If you lack condensed crystals, the things I sell can also accept magic crystals." It was the black-robed man. Before Angor arrived, Luigi was already talking to the black-robed man. The man's entire body was covered by the black robe, so Angor couldn't see his face or sense his aura. This kind of outfit was quite common in gatherings. Not everyone liked to be exposed. As for the black-robed man's stall, it was a real street stall. There was an unknown piece of fur on the ground, on which there were some strange trinkets. Angor glanced at them and found that they were all ordinary items. The only thing special about them was that they all carried the aura of the material world. In other words, they weren't local products of the mirror realm. Ancient Tooth Fairy sold a lot of such items. Most of the items sold by Ancient Tooth Fairy had supernatural properties. However, this black-robed man was selling ordinary items, including a gray harp. Perhaps this was what attracted Luigi to come here. There were also some more ordinary items, such as yuhua stones and pebbles. Even if they were real items, they wouldn't attract the attention of the mirror creatures. Maybe it was because the items were too ordinary that this man dared to set up a street stall like this. Angor looked at the black-robed man. "If I'm a human, do you think I'll spend magic crystals on these things? In the southern wizarding region, even gold coins would be a great loss, let alone magic crystals." The black-robed man gave Angor a thoughtful look. "Since I said magic crystals, I have something that matches the price. I just didn't put them on display." "For example?" The black-robed man pointed at a gold-rimmed mirror not far away. "If you want to see more, we can go inside and talk." Angor looked at the mirror and saw a familiar symbol carved on it. Pippi Castle? Angor saw this symbol when he went to the inner city of Pippi Castle. It meant that the owner of this mirror was a Pippi. "Yes, it's Pippi's shop. But I'm working with Mr. Pippi and rented a small area to store my goods. Do you want to go inside?" Angor didn't answer right away. "If you already rented the goods area, why did you set up a stall outside?" The black-robed man didn't respond. Luigi, who was at the side, said, "I know about that. I've asked just now. That Pippi's shop has a bad reputation. People went inside half a day ago, but they all came out cursing and swearing. Now, it's been 2 hours since anyone came in." In other words, even if the black-robed man rented a small area to store his goods, he couldn't sell them if no one went inside. So he had to set up a stall outside to sell his goods and attract customers. Luigi looked at the black-robed man. "You don't know about Pippi's reputation?" The black-robed man chuckled bitterly. "So what? I don't have enough crystals anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rented a corner of Pippi's shop." Luigi shrugged and didn't say anything else. Angor raised an eyebrow. Judging from the black-robed man's emotions, he was sure that the man's bitter smile was just an act. Of course, it didn't mean that the man was lying, but it was very likely. "Do you want to have a look?" The black-robed man looked at Angor again. Angor sensed the urgency in the man's voice. Did he really want to do business with Angor? But why? Luigi spoke first. "I'm going anyway. He said he has a nice church music score. I want to check it out." Angor chuckled. "Let's go together then." Angor didn't know what the black-robed man wanted. But he had nothing to fear with Laplace around. The black-robed man sighed in relief after hearing Angor's answer. With a wave of his hand, the stall was put away. Everything was put away under his robe. Next, the black-robed man gestured for everyone to enter. "This way, please." Angor was the last one to enter the mirror space. As soon as he entered, he heard someone yelling, "Run. You can't stop until I tell you to. Or I'll throw you into a pot and cook you." Squeak. The frightened voice was accompanied by running noises. He looked up and saw that the mirror space was filled with machines and gears. A short, green-skinned Pippi was standing on top of a glass cabinet with a small whip in his hand. He was pointing at a hamster and a roller and cursing loudly. The fat hamster was running as fast as it could inside the roller. As it ran, the gears connected to the roller began to turn slowly. There were at least dozens of interlocking chains and hundreds of gears on the wall. The hamster was truly carrying a heavy load. While Angor was observing the hamster, Pippi also saw the visitors coming into the shop. He quickly put on a perverted smile and tried to greet them. But when he saw Angor and the others coming in with the black-robed man, Pippi's expression changed. "Your guest?" Palucci furrowed his bald eyebrows and asked. The black-robed man nodded. Palucci rolled his eyes and turned his head to continue threatening the pitiful hamster with his whip. The black-robed man looked at Angor again. "Don't mind him. This way, please." The black-robed man pointed at a small compartment covered by a curtain. "My treasures are all in there." Angor entered the small room and noticed that Luigi did not follow him. He turned around and saw Luigi staring at the little hamster that was being tortured by Palucci. His eyes were filled with scrutiny. When Angor called him, Luigi finally gave up and followed him inside. "You're interested in the hamster?" Angor asked casually. Luigi rubbed his chin. "Not really. But I feel like Palucci and a hamster are a bit strange." "Strange? Strange? It's not strange for hamsters to show up anywhere, right?" Angor wondered. "Strange." Luigi shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I just feel like I've heard someone talking about them before." Luigi thought for a moment and gave up after confirming that he could not remember anything. "Forget it. I can't remember. Luigi, I think I just overheard it when other people were talking. My memories are too complicated. I don't want to go through them." "Alright. Let's take a look at his stuff." Luigi looked at the treasure the black-robed man was referring to. The small room was very cramped. The walls on both sides were almost pressing against each other. Combined with the rotating gears outside, the room looked even more narrow. Although the cubicle was small, it wasn't too crowded with the four of them. The reason was simple. There was nothing in the room other than a wooden frame. 5 black wooden boxes were placed on top of the wooden frame. "These are the treasures you mentioned?" Luigi frowned. "So few?" "Haha." The black-robed man chuckled. "There are only 5 boxes, but there are plenty of things inside." "Alright. You can ask me what you want first. I'll get it for you." The black-robed man looked at Angor. Clearly, he was talking to Angor. Pausing for a moment, the black-robed man looked at Luigi and said, "Just now, you said that you want a religious music score, right? I have a few here. I can show you." "Alright." The black-robed man picked up one of the boxes and opened it. There was a thick layer of blood-red mist inside. He reached his hand into the mist and murmured music scores while stirring the contents of the box. After a while, he took out 2 pieces of parchment paper from the box. After taking out the parchment, he wiped it lightly, and 3/4 of the parchment was covered by the blood-red mist. Only a small part in the middle was clearly visible. This was obviously a precautionary measure. After all, music scores could be completely memorized. If he didn't do something to cover it up, it would be a waste to give it to Luigi. Luigi took the sheet of music and nodded at Angor. Then, he walked to the side and began reading. The black-robed man looked at Angor. "Where is this guest? What kind of things do you want? You can tell me." "You don't have a catalog?" The black-robed man, "Yes, but the catalog doesn't record everything. There are many things that I didn't record in the catalog." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, his voice clearly became lower, and his tone was ambiguous and seductive. He seemed to be hinting to Angor that he had a lot of good stuff, and even illegal stuff. Of course, Angor knew what the black-robed man was implying. He wasn't interested in good stuff. Instead, he was curious why the black-robed man wanted to sell him something. It seemed the man couldn't wait to sell something to him. There must be something he wanted. What did the black-robed man want? Angor didn't ask right away. He smiled and said, "I don't really want anything. But since I'm already here, I might as well take a look at the catalog." The black-robed man didn't say anything. He nodded and pointed at the 5 boxes on the shelf. These 5 boxes contain knowledge, materials, instruments, miscellaneous items, and oddities. Knowledge, needless to say. The music score the black-robed man took out from the box that represented knowledge. It was an intangible item, but its value was probably the heaviest of the 5 boxes. As for materials and instruments, they contained the same things as their names. Miscellaneous items were difficult to categorize. As for oddities, the black-robed man didn't explain too much. He only spoke to Angor in a mysterious tone, "These are all good stuff you can't find outside. Which one do you want to see, sir?" Angor didn't choose right away. Instead, he glanced at Laplace. He wanted to see if Laplace was interested in these items. If Laplace was interested, he would let Laplace choose first. Laplace considered and pointed at the instruments box. "I want to see this one." "Instruments? Instruments?" Angor was a little surprised. He already guessed which box Laplace would look at, and the instruments box was the lowest one. If Laplace wanted to buy any tools or weapons, he could just ask Angor to craft them for him. Angor promised that he could customize them for him, or even for free. Maybe Laplace didn't trust his crafting skills, but that couldn't be right. After seeing the unbreakable heart mirror and the recorder, Laplace shouldn't doubt him, right? Or was Laplace hinting at Angor by choosing instruments? Did he want Angor to ask about his needs? While Angor was trying to figure it out, Laplace seemed to have noticed Angor's thoughts. "I don't need anything. But since I'm already here, I might as well take a look. As for why I chose instruments, I just thought that compared to the other boxes, this is the last one you want to see." Instruments? Angor was an alchemist, after all. He could make whatever he wanted. In Laplace's opinion, the instruments box was the last one Angor would choose. Since Angor didn't want to choose, she would just take it to kill time. Is that so? Angor wondered in his mind. He didn't ask Laplace about it. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man. "Give her the catalog of the instruments box. As for me, I'll look at the other boxes." "All right." The black-robed man didn't say anything. He turned around and tapped on each box. A long list of contents quickly appeared on the lid of each box. The instruments list was given to Laplace, while the other lists were given to Angor. The first thing Angor checked was the knowledge list. He quickly read through it. Half a minute later, Angor returned the list to the black-robed man. "Not satisfied, sir? I have other related knowledge here. Some of them are taboo." Angor shook his head. "No need. No." The black-robed man opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It wasn't that the knowledge on the list didn't appeal to him. It was just that many of them were too unorthodox and ridiculous. For example, the title, "The Transformation of Converged Energy Using the Bloodline of Maids in the Mirror," already confused Angor, and the subtitle "Guessing" was even more confusing. What the hell? Guessing knowledge can be sold as a research project. There were also some ways to use converged energy, but none of them were useful to Angor. Of course, not all of them were useless. There were bloodline power manipulation, magic tree text, incomplete, runes and bloodlines. All of them were useful to Angor. Among them, magic tree text, incomplete, attracted Angor's attention the most. Wizardry was a special subject similar to the study of runes. There were many subjects in this subject, including magic tree, super wizardry, wizardry technology, wizardry model literature, and so on. Wizardry was a very broad subject. It was considered a secret subject in the southern region, and few people knew about it. However, it was very popular in the northern region. Angor didn't know much about wizardry, so he was quite interested in magic tree text. However, he gave up in the end because he knew he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. He still had a lot of knowledge waiting to be settled. If he tried to learn a new subject, he might not be able to achieve anything. Instead, he might waste his time. More importantly, Angor knew something about magic tree. It was related to internal cycle cultivation of magic plants. What was internal cycle? To put it simply, by cultivating a magic plant inside one's body, one could not only accelerate the growth of the plant, but also gain some talent through the plant. Angor was curious about this technique, and he even wanted to learn it. However, it was incomplete knowledge. If he couldn't learn it completely, he might even ruin his own internal cycle. So, Angor gave up. After returning the list to the black-robed man, Angor checked the list of materials. There were a lot of materials, but none of them were special. There were also some materials he didn't recognize, but judging from the description, there were plenty of inferior or even superior materials that could be used as substitutes. There was no need to buy them. Angor only checked the list for about 5 minutes before returning it to the black-robed man. There was nothing he wanted in the list of materials or knowledge, but he did find something interesting. Although there were many different types of knowledge and materials in these two lists, the words that appeared the most frequently in both lists were the same. Bloodline. The black-robed man seemed to know a lot about bloodlines. Was he a bloodline wizard? If he was a bloodline sorcerer, then he was a human. It was because he was a human sorcerer that he said, "You can even pay with magic crystals?" Angor wasn't sure if his guess was correct. But if it was, it would be too much of a coincidence. The two humans he met after coming to Crystal City were both bloodline wizards. Yes, the ponytail man who called himself Rice God was also a bloodline wizard. Rice God hid his bloodline at first, but when he gave Angor the badge, the bloodline ripple was too obvious. It was pure and powerful. Either he was a bloodline wizard or a pure-blood wizard. As for the black-robed man, Angor didn't sense any energy ripple yet, so he couldn't tell. Angor put his thoughts aside and picked up the remaining two lists, miscellaneous items and oddities. Angor checked the list and found that there were many things that couldn't be categorized. Among them, there were two main categories, semi-finished products and unidentified unknown items. The semi-finished products were similar to alchemy items and didn't have much value to Angor. However, he was quite interested in the unknown objects that could not be identified. Unknown items were like a blind box. No one could tell whether they were good or bad. Of course, Angor wasn't interested because he wanted to gamble. It was because he had help. Whether it was Laplace or the elders in the Dream Wasteland, they might be able to recognize something good and give it to him. However, the list only provided general information about the unknown items. Angor needed to see the real thing first. So he decided to put the list aside for now. The black-robed man saw that Angor didn't return the list and felt a bit happy. Angor returned all the previous lists and expressed that he wasn't interested, which made the black-robed man wonder if the items he sold were too cheap. Now that Angor left the list behind, the black-robed man sighed in relief. As long as Angor wanted something, he could negotiate with him. On the other hand, Angor picked up the last item list. Previously, when the black-robed man mentioned the list of strange items, although his words were vague, his mood contained confidence, as if he was very sure of the items on the list of strange items. Angor was curious too. What was this wondrous item that gave the black-robed man so much confidence? Puzzled, he checked the list again. It was the shortest one among all the items he had seen. The list was about the size of an ordinary page. There were only 4 pieces of information on it. Angor was stunned when he read the first one. Unknown smooth arm. Mystery. Mystery item? Mystery item? The oddities list was about mystery items? The black-robed man was selling mystery items? Angor couldn't help but look at the black-robed man in surprise. It wasn't the first time he saw a mystery item for sale, but he always thought that mystery items would only appear in big auctions or high-end gatherings. He didn't think they would be sold in a small shop like this. Angor's surprise also attracted Laplace's attention. She looked at Angor and asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing." Angor didn't say anything. He pointed at the first piece of information. Laplace frowned after taking a look. "This place sells mystery items?" he asked. "Angor?" "Angor, I'm curious too." "Angor." They looked at the black-robed man, who remained silent for a moment. "You misunderstood. I don't have any mystery items for sale. What I'm selling is information on the mysterious objects, including the locations where they are suspected to appear." Angor. "I have information on 2 mystery items. Other than the unknown smooth arm, there is another one." Angor picked up the list and saw that the next item was also a mystery item. Angor was familiar with it. It was growth ray. The sorcerers of the southern region might not know about the growth ray, but in the origin world, this mysterious object. No, rather than calling it a mysterious object, it was more like a mysterious phenomenon. Those who were exposed to the growth ray would have random organs growing inside their bodies. According to the rumors, Gluzd Ward rose to power because of the growth ray, and it was said that he grew a supernatural organ. Because of this, many people sought after the growth ray like a flock of ducks. However, not everyone was as lucky as Gluzd Ward. Many of them died because of the growth ray, including famous legendary wizards. The growth ray was definitely not a lucky wheel. Angor knew about the growth ray because Quolo recorded it in his notebook. Quolo even pointed out the exact location of the growth ray, which would appear above Glazed Night Island from time to time. Angor was sure that the growth ray hadn't been found by anyone, so the black-robed man clearly stated that he was selling information about mystery items. Angor believed it. The information about mystery items sounded tempting, but it wasn't really that important. No one knew if the mystery item was out of order, or if it would lead to irreversible consequences. Moreover, information like the growth ray was not a secret in the origin world. Angor sighed in disappointment. If it was just information, then it was pointless. Angor shook his head and kept reading. Here's the latest update of Super Dimensional Warlock by Hurting Fox God. Make sure to keep your bookmark properly so that you can check it again next time. Section 3179. Catalog is free. There were 4 items on the list. The first and second were about the unknown smooth arm and the growth ray. Let's skip them for now. The third one was about the spiral fruit. It was a kind of fruit whose name was shown on the list. It looked like an apple with a pointed bottom, but its skin was covered with spiral patterns. Angor had never seen this kind of fruit before, but he had heard of the name sharp fruit before. Sharp fruit was a common name, but it had a great background. If it was the source of the fruit, it might have something to do with a god. The sharp fruit came from the Drauna Plain, where a very rare humanoid race called the Sharp People lived. The top of their skulls was shaped like a cone, hence their name. The Sharp People's civilization was still in the primitive tribal stage. Each tribe had its own god, and most of them were beast-shaped deities, which were called beast gods or outer gods by wizards. The so-called sharp fruit was the fruit of the Sharp People's holy tree. It was said that the holy tree was a gift from the gods, which was why different Sharp People tribes had different holy trees. Of course, the sharp fruit of different holy trees would be different. The only thing that was the same was that eating it would grant one incredible power. So, if the spiral fruit on the list really came from the Drauna Plain, it should have some special effects as well. But even if it did, he wouldn't eat it for real. After all, the holy tree came from an outer god. Who knew if the fruit was hidden by an outer god? Angor wouldn't eat it, but he was still curious about the sharp fruit. Can I see the sharp fruit first? Angor looked at the man in the black robe. He only read about the sharp fruit in books, but he never saw it with his own eyes. If the man in the black robe agreed, it would be a great opportunity for him to take a look. The black-robed man said, "If you want to see it, that's not a problem. But are you only interested in the sharp fruit? Are you not interested in the clues about mystery items?" The man in the black robe looked at Angor. His face was covered by the shadow, but Angor could still feel the man's gaze. Just because there are clues doesn't mean I can find it. What's more, some of the clues are common. Moreover, mystery items are not common alchemy tools. Any carelessness could lead to unknown dangers. I don't think it's worth risking your life to find a mystery item. Angor spoke in a meaningful tone. The black-robed man remained silent for a moment. I guess I overestimated myself. The black-robed man stepped forward and gently raised his hand to wipe the list of strange objects. The first 2 rows of items on the list slowly disappeared. After the 2 rows of words disappeared, new characters slowly appeared on the paper. The aura of the sea cave. Is this a clue to the mystery item too? Angor muttered the new entry and looked at the black-robed man in confusion. The black-robed man shook his head. No, this is not a clue. It is a secret treasure that I possess. Secret treasure. A day ago, he thought the word treasure was just a generic description. But now, he realized that the word treasure was actually a semi-mystery item. The black-robed man erased the 2 useless clues from before and replaced them with a secret treasure that he owned. A secret treasure? You want to sell that too? Angor did not know what kind of treasure the aura of the sea cave was, but it did not stop him from being curious. He could make secret treasures himself, but he knew that the ones he made were strengthened by the Mad Hat, which limited their power. There was basically no chance for them to go any further. However, natural treasures might be able to go further. For example, Xiaoka's haunted house. Angor had a feeling that Xiaoka's haunted house was hiding some secrets. Once he unraveled those secrets, he might be able to go further. It was even possible for it to become a true mystery item. Even if Angor could make secret treasures, he was still interested in other treasures. The black-robed man shook his head. No. I can rent it, but I'm not selling it. A secret treasure that could be rented had to be a support-type one. Just like Xiaoka's haunted house, its ability to change time was a kind of supplementary effect. What's its effect? Angor asked. The black-robed man did not answer. Instead, he gestured for Angor to check the list. Angor looked down and saw a new line of words appearing behind Aura of the Sea Cave, which explained the effect of the treasure in detail. Angor was a little disappointed after reading the description. The treasure was good, but it did not suit him. The effect of the Ocean Cave's aura was that when one's body contained many different bloodlines, the Ocean Cave's aura could increase the chances of the bloodlines reaching a relative balance. The more bloodlines one had, the more special they were, and the lower the chance of achieving balance. Generally speaking, the success rate of balancing two ordinary bloodlines was close to 100%. However, if two special bloodlines were involved, the success rate would only be about 60% to 70%. If there were more than 3 bloodlines, the chances of achieving balance would be lower and lower. The effect of the treasure did not seem like much, but it was actually quite valuable. If it was exposed, wizards might even be willing to trade real mystery items for it. This treasure could be considered a divine artifact of the Alteration branch. There were 3 main branches of the Bloodline branch: Bloodline, Pure Blood, and Alteration. The Alteration branch abandoned the pursuit of purity of bloodlines and focused on supernatural organs instead. They focused on allowing multiple bloodlines to exist in one's body at the same time. Once multiple bloodlines reached a balance in a wizard's body, the altered wizard would possess multiple supernatural abilities. This allowed the Modification branch to have a greater variety of abilities than Bloodline adepts and Pure Blood adepts. Of course, there were also disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage of the Alteration branch was that multiple bloodlines could easily cause conflicts in the body, which could lead to rejection. Once rejection occurred, the wearer would lose a bloodline at best, or suffer irreparable damage at worst. Therefore, the most important thing for the transformation lineage was to find a way to achieve a balance after the arrangement of various bloodlines. So far, they had only found about 1,000 ways to combine bloodlines. If the Alteration branch could get their hands on Aura of the Sea Cave, the number of combinations would increase by a lot. It would not achieve a qualitative change, but it would definitely help the Alteration branch to develop further. In other words, in the hands of a Bloodline Alteration wizard, this treasure would be as valuable as a real mystery item. Unfortunately, the treasure was useless to Angor. The only part of his body that could be modified was his skin. Apart from that, there were no other organs that could be modified. Besides, Angor did not plan to modify more organs. In fact, when he had enough time and learned a real shapeshifting spell, he might even change the part of his body that was a shapeshifter worm's skin back to his original one. When that happened, the Aura of the Sea Cave would be even more useless. The black-robed man heard Angor sigh and asked, "Are you not satisfied with the treasure, sir?" Angor shook his head. "It's very effective. Too bad I'm not an Alteration wizard." Angor paused and looked at the man. "Compared to the treasure, I prefer to see the sharp fruit." The man considered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. Please wait a moment, sir." The black-robed man walked to the box labeled Mystery Item and opened it. Inside the box was the familiar blood mist. The black-robed man reached into the box, and a fruit with spiral patterns appeared in his hand. He put the fruit on his palm and handed it to Angor. Angor did not take it. "Just put it aside. Don't give it to me. I'm just going to take a look." The man did not mind. He raised his hand and summoned a metal platform. The fruit was left on the pedestal for Angor to observe. The man did not mind Angor's observation. He did not think Angor could get anything from the fruit's exterior. However, when he saw the golden light around Angor's eyes, he was surprised. Narda's vision, alchemy's eye, which could reveal the truth of an item. Basically, only alchemists could use this kind of spell. Was this red-haired, golden-eyed guest an alchemist? The black-robed man suddenly remembered what the strange child girl said when she was choosing the item list. Compared to the other boxes, I don't think you'll want to look at the item box. The black-robed man did not understand what she meant. But after considering the fact that Angor was an alchemist, he began to understand. If this person was an alchemist, he would not care about the item because he could make it himself. Thinking of this, the black-robed man was not only surprised, but also delighted. Alchemist. The Dark Blood Church did not have any alchemists. Even if they did, they would not send someone like this to the dangerous mirror realm. Therefore, this person was definitely not here to kill him. And considering what the man said earlier, the black-robed man might be his only hope. The black-robed man felt a little excited. However, he quickly calmed himself down. Now was not the time to get too excited. He needed to know if this person was capable of doing so. Also, he would have to pay a price if he wanted Angor's help. The black-robed man was not afraid of paying a price. He was afraid that Angor would not ask for anything in return. So far, Angor did not show any desire to buy anything. Even the sharp fruit was more of an experiment than a purchase. The black-robed man felt a little uneasy. Maybe he had to wait for Angor's request. Angor did not know what the black-robed man was thinking. However, he did sense a great change in the man's mood. Angor did not pay much attention to it though. The black-robed man's mood fluctuated when he used Narda's vision. The black-robed man probably guessed that Angor was an alchemist. Alchemists were rare no matter where they were. It was normal for the black-robed man to feel something. Compared to the black-robed man's mood, Angor was more curious about the sharp fruit. There was nothing special about the fruit from its appearance. Blue skin, no fragrance, and circles of spiral patterns. It perfectly fit the description of a fruit that could reduce one's appetite. However, under Narda's vision, the fruit kept sending out messages like I'm an apple, I'm not an apple, I'm an apple, I'm not an apple. These contradictory messages made Angor feel like the server in his mind was about to crash. As for what was inside the fruit, Narda's vision could not see it. However, Angor could vaguely feel that the fruit contained an unknown energy he had never encountered before. Was this the source of the special ability granted by the fruit? Angor could not tell if the energy source was related to an outer god or not. The energy of a god usually contained some kind of divinity, but the fruit did not contain such divinity. Maybe the fruit was not created by an outer god. Even so, Angor did not intend to taste it. After gathering enough information, Angor put away Narda's vision and looked at the black-robed man. He was going to say that he was done with his research and could take it away. But on second thought, he did not think it was a good idea. After all, the fruit was someone else's product, not his experiment. Angor cleared his throat. I heard someone talking about the sharp fruit. They said it came from the Sharp Men tribe in Drauna Plain. The sharp fruits of different tribes have different effects. I wonder what the effect of this sharp fruit is. The man shook his head. I found it by accident. I did a lot of research, but I couldn't find anything similar. So, I don't know what it does. Angor did not plan to buy the fruit in the first place. Now that the man mentioned that he did not know the effect of the fruit, he decided to decline. But before he could say anything, Laplace suddenly said, "This is a sharp fruit cultivated by an orc prophet." Both Angor and the black-robed man looked at Laplace in surprise. You know it? Angor was confused. Laplace nodded. I've seen something similar. This should be the fruit cultivated by the orc prophet of the orc tribe. The orc tribe is a medium-sized tribe in Drauna Plain. They're good at taming beasts. The ability of their beasts is related to this fruit. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. Sir, you mean this fruit can grant someone the ability to tame a beast? If that was the case, it would be a great boon even for him. Laplace shook his head. No. This fruit is not for humans. It's for beasts. Its effect is to give beasts that can't speak the ability to speak. Angor and the black-robed man did not know what to say. This ability was really useless. Even if a supernatural monster could not speak, it could still use spirit energy to send messages. Monsters that could not speak usually lacked intelligence. What was the point of letting them speak? The fruit only allowed beasts to speak. It did not grant them intelligence. Therefore, this sharp fruit was the worst of the worst. The black-robed man looked at Angor. Do you want to see something else, sir? Angor did not even need to decline this time. The black-robed man knew that the fruit was too worthless to satisfy Angor's interest. Angor was right. He could give the fruit to Toby, but he did not think it was necessary. Even if Toby did not speak, Angor would know what Toby meant. Compared to Toby, Spotted Puppy was a better choice. However, it wasn't that the Dalmatian couldn't speak. It just didn't want to speak in front of him. Wasn't it communicating well with Woof Woof? Angor did not care about the fruit. Instead, he looked at the last item on the list. It was Granny Coco's secret ritual box. Chapter error report Granny Coco's box, Granny Coco's box. Angor muttered. Granny Coco. Why does it sound so familiar? Angor ignored the déjà vu and kept reading. According to the description, the box was neither a treasure nor a clue to a mystery item. It was an extremely rare item. A gourmet item. In other words, it was a gourmet tool. Inside the box, there was a very wonderful ritual called Sweet Wind, Honey Fire, Sugar Spreading Life. When the user activated the ritual, they would cast a food-creating spell to enhance the effect of the food they ate. The so-called food-creating spells were spells such as mana bread, milk brewing, and others that could create food out of thin air. To put it simply, the box could turn unpalatable food into tasty food into even better food, and buff food would also become more effective. In short, it was a useful item for gourmet wizards. However, for adepts of other elements, this tool was rather useless. The black-robed man seemed to know that the item was useless. He waited for Angor to finish reading. The items on the list are only a part of it. There are more that I can't put on the list. If you have any special needs, please feel free to tell me. Maybe I have something you need. The black-robed man waited for Angor's reply, but Angor did not say anything for a long time. He looked up and saw Angor still staring at the picture of the box as if he was thinking about something. The black-robed man was surprised. Was this guy not only an alchemist but also a rare gourmet wizard? Why else would he keep looking at the box? However, the black-robed man was wrong. Angor was not looking at the box. Instead, he was looking at the name of the box, Granny Coco. When he first saw the name, he already felt that it looked familiar. He just didn't think too much about it. When he realized that the box was actually a gourmet item, some memories hidden deep inside his memory box surfaced in his mind. Angor read many records about the Origin World in Quolo's Chronicles. He also learned a lot about the Origin World from Frost and the Watcher. Therefore, he had some knowledge about the organizations in the Origin World. As far as he knew, there was a supernova organization in the Origin World called Milk Spring Village. This organization was similar to the Candy House in the Southern Wizardry region. Gourmet wizards were lucky, but the organization was much bigger. It was a holy land for gourmet wizards. The Milk Spring Village had a rule passed down from generation to generation. The leader of each generation would place his name in front of the Milk Spring Village as the real name of the village. The current manager of the Milk Spring Village was Coco Roja. Milk Spring Village was also known as Coco's Milk Spring Village. Coco was. He recognized the box because of the name Coco on it. Coco was a name, Coco name Coco. Was a name. Was name. Name. Was name, Coco name. Coco name Coco name. Coco name, or Coco name. Are you interested in the box, sir? The black-robed man spoke again. This item is very useful for gourmet wizards. I'm not a gourmet wizard, Angor interrupted. Why are you so interested in this crappy box if you're not a gourmet wizard? Don't worry. It's fine if you're not a gourmet wizard. As long as you've learned food-related cantrips or spells, you can use this item to help you. Gourmet wizards had many low-level cantrips that could be used to create food. Many gourmet wizards who loved good food would choose to learn more. If Angor learned something similar, the box would be useful to him as well. The Coco gave Angor a curious look. Angor considered for a moment. I did learn a gourmet cantrip, but Angor suddenly stopped. The black-robed man and even Laplace looked over curiously. But, what? Angor's eyes lost focus for a moment. He covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Nothing. Next, he looked at the Coco. You got this box from Milk Spring Village? Milk Spring Village? The Coco looked at Angor in confusion. What's that name? Is it a place? Angor noticed the same thing from the Coco's expression, which meant the Coco did not know about Milk Spring Village. Can I ask about the origin of this secret ritual box? Angor felt a little impolite, so he added, I'm quite interested in this box. It should have a normal background, right? I don't want to get into any trouble after buying it. You're interested in the box? Asked Laplace, who was standing beside Angor. You're interested in it? Angor nodded. He was indeed interested in the box, mainly because of the name Coco. If he was not mistaken, the box might have something to do with the Milk Spring Village's ruler. Even if he did not need it, he knew Greya. If he gave it to Greya, he might be able to get something better in return. If the price was right, Angor would not hesitate to buy it. Apart from this, Angor also had another reason. He wanted to see what the Coco wanted from him. The Coco was being too nice to him, and Angor did not believe that the Coco would do this for no reason. So he decided to buy something to test the black-robed man's opinion. Of course, if the Coco's request was too unreasonable, Angor could give up on buying the box. After all, the box did not have any direct use to him. Just like the sea cave's aura, he could only use it to trade with someone else. Laplace did not know what Angor was thinking. He only thought Angor was interested in a gourmet item because he was greedy for good food. It was normal. Even the wise man liked to eat, let alone human wizards. As far as Laplace knew, the wise man often asked Big Treasure and Little Treasure to bring him meat from the outside world. The Coco did not expect Angor to really want the box. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. I've kept this item for more than 200 years. There's nothing wrong with it. The Coco did not think Angor would believe him, so he added, I found it in a ruin. It was buried with a corpse. Its owner is already dead, so there won't be any trouble. Are you sure the owner of the box is the same as the corpse in the ruin? Angor asked. The Coco shook his head. I'm not sure. But that's all I know. It's not in my interest to go further, and I don't have the ability to do so. The black-robed man sounded sincere, and Angor understood that it was pointless to ask further about the source. Angor considered. Since the owner of the box was already a corpse, how did you know it was called Granny Coco's box? Or did you come up with the name yourself? There was a handwritten note on the corpse, which recorded some tips on how to use the box. But it didn't mention where the box came from. That's all. Angor considered. Now, let's talk about the price. Before Angor could ask about the price, he heard Luigi's voice. Hey, you want to buy this? When he looked back, he saw Luigi standing beside him and looking at the list. Luigi had just finished reading the music score and was now looking at the list. The aura of the sea cave. Spiral-patterned fruit. Luigi muttered. What are these things? You want to buy Granny Coco's secret instrument box? Isn't it a gourmet item? You're not a gourmet. I'm not a gourmet, but I know a few gourmet cantrips. Luigi gave Angor a doubtful look, but he did not ask further. Instead, he turned to the black-robed man and asked, how much for them? The Coco looked at the sheet in Luigi's hand and didn't say anything. He looked at Angor and asked, do you want to pay together? Luigi frowned and was about to say something when Angor cut him off. It's not the final stage yet, is it? We haven't seen the real thing yet. We just want to know the price before we decide. The Coco also realized that he was being too impatient. He chuckled awkwardly. I'm being too impatient. It's just that I haven't sold anything yet. Angor nodded. Why don't you tell us the price first and we'll see if it's suitable? The black-robed man was silent for a moment. He pointed at the two music sheets in Luigi's hands and said, "These two music sheets have a great origin. They are hymns of a transcendent religion. One of the music sheets involves a special secret." Luigi frowned. "You're just trying to raise the price, aren't you? Just tell us the price already." The Coco shook his head. "No, I'm not trying to raise the price. I just want to tell you that if you play this sheet outside, you might attract the attention of that particular religion. It's just a friendly reminder." Luigi shrugged. "It's not a problem for me. I'm not going to the real world anyway." Luigi knew that these sheets of music came from outside the mirror domain. There was no religion in the sun mirror domain. The Coco smiled. "You're right. As long as you don't leave the mirror domain, it's fine." "Then I will bid. These two music scores are the Filthy Blood Purification Tune and the Dark Alley Scripture. The former is 20 crystals, while the latter is related to a secret instrument, so it is slightly more expensive. It is 200 crystals. Two music scores only cost 220 condensed crystals." As far as Angor knew about the price of goods in the sun mirror domain, this was a reasonable price. One had to know that when he first came to Hot Gold City, the price of the first item he asked for was as high as 50,000 crystals. And that item was a heavy mirror. These sheets of music were not as good as the mirror, but they were not expensive. However, considering that these sheets of music were just ordinary sheets of music, they were a bit expensive. In the real world, these sheets of music could be bought with gold coins. However, the mirror domain and the real world were two different things. Besides, the Coco Master brought these sheets of music to the party and found a buyer who wanted them, so it was normal for the price to be higher. This was also within the range of normal. As Angor expected, Luigi wanted to buy the sheets of music without hesitation when he heard the price was only 220 crystals. This price was indeed very cheap. One had to know that the music scores he bought in the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins started at 1,000 crystals. Not to mention that he could not even find what he wanted. These two sheets of music were obviously religious, and they were his favorite. They were also cheaper than the ones from Tooth Immortal Ruins. He did not even bother to negotiate. The Coco Master did not accept the crystals right away. Instead, he smiled and said, "You can pay together later. Maybe you won't need so many crystals." The Coco Master seemed to be implying something. Luigi did not understand. He thought the Coco Master meant a discount. Of course, he agreed. Angor, on the other hand, knew that the Coco Master was trying to tell him something. The Coco Master knew that Angor saw through his efforts, so he did not try to hide it. He hinted that he could use another method when paying the bill. Angor smiled but did not say anything. He looked at the Coco Master and asked, "How about this box? How much do you want with magic crystals?" Angor pointed at magic crystals. The Coco Master frowned. 20,000. Before Angor could say anything, Luigi frowned and said, "That's too much." "He's not a gourmet wizard," the black-robed Tansy said. "I'm selling this to gourmet wizards, so the price is set for gourmet wizards. I can't change the price just because a non-gourmet wizard wants to buy it, can I? Besides, it's not expensive even for a gourmet wizard." The Coco Master looked at Angor again. "What do you think, dear customer?" Angor did not deny it. "It's not expensive at all. In fact, I think it's much cheaper. Judging from the effect of the box, a gourmet wizard could easily sell it for 100,000 crystals, or even more." Gourmet adepts were the wealthiest of the non-technical professions in the world of adepts. Just look at Greya. She earned a lot of money just by learning gourmet spells. She was not short of money at all. If the box was put up for auction, Greya might even bid for it with half of her wealth. Angor chuckled. "There's a reason why it's expensive, and there's a reason why it's cheap, right? There must be some flaws that are not on the list, right?" The Coco Master nodded. "You do know your stuff. There are some flaws in the box." The Coco Master gestured for Angor to wait for a moment. He walked to the box and took out a box from the blood-red mist. From the outside, it was a porcelain box with a Gothic rose pattern. It was not big enough for Angor to hold with both hands. Unlike ordinary boxes, there was a small hole in each of the four corners of the box. There were four symbols above the holes: the dancing orange flames, the tranquil blue water, the spiraling pink wind, and the small green vines. If these symbols were elemental icons, they would represent the wind, water, fire, and nature elements respectively. But what was the point of these symbols? Chapter Error Report. End of chapter 3180. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.